As dusk fell, the sky witnessed a huge catastrophe. The sky shattered, giving birth to an object that lit up the sky as it fell. It heralded the end of an era. A single shining armor lay on the scorched ground, caught in the infernal flames. The runes on it flickered, indicating a large sacrifice. The voice of the last representative of humanity expressed defiance and grim recognition. A creature of darkness and charcoal emerged from the fire, dominating the battlefield. It was an entity waging war with the heart of fire. Tartarus claimed it was a victory, promising a future under his rule. The Battle of the Titans began, a dance of fire and steel, their swords meeting like age-old foes. A warrior with a face expressing fatigue and determination was preparing for the climax of the battle. His eyes blazed with unquenchable fire. He was preparing for the decisive moment that would determine the fate of all. The rising sun colored the sky in shades of red and fire. One turn had passed since the day humanity lost the war with the demonic race. Their figures towered over a metropolis that had become a graveyard of human achievement. There was an eerie silence of a conquered civilization in the air, broken only by the crackling of flames devouring the remnants of humanity. The remaining survivors were persecuted and turned into empty shells, spawning a generation of monsters. In the desolate terrain, the lone warrior was the last symbol of resistance in a world consumed by darkness. His sword gleamed like the last light of hope, and he was the last guardian of hopelessness. Jeffer stood before Tartarus, the demon lord, the symbol of the darkness that had engulfed the world. His sword was ready to challenge the night that had consumed his world. Tartarus, with evil eyes and power to crush mountains, was the harbinger of the end. Jeffer accepted his challenge with the determination of a man stripped of everything. Under the closing sunlight, Tartarus sat above the battlefield, his presence heralding an ominous end. He noticed the only human warrior presenting himself in front of him. Jeffer stood, surrounded by demonic flames, his breathing heavy with the threat of death. Tartarus distorted the flow of time, prolonging their last conversation. Tartarus' eyes flashed as he called Jeffer by name. It was more than recognition. It was respect for a man who stood out among his conquered creatures. Jeffer took Tartarus' words as cold comfort. Tartarus recognized something unique in Jeffer, causing him both surprise and respect. It was a rare occurrence in all the long years of his reign, causing the demon lord to recognize the man's unwavering spirit. Jeffer, for his part, took Tartarus's words, mixed of praise and condescension, as cold comfort. It was a confirmation of his unwavering strength in the demon's eyes. Tartarus's praise was a testament to Jeffer's endurance that even darkness could not ignore. Tartarus, surrounded by destruction, was clearly expressing his rage and judgment. His sentence was ruthless because, in Tartarus's opinion, fear was a manifestation of weakness. His gaze was sharply focused, as if he saw the very depths of Jeffero's soul. Tartarus's voice expressed contempt for the lack of resilience of humans. His anger was a display of infinite rage in the face of weakness. Tartarus gave Jeffer the choice of joining the conquerors or remaining among the vanquished. His offer was tempting. Tartarus saw a grand future, a space odyssey extending beyond their world. He envisioned an amalgamation of forces and an empire capable of laying siege to other worlds. In the heart of the battlefield, Jeffer faced an agonizing choice. His eyes bore the burden of countless battles. Before him loomed Tartarus, the mysterious demon lord who held the threads of fate in his hands. Tartarus's voice, full of honeyed conviction and sinister intent, confirmed that Jeffer was mulling over his proposal. At this moment, the air was filled with tension. The battlefield became a mute witness to the profound moment between them. Jeffer looked haggard and shabby, a testament to the toll the endless conflict had taken on him. His eyes, hiding his emotions, made no contact with Tartarus's gaze. The tension was building, and the truth behind Tartarus's suggestion began to reveal itself. Jeffer realized that this was not sincere cooperation, but an insidious ploy designed to break his spirit. Jeffer's gaze hardened, his resolve strengthened, and he resolved not to succumb to Tartarus's evil games. His silence expressed his inner steadfastness. Jeffer stood before Tartarus in a destroyed civilization, the atmosphere charged with the energy of battle. Jeffr's gaze was filled with determination and defied fear of the majesty of Tartarus. As the confrontation continued, a ghostly vision of the queen appeared before Jafir. Her image was a beacon of wisdom and calm in the chaos of battle, her words a distant reminder of nobler times. Jafir remembered the queen's spell and realized his hidden power. He decided to use it to confront Tartarus. With fierce determination, Jafir responded with silence and a willingness to release the spell. It was his vow to end the tyranny of Tartarus and reclaim the future. Jafir's gaze was a challenge, and his silence expressed his unwavering determination. The battlefield was filled with tension. The angel relayed the god's important demand to the knight, who agreed to fulfill it. The knight's gaze was determined, and the angel's words revealed the essence of their task. The mention of God's requirement emphasized the importance of the moment. God among demons showed his power and authority by rejecting the pleas of a celestial being. The demon god's laughter pierced the air, but his power remained unbreakable. Tartarus demanded that reality be rewritten, and the insult removed. Jafir lay in the dust, trying to grasp the last shreds of hope, but his pleas went unheard. In a moment of frustration, Jafir uttered his last words and resigned himself to defeat. Instead of death, however, it was dissonance and surprise that overwhelmed him. He realized that he was in another world, in nothingness. Jafir realized that the pain and cuts were gone and he was alive. All his doubts vanished and he realized he had gotten a second chance. Inside the temple, he prepared for a new rebellion for redemption and salvation. His armor was a contrast against the glow of the temple. He stood in front of the central figure, ready for another fight. The temple was consecrated and filled with statues of deities, with a central figure directing the proceedings. Jeffrus was immersed in thought, surrounded by statues of the gods in the great hall, and questioned himself about his whereabouts. Looking up, Jafir realized that he might be in the afterlife, and uttered the word underworld. However, he soon realized that this was not the underworld, but a place on the lowest floor of the pantheon, the realm of the gods. At this moment, Mercedes, a high-level angel, entered the hall with a majestic appearance and divine energy. Jafir, feeling vulnerable without his magic, was shocked at the betrayal. Mercedes descended from the heavens, declaring her purpose as a mediator between the gods and mortals. Another warrior appeared, clad in armor from the night itself, ready to do the will of the gods and return to the past and future. Mercedes announced that Jafir would return to the past with memories and the power to change his reality. Mercedes convinced Jafir of the necessity of the journey, promising him success and return. Jafir stood alone in the grand hall, questioning the reality of his situation. He considered various possibilities, including illusions, but came to the conclusion that it was real. Jafir expressed his doubts about Mercedes' proposal and asked for an explanation. Mercedes assured him that there were no hidden conditions, and the offer from the gods came from good intentions. Jafir brought up the price to be paid and left room for doubt. The gods have been left indifferent to prayer and repentance, their artifacts destroyed and hope vanished. The human armies disintegrated and the clergy lost their powers. The gods no longer intervened. Jafir realized the betrayal of the gods and their decision to leave the world to its fate. Mercedes, with her wings spread, stood before Jafir, promising to help him change his fate. With a command, Jafir called upon Mercedes to provide him with a revelation. Mercedes agreed, hinting at something deeper and more mysterious. They were preparing for a discovery that could change their reality. Mercedes, an angel of the highest rank, looked at the exhausted Jafir with a solemnity that reflected the concern of the gods. She told of his heroic battles and valor that even the gods were amazed. Mercedes continued the story, expressing the gods' regret at the rapid destruction of the world. It was interesting to them how luck was smiling on Jafir. As she spoke, Jafir listened in anticipation of the revelation. However, her phrase was cut short, leaving him hanging. Jafir's voice rumbled, and there was a traitorous note in it as he expressed his displeasure. He was promised a full explanation, a secret to be revealed to him. Jafir's voice expressed his displeasure. Jafir expressed his rage at the angel, and his displeasure regarding the revelation. His striking figure contrasted with the cold fury in his eyes, as he challenged the angel to a dialogue and questioned the real interest of what was going on. Jafir turned back to the battlefield, remembering the queen, her unwavering pride even in the most brutal battle. She reminded him that they were all united in fighting for a common purpose and meaning in life, despite the worries of the Skywatchers. Back to reality, Jafir clenched his fist hard and wondered if this was all entertainment for the gods. His words expressed a vivid displeasure toward them. Fury reflected on his face, and his accusations pierced the silence of the hall. He exclaimed, believing that the gods were treating them as entertainment. His emotions were fierce, and he couldn't accept the idea that their suffering could be mere entertainment. Jafir then unleashed his power, lighting up the hall with his anger. His aura of strength and will dazzled everyone, and he defied the gods, epitomizing the mingling of passion and calm. Mercedes replied in a soft and ringing voice, reminding Jafir of the watching gods. She urged him to be polite, reminding him that their actions were judged through the eyes of eternity. Mercedes offered to clarify some of the truths and mysteries that reveal his understanding. The gods were only interested in Jafir himself, and that was a revelation to him. She emphasized that the gods were not interested in the ordinary lives of humans. It was simply a statement of fact about their indifference. Mercedes concludes that the whole world is connected into one, and it is now up to Jafir to prove his worth to the gods and walk his path of destiny. The angel met the knight under a heavenly glow and demanded the knight's return. Jafir was determined, and the angel's words hinted at the knight's important role. A formidable demon among demons demanded an audience and rejected the pleas of celestial beings. The demon demanded that reality be rewritten because of the insult. Angel watched the demon through the portal, while the knight remained silent on his knees. Tartarus, the demon god, enveloped the 10 worlds in darkness, and the angel told of his destructive thirst. Zephyrus, the unshakable god, slew Tartarus, changing the notion of his invulnerability. Tartarus was hurt by Zephyr's actions, causing him to become proud and vengeful. Jafir took the angel's words stoically. A spark of rage and defiance slipped into the silence of his heart. Mercedes continued to speak, her voice resonating over the menacing war. Tartarus was eager for battle, and Jafir was ready for it. This was not just a fight, but a dance with destiny that would determine the essence of victory and defeat. In the silence that ensued, the angel turned to Jafir for advice, her gaze becoming a silent question. The worlds held their breath, waiting for the warrior's decision. The future of all worlds depended on Jafir's will. Jafir clenched his fist tightly, his determination evident. If Tartarus desired battle, Jafir was ready. The celestial mechanism hummed with ancient power, preparing for the transition between worlds. Jafir stated starting the carryover. The exact moment of arrival in the demon's domain remained a mystery, but the promise was made. The gods granted him the privileges of the returned, support in his vengeful quest. Jafir's thoughts expressed his contempt for the gods and the possibility of revenge against the patron deities who despised humanity. Constellation generated coordinates, completing the ritual. The spatial intervention was complete. Jafir, standing on the threshold of a great endeavor, was illuminated by his own unwavering determination. He was a harbinger of the coming battle. As the light of the celestial spheres faded, a figure with wings shimmering like dawn said goodbye to Jafir. Mercedes wished him luck and anticipated the spectacular duel awaiting them. The tranquility of the farewell was broken by a sudden panic. The quiet voices in the shadowy space between life and death expressed fear and madness. In the chaos and commotion, an order rang out. The man in charge ordered him to be silent and reasserted his authority. Jafir's world came into motion once more. An astonished sigh escaped his lips, and a shout of joy erupted all around. Jafir felt his strength awaken in him. His wounds were gone, his armor remained spotless. Jafir began a new chapter in his life. In the bright glow of the past, he clutched at the familiar fabric of his life. A character nearby noticed the déjà vu. Clarity struck Jafir like a bolt of lightning. The ghosts of the past surrounded him. His past with its scars and the marks of slavery appeared before him. Men spoke of his former troubles. It was a time when his soul was imprisoned by another's will. The shackles of the past did not hold him back. The captain called for work. Jeffir was reliving the moments that had shaped him. Becoming who he once was, he smiled at the future. The captain threatened, but Jeffir remained calm. The scene unfolded, but Jeffir wasn't worried. The small man thanked Jeffir for his defense. The tense confrontation turned into a moment of gratitude from the child. Jeffir found himself at a turning point as memories and realizations began to cascade. Jeffir's glance at his own shoe triggered a flood of memories of a long-forgotten power. In the past, he had been told about the returning privilege, and the power that could be activated by saying, "Unlock privilege." That realization about the gravity of this force came back to him. The departing dark-haired child sparked a sense of duty and determination in Jeffir. He stood amidst the aura of light and activated unlocking privilege. The power released surprised Jeffir and his companions. The turning point began a new chapter in his adventures. The newfound power was changing the world around Jeffir and filling him with inspiration. He smiled and wondered about the origin of this power. Jeffir pondered his astounding abilities that defied his expectations under the scrutiny of the other two characters. One of them marveled at the newcomer's skill. His dedication and skills with a pick in his hand were impressive. His energetic movements emphasized his industriousness and efficiency. Two observers invited Jeffir to join their team, admiring his commitment to the task. In the commotion, Jeffir swung his pickaxe around, causing astonishment to those around him. Jeffir's journey in the world of his abilities continued, filling him with confidence and energy. The activation of the mysterious power promised remarkable changes. The newfound power stunned Jeffir, who couldn't hide his horror. They wondered about the mysterious revelation before them, realizing its magnitude. Jeffir saw blurry images of text and icons glowing, and displaying an extensive list of skills and abilities that belonged to him. A smile appeared on Jeffir's face, playing on his lips. He thanked the gods for this wealth of strength and ability. In the mining tunnels, the captain and supervisor gave Jeffir the command to get back to work. The close-up of the boot and the cry to get back to work emphasized the seriousness of the situation. The captain accused Jeffir of walking around during his first day and not living up to expectations. Jeffir saw the man with the pickaxe. Their looks expressed recognition and respect. He realized from Jeffir's speech that the man was the captain of the mining team, and he respected his authority. Jeffir's hand clutched the pickaxe tightly, showing his determination. The captain felt frustration and determination. He mentioned difficult workers who did not listen to his instructions. It was a moment of internal struggle as he confronted the complex dynamics of the mining environment and authority figures. These images conveyed a tense encounter, setting the stage for potential conflicts in the world of the mines. A dramatic confrontation unfolded in the mining environment. The captain of the mining crew displayed an aggressive demeanor as he prepared to confront Jeffir. His words were sharp as he offered to train Jeffir. The captain intended to teach a lesson, causing Jeffir's apprehension. But Jeffir stood resolute in the face of conflict. The captain's whip headed toward Jeffir, but he deftly caught it with his bare hands. The captain was surprised. Jeffir calmly handed the whip to the captain, expressing apology and submission. Jeffir offered to return to work in an effort to reduce the tension. The captain was silent, his credibility shattered by the unexpected turn. Jeffir walked away, raising his hand in a sign of unharmed. The expression on the captain's face was dumbfounded, and the onlookers were amazed. It was a pivotal moment in mining, which caused displeasure for both captain and spectators. This indicated a change in dynamics within the mining team. After his encounter with the captain, Jeffir reflected and realized that his combat experience had been crucial. He noticed that the captain's whip seemed slow, perhaps because of his experience. Past trials had honed his reflexes, giving him an advantage at the critical moment. His hand remained unharmed, arousing disbelief. Jeffir didn't have a single scratch after the fierce confrontation. Returning to work, he felt his amazing stamina and vigor. His physical efforts were combined with inner thoughts about the potential of the new skill. He realized that he could work long and tirelessly, feeling inexhaustible energy. This skill was a valuable asset that needed to be managed. A radiant glow surrounded him, revealing a profound realization. He reported that he has received 9 benefits and is using them, as well as his knowledge of the future, to regain his strength. Jafir was determined to develop a plan and prepare for the change in his life. He underwent a transformation and skillfully used his abilities. He was ready for the challenges that awaited him. The following series of events unfolded in the mining environment. The character, who looked like a scribe or recorder, was stunned by the unexpected development. The atmosphere was filled with tension, which was emphasized by the sound of tension. Their frightened faces spoke of the seriousness of the situation. Jafir emerged with a load of precious ore in an environment of rampant mining. The speech bubble expressed praise for his excellent work, emphasizing the tremendous effort and accomplishments. The announcement that the day's labor would be appreciated went around the site. The ratings were causing anticipation, and the moment of their release was near. Jafir's group, Group F, became the center of attention, announced by the leaders and first. A child from Group F expressed joy and surprise as he celebrated the unexpected triumph. Jafir realized that this kid was part of their team. This unexpected turn of events shook the mining environment, causing Group B members to express their displeasure through their astonished facial expressions. These events highlighted the competitive environment in the mining industry, where productivity and teamwork are important. Jafir's leadership and effort led his group to an unexpected triumph, causing awe among his peers. Since the ratings were announced, events in the mining industry have become more complicated. Group H came in third, but the subsequent rankings were removed from the images, leaving them a mystery. Group E came in last place, much to the delight of Group H and the disappointment of Group E. The captain of the mining team provided clarity and announced that supplies and compensation intended for Group E would be redistributed among the first, second, and third place teams. This announcement introduced an element of fairness and resource allocation. In the midst of the mining boom, there was a religious gathering where participants prayed to a deity known as Arya. Their prayers focused on salvation and the blessing of eternal light, emphasizing the importance of faith in their lives. During a religious meeting, Jafir inwardly expressed his skepticism about prayers, saying that salvation came to him on his own. This inner dialogue showed his attitude towards the religious rituals that surrounded him. The last image represented the Temple of Arya, a religious institution. He was described as one of the 3 great gods of the world, which emphasized his importance. The dual role of the Temple of Arya as a religious site and the largest financial company on the continent was also mentioned. This combination of faith and financial aspects represented the complex role of the temple in the characters' lives. These images created a multifaceted narrative frame where labor, spirituality, and economics were intertwined. They shaped a world where characters overcame challenges and strived for success. The day at the mining operations ends. Tired workers emerge from the mines, their faces expressing hard work. One complains of fatigue, reflecting physical and mental strain. The narrative continues, and it becomes clear that many workers in the mining industry have endured unbearable hardships. Many have lost their homes to dangerous monsters, leaving them destitute and forced to seek refuge in the mines. Some of them used to be adventurers and turned to the temple in search of salvation. Now they have to work tirelessly in the mines, mired in medical debt. Under difficult circumstances, Jafir realizes his position as a prisoner in the mining territory. Leaving without permission threatens his life, making him vulnerable. This realization fills him with determination. He realizes the urgency of the situation and decides to pay off his medical debts to regain his freedom. In the last image, Jafir looks determined and ready to defy the forces that keep him trapped. Despite adversity, the protagonist shows resilience and determination. In this world of vengeance and valor, he stands steadfast, ready to fight for justice. Amidst the swirl of etheric energies, a regal figure danced in the sign of power. She held out her hand with desperation, or perhaps commanding an invisible force. The swirling pink and purple swirls created a magnificent and terrifying sight. The tale returned to the gray-haired guard, with his tattoo on his shoulder symbolizing the journey and his promise to protect her. It was an oath expressed with a conviction that transcended time and the pages of history. In another scene, a woman in pure white clothing addressed the people with a kind gesture and an invitation to use her store or counseling service. Her words were an invitation to those seeking help or wisdom, and she majestically organized the flow of life and needs. In another scene, a woman in pure white clothing addressed the people with a kind gesture and an invitation to use her store or counseling service. Her words were an invitation to those seeking help or wisdom, and she majestically organized the flow of life and needs. Under the golden sunset light, a child with disheveled brown hair hesitantly turned to Jafir. His eyes read a mixture of apprehension and hope as they met the imposing figure of a gray-haired man. The man, standing insistent and impassive, asked a short question as if challenging. Skepticism reflected on his face when he asked if the boy had any money. But the child, unafraid and serious, showed a small hoard of coins and said modestly that he had just gotten his money. He had a shy smile and realized he couldn't offer something expensive. The memories came flooding back as the child looked over to where Jafir was standing, and he talked about how Jafir had protected him and helped their team take first place. A tear rolled down the child's cheek, and he told me that their team usually came in last place, and that this was the first time he had ever gotten money. It was a moment of vulnerability and a glimpse into a world where strength was currency and weakness meant endless debt. In that brief conversation, a special bond was born between them. The man, previously a silent guardian, was faced with the choice of becoming an important person in the child's life. Their fates were intertwined in this moment, and every word and look added to the importance of that bond. The man replied with understanding and a spark in his eyes. He has embraced the harsh reality of the world they live in, and how even one person can affect the entire group. It was a tight game, and he set the record straight by defending his pride. The frustrated child tried to explain himself, but his words faded away on the wind of misunderstanding between them. The man concluded the conversation by asserting his boundaries and leaving a hint of a joke at the end. A man came to the vendor's counter, and his request for restorative water brought a smile to the vendor's face. The vendor was welcoming, but surprised by this request. The man was looking for something unusual, perhaps a potion with unusual properties. This conversation revealed complex character traits of a man and a child, trying to make sense of the complexities of his world. They represented different worlds and the clash of morality and survival. A man approached the vendor's stall, arousing the vendor's suspicion. The merchant asked pointed questions, paying attention to money and cautioning against overspending, which was typical of their world. The man showed the coins, but the amount was not enough. However, he decided to take out a loan for the remainder of the payment, showing confidence and unwillingness to be limited by financial constraints. The child, full of worry and tears, could barely speak. His voice expressed fear at the man's decision. The man stamped the loan document with a swagger, causing the salesman to be surprised. But he remained unfazed and resolute, like a conqueror planting his flag. The moment showed this man's character, boldness, pride, and perhaps a little bit of insanity. Their consternation and shock was only a reflection of his determination and courage. The child spoke angrily about the fears associated with debt. He described how incomes have fallen and the dire consequences of high interest rates. The man reacted disdainfully and sipped the water of restoration, demonstrating its power. The next image was the water of restoration, a popular health elixir in this world where magic and power played an important role. The man held the bottle and pondered its effects, recognizing its limited effectiveness. He believed that with her arrival, his arsenal became more powerful, and elixirs became redundant. In the mines, he worked with a pickaxe, accepting his fate and the reality of this life. There were no riches here, only the harsh truth of a life lived on the edge of magic and reality. In the dim light of the dungeon, the man clutched the potion with confidence like a lifeline. Above him hung his words expressing his humility before the injustice of a system that did not recognize the value of his work. His muscles tensed, each push-up a testament to his determination. His question hung in the air. So what do I need to do? It was a rhetorical opening sentence to the forming plan that was taking shape in his head. The scene shifted to the surface, where a rough miner with scarred skin heard the sound of an anomaly. He expressed his surprise by saying, "What is this?" A scream came from the mine, filling the air with a foreign and disturbing sound. The man from the depths of the mine took charge and said in a firm voice, "Yes, contact the hunting team." He was ready to guide the brave to the source of the disturbance and declared, "I will lead them to the place where I heard the screams of the beast." Standing in the doorway again, he glanced at his constant companions, the shadows. With eyes full of new purpose, he announced his intentions. "I need to make money in the dungeons." This path was dangerous, but it promised far greater rewards than the mines. The dungeons awaited him, offering him a chance to forge his destiny with courage and fortitude. In a distorted world saturated with magic, monsters were not only nightmarish creatures, but manifestations of the very essence of this mysterious world. Ferocious and unyielding, they roamed the lands, their presence in itself destructive, and their aggression like a relentless storm leaving destruction in its wake. Yet even in this hopelessness, the very fact that these monsters existed gave humanity hope, the opportunity to rise from the ashes of its decadence. Hidden in the bodies of these beasts are treasures, magical stones, the crystallized essence of powerful energies flowing through their veins. The warriors, brave and cunning, saw the monsters not just as enemies, but as unknowing benefactors. They created weapons and armor from the bones and hides of fallen creatures, materials filled with hidden power. What once caused fear now served them, becoming an integral part of human resilience. Dungeons, ancient and mysterious, have become monuments to a new age of humanity, repositories of wealth and danger. Those who dared enter spoke of them in whispers, like treasure chests in the bowels of the earth. Hunters appeared, figures cast in iron and shadows. The balance in the world was restored. Their spears and shields were decorated with symbols of power. Standing on the threshold of the unknown, they were messengers of the human spirit, undaunted, unyielding, and always striving into the abyss to claim their destiny. In a world where darkness mixed with magic, the hunters appeared. Their purpose is to fight the horrors released by the magical warp. The risks were great, but the rewards even greater. Among them was a man whose past was hidden. He asked aloud, "Why was I chosen to work in the mines when I was a traveler?" There seemed to be a hidden thread in his story. The salesman persistently tried to get the man's attention by talking about the end of loans. It was a sentence that tied his hands. He looked for logic in this world, but found none. The answer came sharply. "For backstage, you won't get anything else." The man was at a crossroads of conscience. The woman offered to sell her organs to get a loan. It was a decision that carried the bitter flavor of despair. The choice before the man was fraught with danger, and his future was uncertain. In a world of magic and monsters, hunters and survival, life was valued by currency. Jifir studied the loan documents in the sacred halls of the temple and discussed the terms with the priestess. He offered to give up his organs to get his money back. Outside, Jeffer exchanged the new credit for potions from the vendor. The vendor handed him the potions, realizing the risk. The priestess watched Jafir drink the potion, smiling and admiring his bravery or foolishness. Standing alone, bathed in the heavenly glow of the potion's magic, Jafir pulled himself together, silently vowing to face the trials ahead with the same determination that had brought him to that chasm between despair and hope. "Good. I'm ready to go," he muttered, his eyes fixed on the road in front of him where shadows danced with promises of doom. The final scene unfolded in the open air as a knight in armor approached, his voice cutting through the tension. He was asked if he was Jafir. It was a call to action, a call to the unknown, and as Jafir turned to face the figure in armor, it was clear that he stood on the threshold of a journey that could redefine his very existence. As the light of dawn pierced the horizon, Jafir stood on the edge of doom, determination reflected in his eyes, clear as the morning sky. The timing was perfect. He muttered to himself, a half-smile imprinted on his face, marking the happy coincidence of the moment. In the noisy center of the camp, figures in armor have gathered, their presence commanding and their purpose singular. Goethe, the leader of the reconnaissance team, introduced himself with the look of a man accustomed to the seriousness of his role. Dale and Marco stood beside him, silent guards awaiting the day's attack. Jafir offered his services with the casual confidence of a man familiar with the vagaries of fate. He hoped he could be of some use to you, he said, his tone a mixture of humility and confidence. He didn't have the typical skills of a dungeon explorer. He had a different arsenal. With his mana detection skills at his disposal, he could sense the invisible and reveal the hidden energies of the world. As the veil of night opened in the sky, the importance of such abilities became undeniably obvious. To overcome the dangers that await them in the dark bowels of the earth, to move stealthily among the creatures of nightmares and magic, they need more than eyes. They need sight. With the subtle distribution of his mana, Jeffer could light their path in a way that torchlight never could. His gift allowed them to proceed with caution in a world that did not forgive heavy steps. For Jeffer and his new companions, hunters and ghosts, the journey ahead was full of unspeakable dangers and unseen mysteries. Together they would plunge into the abyss, where the line between predator and prey was as thin as the shimmering shadows they were to walk through. And there, in the heart of darkness, they will find their true strength or find their end. On the green outskirts of a forgotten kingdom lived a group of adventurers, each bound by a destiny yet to be revealed. Among them was a hooded figure, shielded from the dangers ahead. Staring at the horizon, they mourned the coins spent on potions that were now deemed unnecessary. "There's the money I spent on night vision potions," the figure muttered, with a mixture of regret and determination in his tone. "If you're ready, let's go," they shouted to the others, signaling the start of the journey. In the center of the group stood a knight dressed in chainmail, his helmet serving as a barrier against more than just physical enemies. He held out a hefty hammer to his comrade, its handle worn from countless battles. The hooded rogue on the side couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the miner, the odd one out in their company, who was using secret mana energy. "Oh, a miner who uses mana. That's interesting, ha-ha," the brigand remarked, and the humor didn't quite reach their hidden eyes. The air became tense as the man with hair as white as the first snow of winter received a quiet reprimand. His companion hissed for him to shut up, reminding him of the dangers lurking in the shadows and the silence necessary for their survival. This gray-haired enigma, weighed down by heavy burdens and heavy thoughts, recognized an unspoken connection to at least one more soul in this motley assembly. Although they were both acquaintances, he reflected, he knew at least one of them. As they traveled, his thoughts returned to the moment of transformation, the time when his path was irrevocably changed to that of a hunter. When he was transferred as a hunter, he recalled, it was about a month after they cleared this dungeon. Under the weight of the inky sky, the adventurers faced the ominous silhouette of the dungeon entrance. A prophetic whisper among them hinted at a grim future. If things went the same way, 2 of them would die in this dungeon. A chill ran through the group, for the dungeon was a place where many stories ended in tragedy rather than triumph. Inside the gray-haired hunter, however, a military cunning began to take shape. His eyes, sharp and calculating, gave away his intentions. He had a pretty good idea how to use these guys, he pondered, seeing not just faces but pawns and knights on the chessboard of his plans. Their journey took them through a light-filled forest where even the most experienced of the group couldn't hold back a sigh of surprise. They uttered in unison, the beauty of this world not lost in their battle-hardened hearts. At the threshold of doom, a figure beckoned to me, and her voice broke the serenity. They called, their tone filled with insistence and seriousness. As they gathered, a mystical figure with eyes shining like 2 moons appeared out of the shadows. "They are the waiting crew," they announced, holding out a hand adorned with braided magical ropes. It was at this moment, hands joined and fates intertwined, that the adventurers stood on the edge of the unknown, their hearts beating as one against the drum of adventure calling them forward. As the morning sun tinted the ancient stone of the dungeon entrance with a golden hue, Jafir stood with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. His arm, outstretched and vulnerable, was bound by a wiry blue rope woven from magical threads. It tightened around his wrist, the knot secured with mysterious precision by a comrade whose eyes shone like beacons from the shadows of his hood. "It's a rope bracelet imbued with magic," the masked figure explained, lifting his own wrist to reveal the twin of the bracelet that now took the warrior's skin. "If something happens to you in the stone mouth of this dungeon, the other bracelet he wears will break on its own. It would signal a call for help, a call for the full might of our base to defend them." There was solemnity in the ritual, a tacit acknowledgement that every step in the depths of the dungeon was a dance with destiny. Nevertheless, as Jafir nodded, accepting the bind that bound him to his fate and friends, the masked figure gave him a parting gift of not only magic, but confidence. "Since he was only here for reconnaissance, as long as you're paying attention, there won't be any need for it. Have a nice trip," they said, and there was a mixture of concern and trust in their voice. Barely had the warrior crossed the threshold before the tranquility of the scene was broken. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the dungeon, creatures of nightmare, in the guise of a wolf and a man, with eyes that glittered with a predatory light. One held a torch above him that hissed and sizzled, while the other waved a blade curved like the moon and promised death. The warrior stood motionless, the weight of the mission keeping him from the wave of instincts ordering him to flee. But now was not the time to flee. This was a moment he was ready for. With a quick movement, the stone fell out of his hand and flew in an arc towards the beasts. The creatures, caught off guard, watched as he passed unharmed through a barrier they thought was impenetrable. In the split second that the stone met the barrier and the illusion of safety was shattered, the narrative of hunter and prey was rewritten. Jafir, bound by a blue magical bracelet, stood at the ready. His fate was not written, but his resolve was as solid as the stones of the dungeon surrounding him. A scouting party had gathered in the shadowed veins of the ancient mine, their breath visible in the cold air. They stood amidst the remnants of a brutal skirmish, and the ground told stories of the recent carnage. "There is another breeding ground on the other side of the mine," one of them said, and his voice echoed off the stone walls. "Last week they were interrupted by hunting groups A and B." He pointed to the bodies. "Looks like these guys are the last survivors of that attack." Among the huddled figures were Dale and Marco, warriors whose reputation was as formidable as their fighting skills. The mission was clear: scout, observe. But the presence of survivors hinted at a possibility that sparked a tactical debate within the ranks. Dale offered to take it all on, his tone carrying the weight of leadership and the excitement of potential conquest. Those words hung in the cold air, a drastic deviation from their orders, a gamble that could change the balance of their campaign. The proposal was met with mixed reactions. The faces of some reflected surprise, others skepticism. There were moments in the dark labyrinths of these dungeons when decisions made in the flicker of a torchlight defined the line between victory and defeat. "Why don't they take it over?" Dale repeated, and the idea took root. His proposal wasn't just about occupation. It was about validation, about the power of the hunters over the darkness below. The voice of caution, however, was not silent. "Leader, we should just explore the inside and get out." The cloaked figure intervened, his words a reminder of their original intention. "Let's deviate from making such dangerous decisions." His position was clear. The information was their treasure, not the bloody prey of monsters. The conversation unfolded in flickering shadows, in a dance of strategy and survival. The reconnaissance team tasked with silent surveillance now stood at a crossroads between the secrecy of their assignment and the audacity of the challenge of opportunity. Each member, wrapped up in his own thoughts, juxtaposed the potential of Dale's audacious plan with the grim caution of his comrade's advice. Tension hung in the cold underground air as the small group of adventurers stood, surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the mine. Their voices, usually so confident and smooth, now trembled with the weight of uncertainty. What would you do if there was a group of them inside? What if there were even stronger monsters out there? One challenged, voicing the silent fears that were beginning to take root in their hearts. There are only 3 of them now, exclaimed the other, and his words echoed off the walls of the cave, reinforcing the gravity of their predicament. There was a brief pause, a collective gasp as the daunting reality of their situation was realized before them. The frustration became palpable when another member of the team pounced on him, his anger in stark contrast to the cold silence. "They have 3 men and some trash," he spat, pointing his hand dismissively at the meager arsenal at their disposal. What are they going to do with a team like that? But it was then that a voice called for peace, a moment of clarity in the midst of a brewing storm. Guy urged the blonde to calm down, a beacon of calm in the stormy sea of their conversations. The speaker turned to the leader, a mute question hanging between them as to whether their leader had a plan. The leader, who personified stoic determination to face the growing fear, nodded. With a team as calm as a frozen rock, he said to take it out. So, from the depths of the backpack, a bundle was retrieved. Hazelnut leaves and seeds, their greenness a stark contrast to the gray stone around them. "These are hazelnut leaves and seeds," the leader announced, discovering his unexpected trump card up his sleeve. "They will crush them and mix them with the remaining cobalt. Within those hazelnut leaves and seeds lies not only the promise of a plan, but also the potential for triumph." Adventurers, once divided by their doubts, now found unity in the seeds of strategy sown by their leader. With this new blend, they will face the darkness not as 3 warriors and scum, but as an insidious force ready to bend the very earth to their will. In the cold and cavernous depths of the dungeon, there was a quiet meeting between the cloaked figures of the reconnaissance team. Their latest strategy was unconventional, but it promised cunning rather than brute force. "To create the scent of a kobold woman," one of them explained, carefully crushing hazelnut leaves and seeds, a mixture designed to deceive. As the powerful aroma began to spread through the air, the team held their breath. The scent, designed to mimic the charms of a kobold woman, was strong enough to travel hundreds of meters. It was a beacon, a siren signal for creatures lurking in Stygian tunnels. Having set the trap, the adventurers waited, holding their breath. Tension coiled around them like ancient serpents until finally their prey appeared. A lone kobold, attracted by the irresistible allure of the scent, ventured forward. His muzzle trembled in the air, deeply inhaling the artificially created scent that foreshadowed his doom. He grinned, a sound full of longing and desire, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. The adventurers remained motionless, shadows within shadows, while the kobold entered the heart of their trap. "Then they'll take advantage of it," the leader whispered, his voice barely audible. In his hand he held the key to their victory, the last part of the game of predator and prey. With a swift and decisive move, the trap was triggered and chaos erupted. The kobold, trapped by his own instincts, was defeated. It was a testament to the ingenuity of the team, a triumph not of strength, but of intelligence. When the dust settled and the echoes of the fighting died down, the adventurers became not just warriors, but masters of the tactics of the dark and dangerous realms of the dungeon. In the dimly lit caverns of the treacherous dungeon, the air was saturated with the scent of victory. As the dust settled from the skillfully laid trap, the adventurers gathered together with a triumphant gleam in their eyes. "Didn't he tell them it would work?" one of them boasted, and his voice echoed around the room, resonating with confidence that the plan was well underway. The others around him couldn't help but admit their admiration, though not without a joking tone. He did respect the leader. "Sometimes at times like this," one of them remarked, and the word "sometimes" hung between them like a playful challenge. The leader's reaction was a mixture of feigned indignation and an understanding smile. "What? Sometimes? Are you kidding me?" The conversation was lighthearted, but beneath the banter was a deep reverence for the leader's guile. How did he know all this and prepare himself? They asked with genuine curiosity. The answer came not from the leader, but from another member, a seasoned warrior whose eyes were as sharp as his sword. That's what they call experience, he said with a nod toward the leader, and his voice carried the burden of countless battles and strategies forged in the fires of conflict. The leader, standing amidst the remnants of victory, allowed himself a small, satisfied smirk. That look spoke volumes, indicating that their survival depended not only on the strength of their arms, but also on their intelligence and wisdom. A silent figure stood among the group, the flickering light of a torch reflected in his eyes. He taught him that, though, he muttered half to himself, with a note of pride in his voice. This revelation was a small piece of a larger puzzle, a recognition of a shared history and lessons learned together. As this moment dragged on, there was silence in the group. He was in the same group as him, the quiet man finally stated, his statement hanging in the air, a bridge to a past filled with camaraderie and conflict. Before the reverie could take hold, a harsh crackling voice broke through the silence. Before the operational meeting it began, and the group tensed, ready for the next command, the next call. One of them exclaimed with surprise, and the word ignited a spark of excitement and apprehension. The leader, always a symbol of their collective resolve, simply clutched tighter the weapon that had served them so well. He answered positively, and in that single word lay the promise of new trials and new triumphs. In the depths of this ancient place, the adventurers stood not just as a team, but as a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of bonds forged in the heat of countless battles. Their journey was far from over, but together, as a unit they faced an uncertain future. As the dust settled in the dimly lit cave, the group of adventurers stood amidst the aftermath of their confrontation. The leader, holding a spear in his hand, surveyed the area with a strategic eye. Behind him, one comrade was tending to his gear while the other rested, his body language hinting at the severity of the battle they had just endured. Jafir ahead broke the silence, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Actually, he had inspected the inside himself yesterday. His casual revelation hung in the air, in stark contrast to the seriousness of their situation. This place, as he waved away with a tinge of contempt, was nothing but the den of a cobalt loser. Laughter and disbelief mingled in the reply of one of his companions, who reproached him for his lonely study. Jaffer only shrugged, his demeanor as calm as a tranquil pond. Before this mission, he was a party scout, his specialty being the art of disguise. Pondering the strategy for his next move, the leader thought aloud, his words careful and measured. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, the weight of their collective security and success resting firmly on his shoulders. The gray-haired adventurer's reply was respectful but firm. He said it was only up to them, his gaze meeting the leader's with constant tension. His voice trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging like a thin thread. The silence that ensued was both ambitious and cautious, hinting at the enormity of what lay ahead of them. "That's because such a dungeon is too good to be shared with others," one of them muttered, expressing caution in greed and tactical foresight. It was a testament to their unity and the trust they placed in their leader, recognizing his crucial role and the respect they had for his decision-making skills. The leader acknowledged with a nod the importance of each participant's contribution. "He's quite useful," he acknowledged, recognizing the value of each person in their close-knit ensemble. Together they stood on the threshold of a decision, their bonds of camaraderie and mutual respect as strong as the armor they wore. With the dungeon promising hidden treasure and lurking dangers, their next steps would be taken with caution, as they knew all too well the balance of risk and reward. In the green thickets of the ancient forest, the search for the elusive hazelnut proved to be a challenge. The thick foliage whispered the secrets of the forest, shrouding the land in mystery and hiding its treasures well. The hazelnut, whether a generous resource or a cunning individual, remained hidden amidst the whispering of leaves and the dance of shadows. Elsewhere, under a muted sky, an authoritative figure clad in ceremonial armor displayed the weight of his rank. With a determination common to many battles, The captain spoke of recommendations and transfers, taking note of the worthy man's skill in the dangerous art of monster hunting. It was a testament to the man's skill and a promise of greater responsibility. In quiet conversation, the sentry in armor held out a tool, perhaps a weapon, to a younger comrade whose eyes glowed with gratitude and the fire of ambition. "Use this," the captain ordered, trusting the tool to aid the young hunter in the trials ahead. The words were spoken with a respect as deep as the roots of the forest itself. As dusk enveloped the land, two figures ventured through the dim light, the cold of night caressing their skin. A sudden pause, the quiet whisper of a hooded man broke the silence. The captain, ever vigilant, responded with a simple but emphatic affirmation. At that moment, both became acutely aware of the unknown lurking in the shadows. Upon discovering the grim scene, a pile of carelessly abandoned bones, the hooded figure wondered about the origin of such remains. "Are those leftovers from something someone ate?" The question hangs in the air, full of implications. There, under the apparent trail of death, the narrative of survival and danger continued to unfold, creating a story of the unyielding cycle of hunter and prey. The air crackled with electric tension as the cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, a lone guardian against the encroaching darkness. The words, "cobalt bones," a mixture of question and awe escaped their lips as they faced the discovery that lay before them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulsate with energy, a silent testament to the power that was evident in the very bones of the earth. Without warning, the calm was shattered by the appearance of a ghostly entity, whose essence was a whirlwind of cobalt fury. The figure, caught off guard, was tumbled to the ground by the inexorable force of a being seemingly made of the same unearthly blue. The world turned into a blur of motion and light, as the creature from beyond struck with a force that resonated in the bones of the earth. Out of the turmoil, a new champion emerged. The captain in armor, a bastion of strength and authority, stepped forward with a determined shout. In the commander's presence, they began to weave the fabric of magic into a shield of light, their hands drawing ancient symbols of protection in the air. The circle of power shone with promise, a beacon of hope in the thickening gloom. As the captain stood resolute, a plan formed in their minds, a strategy for defense and escape. They had faced many foes, their confidence imprinted in every line of their battle-worn armor. It is a mana shield that can block the Oak Tribe's tribe leader, they pondered, confident in the power of their magic. The belief that the shield was indestructible was itself a fortress, a mental bulwark against the tide of doubt. However, even the most powerful can fail. A sudden impact, a breach in the barrier, and the captain's scream echoed through the night. The magic that had been their defense against the storm now shattered into fragments of light, scattering like stars in the night sky. The captain's voice, once filled with the confidence of command, now betrayed a hint of human fragility when the reality of their vulnerability lay heavy on the battlefield. In this dance of light and shadow, where every spell cast and every blow struck wrote the story of survival, the characters found themselves in the agony of a conflict that tested the very limits of their courage and their skill. Deep within the shadowed cloisters, someone's figure paused, focusing its gaze on an unseen anomaly. A mat escaped their lips, a whisper that danced with the dust specks in the air, a piece of their confusion exposed in the dim light. Something broke the silence of the place that wasn't supposed to be there. Their hand emerged from the darkness, lifting a bracelet woven with whispers of ancient power. It was a talisman of protection, its integrity a silent guardian against unseen forces. "It is a bracelet with power," they said, and in their voices sounded the knowledge of its purpose. However, the ominous tearing of the bracelet spoke of a grim reality. If anything happens, it will break, and broke it, not one, but as many as three, their frayed ends a silent testament to an unseen cataclysm. The thought furrowed their brows as they looked at the broken strands. Is there something going on inside? The question hung in the air unanswered, but filled with foreboding. Talismans were their alert system, and their silent alarm went off. Elsewhere, the reality of their fear came to life. The warrior, steeled in the steel of his resolve, staggered and muttered painfully, giving away the attack he had suffered. His armor, once spotless, was now marred by the marks of conflict, the blood, sweat, and dust of battle. In the midst of the chaos, another stood firmly, his posture an indomitable bulwark against the onslaught. He commanded the iron wall, a skill honed in the fire of tireless training and on the anvil of war. He stood at the ready like a guardian against the storm. His body language spoke of unyielding defense, of an unwavering spirit. This tapestry of events wove a tale of sudden danger and desperate defense. A story where a broken bracelet heralded the destruction of a world, where whispers of defense turned into battle cries, and where the willpower of a warrior was checked by the inexorable hammer of fate. The air was full of tension, a palpable thread running through the silence of the room. The figure stood, narrowing its eyes in contemplation, watching the creature before it. It must be a child not yet a year old. They pondered, the seriousness of their tone contradicting the creature's deceptive appearance. There was no room for mirth here, for as expected, this creature was not to be underestimated. In everything but name and age, it was a predator, its presence a silent menace to all who stood near it. This creature, cloaked in the guise of innocence, held a dangerous secret. He had been raised on pheromones, deceived with a false sense of kinship by those who were now his prey. Predator. The word echoed in the minds of those watching, a harsh label for a creature raised by the hands it would inevitably turn against. Such was the nature of the beast, the cycle of predator and prey, where the nurtured becomes the demise of the nurturer. This abrupt realization set in motion a cascade of events. One of the onlookers announced his intention, and his voice cut through the silence like a knife. Jeffir said he would lend the spear, reaching out and clutching the weapon with the determination of a warrior. With survival hanging by such a thin thread, there was no time for debate, no moment for doubt. With spears in hand, they turned to face the looming threat. The creature, with its intimidating jaws and eyes that glowed with a cold, predatory light, waited. This moment was the abyss, the knife blade where the outcome of life and death precariously balanced. The posture of the men was resolute. The position of their shoulders spoke of past battles and determination to endure whatever came next. Jafir declares with a determined expression that he will now be able to relieve some stress, suggesting that he is about to engage in something that will allow him to vent or relieve tension, perhaps alluding to an upcoming battle or confrontation. The following image shows Jafir's hand with an energy or entity circling above it. It could mean the moment of decision or call, the preparation of power. Jafir holds his spear mightily and firmly, and asks rhetorically if they really want to die. This depicts a willingness to fight and challenge the enemy, emphasizing the character's belligerence and readiness for confrontation. Jeffir, with a calm demeanor surrounded by mystical energy and holding something that looked like underspatial artifact, as they claim it was an underspatial effect, indicating that they were controlling an object of considerable power or importance. Finally, Jafir instructs someone and tells them to step back a bit, with a focused and serious expression, holding a spear, implying a defensive stance and preparation for an immediate threat that requires others to keep their distance for safety. In a realm created from the very essence of mana and mystery, Jeffir, with his alabaster hair and eyes like thunderclouds, was the embodiment of the silence and fury of the wind. He walked through the twilight of a world teetering on the edge of chaos, a lone figure whose name whispered promises of freedom and swift retribution. The knight was shocked that Jeffir possessed such a powerful force. His movements were nimble and quick. He continued to be on the ground like that, with Jeffir protecting him, and immediately, right off the bat, the knight asked Jafir what he was even doing, because the guy hasn't even trained for combatants in attacks, and he's so easily willing to sacrifice for his comrade. The knight immediately began to rise to his feet, thinking about the fact that Jafir might die at this rate, but he himself could not die such a shameful death. As soon as the knight was on his feet, a terrible howl was heard. It was so loud that the knight's body simply froze with fear. His hand also rested on his wound, stopping the bleeding. As it turned out, a spell had been cast on the knight immediately after that howl, allowing his opponent to drive him into fear, thus immobilizing him completely. The guy couldn't even move his toe. That's the way it was. Right in front of the knight stood an enormous-sized monster. He howled very loudly, his mouth was simply huge, and his teeth sharper than any sword of the bravest adventurer. Wielding a sword that cuts through despair, and a wit as sharp as the edge of night, Jafir met his enemies with a calm born of storms and a ferocity that reflects the wild wind. His dance was a dance of blade and shadow, a ballet to the silent music of a world holding its breath. His potions poured outward, promising nightmares and dreams, generating fear and courage in equal measure. Jafir used a plant that prevented his opponent from imposing his Ispuan status on him. Fade, alchemist of shadows, was creating his secret glow in vials of liquid twilight. His potions, a pantheon of bottled wonders, were both a boon and a curse, keys to salvation and instruments of destruction. Their paths, intertwined by the hand of fate, were strewn with the remnants of quest and conquest. Jafir and Fade, hunter and sage, stood against the dark tapestry of night that sought to shroud the world in eternal despair. In the depths of that abyss, Jafir's blade sang its silent song, a requiem for the fallen and a hymn of hope for the battles to come. When the echoes of their struggle reached a climax, the two became guards at the edge of the world, a testament to the power of camaraderie. But immediately Jafir throws the potion right at the monster. The guy thought about the fact that just this potion alone would be enough to completely kill this huge dog. His hand moved quickly forward, and the silhouette, even outline of a key, lit up on the palm of his hand itself. Jafir decided to use a potion whose recipe belonged to his old friend Fade. He was the king of poisons. It was number 72 on the toxicity scale of Fade, and the potion was in 68th place. In the dim light of the fireplace sat two silhouettes of guys. Jafir tells Fade that everything really was fine. He also said that for Fade to tell him that he had made the new poisoned potion he had studied for so long was a sign of great generosity. Fade responds to this with a small chuckle and closes his eyes. Fade says the world was starting to crumble, so why should he have hidden it until now? And then the man adds that if this potion is unsuccessful, they should have used it better together. Jafir's voice cut through the chilling air, a determined whisper carrying the weight of his resolve, saying that he hoped Fade would take advantage of this, if he could kill at least one scavenger with his poison, and save one more person. Taking a deep breath that seemed to draw all the wind into his lungs, he leveled his stance. The quick movement of the spear was followed by not just an exhalation, but a release of restrained rage, his muscles clenching and relaxing like a spring. The spear pierced the darkness, the blurred motion aimed at the unseen horrors lurking beyond sight. Elsewhere, hidden in the shadows, watched another figure with a scarred face that bore the marks of countless battles. A crooked smile played on Fade's lips as he whispered to Jafir that he could no longer ask anything from him. With a vial of shimmering liquid in his hand, he pondered the irony of what was happening. To drink 10 bottles in one sitting, he thought, is the price of power. But a 500% increase in efficiency was a price he was willing to pay. It was a smile of satisfaction, an acknowledgement of a plan set in motion, or perhaps a recognition of an inevitable end he had long since resigned himself to. In the heart of the battle, the warrior's movements were a dance of death, each swing of the spear a stroke of the artist. Weapons rumbled through the air, a symphony of destruction leaving arcs of force behind them, the tip of which left a poison hungry for the blood of their enemies. The screams of his opponents were the dissonant notes of this deadly melody, a cacophony that only drove him forward. As the warrior fought, a voice, cold and impassive, a harbinger of the power of poison, invaded the chaos. The words hung in the air like a curse, a reminder that the poison was a legacy of suffering. The sadism of its creator immortalized in every drop that ran down the blade of the blade. The clock was ticking, each second a precious grain in the hourglass of survival. Any minute now, the poison would be completely unable to spread, and Jafir understood that. Those words echoed ominously in his head, a relentless countdown that narrowed his focus to the immediate moment. Every heartbeat was a drumbeat pushing him forward. Every breath was a gust fanning the flames of his determination. His adversary, the Leviathan of the deep, rose before him, a monstrous silhouette against the stormy sky. With a roar that shook the heavens, he lunged to meet the warrior's wrath. The sound was like thunder. The impact of the spear on the scales was a statement of his refusal to surrender. Japhir's onslaught was merciless. The air whistled with each strike, the blade of the spear forming a silver streak that carved light wounds in the encroaching darkness. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of precision and fury that not even the shadows could evade. With a smooth motion that belied the ferocity behind him, Japhir completed his arc, his spear cutting an elegant passage through the air. It was the sound of the end, the last note of a deadly overture of blood and poison. There, in the center of the storm he had caused, the warrior faced the beast, its silhouette standing out sharply against the creature's towering body. The moment was frozen, a picture of man versus monster, each the embodiment of a different world. With a last cry that contained all his hopes and fears, Japhir rushed to the attack. The boy's quick word was an explosion, the sound of the inevitable clash between the kiss of the spear and the death of the beast. It was the sound of victory, survival, and above all, the sound of a battle that will go down in the annals of legends. Japhir's silhouette stood out starkly against the chaos of the battle, his weapon a mere extension of his indomitable will. A toxic mixture dripped from the blade, a green poison that glowed with an ominous light. Japhir growled something for them to take the item, his voice low, overlapping the noise of the battle. The poison, a gift from the Dark Ages, promised agony to anyone who tasted its kiss. With a burst of energy that sent ripples through the air, the warrior lunged at the towering beast before him. The world seemed to slow down as he struck, the spear finding its target with a force that could be both seen and felt. The sound of the blow was a loud call that echoed throughout the field, a testament to his strength and determination. The beast recoiled, its monstrous form contorted, displaying excruciating pain. The warrior's attack reached its target, the poison penetrating the creature's defenses. The beast immediately cried out very loudly, and this sound pierced through the noise of the battle, which was a clear sign of the warrior's effectiveness. Once again the creature howled, desperately causing it to echo in the ether. The pain was palpable, filling the space between the two, fighting with palpable fear. Poison was a cruel master, and Japhir used it with precision. Time, however, was the warrior's true enemy, as relentless as any beast he faced. His eyes narrowed, a mental countdown counting down the moments. Japhir thought about the fact that there were 2 minutes left, only to correct himself with even more insistence that there was 1 more minute left. The sands of time were quickly slipping away, and with it, the chance of victory, or something even more important. In this dance with death, the warrior was both choreographer and host, his movements a series of desperate stunts, each second precious to the previous. Poison was his ally, but time was a ruthless judge, and he intended to win this race. Under the pale light of the moon, the warrior clutched his weapon tighter, a silent oath imprinted in his wiry hands. The sound of jag cut through the air, as quick and sharp as his resolve, and was a prelude to the violence to come. Japhir moved vaguely, the world around him a swath of indistinct shapes and shadows. The wind whistled loudly, following the arc of his weapon, and the sound was a harbinger of a blow ready to tear through both air and flesh. Time stopped, a fragile thread on which fate balanced. Shoulders lifted, the warrior prepared to bear the weight of the moment. Japhir thought about how he could only last 1 more minute, his inner monologue drowned out by the rumble of his heartbeat in his ears. The decision was made in one thunderous heartbeat, but immediately Japhir shouted that all that was left for him to do was to deliver a critical blow to the monster, and his body unfolded like a spring, unleashing a spiraling attack that withstood the weight of his will and the sharpness of his intent. In the immediacy of battle, where every breath could be his last, the warrior's focus narrowed. The whistle sounded again, a testament to the speed and ferocity of his actions, an echo in the vast night that spoke of a predator delivering deadly blows. The sound of battle sounded like the silent cry of a warrior's soul. He stood behind the beast, his gigantic figure staggered from the critical blow delivered with such fury. A loud sound cut through the air, a poetic note to a battle ballet, a dance that was both beautiful and violent. In this dance, Jafir was both choreographer and facilitator, his movements a series of desperate curls on the canvas of the night. Each second is more precious than the last. He was an artist of survival, his spear his brush, and the battlefield his merciless canvas. Jafir realized it was time to get started. In a blur of motion, Jafir's silver hair contrasted sharply with the swirl of blue and white that painted the background of his furious fall. Muscles tensed, veins embossed on his skin, he thrust his staff forward with a force that seemed to split the very air around him. His menacing gray eyes were fixed on an unseen target, with unwavering determination. The scene lingered, focusing on his hands, wrapped in white bandages speaking of many battles, clutching the staff with such force that his knuckles turned white. The strength of his grip told him that this was no ordinary fight. This was a culmination of determination, a decisive moment that may have been brewing long before this encounter. As the staff headed down the arc of pure intent, the frame was dominated by the figure of Jafir, a lone warrior battling an unseen foe. The staff seemed like a silver streak in a world of blurred lines, the only solid, real thing in time, which seemed to stretch and slow, waiting for the result of his actions. The next shot was a close-up of Jafir's face. A droplet of sweat ran down his temple, his expression contorted with effort and concentration. Words began to form around him, an unearthly whisper of encouragement. Jafir realized he had a little more to go. It was as if the world itself was driving him on, the voices of past allies and the quiet cries of his opponents fueling his strength. Finally, Jafir's hand opened, releasing the knife or perhaps releasing the power that was gathered within. Energy seemed to surge outward, emanating from his core, as if at this moment he was the epicenter of an invisible storm, a force to be reckoned with, a warrior whose resolve was as much a weapon as any blade or staff. With a shout, Jafir jumped on the monster. His actions were quick and agile. He descended upon the beast with the wrath of the heavens, blue energy crackling at the tip of his weapon, the tail of a comet of light heralding his strike. The moment his feet left the ground, time seemed to dissolve into nothingness. When Jafir fell to the ground, he was a portrait of vengeance, a silhouette against the sky where light and darkness danced in eternal struggle. The staff touched the ground in catastrophic fury, a bright flash of light as the shockwave rolled outward, a testament to his indomitable spirit. In the heat of battle, Lysander's concentration never wavered. His muscles, tense and aching, handled the staff with precision. The shock of the blow reverberated off his hands, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath that force. Dust and debris rose like ghosts following his strength, a spectacle of destruction caused by his unwavering determination. But the battle was far from over. Jafir swore at the only one left, his voice becoming a steely whisper amidst the roar of chaos. His hand, slippery with the sweat of exertion, gained new strength as it closed on the hilt of a blade, created from the very essence of his will. A second breath in the form of sharpened steel. The aftermath of the attack made him gasp, each breath raggedly cutting through the silence that descended like a shroud over the battlefield. The beast, defeated or simply retreating, vanished from sight, leaving Lysander standing alone like a guardian amidst the ruins of his ferocity. When the dust settled and his breathing evened out, he reached out to pull his staff from the scarred earth, a silent symbol of his readiness to face whatever darkness lingered on the horizon. There was a soft echo of Jafir's raucous breathing, a human note amidst the symphony of his valor, a reminder that even heroes are bound by the weaknesses of the flesh. In the dim light of twilight, the knight pondered the newly acquired skill imprinted into the fabric of his soul. A skill so powerful that the rarest elixirs pale in comparison. As the last drop of potion passed through his lips, a surge of energy burst out from within, his fist glowing with a sky-blue light. The power of the gods flowed through his veins, the once slumbering power now awakened. Jafir surpassed his mortal limits, if only for a moment, and tasted the divine. "Let's talk quickly," he suggested, though the air around him crackled with the strain of unspoken words and unspent tempers. The scene changed, and the silence that ensued was broken by the clinking of chains and the pleading of a frightened man. "No, it wasn't me," he muttered, eyes wide with a living fear of the unjustly accused. In the shadows, a figure clad in armor watched the transformation with a calculating gaze. The armored knight wondered if he could join a team of hunters. Recognizing Jafir's newfound power was a silent bow to his rising fortune. But reality proved to be a harsh mistress. Jafir, now known for his miner's labor rather than his warrior's heart, stood at a crossroads. The armored figure's words echoed through the cold air. "Now he's just a miner who can't even enter the dungeon." The knight shouted that he was not some beggar. The figure in armor stated with a dismissive tone and unyielding eyes. "The Cobalt dungeon isn't enough to make me accept the request." His pride was a fortress, invulnerable to the lad's accomplishments. However, not everyone was impressed by this show of might. Their co-workers who entered the temple together, right? He progressed. The question was rhetorical, the answer already damned in his eyes. Despair broke through the man's defenses, his voice cracking like dry earth. "He's not a devil worshipper," he insisted. But his protest was a weak shield against the dark wave rising to meet him. From the shadows, a figure shrouded in mystery gave the command, its smile a crescent moon of malice. Jafir turned, his silhouette a stark contrast to the dusk. "He needs a ticket that's in the shape of his." It was a statement of self, a realization that the key to the gate he sought to open was within. In the fading light of the fickle day, the man's name cut through the silence, spoken by a man stern and resolute. The gray-haired man known as Jafir contrasted sharply against the discolored sky, his voice carrying the weight of impending doom. Then a monster emerged from the bowels of the earth, a millipede of titanic proportions whose body was a grotesque canvas of nightmares and shadows. The air thickened with the threat that came from him. The ground shook with his fury. Suddenly, however, someone noticed, a detached observation amidst the chaos. The parasitic millipede has shown itself. It was a statement devoid of surprise, as if the creature's appearance was the final, inevitable note in a long-composed symphony of fear. In this world where light has faded and darkness has approached, the lines between ally and foe have blurred, and mythical monsters have become woven into the fabric of reality. Each character has prepared for the tumultuous battle ahead. As dusk changed to night, the very air itself seemed to hum with the arrival of the monstrous parasitic centipede that had emerged from the bowels of the earth. His menacing form cut through the silence, a harbinger of chaos seeping into the very soil of the troubled land. In the midst of this commotion stood a ghostly figure with a sword that glowed like a captured star. The glow of the blade cut through the darkness as the figure spoke a truth that hung heavy in the air. In fact, he was a devil worshipper. The words were not a question but a statement revealing the hidden betrayal of hearts, once hidden by deceit. In a room flooded with the golden hues of the setting sun, two silhouettes were conversing. Someone pondered the probability of their predicament, pondering the improbability of their situation with the philosopher squad. If it's 1 out of 7, isn't that a low probability? The question was met with the thoughtful silence that often precedes a storm. The dialogue turned to the issue of morality and sacrifice. Yeah, so they rioted hard enough to deem it worthy, burning down the whole house to catch one bug. The words were a metaphorical dance around the flames of rebellion, decisions that weighed the price of lives and legacies. Equisor. Matthias, an authoritative figure with a gaze as piercing as the sword he spoke of, pondered the machinations of unseen enemies. He was good at shadows and subterfuge, and the conversation hinted at a plan, at plays moving in the dark, each play as important as the mystery. Taken aback by the coming conflict, Matthias spoke of the countdown to the raid, the only month that stood between them and a development that could change the course of their world. If they don't expel the heretics from the temple as soon as possible, he warned, and the insistence in his voice emphasized the seriousness of their situation. Failure was not an option, as the cost would have been unbearable. In his eyes burned a determination to confront the heresy that threatened to undermine their very existence. It was a game of strength and danger, and the stakes had never been higher. The tension in the air was palpable as the negotiations reached their climax. With a heavy heart but clear eyes, the cloaked figure nodded briefly. "He'll grant the hunting team's complaint on his part," he admitted, his voice carrying the weight of command and the shadow of compromise. But in turn, he continued, his silhouette standing out sharply against the flickering light, they had better get results. It was a decree spoken authoritatively, a binding agreement in which failure was impossible. His warning was clear. For a scholar of heresy, rash action was as dangerous as inaction. Within the austere walls of headquarters, Goethe, head of the intelligence team, was drawn into the bureaucracy. The administrative officer's voice was monotone as he instructed, "First fill out the request form." The mundane task contrasted sharply with the seriousness of their ordinary business. The officer's gaze then shifted to the newcomer, a recent recruit named Jafir from the mining team. He asked to be given 1 minute, the officer said in a raspy voice, holding his pen over the document that would determine the young recruit's fate. The conditions were stated with clinical precision. If Jafir makes a mistake, the entire team's ranking will suffer. It's a risky gamble in their covert operations. It was a risk, but one that had to be taken. He was obviously in agreement. Came the confident reply from the figure in the shadows, his face hidden, but his determination was unmistakable. The decision was made. The lot was cast. In a world of hunters and heretics, any choice could tip the scales, and each new ally was a chess piece in a game that encompassed the darker side of a society on the brink of turmoil. In the dimly lit corridors of power, where the sharp edges of politics met the ghostly world of combat, stood a helmeted figure with a smirk on his face. If he proved himself well, it would be credited to him, he reflected, the gleam in his eyes betraying his anticipation of the reward for organizing the rookie's success. Each victory by his subordinate was a feather in his cap, a step up the ladder of the treacherous hierarchy on which they traveled. He grinned, and the sound echoed off the stone walls, filled with the wisdom of the streets and the hard-earned knowledge that in their world, luck was a currency as valuable as gold. The man whispered to himself that his whole life had been a fluke, enjoying the happy accident of the moment. The irony of fate providing him with such an opportunity did not escape him. As the echo of his laughter died down, a conversation unfolded in the shadows, a discussion of sinister undertones and veiled threats. "You want to pretend it doesn't exist? Predator?" A voice full of meaning asked. The Predator was a force to be reckoned with, a legend that many feared and some wanted to forget. The tone of the helmeted figure grew harsher as he demanded confirmation. "You mean you're getting rid of the monster's body?" The reality they faced was brutal, and the consequences of their encounters with the creatures of the night were a tangle of politics and practicality. "Just a predator. He'll leave the cobalt," came the cold reply. The plan was clear. Report that this was a cobalt lair and tailor the narrative to their purposes. It was a maneuver as strategic as any tactic on the battlefield, a sleight of hand that changed perception and shifted the balance of power. In this world, where every creature's existence depended on its ability to wield both sword and scheme, the lines between hero and villain were blurred. Their lives were a chessboard, and they were pawns and knights, each taking risks, each victory as fleeting as the flicker of a candle in the wind. In a world where the secret and the oppressive are intertwined, the spires of the temple cast long shadows on the lives of those bound by its ministry. Among the relics of power, a horned helmet that whispered of ancient wars, an orb that seemed to capture time itself, a folio that held the secrets of the cosmos, and swords that hummed with the promise of incalculable power, stood the temple slaves, forbidden from claiming any treasure for themselves. To the temple, these objects were sacred, but to the slaves, they were a cruel reminder of their slavery. Everything they found in their forced labor was required by law and magic for the temple. In the gloom of twilight, a muscular man, marked with the ink of his enslavement, contemplated the glowing prize in his calloused palm. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, reflected not only the light of the object, but also a glimmer of defiance. He was well aware of the rules that bound him. Any booty he collected would bring him only a meager bonus, a pittance compared to the true value of his finds. A thought, dangerous and enticing, danced in his head. Brokers. They will offer more, much more. The risk was high, but so was the reward. However, just as quickly as hope was born, it was shattered by the cold voice of reality. Clad in the armor of power, another enforcer of the temple's will stepped out of the shadows, clutching a fresh heart in his gloved hand, a stark symbol of their control. He spoke of a surveillance team, invisible watchers who made sure nothing escaped the temple's control. The post-processing team soon arrived to claim their due, leaving nothing for those who dared to dream of freedom. As the enforcer's words hung heavy in the air, blue light illuminated the young man's features, his face turning into an impassive mask that poorly hid his inner turmoil. He muttered positively, reluctantly accepting the ruthless grip of his temple. But as the light cast an unearthly glow upon him, his voice dropped to a whisper, defying the unyielding edict of his captors. But he asked about what would happen next, with a note of slyness in his tone. At that moment, a spark of rebellion was lit within him, a spark that could ignite the flame of revolution. In the middle of the desolate space where only the brave or enslaved dared to tread, a vortex of arcane energy burst out of the ground, its tentacles of light spiraling upwards into the heavens. It was a spectacle, a phenomenon of power that distorted the very fabric of reality, leaving a void where the monstrous creature had once stood. But he wasn't here. The wind seemed to whisper, and a mysterious riddle was revealed beneath the stars. The figure in armor, whose very essence was intertwined with the dogma of the temple, stared at this sight with wide-open eyes, unable to believe his eyes. He bellowed the fact that he had fallen into subspace, and fear and admiration mingled in his voice. The laws of magic as he knew them were adamant. Subspace, a hidden pocket in the folds of existence, should yield only to the most powerful of artifacts, not mere trinkets. Yet there lay evidence to the contrary. Disobedience to the established order had caused a wave of doubt about his steadfast beliefs. When the storm subsided, there was an unsettling silence. The beast they defeated, the monster whose blood stained the earth, was swallowed up by the vortex, wiped from the face of the earth without a scar marking its passing. Such completeness was unheard of, an anomaly beyond explanation, causing the minds of those who witnessed it to teeter on the edge of sanity. Following the maelstrom stood a man marked by fate, his wiry body outlined by the residual glow of the subspace anomaly. He asked a question, his voice calm but imbued with the promise of upheaval. Didn't he want a promotion? The words hung between them not as a question, but as an invitation to a dance of ambition and cunning. It was clear that he held the secret, the knowledge of the vortex that could elevate their situation beyond slavery. The scene has changed from the wild freedom of the open lands to the confines of the wealth of the inner sanctum of the temple. There, the man with the mark of a slave stood upright, while the other, formerly clothed in the power of the temple, now sat and prayed. He let him go through 3 more dungeons, the former captive offered, his terms spoken with the confidence of a man who had made a difference. He could have been rewarded for the sweep. He continued, his gesture magnanimous but calculated. But in return, I get monsters. In the shadowed corridors of ambition, where the clanking of armor echoed off the ancient stone, a lone figure stood in contemplation. He was a warrior of thought, a strategist shod in steel. The helmeted leader, whose reign had lasted 3 grueling years, believed the dungeon sweep would affect his prospects within the temple's rigid hierarchy. Even smaller worlds, such as the Cobalt Lair, had their place in the great calculus of development. As part of his role as patrol group commander, he was acutely aware of their shortcomings in combat, shortcomings that marked their progress. However, among the trials they faced, He saw an opportunity, an anomaly in the form of a strong ally. Such an addition to their ranks could shatter the status quo, giving them unprecedented control over the dungeons at their feet, domains hitherto unclaimed and ripe for conquest. As the leader of the patrol, the first to penetrate the depths of the dungeon, he envisioned the path to ascend. A covert dungeon-sweeping operation with minimal forces could strengthen his rank, bringing him from the shadows of obscurity to the shining halls of power. His ambition was a flame that could not be extinguished, fanned by the opportunity to turn the hierarchy upside down. Money, the ubiquitous siren call, motivated others like Jafir, but for our helmet-wearing tactician it was the appeal of ascension, the sweet taste of a higher position that drove his plans. His musings were pragmatic. A good deal, a careful move. All that was required was to evade the prying eyes of those who could see through the veil of his intentions. Clutching the artifact that was the key to his release, he allowed himself to dream of a life beyond the oppressive reach of the temple. Udet is a chain, but the right sail can be the hammer that breaks it. Freedom was close, tangible, its tang on the wind whispering of worlds beyond the stifling embrace of the temple. Everything was ready for the grand event, a raid by the temple knights that promised to shake the very foundations of their world. Rumors have begun to spread about an object of unspeakable power, a secret that will soon be revealed, bringing with it a wave of change that could sweep across the continent. The leader's eyes glittered in the shadows of his helmet. The game was on, and he was no mere pawn. He was a player willing to make a move that would reverberate through history. In the silence before the storm, where the weight of fate pressed on the fabric of the present, the protagonist stood resolute, the fire of determination casting shadows in his eyes. He knew that the raid looming on the horizon was more than just an event. It was the fulcrum on which his future would be balanced. He must participate in this raid, no matter what. He vowed quietly, realizing that the item he was searching for was a key that would open a new path, change the course of time itself. As the golden light flooded the tall temple building, the announcement was made. Jafir, a name that spoke of change, was now listed as part of the hunting team. Jeffer ordered them to gather all the material they needed, a directive that set the wheels of fate spinning. The gears of preparation were turning, coinciding with the silent promise of the hunt to come. Reflecting on a past life, a ghost of what was, the protagonist mourned the missed opportunity that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. This time he won't be so late, and he won't be so unprepared. The number of members of the hunting team does not exceed 20, he said, a fact that emphasized the need for notable accomplishments or influential connections. His participation was not just welcome, it was necessary. He had a plan, shrouded in confidence that his strategy was the right one. He was in charge of managing the intricacies of this plan, and his success lay in the delicate balance of timing and accuracy. It's just a matter of when to carry out this plan, he pondered. A chess player ready to make the decisive move on the board that was his world. Amidst the bustle and murmurs of the gathering forces, he moved purposefully around the temple grounds. He pointed the fellow warrior to the supply depot, a place where activity was simmering as preparations for the raid intensified. Still, though the war machine swirled around him, his thoughts turned to his comrades. Then he'll go to the infirmary. He decided his duty to check on Dale and Marco was a testament to the ties that bound him to those he'd fought alongside. In the looming shadow of the great raid, as the temple knights readied their weapons, the protagonist stood as a beacon of intent. He will grab the object that promises coup de grace, engage in battle, and comprehend the future with decisive hands. He carried in his heart an unshakable belief that the path to change was paved by those brave enough to walk it. In the vast courtyard of the temple, where the air hummed with the tension of unseen battles and whispers of loyalty, the helmeted figure relayed final instructions to an unseen companion. If he had any luggage he could bring back. The words lingered, an echo of the ordinary against the extraordinary. It was then that the air changed, and it was a palpable change as the presence of the force approached. With a sharp and insistent hiss, the helmeted figure was ordered to bow its head. The power resonated in the brief command, leaving no room for hesitation. In this world, deference wasn't just a courtesy, it was survival, a shield against the capricious whims of those who used power as a weapon. The courtyard was a picture of bowed heads, a forest of bent necks paying homage to the procession that cut through it like a sword through silk. Among them, the protagonist bowed, the relief in his posture fleetingly disappearing as he exhaled a silent exhale. When the danger had passed, he straightened it up like a reed in the wind, unbroken but not unbending. The procession was an unusual entourage. They were the heresy experts, a name that evoked fear as surely as a shadow heralds the night. They were the direct slaves of the reviser, and this fact distinguished them, made them inviolable, and endowed them with a terrifying power of life and death over those they investigated. The helmeted figure continued to speak in a low mumble meant only for trusted ears. They should treat them as higher ranks, not just ordinary slaves. His words were a warning brought by the wind of caution. The examiners were a law unto themselves, known for their arbitrary cruelty, unpredictable as a storm and merciless as the desert sun. To welcome them was to invite danger. To ignore them was to invite disaster. They were known to swear gratuitously and took offense at the slightest insult. Even those who made a mere shoulder bump in a crowded market square found themselves stripped of their very humanity. A warning to all who would forget their place in this rigid hierarchy. In the fading light of dusk, as the silhouette of the temple cast long shadows across the stone courtyard, a figure clad in robes of power stopped halfway across the street. "Especially Mad Dog Sahaku up ahead," he warned. And there was a heaviness of unspoken menace in his voice that hung in the air like a naked blade. Sahaku earned his nickname not because of a joke, but because of a bloodthirstiness that was both his honor and curse. He chose the path of the heresy explorers for the sole purpose of quenching his thirst for violence, which was a clear indication of the darkness that dwelt within. As the procession continued, Sahaku's predatory gaze found its target, singling the man out from the crowd. Someone shouted to someone, his voice cut through the whispers and footsteps like a cold wind. The protagonist, who found himself in the center of Sahaku's attention, felt the chill of danger. The scream was a harbinger of potential anger, and the air around them clenched, electrified by the electricity of impending conflict. Sahaku's tall figure obscured the fading light, his presence a looming omen. He apologized, the carelessness of his tone contradicting the seriousness of his words. Something was bothering him a little. His statement was an enigma shrouded in power, the kind that portended misfortune to one who had unwittingly aroused his anger. With a twist as deliberate as it was threatening, Sahaku addressed the protagonist directly. He was there, dressed as a minor. There was contempt in the words, an indictment of the protagonist's appearance, containing an unspoken accusation. It was the kind of research that could unravel a person's fate, thread by unreliable thread. Unfolding himself with the ease of an unfurling snake, Sahaku's eyes flashed with a cruel light. His name was Sahaku of the Heresy Experts, he stated, his voice like a velvet stone. State your name and department. It was not a request, but an order, the kind of order that carved lines into the very stone on which they stood. This moment, the protagonist found himself at the crossroads of fate. Sahaku, the temple-rabid dog, was an unbridled and indomitable force, a test of character and will. The protagonist's response must be measured but courageous, for in the world they inhabit, even words have the power to decide life or death. In the fading light of the temple grounds, an exchange of formidable desires unfolded. A cloaked figure, with the posture of a leader and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, stepped forward. He began in a steady but cautious voice. That friend was Jafir, who had just transferred to my team. His entry was diplomatic, the pretense of a man who knew the delicate balance of power, and the need for it to be carefully negotiated. But Sahaku, The mad dog was an impulsive being, not prone to the subtleties of protocol or the intricacies of hierarchy. Roaring, he told the man to shut up because no one was asking him. His words were like the snap of a whip, breaking the politeness that hung precariously in the air. The air grew thick with tension. A palpable mantle enveloped the assembled with suffocating density. The cloaked figure jerked back, a sigh escaping his lips as if the words themselves were a blow to him. He wheezed a choked sound, testament to the terror that Sahaku's very presence could inspire. From Sahaku came not just the threat of violence, but the promise of it, an aura that spoke of dark alleys and blood spilled in silence. Mad Dog stared at him intently, and for a moment the world seemed to shrink, the noisy noise of the courtyard replaced by silence. Someone whispered that some sort of murderous aura had appeared, the words barely audible, but they carried through the crowd a general acknowledgement of the predator among them. Sahaku's gaze stopped on the main character. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Roared the man, and that single word had the weight of a command. The protagonist looked on without flinching, as the voiceover revealed the truth known only to those with the keenest senses. A mistake, even when he's just standing there. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have noticed, the voice remarked, a note of respect permeating the fear. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, tacitly confirming his enhanced abilities. But he's known to have extremely heightened senses, he admitted to himself, his gaze never straying away from Sahaku. Unspoken words hung between them, a silent clash of titans. In this dance of power, the protagonist was the only one who could really see in Sahaku the threat he posed, a man who was not just dangerous, but was death incarnate. Nevertheless, he stood his ground, which is a testament to his own strength and the courage that flowed in his veins. In the heart of the Colosseum, surrounded by walls that had witnessed countless tests of character, he stood, a lone figure against the azure inferno. It was a sight that defied the ordinary. The protagonist was the epicenter of power, a high-level expert whose very aura spoke of incalculable power and unbridled potential. The electric blue light swirling around him was not just a display of his abilities, but a declaration of his dominance in a world where power was the only currency. His clothes, simple and modest, concealed the enormity of his presence. He was dressed as one would expect of a miner, a worker in the deep tunnels, and yet here he was in the arena, his new battlefield. Transferred to the hunting team, they said, and the phrase promised transformation. His skills had not gone unnoticed, and his appointment to the hunting team was a testament to his abilities, a hint of the power hidden within him. Around him, the bodies of the fallen served as a stark reminder of the trials every slave has to endure. Rigorous tests of the temple's performance, power battles, magical feats, were designed to separate the grains from the chaff and find those worthy to rise through the ranks. Only the most formidable could rise in this brutal ordeal. Jafir was such an individual. His talents, originally squandered on the mining team, were now brought out into the light. But there was such a high-level expert on the mining team. The voices muttered incredulously, their words silenced when they saw a man who defied expectations, who turned the very notion of order upside down. As he stood after his triumph, his gaze firm and unperturbed, it was clear that this was a turning point in his history. Jafir turned out to be not just a survivor, but a harbinger of change. It whispered the winds of a new era, ready to sweep through the corridors of power and challenge the status quo. He wasn't just a participant in the temple games, he was a force that could redefine them. Sahaku stood in front of Jafir, his eyes glowing with the excitement of the hunt. Not so strong that it can't be caught, he declared with the smug confidence of a cat cornering a mouse. Still, his voice betrayed the slightest latent respect for whoever he was facing. He asked him a few questions, he stated, disguising the team as an invitation, a confirmation of the game they were about to play. The protagonist looked at Sahaku with a calm, almost disinterested look. Sahaku ordered him to answer honestly and calmly, but the words were nothing more than a formality, a dance of decorum before the inevitable confrontation. The air between them crackled, filled with a current that could ignite at any moment. The protagonist's response was a mocking laugh, and that sound dissipated the tension. He mocked him, calling him a bastard, and the bravado contrasted sharply with the deference expected of him. Why does he crawl out of his hole like that? How nice of him. His words were a blade, sharp and dangerous, an open challenge to Sahaku's authority. Then in a moment of quiet tension, the protagonist's voice dropped to a mumble filled with ominous knowledge. Had they ever heard of a demon god worshipper, he asked, the question hanging in the air. The key to the lock long since turned. The narrative changed, revealing the terrifying appearance of a creature shrouded in flames, the embodiment of the fervor of the faithful. It wasn't just a figment of faith, but a real threat, a presence that roamed the periphery of their world, biding its time. As the protagonist stood up, his silhouette standing out sharply against the dark aids, he claimed unprecedented insight. There was no one who knew better about them than he did. He said in a quiet and confident voice, "The image of the demon god worshippers, a pantheon of shadows and fire, appeared in front of them. They were devoted fanatics, lost souls who had tied their fate to the harbinger of the abyss, Tartarus." The sun cast a warm glow across the courtyard, flooding the stone with a light that seemed too soft for the tension crackling in the air. The protagonist stood shrouded in mystery in the guise of a miner, his posture carefree, but his eyes betrayed a depth of knowledge that belied his appearance. At this point, the only thing the lower-ranking members should know, he began in a firm and confident voice, was the fact that they were a newly established opposition religion in conflict with the pre-existing order. His words were careful, measured, revealing just enough to keep the Inquisitor on the hook. Sahaku, an authoritative figure clad in the mantle of heretic inquisitors, listened intently. His eyes narrowed as he processed the information, his mind working to unravel the layers of the puzzle before him. There were a few facts about them that set them apart from most other people, he replied, and his tone suggested that he was putting together a puzzle that only he could see. The protagonist watched as Sahaku's confidence seemed to grow with his speech. He was recognized for his ability to recognize these small discrepancies. Sahaku boasted with a note of pride in his voice, declaring his loyalty to Lord Martias and his respected role among the Inquisitors. It was then that Sahaku's eyes lit up with a different light, sharp and piercing. His instincts right now were telling him he was dangerous, he said, and the words fell like a hammer, weighed down by the burden of judgment and power. The air around them seemed to thicken, filled with the potential of what had yet to be said. Sahaku's warning was clear, his stance unwavering as his sword was pointed straight at the heart of the matter. From now on, they will truthfully answer the question about me as a member of the inquisitorial heretics, he commanded. Everything they said and did could be used against them. Yafir remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Sahak. He knew what game he was playing, knew the stakes were higher than they seemed. While Sahaku waited for an answer, Jafir's silence spoke volumes. It was a silence full of mystery, of knowledge yet to be revealed, of a battle of wills that was just beginning. There was a tense silence in the dimly lit corridor of the ancient temple between the stones. A young warrior with eyes like smoldering embers stopped halfway and turned to his mysterious companion. Jafir began with a seriousness beyond his years, wondering if he could ask him something. The question hung in the air, a thin thread of intrigue. The cloaked figure across from him, a silhouette of menace, replied with a chuckle. His voice, a somber melody, was a challenge wrapped in a mask of resolution. Disregarding the hidden threat, the young warrior's gaze never wavered. Could they, move the location? His request was met with a mocking raise of the cloaked figure's eyebrow. A reply followed, with a hint of impatience in the words. With the briefest of glances over his shoulder, Jeffer answered about whether there were too many eyes paying attention to them. It was an acknowledgement to an unwelcome audience, many hidden observers within the temple walls. Their exchange continued, a dance of words and will. Jafir, his stance unwavering, spoke of honor and duty, a subtle challenge to the integrity of the cloaked figure. Just in case they saw something unfortunate, he hoped he could continue to defend his honor as a member of the heretic inquisitors. A laugh, cold and mirthless, broke through the tension. So, the guy said he could take care of 5 men by himself. The cloaked figure's taunt was a blade, sharp and poised. But the young warrior had the last word, his voice rising above the taunts of the cloaked figure. The more proud he was of his work, he declared, and a radiant wave of energy enveloped him, a palpable demonstration of his will and strength. The ancient stones of the temple were witnesses to their exchange, a story of courage, defiance, and the search for a place away from prying eyes where secrets could be revealed, and true power unleashed. An ancient power had awakened among the crumbling ruins, its red glow casting a ghostly glow on the weathered stones. The magic circle that had been slumbering for ages came to life with a chorus of arcane symbols that danced like fireflies caught in an eternal waltz. A lone figure stood in his heart, his eyes reflecting a newfound wonder before the most unexpected challenge. He whispered something, a smirk touching the corners of his lips. Now it was a little more interesting. A flicker of interest flashed in his gaze, sparked by the flame of curiosity and the excitement of the unknown. With the casual grace of a seasoned warrior, he prepared himself, his hands moving deliberately. He declared that it was time for them to do so, the silent guardians of the past, his voice echoing off the silent stones. From the shadows, another watcher noticed, his eyes narrowed in calculation. The warrior's posture was unconventional, a martial discipline different from any known to the cloaked spectator. He marveled at the strange stance. It's a strange martial art. Should I wait? He pondered, weighing the risk, entering the fray with the lure of watching from afar. But patience quickly gave way to the heady rush of battle as the cloaked opponent leapt into the circle, his presence upsetting the delicate balance of energies. It was useless. Since he was above everyone inside the red field, he shouted. His confidence was a tangible force that sought to crush everything in its path. A clash of wills ensued, a storm of power and fury that electrified the air. They moved like shadows in the twilight, blows and parries weaving a canvas of combat that transcended the physical world. The circle pulsed, its borders a cage for titans clutching at battle. At the center of the storm stood an unyielding warrior, his determination a beacon amidst the chaos. He responded with a sudden jerk, his body becoming a conduit for the ancient power of the circle. The air split with the sound of his rending, a movement so precise, so imbued with the essence of the circle, that even the stones seemed to hold their breath. The confrontation reached its climax when the energies collided, a crescendo of power and magic that will be recorded in the annals of the temple's history. At this moment, the warrior stood in triumph, a testament to the resilient spirit of those who dare to tread the path of arcane magic. Victory flashed across the boy's face, a triumph carved from the very essence of determination. It worked. The words burst out of him as he stepped back, watching the fruits of his labor unfold with a mixture of awe and satisfaction. The plan, as risky as it was, worked exactly as he had envisioned. The trap, carefully set, worked. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and tension, a silent witness to the struggle that had just taken a dramatic turn. The opponent, a monster of muscle and sinew, met the lad's blow with a foot as unyielding as iron. His foot. It's like kicking a steel pipe. The boy's comrade, awed, disbelief evident in his voice. A blow that should have felled any man barely made the giant flinch. As the giant's shadow loomed over the cobblestone, the enemy ally stretched, the impact of his failed attack leaving him vulnerable. He was a crumpled echo of defiance, his figure standing out against the billowing dust raised by the fight. From the periphery, a sharp shout cut through the chaos. Jafir was right. It was a call to arms, a warning resonating with urgency. Callan, known to his comrades as Jeffer for the way he moved like the wind, stretched at attention. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, darted to the right, just in time to catch a glimpse of danger. With the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a storm, Jafir turned around. His body curled and relaxed in one fluid motion, a counterattack that combined elegance and strength. There was a crackle of contact, a testament to his speed and accuracy. It was a movement born of countless hours of training, with every muscle memory honed to instinctive perfection. The giant staggered. The blow came with a thud that echoed among the silent spectators. It was the sound of a wave turning, the meeting of an indomitable will with an irresistible force. And in this frozen stretch of time, Jafir stood in the center, a lone warrior against the current, his resolve unwavering, his spirit unshakable. The tension in the air was palpable, as thick as the dust kicked up by shuffling feet on the stone floor. A laugh, dark and mocking, escaped from the throat of the tall man in the center of the ring. His eyes flashed with wild defiance, beckoned to him to play with him as well, an ominous invitation to the dance of battle. At the other end of the circle, his opponent, Jafir, remained unmoved. He responded not with fists, but with a cold refusal, and said that he had been able to talk all along. He also suggested that he try talking to other people. It was a verbal parry, sharp and cutting, meant to disarm the pride of the monster before him. There was contempt in his voice. They might think he was their pet, he added, and a smirk played on his lips as he turned his back, a final gesture of contempt. The giant's rage found another outlet. Chains that had been silent but still came to life, bursting with the force of his anger, scattering rocks and shrapnel like hail. The spectators, once eager for the spectacle, were now trying to escape, their screams piercing the noise. From within the maelstrom came a voice, calm amidst the chaos. Scary guy. It was a recognition not of fear, but of respect for the power possessed by the man they were all watching. It was a power that demanded distance, a power that spoke of unspeakable stories and battles fought in the shadows. The arena, the crucible of will, became the arena of Jafir's cold determination, and the giant's unbridled rage, a tale of conflict where words were weapons and the environment witnessed the destructive dance of their rivalry. After a collision that shook the very stones of the ancient Colosseum, a warrior stretched out on the cobblestones. A muffled murmur swept through the crowd as onlookers looked on, some in awe, others with a nascent realization of the shift in power they had just witnessed. The figure lying on the ground was Saha, a rival known for his brute strength, now defeated in the blink of an eye by a martial art so foreign and so fast that witnesses struggled to understand it. There was one voice from the bleachers that shouted that Jafir was strong. He realized this when he saw him fighting in the dungeon, but the spectacle they had just witnessed surpassed previous displays of valor. It wasn't just strength, it was artistry in combat, a dance of deadly grace that incapacitated Saha before the crowd even had a chance to gasp. Meanwhile, the big guy, as the crowd nicknamed him, rallied, making one last effort. His morning star chain, itself a weapon of mass destruction, crashed into the ground, leaving a web of cracks across the arena floor. Chunks of rock and dust flew into the air, a desperate attempt to salvage his staggered superiority in battle. But Jafir, still victorious, remained unshaken. Its shape resembled an island in the middle of a storm, each piece of debris deflected with an ease bordering on nonchalance. The chains that tried to bind him shattered against the invisible shield of his skill and fell like rain from the edge of a roof. There were whispers of tactical considerations among the spectators. What if he wins like this? They pondered, and the implications of Jafir's victory go far beyond personal glory. They knew that Saha's defeat would not only hit his ego, it would rob him of the dignity necessary to meet the higher echelons of their hierarchy if he admitted that he had defeated an unknown martial art. The strategy was clear in their words spoken in whispers. If he wins, they don't need to be questioned anymore, and can just walk away. Freedom hovered on the threshold of Jafir's next move. They applauded, and the mood was emphasized by a sharp warning. The knight thought to himself as he hoped that Jafir would not lose. The air was saturated with the copper odor of blood and the heavy breathing of the fighting men. The arena, once filled with the sounds of a long-gone crowd, was now voiced with the haunting laughter of a man who believed the end was near. "Playtime is over," he roared, his voice sounding ominous, resonating from the ancient stone walls. He stood there, the antagonist of this story, his sword shining in the fading daylight, his figure illuminated by the flames of his own creation. He should have just sat quietly, he grinned, pausing to savor the seriousness of his next words, begging for your life and asking to be sent to prison. His eyes glittered maliciously. He was certain that his opponent's fate was sealed. But amidst the chaos, there was a laughter that rose above the noise, a laughter born not of despair, but of confidence. Jeffer clasped his hands together and reflected the shards of reality thrown at him by the antagonist. Taunting back, his voice was a blade cutting through the tension. His silhouette, calm and still amidst the maelstrom of violence, was an immovable object for his opponent's overwhelming force. The antagonist, with his staggering speed and enhanced abilities, declared with loud confidence. All of his abilities increased by 80%. There was nothing they could do when faced with such staggering speed. Still, Jafir stood, unharmed and untouched, with a smirk playing on his lips, as if he knew a secret the other didn't. For every movement, for every increased ability his opponent boasted, Jafir had an answer, a counterattack, a defense that was as natural to him as breathing. His opponent's confidence, once as solid as the ground beneath his feet, began to crack like the rocks that Jafir now used as his shield. Only one will emerge victorious in this dance of death, and as the final act approached, Jafir's eyes glowed not with fear, but with defiance. It wasn't an ending he wrote for himself. It was just the crescendo of his defiance. In the midst of a clash of wills, where the outcome hung on the tip of the sword, the antagonist's voice rattled through the cacophony, gloating, weighed down by the burden of impending doom. He grinned, his wild, harsh laugh cutting through the tension. It was not Jafir, however, who trembled. With the grace of a warrior, he parried the deadly blow. His movements were fluid, in a dance of defiance against the dark designs of his opponent. There was the sound of clanking metal, a testament to his resilience as his opponent's confidence began to crumble like brittle stone. Jafir's voice was calm, and there was an unfathomable depth to his simple statement. It wasn't just a challenge. It was a sentence encompassing all who dared to oppose him in this maelstrom of violence. Mocking the very idea of unity among his enemies, Jeffer joked that, "What's wrong with their teamwork?" His question was rhetorical and dealt a blow to the illusion of their solidarity as he systematically exposed their insults with a deft precision that contradicted his calm demeanor. The next moment the antagonist lay defeated, the ground around him a testament to the ferocity of Jeffer's counterattack. Jeffer's tall silhouette cast a long shadow over the fallen warrior. Since he continued to fly like a fly, the big guy would have nothing to do. He pondered, his tone a mixture of pity and contempt for his opponent's shaken might. The dust settled, and the reality of the new hierarchy became as clear as daylight breaking through the darkness of battle. Jafir remained steadfast, victorious not only in fight, but also in spirit. The spectators could only watch in awe as their former confidence shattered, their fates now entwined with the whims of the undisputed champion among them. On the desolate space of the battlefield strewn with debris, two figures stood in stark contrast against the chaos. The first, the defeated warrior, lay prostrate in the dust, his breathing interrupted. He muttered something, a testament to his resilience despite his fall. Another fighter towered over him, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched the fallen enemy. "Since he kept flying around like a fly, there's nothing for the big guy to do," he said, and there was a mixture of contempt and amusement in his voice. The confident warrior, lean and supple, stared at the horizon where a recalcitrant figure loomed. "If they wanted to brag about their speed, they should have worked with a steadier tanker," he shouted, his challenge cutting through the distance. The monster, its muscles shaking with restrained strength, yanked the chains that bound it to its opponents. He roared for the one to come toward him, the fury in his voice causing the ground to shake. Ignoring the giant's fury, the grinning warrior clenched his fist, and the chains wrapped around him jingled quietly. He raised a shackled fist, its metal links glowing with ghostly energy. Why was he there fiddling all the way and not doing that assembly? He scoffed, his voice itself a weapon, provoking the giant into action. His eyes narrowed, the warrior's gaze piercing the haze of battle. He asked if he was afraid of close combat, and the basic challenge resonated with the provocateur's grace. Surrounded by a halo of blue energy, the warrior stood resolute, memories of his past life fueling his resolve. In Jafir's past life, if his subordinates ran their teams with this kind of management, he would have taught them a lesson, he reflected, his breath visible in the cold air as he exhaled forcefully. He raised his hand, extending 2 fingers, a simple gesture that belied the complexity of the magic at his disposal. He stated basic enhancement skills, a mantra to focus his growing power. Then, with a sudden release, the energy around him exploded outwards in a vivid spectacle. The pure power of his will manifested as a burst of magic. The sound of the elements obeying his command echoed like the rolling of thunder, signaling the release of his power on the battlefield. The warrior's unleashed power was a sight that cut into the very fabric of the battlefield, and the chains that bound him were now a shining extension of his will. His opponents, once formidable, were scattered like straw in the wind, their forms imprinted by the light of his fury. The observers, clothed in the anonymity of war, stood in stunned silence, their faces changing from anticipation to shock. Amidst the settling dust and debris, the warrior's silhouette seemed an immovable monolith, a testament to the unyielding power lurking within. Barely holding back a smirk, the warrior exhaled a single confident, "Huh." It wasn't just a sigh, it was the epitome of victory, the sound of triumph over an opponent not worthy of the challenge he had issued. Among the gawkers, one dared to voice a question that hung unspoken in the air. It was a plea, a desire for understanding in the face of overwhelming force. The warrior turned his back to the questioner, his shoulders relaxed in an expression of detachment. With a mocking look, he said they pretended to want to ask him some interesting questions. The condescension in his tone was palpable. It was a verbal mockery of the inadequate challenge to his power. It was the only question on his mind, he continued, each word hammering home the importance of the investigation. His position was clear. Some truths are not meant for the unworthy. They had no right to hear that answer, Jafir declared, finally making his judgment. In his world, knowledge was power, and not everyone was considered worthy of sharing that power. Somewhere off to the side, a shadowed figure hesitated, placing a hand delicately on his chin. The pause was filled with realization, a confluence of facts that led to a startling conclusion. There was a look of understanding on their faces, a mixture of awe and fear. He sent him here for them, they whispered, and the pieces of the big puzzle fell into place. It was a revelation that hinted at the strings being pulled from above, a tale of manipulation in which the warrior could be merely a pawn, or perhaps a king, in a game far grander than the skirmish that had just unfolded. Sahak, once a formidable presence on the battlefield, was now defeated. His strength left him, his life force seeping into the ground beneath him. Above his bowed head, a grim specter of judgment hovered. Sahak lost. A few steps away, the victor, a warrior with hair as white as bone, walked away with the calm confidence of a man whose goal had been accomplished. The gray-haired warrior's thoughts were in a maelstrom, though outwardly he remained serene. "I've at least accomplished the first step of my plan," he reflected quietly, already contemplating the implications of his victory. His every move was weighed, the weight of his unrevealed plan as heavy as the chains he used in battle. His thoughts took a darker turn, colored by a foreboding of the inevitable consequences yet to come. The problem is that when he finds out about it, he reflected, the he in question a ghostly figure in the warrior's military strategy, one who has the power to unravel or tighten the threads of the plan he has so carefully woven. Next his thoughts fell silent, the next phase of the plan already looming on the horizon of his mind. Jafir knew what needed to be done, knew the roles and moves awaiting his team, but as he prepared to contemplate his next maneuver, a sudden weakness overcame him. Jafir couldn't even move a finger, he realized with a shudder. A chilling numbness spread through his limbs, a treacherous flood that robbed him of his free will. Panic, foreign to his experienced heart, flashed through his chest as he struggled against invisible restraints. Tension gripped him, vice in his flesh, the sudden tension and pain in his body. He exhaled, the discomfort growing into an agony that threatened to break his towering spirit. It was an internal betrayal, his own body turned against him on the threshold of triumph. In that moment of vulnerability, the warrior stood immobilized, a stark reminder that even those who dance with victory can be trapped by unseen enemies, and that every plan, no matter how well made, is but a house of cards before the capricious winds of fate. The battlefield fell silent, and the warrior with hair as light as moonlight collapsed in exhaustion. His breathing was heavy, and his energy was draining faster than he expected. Ever since Jeffer had used the technique, he had used up his mana faster than he thought, with a tinge of regret running through his thoughts. It hit him. Even despite his efforts to increase his mana, his body, a relic of the past decade, was failing under the strain. As Jafir struggled with his vulnerability, the air around him began to thicken, the atmosphere filled with an ominous presence. From the depths of the shadows arose a figure both majestic and formidable, a spirit shackled in chains, its form a tapestry of darkness and power. "He is the spirit of Shylock," it declared, and power echoed in its voice. It proclaimed its allegiance to the enigmatic Sir Uzra, the god of loans, whose name whispered promises of binding contracts and high duties. The spirit Shylock followed the warrior with eyes that held ancient secrets and unwavering purpose. Since Jeffer has confirmed that the user's mana has dropped to 0, the Iron Wall skill will begin its collection. His words were a verdict, the final clause of a contract the warrior had perhaps made too hastily. The very craftsmanship that had been his stronghold was now a harbinger of debts to come. The warrior's eyes narrowed, jaws clenched firmly, as realization pierced through the fog of his fatigue. "Iron Wall isn't just a skill that increases defense and stamina," he muttered, the bitterness of the truth biting his tongue. Reality was a cruel master, showing that the power he had relied on so much was actually a double-edged sword, a protector turned collector. After this revelation, the warrior realized the seriousness of his situation. The skills he possessed, the strength he honed, came at a cost beyond mere physical effort. His power had its price, which the spirit named Shylock was to receive under the watchful eye of a deity whose mercy was as unfathomable as the void from which the spirit had sprung. And so the warrior found himself at the mercy of the very forces he once commanded. Bound by an ancient covenant, his fate was now in the hands of the spirit and invisible god he served. The battle may have been won, but the war seemed to be fought on terms not entirely his own. As the dust of battle settled, the warrior with the alabaster mane realized a newfound awareness. The Iron Wall, his once reliable stronghold, has taken a hidden toll on him. Fatigue and damage accumulate into debt while using skills. He recalled the cursed conditions, and his heart sank when the truth was revealed. The magic he so skillfully wielded was a power borrowed, its value accumulated with each use, and it could be paid back in full, ruthlessly like a loan shark's debt. Then the majestic countenance of the god of loan, Uzra, a deity clad in robes of insight and power, appeared before his mental gaze. Whispered among adventurers, it is a grim and cautionary tale of how many of them overdid it, drawn by the lure of the Iron Wall, only to fall victim to dungeons beyond their strength, and their ambition led them to a premature grave. Amidst the shadows of his calculations, Jeffer's eyes blazed with fury and his face expressed a silent snarl. He's sure he drooled watching him fight. Those words were a poison arrow aimed at the divine voyeur he imagined, reveling in the spectacle of his struggle. The ethereal Shylock now hovered. His form was both ethereal and sinister, and he began the grim arithmetic of military duties. The spirit hands danced with otherworldly precision, making calculations of the damage due, the ghostly accountant calculating the value of the borrowed life force. And then, with the inevitability of fate, judgment was passed. Calculation complete. The countdown begins. 10, The figure of Jafir, once indomitable and determined, has become a mere petitioner before the altar of his past decisions. He knelt, caught in chains he had made himself, while the specter of his bargain with arcane magic began its inexorable countdown. Every second that passed was one step closer to payback, a payment that could rob him of more than just his strength. In the quiet aftermath of his triumph, the warrior had to confront the looming specter of consequences, his fate hanging in the balance, suspended on a thin countdown thread bearing the weight of eternity. The weight of his own flesh felt like chains as the warrior lay on the ground, his mana depleted and his body a prison. Jafir's body seemed too heavy, he thought, and as the countdown continued, a sense of dread crept into his mind. 8. The figure echoed in his head, a harbinger of the impending doom the iron wall promised to bring. Panic reigned, cold and unwelcome. Jafir couldn't move at all. Jafir let out a whimper, feeling the invisible shackles of his own titan around him. His situation grew more desperate with each passing moment, and the countdown was inexorable. But then a spark ignited from the depths of his fading consciousness, a memory of the salvation he carried with him. Potion of emergency recovery. It was his last hope, his potential salvation from a mysterious retribution. With a tremendous effort that belied his weakened state, his hand twitched, and his fingers closed around the vial. His grip on the potion tightened, like a lifeline against the wave of darkness that threatened to engulf him. The clink of glass was a loud call, fluid in the cascade of vitality. As the contents of the potion poured into him, a surge of energy followed, a wave slamming the shores of his fading spirit. A light enveloped him, the warm glow contrasting sharply with the coldness of his despair. And then, like the breaking of a spell, the words appeared. The mana meter has increased. The collection countdown has been lifted. The relentless march of the countdown has stopped. The threat of the iron wall has diminished for the moment. The warrior lay there, and the glow of the potion washed over him with a radiant reprieve. His breathing, once shallow with fear, was now deeper with the influx of mana. He was safe from the collector's grip, saved by the grace of the potion. After the quiet aftermath, the warrior was left with the knowledge of how close he was to a terrible fate, and the realization that his battle was not only with flesh and blood, but with the very essence of magic itself. The spirit of Shylock with a countenance of otherworldly power hovered before the weary warrior. His words were a decree, albeit a temporary one, granting a reprieve from the magical debt that clung to the warrior's soul. They will postpone fundraising until next time, the agency said. A pause in the relentless pursuit of reparations, a momentary sigh in the endless cycle of cosmic retribution. The warrior, stretched out on the ground, grinned defiantly. His eyes, weighed down by the burden of past battles, glittered with an irrepressible sparkly. Uzra, he underestimated me. He mocked the absent deity, his voice a hoarse whisper but filled with triumph. Did he really think he wouldn't have been prepared for such a situation? In the face of divine calculation, Jafir found a loophole, a contingency plan woven into the fabric of his destiny. His statement rang through the still air, a testament to his resilience. Jafir was a professional who survived for a year, even after the humans died out. It's not hard to avoid your collection. The words painted a portrait of a lone figure amidst desolation, a survivor of cataclysms both human and divine, a master of evading even the most ruthless creditors. The warrior's mind then wandered, tracing the contours of his strategic prowess. He had always known that Iron Wall was a bastion of safety, a skill that maximized his mana efficiency. In his past life, such a skill was worth its weight in gold, a valuable tool in the arsenal of anyone who dared to confront the unknown dangers that awaited in the darkness of the dungeons. Lying in the dust, he remembered the price of his skill, a currency from another life. Jafir reflected on the fact that he was owed 500 gold pieces, and a sad smile touched his lips. This skill was coveted, sought after by many reckless souls who plunged headlong into the action, blinded by the allure of power and without forethought. In these moments of respite, the story of the warrior unfolded, a chronicle of cunning and preparedness, a dance with destiny, where steps were measured not in tact, but in the careful control of mystical energies. Jeffer lay there, a schemer whose plans allowed him to resist the inevitable, a player whose actions in the dark realms of magic were as deft as those on the physical battlefields of the past. As the warrior's consciousness balanced on the edge of the precipice, the brutal clarity of his predicament struck him like a cold wind. Either way, this skill is too expensive for someone in my situation, he muttered to himself, the weight of the iron wall weighing heavily on his spirit. It was a luxury he couldn't afford, too high a price for his dwindling reserves. Nevertheless, even as he realized the gravity of his situation, a glimmer of his indomitable will shone within him. With a gesture both defiant and reckless, he raised his middle finger to the sky, his words a sardonic sneer directed at the unseen forces that dared to bind him. Jeffer spat out in a hoarse whisper, in which the fire of his defiance burned. In the next breath, his world plunged into darkness, and he was left to wonder if he had slipped into the void. The question hung in the air unanswered as he drifted in a sea of uncertainty, and the events that had been blurred into shadows at the edge of his memory. Waking from the darkness, a gentle voice greeted him, the words sweetly mocking. The nun asked if the customer had slept well. The face looking back at him was unfamiliar. Her tone was shifty, almost playful. It was a stark contrast to the grim reality he had just encountered, and for a moment, he was lost in the dissonance between the two worlds. Jafir asked his sister what that meant, and his voice pierced the silence in confusion. The surroundings were unfamiliar, the atmosphere at odds with the battlefield, he remembered. His eyes, sharp as a warrior's, searched her face for answers, any sign of the reality he knew. The warrior found himself in the hands of a mysterious figure, a mysterious woman whose presence brought more questions than comfort. Jeffer lay there, his body still reflecting the remnants of the battle, and Jeffer's mind raced to piece together the puzzle of his current predicament. Whether it was an unexpected ally, a figment of a weary mind, or a new adversary cloaked in the guise of kindness, only time will reveal the truth of his mysterious savior's intentions. In the dimly lit room, the warrior's eyes widened as he saw a woman dressed in a cassock, her face a strange mixture of worry and amusement. "Ah, customer, you were surprised, weren't you, since you woke up in someone else's place?" she cooed, her voice a soothing balm to the anxiety that was gnawing at his mind. The reassurance offered was brief as she hastened to add, a statement that should have been comforting, but it contained something more, something unspoken. The warrior's pause was short-lived as the woman's tone took on a playfully mocking note. Jafir seemed to be very tired. The girl said the guy was sound asleep. Her words were light, but the meaning behind them was heavy and had consequences. Jafir didn't miss the joke in her voice, nor the seriousness of the situation he now found himself in. Her demeanor changed, the warmth in her voice replaced by sharp sarcasm. "Isn't their client crazy?" she asked, her eyes widening with feigned shock. It was a rhetorical question that emphasized the recklessness of his previous actions. The girl heard everything. "Jafir did dangerous things," she rebuked, wagging her finger as if scolding a child before delivering the final blow. As if revealing the additional debt wasn't enough, she leaned closer, her face a few inches from his, her eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and defiance. The girl immediately yelled out if the bastard was going to pay them. The change in her was radical. The nun-like figure had become a formidable creditor, and her patience had been exhausted to the limit. The warrior lay there, his thoughts darting about, and the realization came that the battlefield had followed him into this room. The debt he owed, the collateral he had put up, all of it was nearing repayment, and the woman in front of him was keeping his account. Her transformation from caregiver to enforcer was a stark reminder of the fine line between asylum and prison. Through the pain of exhaustion and the fog of his recovery, the warrior realized that his battle was far from over. It simply changed the arena from a clash of steel and spells to a silent war of words and debts. His adversary was no longer just an enemy on the battlefield, but the very conditions of survival to which he had agreed in desperation. The chains of commitment were weighing him down, and as the woman's face loomed over him, he realized that the fight for his freedom was just beginning. In the dimly lit corners of a world ruled by magic and might, a desperate soul found itself trapped in the heavy chains of debt. Black-haired and wide-eyed with the realization of his plight, the young mage muttered curses to himself. The weight of his commitment hung in the air like a noose, ready to tighten at the slightest incantation of his forbidden arts. He knew well the price of magic in this moment, his very freedom. So he vowed to follow a path paved with words, not sticks, and his voice was the only instrument he had left. Across the room, shrouded in power and menace, stood his creditor, a figure shrouded in darkness of her own making. Her eyes, sharp and unyielding, promised no mercy, as she declared her intention to demand his future earnings. Her voice echoed coldly in the stone chamber. She probed him with sharp words, each one a barb that hinted at the futility of his plight. The daily loans, the rising interest, the payments missed like so many fallen soldiers on a battlefield he himself had created. She spoke of the Cobalt Lair, the reward for his last journey into the treacherous dungeons that permeated the earth like a honeycomb. But her tone left no room for hope. She saw no value in his reward, no value in his victory. She claimed it was pennies compared to the mountain of debt he owed. The mage's eye, golden like the coin he so desperately needed, reflected not only the flickering light of the room, but also the flicker of fear within. The lender's next words were a whisper, a hiss, that threatened to wound deeper than any blade. "Should we claim what is due use in the flesh?" she asked, her gaze never leaving his. Her henchmen, two bald and violent thugs, stood beside her, their devotion as obvious as the bald tops of their heads. And there she stood, the architect of his misery, a smile playing on her lips like the dance of the devil. She pondered the limbs he could spare, perhaps a finger to speed his comprehension. Her taunt was a velvet glove over an iron fist as she reminded him of the power of the temple, so often underestimated, so often ignored, until she got her due. The stage was ready. The players were ready. The stakes were life and limb. In a world where words could be wands and debt could be a dungeon, one man's tongue was his only ally in the fight against the darkness that threatened to consume him. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing as thick as the stone walls surrounding them. The young mage, turning away from the cold reality of his debts, found a glimmer of hope, or was it despair, flickering within him. Jafir cried out for his sister to wait a moment, a tearing panic and epiphany in his voice. The words seemed to burst from his throat, as if trying to grasp at the promise of fleeting salvation. The creditor, cloaked by the unyielding power of his position, was undeterred. Her commands were swift and brutal, a stark contrast to the indecision in her debtor's eyes. The girl ordered Jafir's fingers to be cut off, and her voice was a harbinger of the grim consequences of his failure to pay his debts. The blade, cold and indifferent, hovered over the mage's vulnerable flesh, one breath away from cutting off more than just a finger. But the blade stopped in its fall at the desperate plea of the debtor. There was a moment, brief as a heartbeat, when the inevitability of this act seemed to hang in doubt. And then came the shock that spread across the lender's face, like the first ray of dawn. "That bastard, did he just—" Her voice trailed off, and the room held its breath. Now standing, she looked at the mage with new eyes. Behind her gaze read a flood of unspoken questions, namely, who he was. The question was an arrow aimed straight at the heart of the mystery that suddenly enveloped the debtor like a cloak. There was recognition in her unchanging facade, a glimmer of uncertainty. Her minions, always instruments of her will, were adrift in the sudden change, their confusion palpable. They asked the sister what the problem was. They turned to her for advice, for orders, which always came quickly and confidently. But no one came. Instead, she ordered a sharp retreat, her voice leaving no room for protest. It was an order for them to get out that could not be delayed. Her authority sounded as clear as the ringing of a bell, and they obeyed. The minions' departure was as sudden as their appearance, the noisy of their departure reflecting her anger. There was a heavy silence in the room, the oppressive heaviness of the creditor's command hovering like smoke. History hung suspended on a knife edge. The next words, the next breath, could turn the world on its axis. In the dimly lighted confines of the creditor's domain, a question hung in the air, sharp and unexpected as the point of a dagger. The girl was startled at how Jifir knew that name. The lender's voice, once imperious and commanding, now trembled with a tinge of uncertainty. The shadows seemed to lean closer, as if eager to hear the debtor's answer. Jafir, prostrate and seemingly defeated up to that point, smiled with a newfound confidence bordering on insolence. Jafir objected, for how could one not know the name, and his tone was infused with a mocking awe that did not reach his eyes. His knowledge broke through the veil of the creditor's double life, revealing a hidden truth that suddenly put them on equal footing. With the look of a man revealing a great secret, he spoke again, his words deliberate. Or Jafir should have called the girl the White Rose monster broker. The name fell between them like a thrown glove, defying the carefully constructed boundaries of their relationship. The creditor, known to the world as Anna Primrose, a devoted sister of the Temple of Light, has now revealed herself as the infamous White Rose, a broker of the underworld. Her secret identity, which traded monster corpses, equipment, and secret information, was revealed after the debtor was exposed. The image changed, becoming a visualization of shattered shields and broken swords, representing the madness of facing monstrous dangers without sufficient preparation. It was a bitter reminder of the debtor's folly, and perhaps a subtle hint of the creditor's complicity in his plight. Within the confines of this room, the balance of power has shifted. Jafir, armed with his opponent's secret, threw off his victim's robe. Now he stood as an equal, a man with influence over the mysterious figure before him. The creditor, for his part, found himself in an unfamiliar position, not as the holder of the debt, but as the keeper of secrets now in danger of being exposed. The air was saturated with the promise of stories yet to be revealed, stories of darkness, redemption, and the inescapable past that binds them all. Under the warm light of the lamps, the power dynamics in the room changed perceptibly. The debtor, who had previously been bound and at the mercy of his creditor, now spoke of negotiating with a confidence that seemed to stem from an unexpectedly gained advantage. Jafir pondered why he would have to negotiate with this woman to get some utensils, his voice steady and confident. The creditor looked at him tensely, calculation and surprise raging in the depths of her eyes. Jafir continued, and there was a note of wry amusement in his tone. Jafir stated that he was already going to go looking for you, as if he had anticipated this confrontation, or maybe even planned it. His subsequent remark about being glad to be sprung on him like that was tinged with a touch of sarcasm, hinting at some shared history or deeper context of their interaction. With the pragmatism of an experienced negotiator, he pointed out the absurdity of their current situation. Why doesn't he untie the girl first? Jafir asked the girl if she didn't think it was convenient to negotiate while he was in bed. The humor of the situation was not lost on them, and even the lender seemed to recognize the unusual nature of their situation. When the narrative unfolded outside the building, the debtor's offer of privacy promised the possibility of a frank conversation away from prying eyes and ears. Jafir offered the girl a productive conversation for the two of them, and the moonlight cast a peaceful glow over the scene, providing a respite from the tension in the room. The tranquility was short-lived, however. Back in the house, the debtor turned into a storm of movement and excitement. When the attendants tried to calm him down, his discontent boiled over, and his voice broke through his attempts to calm down. They fluttered around him, white against his brooding silhouette, and their pleas for reassurance were as fruitless as whispers against a storm. With one last show of defiance, Jafir, or rather his image, surfaced in Sahaki's memory. His stature and the firmness of his voice broke through the tension. Sahaku stated that, was that really all he had? And said the guy didn't deserve that power, asserting his authority and asserting himself powerfully. The clerk, stunned by the debtor's conviction, could only utter a stifled curse. Following the disorder and discord in the hallowed halls of the hospital, a statement of vengeance was heard. Sahaki, whose eyes burned with unquenchable fire, vowed revenge. Sahaki shouted that he would kill Jafir, and his voice cut through the silence like a jagged blade. Sahaki said he would be sure to kill him himself. Her promise was a grim oath, echoing ominously off the sterile walls. A sudden noise caught his attention, and already new footsteps were approaching the epicenter of the noise. A calm voice cut through the noise. Sir Ned came into the room and asked what the noise was, if someone had decided to make a scandal in the infirmary. The owner of the voice paid no attention to the heaviness that had bounded the room a moment before. When a man named Sir Ned entered, the atmosphere changed perceptibly. His presence was like a balm, and his demeanor spoke of his ability to soothe even the most turbulent of souls. Someone said Ned's name with relief. Sir Ned surveyed the scene with an experienced eye, then dismissed the healers with a commanding gesture that seemed to emanate from his very being. He turned, telling him to lie down, to the agitated man on the bed, and his voice sounded like an order wrapped in velvet. Ned said the healer could go, for he would take care of it. Sahaki remained silent, eyes downcast, his spirit struggling with the gulf between who he was and who he had become in the eyes of his peers. The lecture he received was a mirror that reflected his tarnished image, a hero diminished not by the enemy, but by his own actions. It was a story about fallacy, the distance between expectations and reality, and the difficult road to redemption. In the silence that came after the storm, the man with golden hair stood there, his posture expressing remorse, and the words of apology were spoken in a barely audible whisper. Sahaki uttered something that he was sorry in front of Ned, and that he had made a mistake, but his sentence broke off as if the weight of his mistake was too heavy to bear entirely. There was a flicker of defiance in his eyes, however, a subtle hint that he wasn't quite resigned to the situation. The room shifted, the air filled with the energy of confrontation, as another voice cut short his unfinished confession. You could feel the weight of authority in that voice and barely restrained anger. Sir Ned asked what, and he didn't need to worry about it. You could hear the distrust in that tone. All the people Ned had encountered tonight had been talking about it throughout the evening. The accusation was a verbal blow that precisely hit the already fragile shell of the man's composure. The reprimand continued, unfurling like a military banner in the silence of the chamber. Sir Ned pronounced that Lord Matthias had always told him not to do anything that would bring them eternal disgrace. The words hung heavy, a reminder of a broken code of honor. The accusation was a verbal blow that hit the man's already fragile shell of composure with precision. Ned immediately exclaimed that Sahaki still dares to beat them like useless dogs in front of all these slaves. The contempt in his voice was palpable, and it filled the room with a suffocating force. The man bowed his head. The figure stepped forward, its silhouette towering over the man with golden hair. Ned believed that the reason Sahaki had gotten away with such acts was because people expected him to do what he could do. When he first found the demon god worshipper, Ned thought that Sahaki had a special talent. Ned reflected, the history between them was a tapestry of victories, and now defeats that stained the fabric of their shared past. The seriousness of his mistake was obvious. His actions had made their sacred department an object of ridicule. The echoes of laughter and scorn caused by his mistake in the crowd laid a heavy cloak over his shoulders. After the reprimand, the man's desperate plea filled the space between them. Sahaki asked that the Lord give him another hour. His body was bent in pleading, and his voice was a strained whisper on the cold stone floor. This plea was a testament to his fall, a last attempt to redeem himself. The figure replied curtly, not so much ordering as pulling away. Sir Ned said they would go on doing what they had always done. It was an order to rise and perhaps an indication that the man would be given an opportunity to right his wrongs, however negligible that opportunity might be. In the dimly lit corridor of the Order's fortress, a drama as old as time played out, a clash of honor and survival. Sahaki stood with his head bowed, a paragon of regret in the face of his implacable superior. The weight of a stern order hung in the air between them. Ned ordered that those who brought shame upon them should not be left alive. These words were not just a statement, but a verdict hanging over his head like a sword of Damocles. The uniform, once a status symbol and a source of pride, now seemed like chains shackling his impending doom. Sahaki realized that if he couldn't do even that, he would be stripped of his crimson uniform. The reality of his eventual downfall was a bitter pill, a poison that threatened to squeeze the life out of his once brilliant career. The warden, whose silhouette was visible in the torchlight, handed him a packet with a solemn order for him to use this. It was an offering fraught with danger and potential, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea in which this man's honor was now sinking. When he unwrapped the cloth, he saw a sphere pulsing with the dark energy of the forbidden and profane, an artifact of the demon god worshipper. It was an object of immense power, and with it came a choice that was a test in itself. The chief's words confirmed the sinister origin of the artifact. It was in the room of the demon deity he had once captured. But Ned said it was up to Sahaki to use the artifact or not, leaving the weight of the decision in the man's hands. The man known as Sahaki realized the unspoken challenge. To use the orb is to dance with darkness itself, to risk your soul for a chance at redemption. Refuse? It would mean accepting his shame and losing everything he held dear. The eyes of the Order were upon him, and within these walls he had to make his choice. A choice that would either restore his tarnished legacy or doom him to ignominy. In the shadows of the Order's shrine, Sahaki, known among his brethren as Mad Dog, stood before his superior, his fate hanging in the balance. The heaviness of anticipation and the sharp tang of fear hung in the air. The supervisor's words were a stern reminder. Sir Ned said that Sahaki did not have the freedom to choose the means of accomplishing the task. Sahaki's eyes, in which the fire of defiance had once burned, now flickered with the realization of the plight. The superior's orders were clear. Ned continued, telling Sahaki to make a decision he wouldn't regret later. It was an instruction that left no room for hesitation, an order to throw himself into the abyss with his eyes wide open. The reputation he had built, the very essence of his personality among hunters, was now shackles around his ankles. The Mad Dog of Sahaki, the terror of enemies, the scourge of hunters, was at a crossroads. Whispers of his past deeds, of the number of hunters who had shed blood, were like ghosts in the room, their sealant verdict echoing off the walls. The laughter that followed, cruel and mocking, was a sound that would haunt Sahaki. It was his superior's laugh, a sound that stripped him of his dignity and exposed the depth of his fall. For him to return to slavery, to succumb to the very chains he was so desperately trying to break, was tantamount to death, death of spirit and name. In his hand he held an orb, a dark relic of a bygone victory. It was a symbol of his eventual redemption, but at what cost? It pulsed with a power beyond all measure, a seductive whisper of power and magic. Sahaki's voice broke the silence. He yelled for Ned not to play with him. There was a glimmer of something more in his life mired in servitude, and he didn't want to miss it. Sahaki thought about how his life was finally better. In the silence of the underground chamber, Sahaki clutched the orb tightly, its ominous glow reflected in his determined eyes. Sahaki said that he couldn't let it end right here to the shadows, and it was more of a promise to himself than a defiance of fate. The sphere pulsing with forbidden power seemed to respond to his determination with a surge of dark energy. Above ground, the night sky silently watched as Sahaki's soul raged. As he emerged from the darkness, his silhouette loomed against the moonlight, a lone figure struggling against the looming specter of death. Sahaki proclaimed that it was not he who would die, but Jafar, and his voice cut through the cold air with a blade of steel. In the corridors of power, Sir Ned's words hung heavy. A veil of surveillance was thrown over Sahash. Ned ordered the knight to keep an eye on Sahaki, to make sure he didn't cause them any more trouble. His gaze as sharp as the blade he had at the ready. Loyalty and suspicion danced a dangerous tango in the dimly lit halls. Sir Ned paused, his profile against the stone walls of the order looking pensive. Jafir pondered the need for people to examine their situations from an objective point of view, and an enigmatic smile played on his lips. These words were a lesson and a warning, a guide to those who swim the treacherous waters of their ranks. And in a moment of unvarnished candor, Sir Ned revealed the cruel joke of talent, the invisible threads that bound them all together. Sahach, the ferocious mad dog, was both a pawn and a player in a game whose depths he had not yet comprehended. Ned whispered that Sahaki did not understand the true reason why they had decided to take a man like him into their service. Sir Ned whispered these words to the night, his eyes reflecting a play that only he could see. In the dimly lit corridors of the ancient fortress, shadows secretly gathered. Ned Striere, a disciple of the demon god, was standing next to his interlocutor, both of them hidden from view by dark robes. Their conversation was quiet, but tense. Ned recognized that he was indebted to Saha, whose machinations had diverted the knight's suspicions from themselves. There was an air of conspiracies and whispers of alliances. As the night deepened, their plan unfolded like a dark tapestry. They intended to infiltrate the ranks of the temple knights and intercept the coveted items during the chaos of the dungeon. The plan was audacious and fraught with danger. It was to destroy the captain of the temple knights and capture the 3rd District's Sanctuary of Light for its sinister patron, the demon god. If successful, this mission will change the balance of power in the order, and a coup could reshape the dominance of the demon god's followers. Ned and his silent companion continued their clandestine journey, their boots tapping softly on the cold stone. Ned was determined that nothing should interfere with his purpose. Their conversation turned to an unexpected topic, namely that of a certain person whose presence had become a variable in their equation. His identity caused Ned's ally to have a moment of recognition and surprise. Elsewhere, a figure emerged from the shadows, a physique sculpted by discipline and a stance reminiscent of the ancient martial arts of a secret school. His very existence was questionable. His techniques were not meant for outsiders. They were known only to the master of the school and his 4 devoted brothers. Ned, on learning of this master, sank into thought. Was this man a messenger of their master, called to aid in their dark mission, or maybe a spy sent to foil their plans? The silence that hung between the brothers spoke volumes, and Ned realized that the mystery had to be solved. After all, if the master had indeed sent this warrior, why didn't he use the established channels to communicate with them? In a tangled dance of shadows and deception, every player was a potential enemy, every ally a possible traitor. In the underground echelons of demon god disciples, distrust was as common as the shadows hiding their figures. One of them, a figure shrouded in mystery, pondered a disturbing suspicion. The object of their scrutiny was an enigma, an individual whose loyalty was as yet unknown and therefore dangerously unpredictable. The conspirator was cautious, well aware that a rash move could lead to the disclosure of closely guarded secrets. The conspirator devised a plan, deciding to hire Sahaki, whose name seemed to bear the mark of secrecy and intelligence. This Sahaki will be the key, the means to determine whether this suspicious person is friend or foe, and without risk of exposure. The scene then narrowed to a hand whose fingers tightly gripped the hilt of a dagger, whose blade gleamed ominously. The implication was obvious. If the stranger turned out to be an adversary, swift and silent retribution awaited him. The threat to their cause could not go unheeded. A mask of determination froze on the conspirator's face, eyes burning with the dark fire of determination. Eliminating the threat was not just a necessity, it was a duty. The decision was made with the cold finality of steel. Elsewhere, disbelief furrowed the eyebrows of another, perhaps a compatriot who regarded the stranger as nothing more than a madman. A quiet one sounded in response. Just then a sigh was heard in which bewilderment and revelation mingled. A twist of fate, the unfolding events took them by surprise. But the amazement was soon to increase, for before them arose a creature from nightmares, a monster that came from the abyss, from the darkest legends. Its claws were like scythes, and its many eyes glowed with eldritch light. The improbability of this monster's presence was awe-inspiring and undisguised respect. What they had once considered madness was now a display of immense power, an incredible challenge that could change the course of the Shadow War. In this realm of intrigue and dark arts, even the most unusual techniques were weapons to be wielded with precision, a lesson that would be written into the chapters of their secret history. In the sun-drenched interior of a quaint room decorated with the trappings of the ancient and arcane world, a muscular man with a prominent arm asked a question of his companion, a woman in the white robes of a clergyman. Jafir asked the girl if she liked it, and his question hung in the air between them. The woman, whose features were engraved with symbols of holiness, was taken aback. Her reply was curt, tinged with swear words that did not match her holy garb. The girl, with a twinkle in her eye, asked loudly, could it not be seen that she liked it? And the incongruity of her words with her appearance startled any observer. After a moment, she pulled herself together, and the initial shock passed like a cloud over the sun. She cleared her throat, a small cough escaping her lips as if to cancel out the previous outburst. The girl muttered that anyway. Let the guy let her tidy them up. There was determination in her tone now, not anger, indicating a return to some task that required her attention and concern. Her attention then shifted to a parchment, the sales list, on which was written Predator Corpse. The creature, once a huge mass of muscle and sinew, now lay lifeless, its value diminished by its lack of magical essence and damage to its corporeal form. Such was the commerce of this realm, where the remains of fallen beasts were a commodity, byproducts of their existence that were traded and exchanged. The second list revealed a whole scattering of items steeped in mysticism and divine craft. The advanced holy enchanters, an engraved miracle, healing rosary, and a rare salamander stone. They were artifacts of a world where the miraculous blended with the ordinary, where spellcasters worked at their craft, with as much diligence as a blacksmith worked at his forge. Finally, the woman, with a businesslike and calm demeanor, moved on to the main question. The girl said there was nothing on that list that we couldn't get. But money was the problem, and her eyes reflected the gravity of economic reality, even in the realm of magic. The amount was a considerable 5,000 gold. To gather such riches, they needed to catch more predators, not an easy task, involving dangerous hunting and encounters with nightmarish creatures. A man with a tattooed arm stood confidently in the weathered stone hall, flooded with the golden glow of midday. He faced the woman out of habit, his voice steady, his posture confident. Jeffer said there is no problem with that. The guy also said he would have them ready in 3 weeks, so let the girl prepare the subject by then. There was a promise in his words, binding him to a deadline, to an important task that both he and the nun seemed to understand well. The air changed as he leaned forward slightly, the light casting shadows on his sharp features. Jafir decided to ask the girl for one more favor, assuming their agreement had a depth beyond simple transactions. Here was trust, or at least a semblance of it, forged in the fire of necessity and mutual benefit. The scene then shifted to a modest wooden table, where a man sat with his companions around him. It was a motley crew, each bearing the stamp of their own merits. There was silent tension in the room as they pondered their next moves, and the man's muttered hum hung between them like a string to be pulled. The silence was broken by laughter, and a broad-shouldered man with a mug held high interrupted the reflection. Goethe immediately said that even though they had seen each other before, they should have introduced themselves to each other, and good cheer came into his voice. The Goethe emblem was a mark of his identity, perhaps a code name or nickname from a past life. His easy demeanor indicated that despite the seriousness of their mission, camaraderie was not lost among them. The familiarity continued when a man with sandy hair and a casual smile announced his presence. Goethe announced that the guy who sat beside him was the forward tanker of their team, gesturing with his hand to the stout figure. Marco's smile was warm, inviting, and he greeted him casually. Marco smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet Jafir, and there was an unspoken promise of protection and strength in his tone. Underneath the quiet hum of camaraderie, the dynamics of the group were subtly revealed. They gathered in the dim warmth of their usual place, where the wooden tables bore the scars of countless meetings. It was here that Dale, a figure draped in an anonymous hood, was praised. Although he has only been with the company for 3 months, his skills have resonated with the team, and he has become a valuable employee whose potential has yet to be fully realized. When Jafir was introduced, the conversation shifted, and there was silence at the table. He was an enigma, the so-called newcomer to the group, with high hopes pinned on his name. Despite being a rookie, he was greeted with an excitement that was palpable, a promise of fresh energy and untapped possibilities. Laughter cut through the silence as one member of the group called out to cheer, trying to melt the ice and spark a spirit of togetherness. A small keg was served, perhaps an offer of a drink, a gesture beyond words, a sign of the ties binding the group together. But beneath the cover of merriment hovered uneasiness. Goethe, who always maintained the team's fighting spirit, addressed his comrades with a chuckle and seriousness, urging them to defuse the situation. His words were a rallying call, a reminder that newcomer Jafir should be the cornerstone of their future endeavors. Therefore, it is very important that he feels as much a part of the team as the experienced members. During this exchange, Marco, the perpetual frontline guardian, was battling an internal dilemma. A furrowed brow and pensive look betrayed his thoughts as he pondered the delicate task of integrating Jafir into the team. Marco's concern was obvious. He cared about team cohesion, rookie comfort, and the unspoken promise that each team member should be welcomed as family. In a dimly lit room, members of the group gathered around a modest table set with simple viands, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, modest pastries. The host of the meeting was perplexed at the modesty of their welcoming ceremony. Jafir wondered aloud if it could be because their ceremony wasn't grand enough. You could hear the worry in his voice. He did his best to provide a decent meal, but doubts gnawed at him as to whether it was enough. There was a thoughtful silence in the room as Jafir, a new addition to their ranks, leaned forward. His presence was commanding, even when he was about to break the silence. Jafir asked, showing everyone else one thing first, drawing all eyes to himself. Anticipation hung in the air. His colleagues were waiting for him to speak his thoughts. With a smirk playing on the edge of arrogance and jest, Jafir raised his glass and delivered a scathing criticism of the drink he offered. Jafir immediately stated that he did not drink horse urine, but in a light tone, as if challenging his companions to a joke. The group erupted in shock and laughter, shocked by his insolence and the unexpected turn of ceremony. Jafir's next revelation only heightened the intrigue. He ceremoniously waved the flask, revealing that it contained an exclusive liquor from the White Rose, the name evoking a sense of rarity and luxury. Jafir continued that this was a luxury that slaves like them could not even dream of. There was a note of pride and disdain in his voice, as if challenging their current situation with this small act of indulgence. The dynamics of the group changed noticeably as Jafir's actions hinted at depths and stories yet to be shared. His entry was not just an initiation into the team, but a subtle statement about his background, his tastes, and perhaps his intentions. As evening came, the bread and cheese were forgotten, and stories and toasts began, heralding the beginning of Jafir's journey with his new companions. In the warmth of a secluded corner, the group clustered together, and amidst the clinking of cups and the shared bread of a meager feast, camaraderie was born. The atmosphere was filled with a note of uncertainty. New alliances were hanging in the balance. The man who had previously doubted the adequacy of their welcoming ceremony now held out a glass to Jafir, a gesture of goodwill, to which the man unexpectedly responded with a frank compliment that Jafir was prettier than he had even realized. Those words were a slight ripple in the calm waters of their newfound companionship. Raising their glasses, they silently recited their oaths, sealed by the amber liquid of their glasses. They were warriors bound together by a common cause, united against the lurking shadows that threatened their lands. The battle with the monsters was not only a fight for survival, but also a test of their cohesion. Jeffer, his silver hair reflecting the dim light, nodded stoically, accepting the unspoken terms of the alliance. Jeffer stated that, whether he liked it or not, they were now comrades before the raid, and there was a low rumble in his voice that emphasized the seriousness of the challenge ahead. Amidst the general merriment, one member of the group known in the past as Goethe watched Yafir with the knowing gaze of a mentor. His past experience with the team had taught him the value of leadership, and he was ready to mold the raw talent that sat in front of him. He just needs a good teacher to improve himself. No doubt he could be the catalyst for Jafir's transformation. Yet, even as the group basked in the glow of newfound camaraderie, there were still secrets. Mentor, on the other hand, was pondering the other two, and the silence that followed his words was filled with questions. These were people in no way connected to his past life, mysteries shrouded in the mantle of the present. Marco's hand froze in midair, the cool surface of the cup pressed against his lips. A thought flashed through his mind, a whisper of a question. Should he have tried to work with him? It was a matter of alliance and trust, of the unspoken dance of give and take that underpinned the fragile bonds of their newly formed group. Dale's gaze, sitting across from him, was hard and contemplative. There was a depth of strategy lurking in his eyes, thoughts beating silently in them. Jafir pondered whether he should have gotten rid of these guys as soon as possible. His mind was set on the long game, always calculating his next move, even under the guise of camaraderie. Time flowed imperceptibly. He was a silent observer of their internal arguments. Jafir's fingers tapped a leisurely rhythm on his chin, a shadow of a smirk on his lips. Jafir pronounced that he had plenty of time to deal with this, allowing himself the luxury of patience, a momentary respite in the rush of decision-making. When it dawned on them, the coins glistened in the dim light like promises, and the chest opened to show them the results of their activities. There was a clear message within the stone walls of their meeting place that spoke of giving money to those who needed it, providing success to those who sought it, and giving respect to those who demanded it. Goethe followed closely with his experience and knowledge. He reflected thoughtfully that he had already been on the same team with Goethe in a past life, and that gave him an idea of how to behave with him. Goethe recognized that there was a subtle connection between them, and sometimes a guiding hand was needed to help them navigate the uncharted waters of their relationship. However, even as he sought to teach and guide, uncertainty remained at the edge of his thoughts like a shadow. He stammered as he wanted to say, "However, the other two." These two were enigmas, unknown variables that defied the patterns of his past experiences. Jafir's eye flashed a lone beacon in the semi-darkness of their shelter as he expressed the unspoken truth. It was a realization of the complexities hidden beneath the surface of their code, a realization that the human heart does not always follow the transactional rhythm of give and take. Dale's posture tensed, a shadow running across his features. His world consisted of absolutes, lines drawn in the sand. He reflected that he was not one who would be amiable with those who were constantly trying to pick quarrels with him. His words were a clear declaration of war against anyone who dared to challenge his sovereignty. A glimmer of hostility flashed in Marco's gaze, which clearly reflected his inner turmoil. He had come to the conclusion that he did not like this man at all, and this admission was not in doubt. The tension subsided, and the quiet storm began to build with each sip of the bitter beer. They drank together. The room seemed to shrink as they discussed the details of their ranks and the delicate balance of power that held them together. One of them noted that he had a level 4 and the other had a level 5. The statement hung between them like a status symbol. In this world, value was determined by rank, and each level was a step on the ladder of respect. And then, through the raging storm, there was a voice calling for unity that could not be ignored. The hooded figure, the mediator who sought to bridge the chasm between them, told them to find common ground with this man. She also reminded them to greet him when he arrives. A chuckle erupted in response, reminding them how many winding paths they had to travel to be together at this moment. In the dimly lit room of the makeshift headquarters, a tense conversation was unfolding between two members of the motley group of rebels. The weight of recent decisions hung in the air, and the leader, a man named Goethe, stood at full height, his authority unquestioned. But his choices were controversial. His second in command, a man with sharp eyes and a mane of blonde hair, leaned toward him, his voice expressing respect and reproach. He recognized that Goethe, being the leader, had every right to do so, but expressed the thought that it would be better if they discussed it with him first. The blonde-haired man with a bitter note in his voice joked, asking who could have done it, pointing a finger in the air to emphasize the previous transaction. The third participant, who had been silent until then, intervened in the conversation with abruptness, comparing it to the point of a dagger. He warned them to stop, glancing toward the door where the silhouette of a passerby loomed. It reminded them that walls have ears, and their rebellion can be heard. The tension eased like a wave as the blond man shrugged, a smirk on his lips. He announced that they had already decided to accept him into their squad, and a conspiratorial smile flashed in his eyes. He also added that they have already decided to split the bounty between the three of them. His casual disregard for protocol, the ease with which he leaned back in his chair, and brushed off the gravity of the situation, spoke of a man accustomed to walking on a knife edge. He reflected that letting things run their course might not be a bad idea, and he felt comfortable with the chaos they were moving through. This chaos could both mold them into leaders of the new world and fracture them into forgotten whispers of rebellion. In a secluded corner of their den, tensions had reached boiling point. One member of the group, sensing the disappointment, grabbed his head furiously and expressed his displeasure at letting things run their course. There was contempt in his voice. The very air around him seemed to vibrate with the fury of his thoughts, in which he condemned his comrades for their gullibility and carelessness. He didn't know how to hide his distrust, and it flared openly as he faced another member of their group, whose figure stood out against the darkness. He stated that he still did not trust the member, and his voice became a hard line drawn in the sand. He blamed the newcomer for daring to take his place in the established order. To him, such insolence was not just insulting, but threatening. The blonde-haired man, whose slyness was as much a weapon as the blade he likely carried, let his facial features reflect his skill. He remarked that as time passed we would soon learn the truth of what had happened, and he said it with calmness and confidence. His words hung between them like a prediction of imminent exposure. He knew that crooks were made more vulnerable by the relentless passage of time. He stared off into the distance, pondering the inevitable nature of their world. His words expressed who the hunters were, and what lessons dungeons teach. They pointed to the reality of this world, where the merciless landscape of the dungeons was both a battlefield and a furnace, where the fortitude of those who dared to go into its depths was forged. Then their story transported them from shadowy rooms and whispered conspiracies to the grandeur of history itself. The action is transported to the majestic cave city of Edelweiss, an ancient marvel of human resilience and ingenuity. A city born in the belly of towering mountains, its walls are a chronicle of centuries. Here, in a place where the past meets the present, the group will soon be tested, and its bonds strained under the weight of legacy and survival. Their journey took them through stark and majestic scenery, but nothing could have prepared them for the amazing sight that opened before them after only 2 days' travel from the temple. One of the hooded travelers could not hide his surprise and exclaimed that he had no idea there was such a place 2 days' journey from the temple. His gaze was drawn to the unusual houses set in the natural fortress of the mountains. He pondered aloud, perhaps more to himself than to his companions, wondering if all these structures really did serve as human habitation. The thought seemed to him as mysterious as it was fascinating. His companion, armed with a spear and well-versed in the terrain, nodded with pride in his voice. He bragged about how the inside of these homes were even better, touting the comfortable living spaces designed for recreation and healing. He described the place as a refuge for those who temporarily left the temple or came to help. Another listener, on hearing this conversation, expressed a slight envy of the missed experience of the past, and said that the chief might have taken it with him then. But their reverie was broken as quickly as it arose. The ground beneath them shook, and the air was filled with a grim foreboding. One of them expressed his notes of accusation and fear in his voice, asking why he had decided to bring him here after this place had turned into a nest of monsters. The question was serious and suggested betrayal or a serious miscalculation that had led them into danger. In the face of this threat, the calm hand stretched out, fingers spread as if wanting to grasp the invisible threads of magic running through the world. He announced his mana skill called Mana Detection, summoning arcana as naturally as a person breathes. His skill became like a beacon to help them penetrate the darkness and face the terrible reality that lurked in the shadows of the cavernous city of Edelwine. Their adventure suddenly took an unexpected turn, and now their only goal was survival. In the shadowy corridors of the dungeon stood a lone figure, representing a conduit of arcane energy. As he channeled mana through his body, it spread like a spider's web, invisible but omnipresent, extending the range of his senses far beyond flesh and bone. He was a beacon in the darkness, and every pulse and pattern of the hidden life of the dungeon presented itself to him. He whispered the shape of objects within his detection radius. His voice merged with the flow of magic, sounding like a low hum. Any movement or disturbance of the fine grid of his spell would immediately give away the presence of their target. Above them, under the protection of the mouth of the cave, his comrades gathered, with weapons ready for action. They discussed the next steps in whispers, realizing the gravity of the task ahead. One of them asked what they were inside the place we were headed to. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, searching for confirmation. Another member of the group responded that this could be determined by signs left at the entrance, while looking carefully around the area. The signs were there for those with search skills, barely visible traces of passage, disturbances in the dust, and remnants of magic. The leader stated that this was the plan, and his words cut through the tension like a blade. His gaze was hard and his resolve unbending. They have faced danger many times before, danced on the brink of death in different circumstances, and each time they have come out victorious. This time it will be different. After making a plan, they moved stealthily, trying to avoid the webs that dotted the dungeon like woven traps. Their job was to find a nest of baby spiders, which were a threat at an early age but become deadly if allowed to grow. The leader instructed them quietly and clearly that they must first go through the dungeon, avoiding touching the webs, and reach the burrow where the baby spiders were. The plan was simple, but also full of dangers. One wrong step, one accidental touch of the web, and a whole herd of poisonous spiders would descend upon them. 608. The leader continued to explain the strategy, further pouring a paralyzing potion into the hole and waiting to easily destroy them. This plan came out of an urgent need and the realization that sometimes the direct route is not the most prudent. In the dark dungeon, guided only by reason and will, the group of adventurers were ready. The mage's hands glowed slightly as he prepared to cast a spell, and in that moment, they became more than just a battle group. It was a force united against darkness, a light that would not be extinguished. The mouth of the cave opened before them, silently indicating the threats within. The white-haired mage held his wand tightly in his hand and spoke of the upcoming arcane challenge. He recognized that he would have to maintain the mana detection skill during their stay here, and his young face was already expressing concentration. His companions, hidden under the hoods of their robes, nodded understandingly. They were aware that the monsters they were about to hunt were a serious threat, and their quest was dangerous. However, since they must sleep during the day, if we are careful, his voice broke off, leaving the suggestion hanging in the air like a promise. It was a faint hope, but in the dangerous world they navigated, one had to settle for little. The urgency of their mission was palpable, and when one of the hooded men interjected into the conversation, it was clear that it was doubt, a reluctance born of wisdom and experience. The hesitation was short-lived, however, as the reality of the situation descended upon them like a veil. It's not about whether it's difficult or not, the second figure said with a seriousness that didn't match its camouflage appearance. It was the voice of reason, the voice of a seasoned warrior who realized that some battles choose them, not they choose the battles. The danger they faced was not a matter of choice, but of urgent necessity. The seriousness of the task was emphasized by a stern statement. The four of us can't make it. His words echoed off the stone walls, foreshadowing the dark battle to come. Then, as if summoned by their conversation, the monsters themselves appeared. The black steel spiders. They were nightmarish creatures with carcasses gleaming like wrought iron and eyes glittering maliciously. Their very presence was an insult and a test of courage for these adventurers. One of them whispered that they were monsters with a hard-as-steel shell on the outside. There was awe and fear in his voice. These creatures were not just spiders. They were a threat to life, a scourge that could not be allowed to flourish. The threatening nature of the spiders was further detailed. Their aggressive abilities were unmatched in attack, but the real nightmare lay in their high fecundity and unquestioning reproduction. The mage concluded that dealing with a nest of black steel spiders was more difficult than the adult predators themselves, and his words left a heavy sense of distress in the air. At this time it became clear to them that their quest was not just a hunt, but a race with an ever-growing threat of contagion that, if not stopped, could take over the entire land. The four of them stood up against the darkness, their resolve as strong as the armor of the enemy. This was their mission, and they would meet it face to face using steel and spells mixed with bravery and cunning. In their hearts burned the unquenchable fire of heroes, and this fire lit their way through the darkness. The cave, lit only faintly, seemed to close in around them, becoming like a tomb with echoes and shadows. One of them, hiding under a hood, expressed his doubts with a seriousness that demanded attention. He declared that this was not a place the four of them could handle, and the gravity of their situation was clearly caught in his words. It was a recognition of his limitations and a tactical decision to return with reinforcements capable of countering the terror that lurked within. An offer to return and report was made, with the hope of being able to regroup and return with combat reinforcements. This provided a chance to shift the balance of power in their favor. The other white-haired man nodded approvingly, his eyes expressing unwavering determination. He muttered that it was a good idea, and his agreement resembled the calm before the storm. But on the next moment, the white-haired figure's tone changed and his confidence ignited like a sword. He said that if someone was unsure of themselves, they would not be forced to go with them, turning his back to his companion, indicating his willingness to handle danger alone. He then went on to say that he himself could handle it easily, expressing his willingness to fulfill his role, and his statement mixed both the arrogance of the strong and the naivety of the inexperienced. 17. Behind him, his comrade's eyes grew narrower as he silently watched this unexpected development. He reflected that he hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and the suspicion in his attitude toward the white-haired man was growing. Doubt was sown and began to take root unstoppably. He concluded that the incident had made him more confident in his position with a cold certainty in his voice. This man is a fraud. It was an accusation as wordless as a thought, and a sentence passed in the court of his mind. With the group standing at the crossroads of trust and betrayal, their future actions were to be a dance with danger, a gambit against darkness. And in that moment, they realized that the monsters lurking in the heart of the cave were not the only threat they faced. For among them lurked a deceiver, an enemy as deadly as any fanged or venomous beast. Tension gripped the group like a living thing as they found themselves facing the dungeon's terrifying maw. The first of them, wearing a hoodie, expressed his doubts, saying that the four of them couldn't make it here. His offer to retreat and return with reinforcements expressed caution, and the realization that it was futile to demonstrate bravery without the necessary strength. His opinion was agreed with by another warrior with pale hair, whose gaze expressed determination and practicality. He agreed to the suggestion, and you could tell by the look on his face that he already had a plan. In this text, The protagonist has shown his position by not using direct speech. His voice rose, expressing a note of defiance in the chorus of retreat. He claimed to be able to easily go it alone, like a lone wolf ready to fight the darkness without help. His companion remained a silent observer in the situation, becoming a shadowy figure among the other shadows. The hero was defiant in his statements, which only increased his suspicion, and his confidence in the correctness of his decision grew stronger. He reflected on the fact that they both possessed knowledge that he himself did not have, and it caused him some anxiety, which was evident in his furrowed brow. The realization came that their comrade's confidence was only a mask, as cunning as the tricks of illusionists. A smile appeared on the watcher's lips. Apparently, he didn't count on the fact that after all the precautions he told us about, they would still follow him. In the quiet theater of his mind, the pieces of information fell into place and the puzzle formed into a clear picture of deception. He watched the white-haired man's actions with the utmost scrutiny, like a predator waiting for its prey to betray its weakness. The watcher pondered with sardonic amusement how long his self-control and equanimity could last. The situation turned into a game of coloring a dangerous dance between truth and lies. However, as events unfolded, there was an unexpected turn of events. The confident warrior, left alone, was fighting something unseen, and his frustration was palpable. Self-recrimination for his mistake resounded in his thoughts, and his self-control began to slip away like sand through his fingers. The sudden question of why the situation wasn't going according to his plan became a crack in the armor of his confidence, revealing a moment of vulnerability and the complexity of his character. In the shadowy realm of the dungeon, where monsters lurked beyond sight, the real monster of deception was unraveling, and with it the very fabric of trust that bound the group together. The path, shrouded in fog and laced with treachery, was unclear, and only time would tell if truth would be their ally or doom. In the bottomless gloom of the dungeon, the ambush was as swift and silent as death itself. Black steel spiders whose eyes glowed with malicious intelligence descended upon him. The man, entangled in the deadly silk threads, was a model of tranquility, a fixed point in a swirl of flailing paws and bared fangs. He murmured that they were getting closer, and there was a ghostly expectation in his voice. The spiders, as if hearing the call, began to move forward, and their movements turned into an eerie dance reminiscent of a predatory instinct honed over centuries. With a grace that didn't match the gravity of the situation, the white-haired warrior jumped to his feet. His body moved with the precision of a honed blade, each blow a deadly promise to the monstrous arachnids. He was like a hurricane, his every movement carving a deadly path through the swarm of creatures that sought to overwhelm him. The spider lunged, its fangs seeking the warmth of life, but met the warrior's cold rejection. The creature recoiled, unable to withstand his attack, and immediately mocking words rang out in the cave. He asked if the spider was surprised that it couldn't bite him. His confidence was a bright beacon in the darkness, his skill a hammer hitting the anvil of their despair. But this was no mere display of bravado. The fire of knowledge burned in his eyes, the realization that the battle was his doing. With each spider that fell, the truth of his skill became more and more apparent. They were witnessing more than just a lone warrior battling the encroaching darkness. They were watching a display of exceptional power that would become the stuff of legend. Under the dome of the cave, shrouded in shadow, the air crackled with the energy of impending doom. The white-haired warrior stood at the very center of the storm, his arm raised and serving as a conduit for the pulsing blue energy that swirled around him. This was not just a show of force, but a prelude to an attack that would decide their fate. "The order has gone out, everyone move in." His voice cut through the chaos and served as a reference point for his comrades in the darkness. They realized the importance of his command, and obeying, they headed towards him, forming a strong alliance against the surrounding darkness. Together, they stood like a constellation of warriors ready to face the terrors of the night. Their formation was an impressive display of determination and fearlessness against the slow-moving shadows. They were an unbreakable chain where each link had been hardened in the fire of shared battles and unwavering trust. The white-haired leader recognized that their plan was hanging in the balance. He pondered that, in the end, this was just a plan, and he had no idea what might happen in the dungeon, whispering these thoughts to the beat of his heart. His determination remained unchanged, however, because in the unknown that the monster hid, he found the only certainty. To express his camaraderie, he handed his scarf to Marco, showing attentive gestures. That scarf covering the weapon became a symbol of their combined will, a hidden threat that could fall upon an unsuspecting foe. There was a pause, a respite between the calm and the storm before the battle resumed with renewed vigor. In the depths of the dungeon, where light dared not linger, the warriors prepared for battle, each one standing guard against the darkness, each heart beating the drum of war. In the depths of a shadowy cavern, entangled in a labyrinth of silken threads, stood a lone warrior. The task was clear, using the arsenal at hand to break free of the web that threatened to immobilize and entangle. As the warrior swung his weapon, a sense of unwavering purpose enveloped him. He swung his hammer with a force born of necessity and created a whirlwind that tore through the delicate traps set by unseen enemies. Despite the cobwebs stuck to the hammer, he smiled grimly with the corners of his mouth. They were weak, those silken threads, and one by one he could tear them apart. However, his sense of triumph was short-lived, for the reality of what was happening soon dawned on him. Many opponents emerged from the shadows, and their number seemed endless. The question of how many arose in his mind, reinforcing the realization of his isolation and the gravity of the task. Determined not to give in to threats, the warrior pressed his lips together, his resolve becoming unwavering. Growling for the little bastards to get out, he fended off the swarm's attack with defiance. His movements were as if in a fog, each blow a symphony of survival and resistance. And then, amidst the chaos, a new adversary emerged, a creature more formidable than all the others. It was a true test, a dance with death as the warrior met her with a flurry of blows. The battle was intense, the stakes were life and death. The warrior parried and struck with all his strength. This moment was a test for the warrior, a moment that would define him not by results but by his resilience and determination to face impossible odds. The battle continued, and amidst the chaos of sounds, including the clanking and hissing of monstrous opponents, a strategic moment arrived. The leader, with an unwavering gaze and steely determination, called the monsters to unite. He muttered mentally as they gathered all the monsters, devising a plan that would require all his cunning and strength. A comrade with a bunch of blonde hair moved forward next to him, a light of confidence in his eyes. He expressed his willingness to care for others, and his voice provided a calm contrast to the surrounding chaos. Together they rushed into battle, forming a unit of courage and suppressed rage. The fight was like a whirlwind of events, of mixed and confusing movements, where the outcome of the fight and the possibility of survival hung on the edge. After the dust had fallen, the warriors stood breathing heavily, letting out short and sharp sighs. Around them, like the aftermath of a hurricane, lay the nets of fallen enemies, tangled and tangled. The brief moment of triumph was quickly cut short. One of the warriors began to stagger, keeping a hand at his side. He swore silently under his breath, and the pain left tense features on his face. The battle had left its effects, leaving marks on his body as a stark reminder that no victory comes easy. There was bitterness in his voice when he said he shouldn't have relaxed and assumed things would be easy. His eyes closed for a brief moment, and pain and remorse were reflected in them. He also expressed regret that he sought help from a certain person and became an object of ridicule. In the silence that followed, his words hung heavy. The monsters may have been defeated for now, but the scars from the battle remained deep, imprinted not only into the flesh, but also into the warrior's pride. The battle was over, but it seemed the war was far from won. After an intense fight, the golden-haired warrior sat crouched down, his face reflecting signs of fatigue and pain. An ally approached him from the shadows and held out a bottle with a direct command to drink. The word hung in the air like a lifeline thrown in a warrior's turmoil. The bottle contained a mixture of healing water and herbs that promised healing like an elixir. It glimmered with hope and the promise of relief. The tired warrior looked at the bottle with some doubt, and his face expressed surprise. As the healing properties of the liquid began to permeate his body, the blonde-haired warrior wondered about his ally's combat skills. Throughout the battle, this ally showed amazing insight into what was going on. He was silently amazed at his over-receptiveness, which seemed almost supernatural. Jafir, sensing the unspoken approval, shifted his gaze to his wounded comrade, and sympathy was reflected on his face. He suggested that everyone makes mistakes. He'll be more careful next time. His words sounded like comfort and a show of camaraderie. It was a gentle admonition, characteristic of brothers in arms. The golden-haired fighter took another look at the potion and fiddled with a smile. He admitted that such things had become commonplace for him. His words carried notes of both submission and defiance. It was a recognition of the path he had chosen, full of danger and conflict, where wounds were as natural as breathing. In this brief respite, the warriors shared a moment of understanding, a tacit acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the unspoken bonds that bound their fates. They were kindred spirits, bound by the battlefield, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle. In a time that was not yet his own, a time that whispered of past lives and old battles, he was a mentor to warriors. Images of soldiers standing in formation danced in his mind, their faces a mixture of determination and confusion. He was their guide, their teacher, and on his shoulders rested the heavy burden of their inexperience. Many times he showed them the way, but despite his clear instructions, they strayed from the path. Now, in his current life of sword and shadow, he was once again acting as a seasoned veteran. But his approach changed. He realized that lessons learned through personal experience are far more indelible than those that can be conveyed in words. Better, he thought, to give the young a chance to falter, to find their own footing in the tumultuous dance of battle. He could see the wariness in their eyes, the questioning looks that seemed to pierce through him. They wondered about him, about his past, about his secrets. Still, he hoped that in time, through the trials and tribulations of the dungeon they were now in, they would understand each other. There was a clang of steel, and the blond warrior leapt to his feet, his movements precise and graceful. His weapon cleaved through the air, cutting down monstrous foes with a strength that did not match his earlier thoughts. Each blow was a word in the language of combat that he possessed so fluently. With a fierce shout, he struck the decisive blow, and the defeat of his opponent was marked by the sharp sounds of battle. The echoes of his victory echoed around the neighborhood, testifying to his skill and reminding those he led of the power of lessons learned in the heat of battle. As the dust and rumble of battle rose up around him, through this chaos he heard the voice of a warrior exclaim victoriously. His heart began to beat harder, and adrenaline pumped through his veins, and he watched the monsters. Their movements appeared sluggish and their reactions slowed due to the effects of the alchemical potion. A figure appeared in the periphery, silhouetted by the intermittent light of the skirmish. The flesh around her stomach was softer than on her back. Jafir ordered a kick to the guy's stomach, and his voice sounded like a beacon of tactical wisdom in the turmoil. The blonde-haired warrior confirmed the strategic thought with a quick glance and a nod of his head. It's really true. The mentor had extensive knowledge, detailing the monsters' habits, their weaknesses, and the status hierarchy within their ranks. It was as if he had a folio of ancient strategies stored in his head, and the best ways to kill lay before them like a victory map. When the blonde-haired warrior engaged his opponent, his blade glittered like silver death. He marveled at how deeply his comrade understood their situation. Dale pondered where Jafir had gotten so much knowledge from, his thoughts rushing fast as a sword. Each of his blows was precise and well calculated, a testament to his experience and intelligence gained from battles. In the heat of battle, as the enemy fell before him, the warrior's face contorted with awe and suspicion. The boy whispered to himself who it was, and the words were lost in the din of their victory cry. The question hung in the air unanswered as they stood among the defeated monsters, and the warrior's respect for his ally grew, flavored by the mystery of his deep knowledge. In the fading light of the battle-worn sky, Dale stood atop the defeated beast, his huge figure prostrate beneath him. He shouted that they would do it, and in his voice you could hear the triumph of their struggle. Below, his comrades froze in place, their faces mottled with the marks of war. Goethe shouted that Dale did a great job, and a smile broke through the dirt on his face. Dale, leaning on his weapon, nonchalantly replied that it had been easy, though the sweat on his forehead indicated that the battle had indeed been hard. As they gathered among the shadows of victory, one seasoned warrior approached Dale, his gait confident and his presence commanding. Japhir said the battle wasn't bad for a first-time fight, a sense of experience in his voice. Japhir said to Dale to continue as well. His words were few, but carried the depth of his mentor's approval. Dale, standing guard over the carcass of a defeated enemy, was the image of a warrior born in the chaos of battle, a silent guardian among the spoils of war. An epiphany quickly came to one of the younger warriors watching. His words dissolved into the cool air, awe and wonder audible in them as he pondered the possibilities of his comrade. When the realization of their combined strength came, the leader's voice broke through the reflection. Japhir decided to regroup and go eat with Goethe. It was a call to pause, to refresh after hard work. A simple answer followed, a recognition that even warriors must rest. After the clash, the warriors were bound together not only by the battle, but by a common humanity that longed for respite, and a camaraderie that would help them survive more than one more fight. When the dust of the last skirmish settled, the warriors' armor still rang with the echoes of battle. In the midst of the lull, one of them, shrouded in mystery, turned to the other, and his curiosity pierced the silence. The warrior, with hair as pale as moonlight, paused, a smile playing on his lips. Japhir said he was an explorer, envisioning his past as a canvas of untold adventures. But the inquirer was not convinced. Seeking a deeper truth, he continued. They were a member of a large guild or an apprentice of someone famous. His eyes narrowed in search of a sign, the solution to the riddle. The third comrade from the side leaned toward him, intrigue in his voice. Someone said he was also very interested. Their gazes were fixed on Japhir, eager for tales of a past shrouded in whispers and rumors. In an instant the scene changed, and Japhir stood in a fighting stance, his physique honed by countless bouts, and his mentor a shadowy figure clad in a cloak of mystery. The image spoke of careful training, of knowledge passed down in silent communication. Finally the warriors gathered, their breath audible in the cold air and their faces filled with determination. One of the warriors pronounced that only the chief's room remained, his voice steady and betraying no hint of the adrenaline bubbling in each of them. Just then there was a simple, almost muffled reply. Another moment passed, weighed down by the gravity of the ordeal ahead, before the question of what they should do now rose in the air. Their future actions hung in the balance, the anticipation of the final confrontation palpably weighing on them. They stood together, bonded by a brotherhood forged in the crucible of battle, their shared past and future intertwined like threads of fate. Amidst the silence that came after their victory, an inquisitive look turned on Yer. Goethe asked Japhir what he used to do, his voice barely audible in the silence of the battlefield. With a careless wave of his hand, the warrior Japhir answered in a smooth and confident voice that he was an explorer. His past was a map of untold stories, each step a story inscribed in the stories of his memory. The question went unsatisfied and caused the masked figure to continue. He asked if Japhir was in a large guild, or was a disciple of someone famous. This question hung between them like a thread of curiosity, tugging at the seams of the unknown. A blonde-haired watcher joined them from the side, interested, for he too was curious. His eyes, burning with a thirst for knowledge, searched for the truth in Japhira, the enigma before him. A scene from the past unfolded, showing a warrior in a moment of intense struggle, his body a testament to the battles he had experienced, his mentor a ghost shrouded in mystery. There, In the pre-dawn silence, his skills were honed, his spirit was tempered. The warrior spoke of his time on the hunting team, his voice soft in the twilight. That's how long Jafir had been on the hunting team. In those 4 years, many hunters died, but he fortunately survived. His survival was not luck, but the result of a deliberate dance with danger. He stood in front of a bridge broken apart and suggestive, a metaphor for the dangerous paths he had chosen to avoid. There was a reason for that. Jafir had always avoided the dangerous bridge, he reflected, his wisdom born from the scars of survival. In these moments, the story of the warrior, a tapestry of trials and triumphs, was revealed. He was a creature of fortitude, a survivor of the strongest. His life was written in the ink of fortitude and the blood of the fallen. In the shadowy corridors of the Cobalt dungeon, a group of warriors stood among the remnants of their conquest. One of them, clothed with the weight of leadership, was thinking aloud, and there was a note of exclusivity in his voice. He said it was a pity to share this easy dungeon with the others. The prudence of the path he had chosen was evident in his words, and to take only the safe route. Dale the man laughed, and his voice echoed off the stone and said he didn't even think it would be that easy. The ease of their journey seemed to mock their preparedness, a joke over the danger. As the treacherous terrain progressed, a basic principle, a survival mantra, was voiced. Dale always went after strong leaders. That promise was quickly put to the test when a shout cut through the stillness for the lad to duck, prompting an instinctive fall to safety, a dance with danger they had already mastered. One stood off to the side, bowing his helmeted head in thought. Despite the camaraderie, there was a lonely resignation in his thoughts. He didn't get promoted because of it, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's not like they were protecting his life or anything. His role was clear. He was a defender not by title, but by deed. The leader with hair like silver strands of moonlight, Jafir, made a statement that pierced the air with finality. It was all they could do. Jafir the same ordered them to get out of here, immediately. His order was not negotiable. It was an order born of deep conviction and concern for his comrades. The realization came to the others like the first rays of dawn. Gerda muttered that Jafir had planned from the beginning to catch the boss alone, awe and understanding evident in his words. They realized that their presence would not help him in his solitary battle, would become a burden in his silent war. One of them, Dale, reluctantly agreed, and the air grew heavy with unspoken respect and the solemn seriousness of the moment. They withdrew, leaving their leader alone to confront the darkness, a lone guardian against the final storm that awaited him in the heart of the abyss. In the dim twilight of the dungeon threshold, the figures stood at the crossroads of fate. The one clad in the ring gear, whose eyes remained closed in silent contemplation, opened them to see a glimmer of hope. The guy said that since they were there, why don't they go all the way? The offer hung in the air of the cave like a delicate invitation to travel together. The next moment, however, the hooded figure's calm was shattered by confusion. Eyes narrowed at the unexpected response. They immediately said their partner's name once, Marco, in disbelief. The question of what Marco meant was not merely a demand for clarity. It was a plea for understanding. For with each stroke of silence, the fabric of their camaraderie seemed to disintegrate. A figure with hair as golden as the wheat of the fall field stepped out of the shadows. They announced that they were in agreement, and the firmness of their voices contrasted sharply with the hooded figure's disbelief. 2 heads were better than one. The hooded man, known as Dale, recoiled as if from a blow, and a star of shock flashed next to his head. The solidarity of an unexpected ally was as unsettling as it was uplifting. When the echoes of agreement faded, Neil's face became hard as steel forged in the heat of battle. Jafir ordered them to gather, their gaze as piercing as the point of a blade. A stern and grim warning followed. If he overestimates himself, he'll be dead in a second. It was a reminder of the cruel truths that governed the ruinous depths where they dared to tread. Amidst this exchange of fiery wills and tempered spirits, another presence emerged. a figure crowned with curls as white as the first winter snow. The Yifirs, as they were called, stood in silent authority, and their very posture indicated untold power. Goethe turned to them, desperation in his voice. Goethe immediately thought of Yefir saying something, and that they weren't useless. It was a call for affirmation, a search for camaraderie and vulnerability. Jafir, whose eyes saw through the shroud of deception and truth, uttered with a resonance that filled the void of the cave. Turns out everyone was wrong. Their words, cryptic yet clear, cut through the tension like a scythe through wheat. With a final look and newfound authority, Jafir continued that he had told him to get out. From now on, he'll be choosing his roles. It was not just a statement, but a proclamation of a new order, a new way forward. As the group tried to realize the gravity of Jafir's words, the very air seemed to shake with anticipation. Jeffer, once a silent observer and now an unquestioned leader, turned toward the heart of the dungeon, staring out at the vast horizon. And in a voice that seemed to echo from time itself, that there was the main point of the dungeon. In the labyrinthine depths of the dungeon, where light and shadow danced an eternal waltz, a pact was made, based not only on necessity but on newfound respect and the unspoken promise of the trials they would face together. Their journey began not at the beginning of their descent, but here and now, in the quiet understanding of shared hardships and the whisper of unfolding fate. In the murky depths of an ancient cave, the adventurers stumble upon the heart of darkness, the nest of the Spider Queen. Shadows danced across the walls, and countless spiders scurried about in the silken chaos. The nest was filled with the crackling of paws on cobwebs, a symphony of terror that echoed throughout the cave. On guarding the entrance stood the Spider Knights, a legion as silent as the grave. Their exoskeletons gleamed like polished obsidian, and each limb was a spear of midnight steel. They were the defenders of the nest, unwavering sentinels with a single task: to protect the offspring and their queen at all costs. At the back of the nest, the Spider Queen reigned supreme. Her appearance was both majestic and terrifying, a lordess draped in the velvet of shadows. She was the undisputed master of the spider cave, her presence omnipotent and pressing the air. A lone figure made its way through the treacherous paths woven by the queen's subjects. With each cautious step, along the woven threads, they whispered to themselves that this was the only safe place to be. The irony of safety being at the heart of danger never left them, but the path offered a narrow margin between life and death. The Spider Knights held on with unyielding determination, their eyes glowing in the gloom like emerald lanterns. They formed an impenetrable ring around the spawning hall, a fortress of limbs and fangs, so that their queen could safely fulfill her role. No creature dared to disturb their silent vigil. Amidst the oppressive gloom, a silvery gleam flashed in the dim light. The adventurer, cloaked in a semblance of calm, revealed the key. It shimmered with a ghostly glow, a beacon of hope in the impenetrable darkness. The key was not just a tool, but a symbol, a promise that even in the darkest abyss a path to salvation could be found. However, just as suddenly as the key appeared, the scene inexplicably changed. Sacks of flour came into view, the mundane appearance of which contrasted sharply with the previous danger. It was an unusual and abrupt transition, making one wonder if it was a regular pantry or a cleverly disguised trap. The shadowy silence of the cave was broken by the creak of a drawn bow. In the semi-darkness stood a figure with silver hair, bow in hand, bowstring drawn tight. The arrow embedded in the bow wasn't just a projectile. It hummed with a charge of energy, a harbinger of destruction waiting to happen. With a sigh that seemed to make the very air of the cave freeze, the archer released the arrow. The arrow cut through the darkness, a streak of destined fury, and struck its target with a force that turned stone into shards and sparks. These sparks, eager to fulfill their unintended purpose, fell on the flour sacks scattered on the floor. In an instant, the beneficial particles turned into fierce flames. The explosion bloomed like a deadly flower, petals of flame and power unfolding in a swift, destructive chain reaction. The archer was well aware of the instability of flower dust suspended in the air, an ancient method of warfare repurposed for the modern trap. This phenomenon, known as a dust explosion, turned the very particles of sustenance into instruments of destruction. As the firestorm raged, the archer, the epitome of calculated calm, leapt out of the maelstrom. Nimble and unharmed, they landed at a safe distance, the orange glow of the inferno reflected in their eyes. His lips curved into an understanding smile as he replied softly and briefly, but the words came out in a whisper, lost in the roar of the flames. The explosion, while catastrophic, was no accident. It was an elaborate event, a testament to the cunning of the archers and their mastery of the situation. As the flames licked the ceiling of the cave and the echoes of the explosion subsided, it became clear that this encounter was just one move in a grand scheme, a deadly dance of strategy and survival. After the explosion, Jafir looked around the battlefield. The flames that devoured the insides of the dungeon cast an ominous light, revealing the silhouettes of their opponents who remained unharmed. Jafir muttered that alone wouldn't kill them, with a note of disappointment in his voice. The creatures, black as the charred stones around them, loomed defiantly over him, their eyes gleaming predatorily through the fire. Reluctantly, the archer reached into his quiver for another arrow, a darker one whose tip glistened with a deadly compound. Everyone immediately shouted that it was a poison arrow. It was a tacit concession to the gravity of the situation. A more insidious approach was required. When the archer released the poison arrow, the creatures moved forward, not stopping to face the fire that would be the doom of any smaller creature. Their chitinous bodies were designed to survive, to hunt, to kill. Pausing, the archer displayed a spherical iron extracted from one of the dead creatures. It was black iron's spider gland. Jeffer explained it to them, demonstrating its use to his companions. It was a tool, an opportunity, a weapon turned against its former masters. Also, Jafir said that if it was squeezed, a spiderweb would come out. The comrades, armed and attentive, nodded understandingly. The question of whether spiderwebs would work, almost rhetorical, was met with a confident answer about the sticky nature of these creatures' secretions. A plan was forming, a trap was being prepared. Jafir ordered the boys to spread the webs in the places he would order, authority sounding in his calm but firm tone. He raised his hand, pointing to strategic locations invisible in the shadows. Jafir immediately mouthed for Goethe, Mark, and Dale to get ready to leave. The team spread out, moving with purpose and precision. They weren't just fighters. They were survivors, thinkers, warriors who understood that sometimes the best way to counter the power of nature is to use it to your advantage. In the smoldering silence that ensued, the archer waited, the poison arrow silently promising the coming confrontation. It wasn't just a fight, it was a chess match, and the archer was playing several moves ahead. Jeffer stood at the precipice of the boss dungeon, narrowing his eyes, assessing the dense maze of web spread out before him. Jeffer thought it was even harder in the web boss dungeon to himself, realizing that engaging in direct combat in such a cramped room would be foolish. Jeffer realized that they had no chance of winning there. With the clarity that comes with experience, and the acumen of a seasoned warrior, he said decisively. Jafir realized then that he should take them outside. His voice was low and commanding, with the confidence of a plan formed in it. This was not an act of retreat, but a tactical shuffle. As he prepared himself, the archer let out a mighty hum, setting his plan in motion. His body twisted like a spring, every muscle ready for the explosive action that followed. There came a moment when preparation and opportunity collided. He switched to a sprint, and his silhouette became a blur against the ominous dungeon. With each heartbeat, he brought the battle closer to the open ground where he had the advantage. His movements were purposeful, each step a measured dance of predator and prey. As he broke out into the open, the reality of the battle became apparent. Jeffer noticed that only one last spider knight remained, the gravity of the battle felt in his voice. And yet one could not help but notice a note of triumph in his voice. Where once there had been many, now only one opponent remained. a testament to his strategy, skill, and indomitable will. The last Spider Knight loomed in the fading light, his visage both menacing and majestic. Archer was to perform the last act of this deadly ballet. He knew that the hardest battles often lead to the greatest victories, and he was ready to win his. Anticipation hung in the smoky air, the silence before the storm barely containing the archer's calm breathing. Jeffer whispered as it approached him, more to himself than anyone else, straightening to its full height, and the arrow was already laid and ready to fly. The ground beneath him vibrated with the impending impact, and as the walls of the narrow passage into the dungeon began to shake, the archer's warning sounded again, echoing quietly in the chaos around him. It walked on him. A monster appeared from the depths of the shadows. The Spider Queen, a monstrous creature from nightmares, lashed out in fury and fire. Her green eyes glittering with anger stared back at the archer, deadly blood dripping from her fangs. The archer, however, stood without moving. In his hands was the Spider Queen's poison, a deadly irony aimed at the heart of the monster. Jafar shouted that it was the Spider Queen's poison, and his voice defied the roaring fire. With the calmness reserved for true masters of war, he drew back the bowstring, aiming the poisonous projectile with deadly precision. The narration changed, and a voice cut through the cacophony, explaining the terrifying nature of the Spider Queen's poison. Her poison was highly acidic, but the scariest part was the special effect it came with. The words lingered, becoming a grim prelude to the unseen powers the archer was about to unleash. In a quiet room, far from the battlefield, the archer outlined his plans with meticulousness. A defense ability, a curse that disables regeneration ability. Jafar explained these things to his companions, pointing to anatomical drawings of the beast. They listened intently, realizing the seriousness of their enemy's capabilities. A person with low defense magic will melt before they even realize it. It was not only the physical might of the Spider Queen that had to be fought, but also the clockwork of her cursed biology. Every second, every movement was a carefully calculated step in the dance of death he was leading. And now, as the archer released the arrow, the culmination of his strategy, the synthesis of calm under pressure, knowledge of the enemy, and unwavering determination, all reached a single, poignant point. The arrow flew, silently heralding the end of the game he had orchestrated from the shadows. The air was tense with the venom of battle, as the archer, whose profile was shadowed against the flickering light, sternly warned his comrades. Jafar told them that if they wanted to live, let them not make contact with him. Jafar also ordered them to avoid him at all costs. There was the threat of impending doom in his voice. He spoke of the deadly poison that was their best chance of survival, and at the same time a threat to their own lives. Wasting no time in thinking about the danger, the archer rushed into action. He leaped with the grace of a panther, barely dodging the splash of viscous purple liquid. The poison, a deadly compound, capable of dissolving flesh and bone, fell on the stone where he had stood only moments ago. The Spider Queen, the monstrous matriarch of evil, loomed over him, and her every movement promised death. She unleashed her poisonous attack on the archer with a force that made the very air itself corrosive. But he was ready, his silhouette looming against the chaos like an immovable pillar of steadfastness. His voice cut through the cacophony of the clash with a command that was both a battle cry and a beacon of hope. Jafar shouted for everyone to get into their seats. It was a call to arms, a signal to the allies that the moment had come to strike. As the last Spider Knight prepared to unleash the full fury of his venom, the archer steadied himself. The tension of the bowstring was a whisper of death, a silent promise to end the Spider Queen's reign. With a poison arrow at the ready, he was the epitome of purposeful vengeance, the culmination of cunning and bravery gathered in one decisive moment. He took aim, knowing that the fate of all depended on the flight of his arrow. The Spider Queen's acidic poison was formidable, but the determination of the one who dared to use it was no less. When the bowstring loosened, she sang a song of victory and revenge that would echo through the history of their saga for centuries to come. Amidst the chaos of battle, the archer stood resolute, the desert wind fluttering his silver hair, proclaiming his pivotal role. Jafir stated what he would tank, keeping his bow at the ready. And it was because he was the only one who could beat the boss. His words were not mere bravado, but a stern acknowledgement of his unique ability to endure, to survive. His eyes, steely and calm, did not betray the storm raging within as he laid out the next phase of his strategy. Jafir said he would distract the boss. His plan was based on a dangerous dance to get the enemy's attention. The team, clad in their battle armor, reacted with surprise and awe. Jafir went on to say that it would be the boys who would catch the boss, giving them a task that would take them out of their comfort zone and throw them into the very jaws of danger. One of them, an experienced warrior with a cautious heart, wondered what had brought him here. He recalled his past, cautious steps and risk avoidance, recounting a life that had always been safe. He always lived his life avoiding the dangerous bridge because his safety was always a top priority. But the battle had changed him, as it had changed them all. In a moment of unity, another voice joined in, correcting itself with a newfound sense of camaraderie. It was a declaration of collective resolve, a shared realization that the burden of battle was not his alone. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, casting long shadows on the battlefield, where they were preparing for the final act. It signaled their transformation from lone combatants into a single, cohesive unit, bonded by trust developed in the heat of battle. As the archer released his arrow and his comrades prepared their nets, it became clear that they were no longer individuals, but a group of brothers ready to face each other on a dangerous bridge for the sake of victory. The line between life and death was as thin as the line between heroism and recklessness. At that moment, they were indistinguishable, and they stepped over it together. In a desolate world ravaged by war, a lone warrior confronted the shadow of a vast enemy. Tension hung in the air. The ground was covered in scars from past violence. This warrior, with spear in hand and determination on his face, was the last bastion against the enemy looming over him, like a mountain of darkness and fire. Elsewhere, a strict hierarchy in the group of fighters was felt. The commands given by the invisible leader reduced the three subordinates to the level of servants. Wrapped in cloaks and bearing the marks of battle, the men did the chores of cooking and cleaning, while their swords lay idle and eager for battle. As fate would have it, one member of the hunting team, caught off guard with eyes widened with bewilderment, muttered about the unexpected reunion with familiar faces. Memories of camaraderie and battles together came flooding back, mingling with the uncertainty of the present. As night fell upon the land, a brooding figure appeared on the pile of defeated creatures under the cold gaze of the stars. The warrior pondered the seismic change the group had undergone since the arrival of the mysterious newcomer had changed the very nature of their fight. Determination rang through the night air, and through the silence came the voice of another warrior urging his companions to put their trust in Jafir again, a name that seemed to carry the weight of hope. His message was clear. Unity under an elected leader is the only way forward. However, not all hearts were conquered. There was a man among them who was tormented by disappointment, and his faith in unity was shattered. Clenched fists and furrowed brows betrayed his inner turmoil. He cursed the stubbornness that threatened to splinter an already fragile alliance, and his words testified to the difficulties of leadership and the difficult task of maintaining the integrity of the team. Amidst the chaos of ringing steel and battle cries, a lone figure stood on the battlefield with his weapon drawn. His eyes mingled fear with defiance, a silent oath that he would not back down as long as the power to fight flowed in his veins. His cry, echoing shrilly across the field, was a challenge to both his enemies and the fear gnawing at his resolve. The battle continued, and now the opportunity presented itself. A fleeting moment when the enemy, a hulk of muscle and sinew, was vulnerable. The warrior, who took advantage of the moment after the explosion that broke through the monster's defenses, realized the precarious edge on which victory was balanced. The inner tactician calculated the moment to strike, when the monster's thick skin split open and showed its weakness. With new clarity, the warrior shouted his revelation to the world. Beneath the monster's armored facade was soft flesh. The only barrier to defeat was the sturdy shell that served as his shield. His heart raced with adrenaline, the realization of his opponent's weakness spurring his fervor. Then, dancing an ancient dance, the warrior unleashed a blow on his opponent that could sweep through the ages. His weapon split the air with the force of his will and the weight of his hope. Light and shadow played around him, enveloping his figure in a halo of ferocity as his strike found its target. It wasn't just the swing of a blade, it was a culmination of fear, courage, and a desperate desire to protect what he held dear. As the weapon met flesh, the very earth itself seemed to recognize the seriousness of his blow, shuddering beneath him. In the heat of a desperate scramble, the fighters circled, each looking for an advantage. And then the hawk-eyed warrior noticed a glimmer of hope, a weakness in a formidable opponent. The creature's leg, a huge column of sinew and bone, contained a fine network of nerves, the lifeline exposed. With the precision of a connoisseur, the warrior lunged, and his poisoned blade cut through the air with a promise of silence. His target was the bundle of nerves that hid the fragility of the monster. The blow was a beautiful arc of desperation and precision, a dance with death where the slightest slip meant doom. His muscles tensed, the warrior's face became a mask of determination, and the blade an extension of his will. He stepped back for a decisive strike, the air around his blade crackling with the tension of the moment. It was the blow that should have ended the fight, the culmination of strategy and skill. But the tides of battle are fickle. In the midst of the attack, the warrior's senses screamed a warning. The attack, swift and merciless, was coming, and he could not hope to dodge it. His eyes widened, the realization looming over his heart like a shadow. Dale immediately whined because he couldn't dodge, and then the world exploded with light and pain. The warrior was thrown back, and his body turned to a leaf in the creature's storm of rage. As he flew, he saw the monster, its eyes like emerald lights in the darkness, its maw full of despair. It stood bearing witness to the ferocity of the wilderness, unyielding and fierce. The warrior's gambit failed, the moment of victory snatched away by the unpredictable savagery of battle. But even as he prepared to strike, unbroken in spirit, he knew the fight was not over. The unquenchable flame of the warrior burned in his heart, the desire to rise up and fight on, even against the monstrous darkness. In the intermittent light of battle, the warrior's gaze was sharp, his challenge thrown like a gauntlet at the feet of the monster that dared to oppose him. Jafir grinned and asked Dale where he was even looking, preparing to attack. The creature, a monster woven from nightmares and darkness, stood before him, and its many eyes blazed with malicious fire. It struck with the fury of a hurricane, but the warrior was a whirlwind of steel and precision. His body moved with unearthly grace, a ballet of violence against the backdrop of war. A blonde-haired, battle-weary spectator watched from the side with disbelief on his face. Dale mumbled what was now complete insanity to no one in particular, admiration and disbelief audible in his voice. The warrior seemed to respond to every attack of the Spider Queen. His movements were too fast for even an experienced eye to keep track of. Meanwhile, in the mind of the other comrade, who narrowed his eyes in contemplation, a strategy was being born. Jafir reflected on the fact that they lacked the strength to overpower this spider, recognizing the grim reality of their powerlessness. His words hung in the air like a sobering reminder of their perilous situation. But despair was not their choice. The warriors rallied, their resolve as unshakable as the rock beneath their feet. The white-haired warrior, marked with the scars of previous victories, laid out his plan. He had sizzled the balls of their enemy, earning her wrath, and now he was the center of her anger, a distraction that could be their salvation. Jafir immediately shouted. To stop the others, his voice was calm in the storm. He explained his role, to stay within sight of the Spider Queen, to keep her attention riveted and enraged. His strategy was clear. While she squirmed in anger, consumed with a thirst for revenge, his allies would strike. A clever ploy to draw her attention to themselves. The warriors understood. It was a gambit, a game of cunning with brute force, and in the silent companionship of battle-hardened soldiers they prepared to act. Their bond had been forged in the fire of countless battles, and in the shadow of the Spider Queen's fury, they found their way out. It wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a testament to their brotherhood, their skill, and their unwavering will to triumph over the insurmountable. As the twilight of battle cast long shadows across the battlefield, a strategist among them, with hair as pale as moonlight, shared his most important insight. Jafir muttered that the most important thing was that the Spider Queen had a habit of emphatically raising a finger. His revelation hung in the air, like a clue to the ferocity of this creature. The golden-haired warrior tensed his muscles and acknowledged the rightness of the strategist's words. Time was their invisible ally and enemy. 5 minutes had passed, and with every second the Spider Queen's habit became their opportunity. His thoughts, though weighed down by fatigue, were clear from his newfound understanding. The Spider Queen, a colossus created from the darkest depths of their nightmares, was an unstoppable force, her presence dominating the battlefield. And yet she remained almost motionless, like a spider in its web, waiting and watching, focused on destroying her opponents. The strategist's keen eye noted not only her immobility. The Spider Queen's hind legs, adapted to the cramped spawning nest, gave away that she was a creature of habit, a pattern, her actions predictable, her movements limited. In the cradle of her birth, she learned to strike, not dance. Their plan unfolded like a banner in the wind. The warrior, with the grace of a predator, understood the rhythm of the Spider Queen's attack. The deadliest blows, the deadliest fury came from the top of her grotesque head. This is exactly what they've been waiting for. When the dance of death resumed, the warriors perked up at the hope the knowledge gave them. Every spun web, every thunderous boom that sought to crush them, was attacked in the deadly melody they now read as if from a score. Critical attacks, always heralded by the lowering of her ugly head, were no longer unexpected but expected. In the ebb and flow of this deadly ballet, warriors found their opportunities. With each attack repelled, with each counterattack made, they came closer to their triumph. In the strategist's words lay the path to victory, and in their hearts burned the unquenchable fire of warriors who would not retreat until the monster was defeated at their feet. In the throes of battle, with each second fractured into many possible outcomes, the warrior's resolve crystallized into action. Jafir gripped the hilt of his blade tighter, silently confirming his readiness. His voice, steady and confident, betrayed a strategy born of hard experience. This is a technique Jafar practiced while fighting huge spiders in the dungeons. His comrade, the golden-haired fighter, rose to his feet with a furious shout, a plan already unfolding in his mind. Since Jafar had all of the Spider Queen's attention, they had a decisive advantage. The poison of the strategy was no less potent than any physical poison, an anesthesia that seeped into the creature's limbs, robbing it of its ability to move, making it a prisoner of its own formidable body. A chorus of determination grew around them, each warrior echoing that they could do it. On their faces was written the concentration of those who had walked through the valleys of fear and emerged from there unscathed. They weren't just a group of fighters. They were the harbingers of the Spider Queen's downfall. Every oath they made to each other was a link in the chain that would bind her to defeat. And yet the Spider Queen, in her dark majesty, in a whirlwind of rage and motherly anger, refused to bow. The Queen growled that she would not miss these wretched humans entangled in a poisonous web of retribution. People dared to defy her, to harm her children. Their audacity was as unforgivable as it was unexpected. The battle was heating up, a cacophony of steel and sorcery, every movement answered by an equal and opposite reaction, a deadly dance precariously balancing between triumph and tragedy. But the warriors were united. Their spirits were broken and their wills unyielding. For they fought with more than swords and spells. They fought with the power of a plan devised by the experienced mind of one who had looked into the abyss and emerged from it to tell of it. The Spider Queen's cavernous lair resounded with the echoes of battle. She loomed over her human opponents, her appearance a grotesque tapestry of shadows and malice. In a voice expiring with venom, she declared that crushing them underfoot would be too merciful. The Spider Queen immediately screamed that she was about to melt the warriors with her venom, foreshadowing death. But the warriors were undaunted. One of the warriors danced in the rain of death with the agility of countless battles, his movements blurred. Green streaks of venom flew past, narrowly missing their target as he twisted and turned under the Spider Queen's furious onslaught. His sword flashed silverly in the dim light, cutting a clearing in the poisonous stream. Every strike was precise, every parry a challenge to the Spider Queen's might. The warrior's resolve was as indestructible as his blade. And then there was silence. The Spider Queen's venom was an unrelenting hurricane, but now it was gone. A speech bubble floated in the silence that ensued. Jafir said that now the Spider Queen wouldn't be able to use her venom for a while. The warrior's plan succeeded. The Spider Queen's deadliest weapon became invalid. With the taste of approaching victory on his lips, the white-haired warrior's voice sounded smooth and confident. Jafir pronounced that they had nothing to fear, and his words became a beacon to his comrades. They weathered the storm. The Spider Queen was vulnerable, her armor cracked. His sword rose again, becoming not just a blade, but a symbol of their indomitable spirit. It split the air, a blow meant to end the nightmare they had all endured. The reign of the Spider Queen was coming to an end. Her tyranny over the dungeons, over fear itself, was to be destroyed by the hands of the few brave men who dared to oppose her. The feverish noise of battle echoed through the cave, a symphony of steel and survival. The warrior, whose silhouette loomed against the looming figure of the Spider Queen, leveled his breathing. A mantra flashed through my head, a whisper overriding the rumble of my pounding heart. Jafir pronounced him to take his time and do everything precisely. Every move was a deliberate dance with fate. Every decision walked the razor's edge of life and death. His eyes, fixed on his monstrous foe, burned with a clarity forged in the crucible of battle. Jafir thought in this fight, and the air around him crackled with the electric voltage of the moment. The Spider Queen, a nightmarish deity in her own right, towered over him with terrifying majesty. However, a spark of uncertainty flashed in her eyes, a reflection of the warrior's unwavering gaze. A foreboding of the end, either triumph or tragedy, was in the air. Jafir continued thinking about the fact that whoever doesn't get confused will win. These unspoken words became the common credo of the warriors encircling the beast, and their camaraderie became an unbreakable chain. They moved as one, each strike a note in their deadly harmony, each parry a beat in the rhythm of battle. Then, with a crescendo of rage and fearlessness, they struck. The Spider Queen's terrifying roar tore through the abyss, a sound that was forever imprinted in the darkest corners of their memories. But it was not a cry of triumph, but a cry of defeat. When the dust settled, the warriors stood in the silence of victory. Their bodies bore the marks of battle, but their spirits shone brightest. Everyone immediately started shouting joyfully, saying that they had succeeded in winning. Those words were a declaration, an emotional release of all the tension that was building like a hurricane. As they looked at each other, their faces told a story of sacrifice and strength. After the tumultuous battle with the Spider Queen, the warriors stood amidst the ruins of victory, and the silence of the lair echoed around them. The golden-haired warrior's voice broke the silence, a note of uncertainty amidst the triumph. Dale thought about how the word won wasn't quite right in this situation, looking off into the distance, and unspoken thoughts stirred in his head. As the specks of dust danced in the light shining through the gloom, understanding appeared in his eyes. Dale recognized that Jafir was the one who had allowed them to pick up the victory over the Spider Queen, and there was a reluctant respect in his tone. It was an acknowledgement of the invisible hand that guided them, the strategist whose insight turned the tide in their favor, gave them the edge they needed to survive and win. The warrior's frozen gaze softened with reflection, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. And so, Dale realized that depending on the person who was giving the orders, the matter of the battle changed considerably. This revelation, whispering into his soul, spoke of a hierarchy within their ranks, a subordination that could change as subtly as the shadows. The thought lingered, budding in the fertile soil of his ambition. Dale thought that if he continued to follow Jafir, he would become much stronger. This thought was left unfinished, yet full of possibilities, the future unfolding in his mind, with uncharted paths and untapped potential. The strategist, whose white hair contrasted sharply with the dim background, pondered the practicalities of his success. They couldn't erase the marks of the battle, the scars on the ground that testified to the Spider Queen's death. Jafir pronounced that since they couldn't get rid of any trace of the Spider Queen's sojourn, they wouldn't be able to take all the loot like they had with the Predator, his voice the epitome of pragmatism. Then he turned, pondering the spoils of their conquest. Jafir decided that he would take a couple of spiders that were bigger and take them to the White Rose, already strategizing how to proceed, distributing the wealth as a token of his hard-won success. Amidst the harsh expanse of desert stood Sir Jafir resolutely, a figure of calm authority, his white hair in stark contrast to the bleak background. His glasses caught the reflections of the departing sun as he turned to his faithful comrades with a firm directive. Jafir immediately ordered the boys to take only exclusively what they needed. An air of respect hung in the air as one of the fighters quickly responded by calling Sir, signifying not only agreement, but a willingness to do his bidding. As the shadows thickened, the blonde-haired lieutenant, his muscles tense with effort, took hold of the heavy sack, insisting on relieving his commanding officer of this labor. Dale immediately pronounced that Jafir must have been tired during that time, unwrapping the burden with a sense of duty that was as heavy as the load itself. Dale immediately exclaimed, telling Mr. Jafir to do nothing and let him take care of everything. Concern and unwavering loyalty could be heard in his voice. Nearby, Sir Jafir, calm for a moment, took a modest sip from his flask. The soft murmuring of the water was interrupted by a distant conversation in which someone praised his skill at dissecting monsters, an unusual talent that he modestly acknowledged without saying a word. The tranquility was broken by the anxious voice of Dale, who asked how long the lads were going to stand there and whether they would keep Sir Jafir waiting. The question was sharp, as a reminder of the respect Sir Jafir demanded. As the day drew to a close, Sir Jafir reflected on the efforts of his team and the fact that through their contributions he had been able to maintain his strength. Thanks to their contribution, I was able to save some energy, he reflected, feeling grateful. Strategically, he pondered a future in which the dangers of the hunt would be mitigated by the cohesion and skill of his squad. Watching the trio from afar, their silhouettes looming in the twilight, he noticed one of them swing his spear victoriously. You could feel the camaraderie in them. Their spirit was unwavering in the face of hardship. Sir Jafir's lips curved in a rare smile, and his inner monologue gave out a silent praise. The three of them aren't so bad. It was a quiet acknowledgement of their merits, a sign of tacit approval from those who stood with him against the wilderness. In the twilight of reflection, doubt flashed in Sir Jafir's keen eyes. Though he recognized the merits of his comrades, he was haunted by one thought. Yet that is all they are, he pondered, feeling the weight of unspoken words in the air. There was admiration in his gaze, but it was clouded by the harsh realism that not all battles are won by valor alone. The scene abruptly shifted to the night sky, where a figure shrouded in mystery and darkness stood. The silhouette seemed to pulse with sinister energy, contrasting sharply with the celestial background. The words flashed through his mind. They wouldn't be much use in a fight with him. A chill ran down Sir Jafir's spine as he thought of the formidable opponent ahead, the specter of a challenge his team was not yet prepared for. His hand, clutching the bottle tightly, became a symbol of their current state, a longing for strength, for resources, for hope, experience, equipment, people. It ran through my head, and each word was weighed down by the weight of truth. It's not enough for what's to come. The realization came with the finality of twilight. The coming conflict demanded more than they had, more than they were. Sir Jafir, his profile looming against the dim light, felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him. "I have to think of something," he whispered to himself. It wasn't just a thought, but a vow to find a way, to find a strategy that would help them through the storm brewing on the horizon. As the narrative drew to a close, the majestic cathedral building stood proud and unwavering. It was in these sacred halls that the revelation took place, when the silence was broken by a reverent voice. "Oh, so it really is a predator." There was a sense of surprise in the speaker's voice as he recognized the unexpected good fortune. "I didn't think you would return with such a valuable find." Yes, it was a triumph, but it hinted at the unleashing of a dangerous game in which the hunter may well become the hunted. In the hallowed halls of the temple, an exchange took place, shrouded not in mystery, but in the openness of shared commitment. The sack, laden with promise and potential, passed from one weathered hand to another, the giver assured of its usefulness, the recipient shocked by the magnitude of the gift. "Oh God, all this, the recipient muttered, and the heaviness of the pouch sank not only into her palm, but into her mind. A woman dressed in the white robes of the divine order, with the symbol of her faith on her head, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. The goddess will surely reward you for this good deed," she proclaimed with a smile, as warm as the light filtering through the stained glass windows. She offered further assistance in the form of subspace pouches, indicating an abundance of resources and generosity of heart. Yet in the shadows cast by the flickering candles stood a figure whose thoughts were shrouded in a deeper darkness than the alcoves of the temple. He watched the exchange with the interest of a scholar and a skeptic, noting the irony of shady dealings in an iconic place. "It's interesting to see," he pondered silently. His cynicism was a contrast to the obvious holiness of the place. He reflected that the world knows that corruption can infiltrate even the holiest of places. Outside, a city spread out, a testament to the influence of the temple, a civilization built around the spires of faith. Coins tinkled and jingled, a river of gold flowed from the hands of the devout into the treasury of the deity, offering wealth as a sacrifice of protection. It was the knights and battle slaves who swore allegiance to the temple, making sure that no monstrous entity could disturb the peace brought by prosperity. The watcher, whose gaze was as piercing as a knight's sword, pondered the true nature of security in this world, where the divine intersected with everyday labor. "Well, I guess safety is an expensive luxury," he agreed, his words coming out in a whisper, lost amidst the chants of prayer. "Even better, at least we can now buy it with money." Those words, though spoken softly, carried the weight of truth in a world where the cost of life was measured by the ability to survive, and survival itself was a currency traded by those willing to pay for it. In the world where they lived, a providential voice whispered a formidable prophecy. "Afterward, it will be difficult for you to ensure your safety, even if you sell your body." This prophecy hung in the air, a silent ghost looming over the bustling streets where the two figures floated on the current of fate. The priestess, whose robes reflected the golden hues of the setting sun, walked beside her companion with a sense of accomplishment. Predator and Black Steel Spider, big names that carry weight in their profession, were sold. The buyers were punctual, the deal was favorable, and their steps were as light as if they had completed an assignment. Yet there was a sense of surprise and newfound respect in their exchange. "I never thought you'd get me Black Steel Spider so quickly," the priestess admitted, a tinge of surprise in her voice. The man next to her, known for his calm demeanor and silver hair, acknowledged the praise with a nod. His next question, practical as always, went to the heart of their enterprise. "So how much did we make?" The answer came not with a smile, but with a grim tilt of the head. 48% of the goal," the priestess admitted, and her eyes reflected the seriousness of the situation. 20% of the sales went to pay off the debt owed to the temple. She wanted to say something else, but the continuation hung between them, laden with significance. This man, possibly Sir Jeffer, had already moved on to the next phase of their plan, the details of which were hidden as securely as the contents of the pouch he held in his hands. "I asked for the lab to be cleaned up," he said, a statement that was both innocuous and laden with secret intent. He presented his work clothes and a pass, a ticket to the place where their next act would take place. The priestess unfolded the parchment, a shopping list of the Silver Alchemist's silver set rented for a reason. The priestess talked about how they had very little time, the lab's schedule, and the need to leave no trace behind. It was clear that their mission went far beyond everyday affairs, hinting at alchemical experiments that required secrecy, precision, and perhaps a touch of the forbidden. As the evening light turned to dusk, Sir Jeffer stood firmly on his own, hatching a plan in the quiet chambers of his mind. "Okay, it's still safer than trying to steal her," he pondered with calculated calm. The quiet corridors of the lab awaited his secret touch, and he was ready. A potential call to duty was a disguise for his true intentions. The priestess, a beacon of faith in her white robes, offered the solemn man words filled with tantalizing comfort. "You get paid too, Mr. Good, so don't worry," she chirped, a soft rib dispersing the heavy air that often surrounded their endeavors. But her smile was fragile, threatened by the burden they both carried. Their respite was short-lived. A new figure emerged from the embrace of the shadows, speaking imperiously to the priestess in a respectful yet demanding tone. "So that's where you've been, sister," he said, relief and seriousness in his voice. "I've been looking for you to share the news." His request for her time suggested a conversation that could change course, change the tides. Sir Jeffer, who had always stood stoic against the winds of change, could only utter a short "ha," as the appearance of the new man caused a quiet storm within him. A flood of thoughts ran through my mind, hidden behind the cold facade. The timing was bad. The best-laid plans of mice and men are often thwarted, and now they stood on the edge of a precipice. As the newcomer stepped into the dim light, his personality shattered any pretense of normality. Ned, known among saints and damned alike as an examiner of heresy of the first class, is one of a dozen. His reputation was a storm that could bend an iron will and break the chains of petty secrets. His appearance was not just an interruption, but a harbinger of the trials to come. Sir Jeffer's mind, a fortress of strategies and secrets, realized the gravity of Ned's presence. There was no way he had expected to meet this man. Not here, not now. The silver-haired tactician knew that with the appearance of Ned, the heresy expert, the game had changed. The Templars' recognition of Ned's prowess signaled a power they could not ignore. This was not just another player on the board. This was a master of the game whose moves could not be predicted even by the uninitiated. Under the waning light, Sir Jeffer's gaze was a silent harbinger of unspoken thoughts, his ways a tapestry of untrodden paths and unspoken battles hanging in the balance. And, as for my path, he pondered, and the unfinished sentence was the beginning of an epic unfolding in the depths of his steel-blue eyes. The atmosphere, filled with the underlying seriousness of the situation, was diffused for a moment by the priestess's joke. Her voice, filled with mirth, danced around Ned's solemn mood. "What's the big deal? It's probably not a request for a date. Are you here for a loan?" The lightness of her banter served as a subtle reminder of their shared past, a camaraderie forged in the crucible of the temple's shadow. Behind the playful facade, however, lurked the priestess's keen mind. She was keenly aware of what was happening at the moment, the subtle game of power and persecution unfolding before her. "Although he's talking to me, his target is the one behind my back," she pondered, conducting an internal monologue of strategic foresight. Ned, Sahaka's superior, had not come merely for courtesies. His presence was a chess move in a game where Sir Jeffer was the unwilling king. Her inner observation continued, quietly commenting on their boldness. "They're very brave," I never thought they would try to fight when a member of the clergy was in front of them, she remarked, surprised at their boldness as clearly as the setting sun. Turning gracefully, she offered to postpone the meeting until a later time to unravel the threads of their conversation. Can we talk about this some other time? She offered, promising to lower the interest rate like a silk olive branch extended into the future. Ned, shrouded in the mystery befitting an examiner of heresy, accepted the digression from the conversation with a courteous bow toward the inevitable. Oh, then is it okay if I at least ask about something urgent? His question was as smooth as the tea he'd promised to serve, a mixture of the mundane and the honorable, a balance between pressing matters and the politeness that made their world go round. Ned's suggestion hung in the air, a seemingly innocuous invitation with an undertone. Why don't you come with us? How's that, Jafir? There was a casual note in his voice, but everyone present couldn't help but notice the implication. It was a dance of diplomacy and subtle power play, where every word and gesture could be a veiled challenge or probing question. Sir Jafir stood, the fading light casting long shadows that mirrored those flickering in his thoughts. When Ned hinted at a connection with Sahaki, his reply was a deft parry, a dismissal shrouded in feigned obliviousness. I'm not sure who that is. I don't have a very good memory. I can't remember useless people. It was a statement as sharp as the point of a sword, making it clear that Jafir was not one to maneuver easily on the tangled chessboard of their world. The priestess, caught between the two men, was an image of serenity until a sudden burst of magical energy shattered that facade. What? No way, such sharp magical energy, she muttered, and her surprise manifested as a physical reaction. Ned, through his questioning and innuendo, may have hoped to elicit secrets or make an alliance, but in the face of Sir Jafir's impenetrable facade and the priestess's newfound awareness, it was clear that the path ahead was fraught with dangers and silent battles yet to be fought. Ned's invitation was like a stone thrown into still water, and its ripples traveled far into the depths of the unknown. Why don't you come with us? How's that sound, Jafir? He asked, and the smile on his lips didn't quite reach his eyes. There was a sense of playfulness in his tone, but beneath it lurked the steel of undisclosed intentions. As he spoke, a new realization dawned on the priestess. No, he might even be bigger, she thought, staring off into the distance. The true measure of Sir Jafir's power was not what she had assumed. It was something far greater, something that not even the Knights of the Temple could eclipse. Ned, provocateur as ever, continued to subtly tease, mentioning the mysterious Sahaki and hinting at a connection to Sir Jafir. His words were casual, but they were barbed hooks, eager to latch onto secrets that might have been better left untouched. Now that I'm close, I can see why Sahaki couldn't resist going against him, he pondered, and the gravity of the implication felt heavy in his words. Sir Jafir, whose countenance was as unreadable as ever, replied in a scornful tone. I'm not sure who that is, he said, feigning ignorance. It was his way of trying to hide his past from prying eyes. My memory isn't that good, I can't remember useless people. It was a deflection, a shield raised against Ned's questioning. But the calm before the storm was short-lived. The priestess, caught off guard, felt a sudden surge of magic. A sharp, powerful energy swept through the air. What? It can't be. That pungent magical energy. Gasping, she muttered, feeling her composure loosening from the raw power that resonated with Sir Jafir's presence. The priestess's revelation came in a single breath, her thoughts racing as she pieced together the puzzle that was Sir Jafir. He's not just an ordinary battle slave. He's on par with the Knights of the Temple. Her realization sounded like a soundless roll of thunder, echoing her shock and awe. And then the priestess commanded imperiously as any decree. Both of you on your knees, she demanded, and her voice cut through the tension. There was power in her order to bend the will to peace, if only for a moment, for a beat. Ned, the enigmatic heresy examiner, and Sir Jafir, shrouded in the cloak of might, found themselves on their knees, their defiance crushed by the weight of holy law. The ground beneath them was more than just ground. It was an altar of their submission to the priestess's command. In that instant, the hierarchy was clear, the boundaries of power clearly delineated in the sand. The priestess, clad in the symbols of her faith, stood over Ned, and her words were like the blow of a whip. "Where do you think you are? You're out of your mind. Do you want to die?" Her order was absolute, unobjectionable. Her authority radiated from her like a halo of divine mandate. She was a doomsayer, ready to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to disrupt the order of things. Her gaze fell on Sir Jeffer, the so-called toy in her hands. Her proclamation was chilling, a harbinger of death, whispered in an angelic voice. "Since this child is my toy, if you try anything, I may kill you." The threat was veiled in velvet, but carried the hardness of steel, reminding her that her favor was a choice, not a given. There was a silence after the collision, in which echoes of power and shudders of fear could be heard. The priestess, towering over Sir Jefferus, issued a warning disguised as concern. "Hey, you! Can you not try to fight everyone around you? That bastard is really dangerous, okay?" Her words were a mixture of scolding and admiration, an acknowledgement of the dangerous power Sir Jeffer represented. And there, in the shadow of the temple spires, Sir Jeffer could only silently acknowledge it. I'm still shaking. It was an acknowledgement of the consequences, a testament to the tension of the power struggle they had all just endured. In the dim light of day, Ned's words cast a long shadow over the whole conversation, testifying to its mysterious power. "Since he's a Class 1 examiner, it means he's strong," he pondered, the confidence of a person who realizes his strength resounding in his voice. But what followed was an unspoken truth that reeked of coldness. No one had lived to tell the tale of how he had mastered this power. The priestess of sacred authority turned to Jeffer with an almost motherly admonition. "Do you realize how hard it is for me when you do such dangerous things?" she scolded, breaking through the shroud of discontent. Her threat to do away with him herself if he caused any more trouble was harsh, but not without affection. He was her ward, a treasure not to be squandered. Her anxiety was palpable as she warned Sir Jeffer to be wary. "I will not be able to protect you outside the temple," she said, and a rare crack appeared in her invulnerability armor. It was a moment of vulnerability, a recognition that even her capabilities have limits. Sir Jeffer, always enigmatic, wrapped in a cloak of indifference, brushed aside the tension of the moment with an impish remark. "I was just saying hello." He brushed it off, though there was deep strategy and foresight behind his words. As the day waned, Sir Jeffer excused himself with clear and purposeful purpose. The fact that it's showing should mean they're almost ready. "I need to hurry too," he stated, feeling rushed. The priestess looked after him, and at the question hanging in the air, "Where are you going?" she was answered with one ominous word: lab. In the dim light of the fading afternoon, a man with hair as white as the first winter snow turned slightly, a hint of mischief gleaming in his eyes. "Let me ask you one more favor," he said, and there was a note of steel in his voice, smooth as velvet, indicating that it was not just a request. Not far from him, amidst the swirling dust of a place forgotten by time, another figure appeared, clad in a robe that had seen better days. He laughed, the sound dancing between triumph and madness. "Ha ha! There it is! The power of engraving!" He marveled, and a wild grin played on his lips at the sight of the unprecedented power that had just been awakened in him. Meanwhile, the third heroine, with curls of rich crimson color, leaned back in the shadows, her eyes narrow slits of discontent. "It's making me in a bad mood," she hissed, and the air around her crackled with barely contained rage. Those words were a warning, an omen of the storm that was brewing beneath her outward calm. In the hallowed room, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the sacred lights, the disciple looked up, betrayal written on his face. "Teacher, what does that mean? You want me to enter the temple of light and become a slave?" The question hung heavy, testifying to his disillusionment and the collapse of his once unbreakable faith. Above them all, in the sanctity of a hall stacked with ancient texts and wisdom, towered a figure in white and blue robes, the epitome of regal defiance. Turning her back to the world, she addressed her unseen opponent, contempt in her voice. "You want me to be marked by the engraving of this filthy slave?" She spat out the words, each of them contemptuous of the fate they were trying to impose on her. In the clandestine corridors of power, a cloaked figure reflected on past wrongs. Long brown hair framed a face marked by history and hatred. "You must know the resentment I hold for these people." But still, these words hung in the air, like an echo of unresolved conflicts and a prelude to reluctant decisions. The man, adorned with a golden filigree symbol on his robe, recounted the fate of their comrades in a somber tone. "Two of our brethren who infiltrated the temple disguised as priests were recently uncovered and executed." This news was a cold reminder of the danger they were in, a testament to the cost of their secret struggle. Elsewhere, shrouded in shadow, a figure with a cascade of blue hair and wearing a mask spoke of the difficulties ahead. "They've beefed up security. All the brothers left there are doing their best not to get caught." There was an urgency in those words. They testified to the danger their compatriots were in as they walked the razor's edge between shadow and light. But hope was not yet lost. The scythe, a silent harbinger of doom, glinted in the dim light, unfolding a new plan. However, "There's another way to get our people inside." There was an unspoken strategy in the air, a last gambit in the face of tightening chains. The scene changed to a symbol, ethereal and glowing with an unearthly light. The revelation was explicit. Followers of the light do not suspect those who have been marked. On the great chessboard of their conflict, the labeled moved stealthily, undetectable. Their curses were a hidden force. For in the shadow of light, the enemy's greatest weapon was his unwitting ignorance that there were marked ones among them. In the fading light of twilight, a figure clothed in the dark tapestry of night stood before the council, and the unearthly glow from her scythe cast long shadows. With hair as blue as the twilight sky, it spoke of possibilities born of the enemy's oversight. "As long as you are marked, they will limit their actions. We will use it to our advantage," they declared, and their voices held the promise of cunning strategies yet to be realized. The air crackled with the tension of the impending action as they continued. "You will receive the mark and infiltrate the Temple of Light. And you'll steal the loot they collect in raid dungeons." Their plan was a gambit, a dance on the edge of danger and deception. All eyes turned to Ned, his brown hair falling silently into a cloak of shadows. He was singled out, elected. "This is a task only you can do, Ned," the leader proclaimed, anointing him with trust and the weight of his hopes. Ned's eyes glittered with determination. He was the linchpin in their machinations. The scene changed, focusing on a symbol, a cross in a circle torn by lightning, a stark revelation. "The followers of light won't realize we found a way to destroy the mark." The council had created a secret weapon, an antidote to the curse that had long restrained them. And yet, with wisdom gained through years of loss and sacrifice, the figure in the shadows warned against restraint. "Yet we cannot use it now. Wait for the right moment." Their words were a reminder that patience is as deadly a weapon as the sharpest blade. Ned, his profile looming against the looming darkness, absorbed in the gravity of the task before him. The fire of vengeance burned within him, a silent oath to make the followers of the light atone for their transgressions. "Then we'll make sure they pay. Those filthy followers of the light." His voice was a whisper, but you could feel the power of the impending storm in it, a harbinger of the retribution that would soon fall upon the unsuspecting students. The golden hue of the late sun was falling on the village square, where the day's labor was turning to evening silence. Amid the soft clinking of dishes and the homely aroma of cooking food, the man in the wide-brimmed hat paused, his work-weary hands stilled as he heard a call from across the yard. "Hey, eat first," a warm and insistent voice beckoned. Turning around with a smirk that crinkled the corners of his eyes, he replied with slight surprise, "Oh, is it really time to eat already?" The day flew by, each hour marked not so much by the passage of time as by the rhythm of labor. The two villagers walked side by side, their conversation a low murmur amidst the general chatter. "I guess this is how we work every fucking month," one of them muttered with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He cast a glance toward the village perimeter. "Come on, why does the barrier keep getting damaged?" The question hung in the air, testifying to their fatigue and the relentless cycle of repair and destruction. "Protecting the temple is an unacceptable luxury," the other replied with a resigned sigh. "That's why we have to build such a barrier." There was a self-confidence born of necessity in his words, a community building defenses with its own hands. In the shadow of a wooden palisade, one of the villagers demonstrated a defensive movement, a practiced and precise gesture toward an imaginary enemy. "That's how I'm going to hit the head," he explained, and there was a confidence in his movements that belied the simplicity of his defense. The routine was sharply broken by a call. "Hey guys, I think it's someone from the temple." Surprise reflected on every face, and a wave of alarm passed through the crowd as all eyes turned to the unexpected guest. A figure stood at the edge of the village, commanding and out of place amongst the rustic nature. The villager, clothed in the humility of his position, approached the newcomer with cautious deference. What brings you to this humble place?" he asked. The stranger with the temple emblem, who reeked of otherworldliness, was a messenger of change, and the reasons for his visit to their humble village were as yet unknown. In the quiet of the village, the air became tense with anticipation, as the stranger from the temple asked a question to the gathered locals. "How many residents are here?" His voice was devoid of warmth, with some purpose still to be revealed. The peasant, a simple man in a modest cloak, answered the question with a frown on his eyebrows. "What, I guess, about 50 people or so," he replied, a note of confusion in his voice. He couldn't understand why such a detail interested this imposing newcomer. "Not bad," came the reply, and the corners of the temple visitor's mouth lifted upward in the semblance of a smile that never appeared in his cold eyes. His words hung in the air. There was a veiled meaning in them that made the villagers exchange anxious glances. Suddenly the scene changed, twitched with ripples like an agitated pond, and there was a memory of shame and anger. "What a humiliation he has given me," the stranger muttered, turning his thoughts back to the time when he was brutally attacked and his pride was torn to shreds. The pain of that moment seemed to fuel a grim determination, and he declared with venomous resolve, "I will never forgive this. I'll make sure he pays 100-fold. His oath was a whisper of malice, a promise of retribution, chilling and absolute. And then, with a laugh, cracked the calm of the evening. "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." He let out the full force of his bitterness. Behind him, a shadow stirred, monstrous and terrifying, a ghost of anger at the depth of his hatred. The villagers could only watch in horror as the night began to distort, with the dark energies of an ancient grudge. Beneath the indigo cloak of the night sky, the Temple of Light rose like a beacon holding secrets. Within its mysterious walls was the laboratory, a sanctuary dedicated to the arcane art of potion making and the creation of formidable equipment. It was here that forbidden knowledge was whispered about in the sacred halls. Within the stone walls of the laboratory, shelves held the rarest of ingredients: blue herbs leaving behind remnants of power, the bark of the leda tree covered in parasitic fungi, viscous liquids of decayed kobolds, mushrooms sprouting from fallen ones, and gray millipedes scuttling in the gloom. These were components not for the faint of heart, but necessary for the concoctions that were simmering and brewing in the alchemical cauldron. As the moon rose higher, flooding the windows of the laboratory with silvery light, a figure hunched over a boiling cauldron cast a spell. "If you boil these ingredients together with the poison of the Spider Queen." It was a recipe dancing on the edge of darkness, a potion that held the whispers of death. The moment of revelation came when the glass flask was raised to the light and a liquid appeared in it, shimmering with the midnight hues of a starless sky. "Everything is ready," the alchemist announced, triumph and anticipation in his voice. He lifted the vial that contained the 72nd of the Poison King Fade's deadly elixirs, the infamous Zagan, whose reputation was as deadly as the night was dark. In the silence that ensued, the silence was broken by a plea for shelter. "I will die if Ned and the other Inquisitors interfere with my work, so help me," the alchemist pleaded, turning to the nun who had sworn him to protection. His reasoning was cold and calculating. His life was a coin in the temple treasury, and his death was a loss they could not afford. The nun, dressed in the habit of her order, was faced with a dilemma. The oath to protect was sacred, but abetting such dark deeds was a path fraught with shadows. He wasn't wrong, and I helped him, but the thought flashed, a tacit admission that perhaps some oaths were too dangerous to keep. In the dimly lit laboratory of the Temple of Light, an intricate diagram of a human figure lay on the table, covered with lines and markings like ancient runes. At the sight of this spectacle, the man who was watching the scene had a puzzled look on his face, and he furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "What is this?" The bewilderment in his voice reverberated off the stone walls, becoming a mirror image of the riddle. The alchemist, a man with a sharp mind and sharp facial features, turned away from the parchment, his attention drawn to the essence of the arcane tree. Arcane wood, hard as metal. He proclaimed a fact known to few, a secret promising untapped potential. Among the alchemical devices and vials, an alchemist was explaining the art of acupuncture to a curious nun, deftly wielding fine needles. "They're called acupuncture needles," he said with the patience of a teacher. "In the East they are used for medicinal purposes." His voice was a bridge between worlds, between mysticism and medicine. The scene shifted to the needles, which were now dipped into a mixture carefully diluted in exact proportions. "Dip the needles in Belial, and Zagan diluted 100 for 10 minutes, he instructed. The precision of the task was as important as the ritual itself, a dance of time and concentration. When the last needle was removed from the tub, a reflection of newfound truth gleamed in the alchemist's eyes. "The poison is very simple. Its only use is to kill a man without much effort," he began, and the statement had the weight of common knowledge.
But when his gaze returned to the shadowed corners of the room, he finished. Or so everyone thought. The subtext hung in the air, laden with the promise of coming revelations. In the underground of the Temple of Light, a new chapter was being written, in which the deadly dance of poison would find a new partner, a target capable of transcending death and perhaps taking hold of life.
In the shadowy corners of the Temple of Light, where the scents of herbs and the alchemy of poisons wafted, a lone figure worked with deft and tenacious hands. With each needle dipped into the green elixir, he pondered the upside-down world. Who would have thought? His thoughts were a tapestry of history and regret, woven from the dark threads of an age when demons walked the earth and the gods in their distant abodes stripped humanity of the very powers it once possessed. As the man plunged thin needles into the compound, there was a whisper of protest against the past in his voice. When a race of demons invaded our world, and the gods took away the power they had given us. The betrayal of the divine was a wound that time had not healed. To think we all relied on poisons. The revelation sounded not with pride but with grim resignation. The needles, now glistening with the emerald hue of poison, were an unlikely choice for Salvadian, evidence that they desperately relied on the deadly art for defense. The tale took an abrupt turn when, without warning, the man collapsed, his body convulsing, a harsh cough escaping his lips, and he clutched at his chest. The nun, whose vestments contrasted sharply with the dark tile, rushed to his aid with a shout of alarm. "Wow! Dear customer." There was panic in her voice as she saw him fall and the poisoned needle plates scatter beside him. However, all was not as it seemed. The man stood up, his body showing snake-like vein marks, untouched by the venom that affected smaller creatures. He turned to the nun, mystery and confidence in his tone. "Don't be surprised at what will happen. When I give you the signal, do it." His words were cryptic. It was a riddle she had yet to solve. The nun's eyes widened with confusion and incipient fear. What are you trying to do?" she asked, feeling her duty to the temple clash with her concern for the man in front of her. The unknown plan he was plotting lay a shadow over her heart, an omen that whispered of grim events to come. In the quiet chamber, where the air hummed with latent energy, stood a man with a sense of newfound power. "Upgrade," he announced, and there was confidence in his voice. The word was not just a statement, but a testament to the amazing transformation he was about to undergo. A metamorphosis promised by the alchemy of poison, transformed into panacea. He discovered an ancient secret that tells the tale of Fade's 72 deadly poisons and their chameleonic nature. He learned that when carefully diluted, these deadly substances are transformed into enhancing agents that, when balanced against each other, can amplify a person's natural abilities to unprecedented levels. In preparing for the procedure, the man was aware of the risks. He knew that the volatile mixture of Belial, which caused excruciating pain, and Zagan, the essence of instability, could wreak havoc on his system. "Hook," he gasped as the first wave of pain pierced him, a grim harbinger of the ordeal he was about to endure. "I'll be in a lot of pain, and stability will decrease," he muttered to himself, resigning himself to the price of his ambition. The suffering was intense, as if fire and ice were flowing through his veins. But he was determined, his eyes burning with the fire of determination. Concentrating, the man fell into a deep meditative state. His mind was focused on the internal flow of energy, on the technique of utilizing and circulating the magical power within him to suppress the riotous dance of the poison. It was a delicate balance, an arcana art that required him to exert all his strength. Against the dim light, he looked like a statue, every muscle straining with the effort of controlling the raging energy that threatened to overwhelm him. "If I succeed, I can upgrade to the next stage," he whispered, making a silent oath to the powers that tested him. In the sacred silence of the room, only the whisper of his breath and the faint hum of magic in the air could be heard. A man on the threshold of pain and power, he was a lone figure forging his destiny with the forbidden knowledge of an alchemist. There was a tension in the silence of the unknown place that seemed to thicken the very air. One of the heroes, stern and collected, said with unwavering determination, "It's all nonsense." These words hung in the air, testifying to an unyielding will that would not let up. Reiterated, "You can't call it a crisis or a pain." It was a sharp denial of the gravity of the situation, a refusal to be tormented in a way that would cripple the soul of a lesser man. Meanwhile, the nun clothed in the robes of faith watched in amazement as the miracle unfolded before her eyes. "The color of his blood vessels is back to normal," she exclaimed, awe and disbelief in her voice. Whatever was happening was a deviation from the natural order of things, a violation of the expectations set by both medicine and prayer. Elsewhere, a figure in the shadows was preparing for a task with dire consequences, so difficult that the price of accomplishing it was viewed with grim approval. "When I complete it, I probably won't be able to move." It was not fear in those words, but agreement, a recognition that sacrifice had to be made in order to achieve the goal. The silver-haired orchestrator of this unfolding drama stood at the center of the maelstrom of events. Their orders were clear: monitor the situation. When I give the signal, this directive laid the groundwork for what was to come. They were the eyes of the storm, calm and determined amidst the chaos. Then a name was called, perhaps a code, and a question was asked that seemed to cut through the tension. "Are you ready, White Rose?" It was a call to arms, a call to readiness before the storm broke. The command followed as swiftly as lightning. Now. It was a moment of action, a turning of the key in the lock of destiny. The nun with a mask of determination on her face held a needle glinting with poisonous intent. A poisoned needle, to the top of his head. These words spoke of an action so dangerous, so fraught with finality, that a shiver ran down the spine of the bravest heart. At the climax of this dangerous action, The full seriousness of the moment was laid bare in a silent confession. I can tell you what will happen if I fail, even if I don't ask. Death. It was an acknowledgement of the harsh reality they faced, the delicate balance between life and death at the point of a needle. Heroes stood on the edge of fate, and their actions in those fleeting moments could tip the scales in an irreversible and absolute direction. As the last rays of day gave way to the coming dusk, Sister Abigail's eyes lit up with excitement. The weight of a momentous decision came upon her, the simplicity of her monastic life contrasting sharply with the complexity of the situation. "What am I supposed to do?" she whispered, barely audible breathing in the silence of the sanctuary. The question was a silent plea for help, for in her hands was the balance of life and death. Time passed, and as the heavens donned their night mantle, mottled with the distant lights of countless stars, the scene shifted to the northern forest that sheltered the Temple of Light. Here, under heaven's gaze, fate was already being fulfilled. The serenity of the night was broken by a cacophony of terror. Desperate figures in dark robes rushed through the thicket, gasping in fear. "They're closing in on us." A cry was heard that foreshadowed the horror that swept through their ranks. Monstrous birds, creatures of nightmare, were coming at them with eyes like coals and claws like daggers. "Fuck! Those bastards from the recon team? Didn't they say it was just one nest?" The accusation broke through the night, the bitter realization of betrayal. Their mission, based on flawed intelligence, failed, plunging them into a nightmare of wings and vicious beaks. Panic was quickly replaced by despair clawing at his throat. Did somebody call for backup? The question was thrown into the darkness like a hope of salvation. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. One of them, with determination streaked across his face, declared, "A minute ago I fired a flare. Reinforcements will be here soon." His words were a lifeline, a promise that their struggle had not gone unnoticed, that their fate was not yet sealed. In this tapestry of fear and faint hope, Sister Abigail's inner torment is echoed in a tangible struggle for survival in the heart of the forest. Her moment of indecision, fraught with unseen consequences, mirrored the immediate danger facing the band of brothers under the trees. As they clung to life, she clung to clarity, each waiting for deliverance in her own way. Under the cover of night, the forest came alive with stomping feet and desperate breathing. Brother Matthias, hooded in brown, pushed his weakening legs forward. "Run to the temple," he gasped, repeating a mantra that invigorated his spirit. But his call was abruptly cut short. A guttural kiok burst from him as unseen forces gripped his body in a brutal grip. The world narrowed to the pounding of his heart and the visceral need to survive. "It's about 5 kilometers to the temple," he thought, and the distance echoed in his mind with a mocking echo. "And it takes over 20 minutes to walk to the temple, even in broad daylight." The darkness seemed to laugh at him, and the temple was an elusive sanctuary that mocked his misfortune with its distance. As he trudged through the thicket, the night sky, covered in a tapestry of indigo and silver, was obscured by the monstrous shapes of birds. Matthias looked up, and his heart was filled with horror. The creatures were swooping down on him, their eyes glittering with vicus hunger. Their screams were the sounds of nightmares realized in flesh, harbingers of a violent end. A moment later, the nightmare came upon him. The bird, whose beak was a spear of death, descended upon him with the force of a hammer blow. Matthias's scream was lost in a flurry of feathers and rage, his body becoming a picture of shock and agony as the creature's beak found its target. The attack was relentless. More winged attackers joined him, their claws like daggers aimed at his soul. Once on the ground, Matthias could only cover himself with his hands, his sword useless against the onslaught. Every bird was a shadow of death, and in their unyielding eyes, Matthias saw the end of his desperate flight. In the heart of the forest, the struggle between man and beast was unfolding with primal ferocity. Every moment was a battle, every breath a victory over the inevitable. And yet, as the claws lowered, Matthias's thoughts drifted to the temple, to the light that seemed so far away and to the hope that, against all odds, he could still reach it. In the very center of the chaos, where the very ground was scarred with the fury of battle, stood a lone warrior. Silver hair crowned his head, and his skin was adorned with marks that spoke of ancient power. Kneeling amidst the rubble and disembodied flames, he was the eye of the storm. The calm in a world maddened by violence. Energy flowed through him, blue flames licking the air, silently testifying to the power he was summoning from within. Abruptly, the warrior rose to his full height, his body a pillar amidst the swirling maelstrom of dust and spirit fire. His presence was a challenge to the sky, an insult to the winged horrors that descended upon him. From his lips came a sound that was part battle cry, part war song. Kael! He broke through the noise of monstrous screams. Birds of prey circled over him with malicious intent, but the warrior was unshaken. His mind was a fortress. There are 12 monsters left outside the dungeon, he counted silently, and that number became fixed in his mind. Total number of bird monster neck bones. 12. It was a grim tally, a list of enemies to be defeated, a score to be settled by his hand alone. Immediately, a glimmer of hope flickered in the air. Reinforcements from the temple. Are they here yet? Those words were a balm to his spirit, the promise of help a pleasant melody amidst the cacophony of battle. But the mark on his shoulder, the symbol of alliances and oaths, seemed to throb with a question that had no answer. Meanwhile, Brother Matthias, a shard of chaos with a face mottled with panic and confusion, surveyed the horizon. But is he alone? The realization of this fact came upon him like a physical blow, and his mind shook. Where's the nest? Whereas... Yeah! A piece of the puzzle fell into place, and the dawn of understanding was reflected in his eyes. In the moonlit clearing stood a silver-haired figure that reeked of untold authority. His presence was commanding, an invisible force compelling obedience. If you continue on this path, he said, and his voice was lost in the night with a thoughtful, Brother Matthias, shocked by the encounter, nodded silently, whispering, "All right, chuckles. When a flare flashed at his feet, casting long shadows that danced wildly around him, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and a quiet H gave away his inner confusion. The forest seemed to freeze as Matthias tried to understand the aura of the young man standing before him. I felt such overwhelming intimidation from this young man, he reflected, and the words sounded like a haunting melody in his head, like I was taking orders from someone in a much higher position. The realization of that fact was unnerving, upsetting the balance in his world. As Matthias watched the carnage, the reality of his actions became clear to him. Surrounded by the remnants of the monstrous birds, he realized his submission. And then I reflexively told him where the entrance to the dungeon was. It was a confession whispered in the night, a secret that the silver-haired mystery now shared with him. By the time clarity returned, it was too late. The figure disappeared like a forest ghost. Matthias, left alone with the dead man, felt regret. When I came to, I regretted not telling him one important thing, he lamented, losing his words in the darkness. But it was a long time ago when he disappeared. In the silence that followed, Matthias could only ponder the gravity of the knowledge he had imparted and the true intentions of the mysterious figure. After the fierce battle, there were whispers of a grim truth in the forest shadows. The lone survivor, haunted by memories of his fallen comrades, told a harrowing story. 4 of the 7 members of my party died in that dungeon, he recalled with a heavy sense of grief. And of the 3 who made it out, I was the only survivor. The revelation hung in the air, becoming a vivid reminder of the danger lurking in the depths of the dungeon. Brother Matthias, on whose face was written suffering, was overcome by an agonizing thought. I had to stop him, he lamented, and his voice echoed painfully among the trees. We should have waited for reinforcements. I had to stop him from going alone. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, the weight of what could have been if he had only intervened. Meanwhile, the silver-haired figure stood in silent victory over the colossal form of the main monster. His defeated mass lay beneath him, a testament to the warrior's strength. There was a scent of triumph in the air, and the ground was hallowed by the end of the battle. As the dust settled and calm returned to the warrior, he exhaled a breath of air that seemed to take with it all the tension of the battle. "Phew," he exhaled, and that simple phrase marked the end of the tension. There was a calmness in his posture now, the calmness of a battle-hardened soul that had defeated the beast. And with the peace came realization, a sense of newfound strength that flowed through his veins. "I feel light in my body. It seems like my performance has increased by 2 or 2.5 times, he noted, internally assessing his increased skill. It was a success. The experience made him anew, stronger, and more capable. With the proper equipment, it's worth a try, he pondered, contemplating the future with the wisdom of a man who knows the true price of victory. As the noise of battle settled beneath the night sky, Jafir stood staring upward. A green flash, like a comet born from the earth, swept over him, drawing a line of hope against the darkness. It was a beacon whispering of crises averted and battles won. In its light, he pondered his future actions, the tools he would need on uncharted paths. "What gear should I take?" he pondered, and the question hung in the chilly air. The days blossomed like the petals of a new flower, and the grandeur of the Temple of Light appeared before my eyes. Its spires reach for the sky, silently testifying that it promises refuge to those who find themselves in its stone embrace. Rumors of the warrior's deeds spread like wildfire. The out-of-control nest of cockatrices, a medium-sized bastion of monsters with a colossus at its head, was destroyed. "Cleansed by one slave," the lore said, and every word was colored with reverence. It was a feat that was impossible to believe, but the evidence was there. In the hallowed halls of the temple, 2 figures were engaged in quiet conversation. The testimonies of survivors and the results of field research were adding up to a coherent whole. "He's really making himself attractive for the raid in 20 days, one of them remarked, intrigue and suspicion in his voice. The implication was obvious. The warrior had intentions beyond what was visible to the eye, ambitions that attracted the attention of the powerful. The other, empowered to distinguish truth from heresy, pondered the way forward. Senior heresy expert Matthias Grimmer, whose name had become synonymous with the harsh justice of the Temple of Light, weighed his words with the seriousness of a judge. "Should we interrogate him to see if he is a worshipper of the demon god?" he suggested, and the severity of the consequences and the echo of the coming Inquisition echoed in his question. Lucius Giornetti, the head of the Temple Knights, stood resolutely in the dimly lit corridor of the Temple of Light. His word was final. "No, leave him alone." His voice carried the gravity of the order, drowning out the murmurs of dissent with a calm authority befitting his rank. Matthias, the senior heresy examiner, cloaked in the seriousness of his office, voiced his concerns about the integrity of their ranks. "But if we don't properly screen out those suspected of worshipping demon gods before the raid," his voice broke, weighed down by the weight of possible sabotage from within. Lucius turned his back on him, a towering wall of conviction, and interrupted him with cold pragmatism. "As long as they are useful, I don't care if they worship demon gods." It was a statement that reflected the harsh truths of their holy war, where the end could justify the most unholy means. "They wouldn't have the strength to get to the warden's room anyway," Lucius continued, dismissing the very idea that these suspects could pose a serious threat. It was a rejection not only of their power, but of their very significance. Matthias, whose features were streaked by the shadows of the torch-lit passageway, mentally laid out his strategy. "So we use them to help us get to the boss room and destroy them along with the boss." His plan was as ruthless as it was effective. It envisioned the use of willless people as meat to fulfill their sacred mission. Within the sacred walls of the Temple of Light, 2 old friends walked down a dimly lit corridor, their cloaks whispering against the ancient stones. Matthias, the heresy's senior examiner, addressed the vanguard leader of the raid group, Lucius Giornetti, not by title, but as a friend he had been friends with for 2 decades. He outlined his plans, and their shared history was clearly evident in his words. Lucius, the head of the Temple Knights, responded with a chuckle that echoed rumblingly in the cool air of the aisle, a rare sound of mirth in a place so often filled with solemnity. "Ha ha ha," he laughed, and that sound signaled their connection. With the warmth of long-standing trust, he teased Matthias by saying, "That's why I'm showing this to you, my best friend, since you're so worried." They stopped in front of a door, grand and imposing, its design a testament to the power and mystery it guarded. In a gesture of intimacy and privilege, Lucius presented Matthias with the awe-inspiring sight of the spear of radiant light and Michael's winged shield. These were not mere weapons but relics of legend, their very existence the domain of sacred texts and divine lore. Lucius, head tilted carelessly and proudly, admitted that these artifacts required a personal sacrifice from him, a third of his vast fortune. Matthias, hardened by years of service and the Inquisition for heresy, could not hide his surprise. In front of him lay legendary items I had only seen in books. His voice betrayed his astonishment, which is not often characteristic of a man of his position. As a final reassurance, Lucius placed a comforting hand on Matthias's shoulder, reinforcing to him the reality of their victory. That tedious dungeon, which we had spent 10 years of our lives clearing, was now over. You don't have to worry about a thing. The confidence in his voice promised an end to their ordeal together, the closing of a chapter that left behind the echoes of battle and the heaviness of vigilance. In the dim light of early morning, the training grounds were filled with the sounds of clanking metal and determined shouts. At the head of it all was a figure with long, flowing blonde hair, whose eyes burned with the fire of ambition. "I will be invincible in this raid," he said, a confidence bordering on prophecy in his voice. Elsewhere, in a spacious room, 3 young warriors were making preparations. One of them, with sandy hair, reached out with a groan. "Damn, I haven't warmed up yet," he complained, his muscles aching for action. "Why are there so many people on the training ground?" His companion inquired, looking out the window curiously at the noisy scene outside. The question hung in the air until the orange-haired member of their trio, holding the bottle carelessly in his hand, made a careless suggestion. "Probably because of the raid," he pondered, taking a sip. "Rumor has it that there are only 2 or 3 places left for slaves. So they're trying to stand out." His words painted a clear picture of despair and hope in the ranks, in stark contrast to their own detached demeanor. "Tut-tut, we had nothing to do with it," he continued, waving away his feelings with a swig of the bottle. The other warriors exchanged glances, one of them wrinkling his face in confusion, not understanding his comrade's indifference. In the hallway of a neighboring building, a white-clad figure moved silently with the grace of a dove. She stopped, and the sunlight illuminated her with a heavenly glow. Something caught her attention, whispers coming from the training ground, or perhaps scraps of phrases from the young warriors' conversations. "Oh God," she said quietly, and there was an expression of slight surprise on her calm face, and her green eyes reflected a story yet to be told. When a group of warriors greeted the white-clothed woman, one of them couldn't hide his disdain. "Hello, sister," rang back with feigned politeness, colliding with the grin of another who couldn't resist hissing, "Hi, pay your interest on time, cunt." A mixture of reverence and contempt hung in the air. Their faces reflected confusion as they watched the nun remove herself from their chambers. "What's going on? Why is that demon sister coming out of our room?" one of them muttered, suspicion and fear in his voice. The nickname Demon Sister was a paradox for her serene appearance. It hinted at untold stories and rumors. In a secluded room, away from prying eyes, a man with hair as white as the first winter snow sat in quiet repose. His presence was like a quiet lake, deep and calm. "You are here," he said, greeting his visitors with an unnerving calmness that did not hide the tension that stalked them like a shadow. The warrior's eyes were caught by a glint on the man's finger. A ring, simple but eye-catching. He was with his sister until now, the ring on his finger. Could it be? Whispered one of the warriors, and the dots connected in a silent storm of realization. What's that ring? The other stammered, and the fear in his voice colored the words with shades of horror. The white-haired man looked at the ring with an impassive gaze, as if it were just a trinket. Just someone gave it to me, he answered, and there was none of the heaviness in his voice that his companions attached to the gold ring. His indifference only added to the mystery, shrouding the moment in a shroud that was neither wholly threatening nor wholly benign. In a world woven of magic and machinations, the purification ring was more than just a piece of jewelry. In its golden loop lurked the power to alter mana flows, a beacon of defense against the darkest of curses. Its power, framed in the ancient text, spoke of daily deliverance from the power of evil, a single use of curse remover that could turn the tide of fate. The ring appeared on the finger of a man marked by alabaster curls, his silhouette bathed in the soft glow of magic. The white rose gave me something pretty good, he thought, and his lips curled into an understanding smile. The gift was not a mere token. It testified to the grace and favor of the giver, a boon from an ally, clothed in robes of piety. The white rose herself, a nun whose eyes danced with a mixture of piety and skill, stood with a confidence that echoed through the halls. After reinforcement comes equipment, she proclaimed, her voice a melody of strength and confidence. The ring was only a sample of her capabilities, a hint of the treasures she could bestow. Tell me anything you want, I'll get everything for you, she offered, and her words were the bridge between desire and fulfillment. The man, whose white hair stood out sharply against the shadows, recognized her abilities with the respect characteristic of those who act not only with intent, but with understanding. She had prepared something for me before I even asked. She has common sense, he admitted, admiration and intrigue audible in his tone. Her foresight was a rare commodity that he, in moments of quiet reflection, knew how to appreciate. He chuckled softly but meaningfully. She's got a nose for money, he remarked. This statement painted a portrait of the White Rose not just as a saintly figure, but as a player in a larger game. A game where perception was as valuable as the gold that lay in their pockets. In the shadow-shrouded corners of the kingdom, where secrets were the blood of power, Sister Agnes stood, dressed in her habit, and her eyes betrayed the seriousness of her secret dealings. I heard about it from an informant on the black market, she admitted, her voice a whisper in which you could feel the weight of her vast network creeping into the underbelly of society as deftly as a snake in the grass. The tale spiraled further into a dark tapestry of intrigue, when the assassin guild, Persephone, became known. This guild was once whispered about all over the country. It was an enigma, a shadow dancing away from the light. They were an invisible hand, their touch as deadly as the poison they wielded. A poison that gave them powers unfathomable to ordinary men. In the midst of this chaos stood a man with hair as white as moonlight, with the composure of a man who had met death and come out of it victorious. His figure, scarred by the scars of countless battles, moved with the grace of a predator, suspiciously good hunting skills and strengthening the body with poison. He pondered, piecing together the scattered evidence. Things are starting to fall into place. It was then, in the midst of the tumultuous dance, that he discovered a truth that hung in the air like the scent of blood. My dear client was the Persephone killer, he announced, and the knowledge of his connection to the guild unfurled like a conqueror's banner. However, even legends crumble, and Persephone was no exception. Because of internal conflict, Persephone fell into decline a few years ago, Sister Agnes reflected, and her words painted a picture of a once mighty empire reduced to ruins and a whispering legacy. The high nobles, those puppeteers of power, still coveted the poisonous talents of the guild remnants. But I have heard that high-ranking nobles who were their clients are looking for survivors and the poisons they used. She shared information that could buy both loyalty and hostility. In the glittering corridors of power, where whispers carry more weight than gold, White Rose stood with the conviction of a man who knows the value of secrets. The nobles are willing to spend a great deal of money to get the best talent and the best poison, she declared. And in her gaze she could read the realization that on the nobles' chessboard, such weapons were priceless. Her thoughts were not preoccupied with petty gains or fleeting acquisitions. With the zealot's zeal, she turned on her heels, and her robe fluttered after her. Now is not the time to make petty cash at the expense of monstrous trading commissions, she pondered, plans swarming in her head. I must make my dear client mine while I have the opportunity. Her ambitions were as clear as dawn. She wanted to bring the formidable assassin into her service to use his shadowy abilities to her own ends. Unaware of this, the alabaster-haired man watched her machinations with detached amusement. Looks like she's badly misguided. He whispered into the silence of his chambers, a smirk playing on his lips. Assassin, my ass. His chuckle was a soft sound that spoke of unsolved mysteries and plans within plans. Yet in the misinterpretation he saw a positive side, a thread of opportunity in a tapestry of complexities. Well, it's gonna be okay. No, that's even good, he pondered, narrowing his eyes slyly. The rumors White Rose was spreading could serve as bait, a siren call for those he wanted to lure out of the shadows. As night engulfed the world with its obsidian grip, a cloaked figure appeared against the starless sky. If the White Rose spreads rumors about me, he'll find me himself, he muttered, silhouetted sharply against the darkness. There was promise in his tone, a certainty that the unrest she would cause would lead to a long-awaited confrontation on his doorstep. There was an air of camaraderie and banter around the white-haired interlocutor in the dimly lit room. One of them, sweat glistening on his forehead, leaned toward him with a mixture of awe and envy. When did you develop this relationship with your sister? You're amazing. A ring as a gift, he said, mistaking the sign of alliance for a symbol of a more intimate connection. Laughter and teasing ensued, and then another comrade clapped him on the back. So that's why he didn't come back all night, he said, and the group's admiration showed in their smirks and teasing. As a man, you deserve my respect, big brother. The white-haired man took their praise with a raised eyebrow, tacitly acknowledging their fallacy. In an effort to get off the subject, he cleared his throat, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Anyway, I have a lot to tell you about the dungeon, he began, ready to recount the dangers and depths from the underbelly of their world. But no sooner had he begun his story than a sudden knock at the door cut through the merriment like a knife through silk. There was silence in the room, heads turned in the direction of the sound, everyone tensed, preparing for action. Who's there? One of them asked, his voice flat but wary. The door creaked open, revealing an empty hallway, but it wasn't the absence that caught their attention. It was a knife, planted firmly in the wooden door and held down a note that fluttered like a captive bird. Narrowing his eyes, the white-haired man approached, his movements cautious but smooth. The note, a silent harbinger of challenge or threat, was an unwelcome end to their brief respite. Everyone knew that in their line of work, such reports rarely boded well for good news. On the wooden table, lit by the slanting rays of dawn, lay the crisp parchment of an urgent order form. On it was written an order, hastily scrawled but unmistakable in its urgency. Depart immediately and return after analyzing the situation. The map, sketched with precision, spoke of the journey ahead, the mission of Goethe's group shrouded in mystery. In the cramped room, two members of the group leaned over the letter, expressing curiosity and bewilderment. What kind of person leaves an emergency order form like that in secret? One of them pondered, skepticism in his voice. Strange man, agreed his companion, but his attention was drawn to a seal embossed on the corner, a sign of authority from the chief of the hunting team. But it seems to be an official document, he added, realizing the reality of the situation. The signature is really his, and the content is written by Ned. These words hung in the air, confirming the authenticity of the call to action. It could not be ignored. Holding the order in his hands, a man with hair as white as winter frost looked at him with a hard stare. He prepared this invitation. "I'll go alone," he declared. It was a solitary journey he had decided to undertake alone, guided by motives as yet hidden behind the shroud of his impassive exterior. As he folded the parchment, a distant thought popped into his mind, a whispered countdown that seemed to echo in the silence of his mind. "It's about 20 days until the Temple Knights raid." The words, barely audible, were filled with anticipation. It was a term that promised conflict and convergence of destinies, a term that gave rise to the unraveling of events that could change the balance of power. In the silence of his room, the white-haired man allowed himself some time to reflect. The pieces were moving, the players were ready, and the game was in full swing. The days ahead would be fraught with danger and opportunity, but deep down, he knew that the path he would take was etched with the inevitability of fate. In the realm of shadows and whispers, a legend was told with awe and fear. The tomb of the abominable princess, shrouded in the mystery of the 8 mysteries of the world. Its dark maw opened into a labyrinthine subterranean realm, beckoning daredevils and reckless men with a call of glory and deadly danger. Above the abyss rose the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Medea. Skeletons of warriors roamed the dilapidated halls, remnants of a once great civilization. For more than a decade, warriors had challenged the fortress of bone and dust, but the heart of the dungeon remained untouched, its secrets locked behind the door of the last chamber, whose mystery was as eternal as the stones themselves. The call to arms was not for the faint of heart. Only the elite, those whose valor and bravery ranked them among the highest echelon, were deemed worthy to participate in the raid. The criteria was as strict as the keepers were ruthless. Only a hunting team of rank 5 and above was eligible to face the darkness. However, for the cunning and blessed, fate left a loophole. A blessing from a priest or a written commendation from an immediate slave could tip the scales, granting a rite of passage where rank failed. It was a game of politics and power, where influence could be sharper than any blade. In the barracks, the white-haired commander pondered the discovery. His team had no rank. It was a group of warriors whose exploits had not yet been sung. "It's impossible, starting now, to gain enough achievements to reach rank 5, he pondered, a low rumble of agreement heard in his voice. His eyes reflected not defeat, however, but a spark of defiant strategy. There was more than one path to the goal, and where strength was lacking, cunning helped. Raid was a crucible, and he led his comrades through the fire to become legends or fade into obscurity. In a tangled web of strategy and power, the protagonist, a man with a mane as white as fallen snow, has found his linchpin. Ned. With the clarity of a hawk discerning its prey, he realized the leverage Ned possessed as a direct slave of Matthias, the heresy examiner. It was a thin but strong thread he could pull on to unravel the tightly woven tapestry of hierarchy and influence. In the semi-darkness of the room, his thoughts danced with possibilities. "I will use Ned in this life," he vowed, and the words were more a decree than a declaration, but carried the weight of unspoken plans. He needed a letter of recommendation, a key to unlock a door to the raiding club that was inaccessible by ordinary means. As the shadows around him whispered secrets and plans, he pondered the bonds of the martial arts that bound him and Ned together. Bonds that went beyond mere physical movement, etched into the very spirit of their practice. There's no way Ned, given an assignment he can't fail, would ignore me using the same martial arts as him, he pondered. It was a call to which Ned, bound by duty and discipline, would have been compelled to answer. The protagonist wondered how Ned might perceive him. Does Ned see him as an ally, a compatriot sent by his own master? Or did he mistake him for a defector, a thief who had stolen their sect's sacred fighting techniques? Each option played out in my head like a chess game, moves and counter-moves that could lead to triumph or disaster. The next steps were clear, imbued with the light of cunning and necessity. If I am the force he should bring with him, he thought, and the idea unfurled like a banner on the wind of his thoughts. It was certainly a gambit, but he was ready to pull it off. The raid wasn't just an adventure. It was a crucible in which his resolve was tested, where he could forge his destiny or see it shatter on the rocks of failure. In the shadowy realm of whispers and power, a lone figure stood resolute, its eyes burning with the zeal of 1,000 silent battles. How strong am I? He pondered, and the question echoed in the caverns of his mind like a challenge to which there was no answer yet. As fate would have it, the silence was broken by a sudden appearance that drew attention. Dust and echoes heralded the appearance of an invisible force, and the observer, hidden by the darkness, exclaimed in awe, "Wow, that's the entrance." The moment was filled with anticipation. The scent of the upcoming confrontation lingered in the air. Sahaki, draped in a mysterious cloak, appeared out of the swirling mist, and his appearance was as unexpected as a thunderstorm on a clear day. "Did you come alone?" he asked, curiosity and unspoken challenge in his voice. Sahaki's name hung in the air as a sign of recognition and surprise from the gathered crowd. In response, a figure emerged from the shadows, disdain and disinterest in its appearance. "Hey, go home. I don't feel like playing with you," he said, waving away the significance of the meeting like one wards off an annoying insect. It was a rejection of the game that Sahaki seemed so eager to make. The laughter that followed, however, was neither light nor dismissive. It was the sound of an obsession, a thought tightly wrapped around his opponent's face. "You've been on my mind for the last 10 days. He chuckled, every syllable of which was evidence of a fixation that had been building up for days and nights, a prelude to the inevitable clash. Amidst the harsh landscape, where every whisper of wind carried the weight of former battles, stood Jafir with his back turned to the world. He was an enigma wrapped in a cloak of loneliness. The scars that mottled his mouth were not only a physical flaw, but a testament to the restless nights they spawned. "Because of the pain from the scars on my lips that I got because of you, I can't sleep well," he proclaimed, and a mute oath hung between the unspoken words. Not far from him, his opponent swung his blade with the confidence of a man who believes in the sharpness of his steel. "I'll show you my new power. Be ready," he boasted, and the phrase hung in the air like a challenge. But the bravado was quickly over. The ground abruptly enveloped him, and he was defeated. The victor stood, his cloak fluttering softly, his gaze cold and contemptuous. "Fool," he spat out the epitaph of his opponent's stupidity. The winner, however, was no fool. His thoughts were rushing around like a storm. "Ned is a brutal perfectionist. There's no way he'd test me with Sahaku alone," he pondered, narrowing his eyes. The pieces were falling into place, each a move in the chess game they were unwittingly playing. His fist clenched, but not in anger but in anticipation. A single muscle twitched, the only evidence of his readiness. He must have prepared something else, he concluded. There was no fear or hesitation in his voice, only the calm confidence of a warrior, hardened in the fire of countless battles, ready for the next challenge, whatever it was and whenever it came. On the desolate battlefield, a cloud of debris hung in the air, obscuring what was happening below from view. The protagonist stood unwaveringly in the center of this chaos, and his voice broke through the noise with a defiance that was both a call to arms and courage. "Stop looking and come out," he said firmly. "I'll take you all in." It wasn't just a proclamation of battle. It was a testament to his unwavering courage. A shadowy figure emerged from the swirling dust, its laughter echoing ominously to the bone. The sound was a grim prelude to the atrocity to come. The figure, shrouded in an aura of darkness, seemed to draw in the light, representing the omen of doom. This harbinger of retribution, with a face hidden from view and a voice pierced with bitterness, accused the protagonist with words full of contempt. "You've ignored me again," he said, and there was a heaviness of betrayal and forgotten battles in his tone. The figure's presence was both a mystery and a threat, its eerie demeanor hinting at untold power. The distorted face of the figure revealed itself, a grotesque mask of hatred and intent to harm. "I'll kill you. Slowly and painfully I will tear you to pieces," he swore, his eyes burning with the promise of pain and retribution. The air crackled with the energy of his rage, promising a personal and deadly confrontation. The protagonist's face contorted with shock. His eyes widened with the realization of the unforeseen danger he now faced. "What the hell? Why is this thing here?" he gasped, and the foundation of his confidence shook. The unexpected appearance of this opponent brought a new layer of danger to the fight, turning what he thought was a power battle into a struggle that could very well consume his soul. In the noise of battle, terror was reflected on the enemy's face. "What? How?" he stuttered, fear and disbelief in his voice. He saw something unfathomable, something that shattered his confidence and turned his certainty into terror. Meanwhile, the main character was standing on the ground, his body a conduit of otherworldly power. He was the eye of the storm, a calm anchor amidst the seething chaos of energy gathered around him. It was a spectacle of raw power, a visual symphony of might summoned from within or without. Recognition dawned on him like a grim dawn. "Biological weapons of demon worshippers, Shoggoth," he exclaimed, and the words came out of his mouth with a mixture of awe and horror. The name had weight, the weight of ancient fears and dark legends. Then, in the course of the narrative, all veils of mystery were lifted to reveal the true nature of Shoggoth. It was an entity from nightmares, slumbering in its egg-like cocoon, awakened only by the ghostly melody of an instrument steeped in hypnosis. This creature wasn't just a monster. It was a weapon that could be controlled with the precision of a conductor's wand. And here it is, the Ocarina of Hypnos, lying in the midst of the chaos like an ancient relic. This instrument was the key to mastering Shoggoth, an instrument that could issue commands through melodic enchantments and protect its owner from the monster's mental onslaught. As the protagonist's fingers touched ocarinas, the fate of the battle hovered on the edge of the notes that were soon to fill the air. Shoggoth, the terror of the ancient world, was now a pawn in a game that transcended time, a creature of destruction that could become either the protagonist's greatest ally or his most formidable doom. In a realm where the impossible mingled with the real, there towered Shoggoth, a creature of the abyss, devoid of reason and insatiable in hunger. Against him, swords and spells were as useless as whispers against a storm. Physical blows simply passed through him, leaving no mark on his ever-changing form. With each soul absorbed, Shoggoth increased not only in size, but also in the arcane power he possessed. The very mana that nourished the essence of humanity became its food, and with each bite, its power grew like a tide, inexorable and irresistible. However, this unyielding strength and the terror she inspired by her mere presence was not what instilled pure fear in the hearts of the warriors. It was something more sinister, a threat that penetrated not the flesh but the very psyche of the victim. Shoggoth affected the mind so powerfully that a mere touch of its essence was enough to sow terror, a terror that grew into paralyzing fear, reflecting a primal fear of the unknown, the unseen, that which lurks in the shadowy corners of the world. As decay took hold of people, reason began to crack at the edges. Reality distorted like a reflection in rippling water. Hallucinations twisted the senses, distorted perception until the mind no longer clung to reason. At the zenith of this decomposition, when the psyche could no longer withstand it, the victim fell into a mad frenzy, becoming a puppet, dancing on the strings of the evil will of the Shoggoth. An ancient and malevolent energy was in the air, turning even the bravest hearts to stone and the sharpest minds to dust. Men, once sane and balanced, succumbed to the insidious madness of the Shoggoth. Their eyes glazed over, and they turned on each other in a cruel dance of death. It was an indiscriminate massacre by a creature that fed on chaos and destruction. In the midst of this pandemonium stood the protagonist, his laughter cutting through the cacophony, a sound as chilling to the soul as the whisper of fate itself. In his tone, you could hear the wild exultation that comes when you see the enemy about to die. His eyes, once calm, now blazed with red fire, signaling his imminent transformation. The color red was the harbinger of madness, the visual evidence of the mind's surrender to the will of the Shoggoth. "It's a sign that you're about to enter a state of frenzy," he scoffed, almost relishing the thought of soon losing control of his enemy. "The destruction of consciousness is about to reach 100%. His words were both a prophecy and a verdict, but there was a stillness about him, a center of calm amidst the storm raging around him. He stood, bathed in the heavenly light that seemed to pierce the shroud of darkness, a beacon of determination amidst the looming shadows. Amidst the chaos, there was a moment of deep reflection. Once upon a time, all I thought about was keeping myself and others alive. Those words were a confession, an acknowledgement of a time when survival was the only credo by which he lived. But times have changed, and with them, so has he himself. Above a world draped in shadows, the protagonist's eyes followed the flight of crows in the smoldering twilight. He had long believed that in this cruel world, the only virtue was survival. To survive is to endure, and to endure is to give up everything but yourself. But as the silent birds parted the ashy sky, a whisper of doubt crept into his battle-hardened soul. What would happen if I had more comrades who knew how to fight? The question pierced a breach in his fortress of solitude, letting in a flood of forbidden thoughts of unity and camaraderie. These reflections evolved into deeper introspection. What would happen if the people left behind started working together more? This thought fluttered like a banner in the wind, the possibility that strength could be found not in isolation, but in the collective pulse of human hearts. Visions of those he cared for flashed before him, as ephemeral as fading light. If that were to happen, the people I love. His voice broke, choked by the thought that perhaps through togetherness, those he held dear could live another moment. In silence he stood alone, and the silence around him was as oppressive as a grave. The weight of reflection pinned him to the spot, a lone figure amidst the general indifference, and then his reverie was broken by another voice. "This guy, what's he talking about?" There was confusion in the words, tinged with fear. It was clear that those around him did not see the ghosts haunting him, phantoms of a past that could have been. In the fading light, the protagonist's resolve crystallized into a steely edge. "That's why this time," he whispered, an oath woven into the fading day. The air around him trembled under the weight of his newfound purpose. Gone was the man who sought only to survive. In his place stood a guardian of hope, a beacon in the coming darkness. He reached out to the fallen, to those who longed to find the strength to resist the despair that came with it. "I saved those I could have saved," he stated, and there was a quiet storm of conviction in his voice. With each word he told of his transformation from lone fighter to soul leader, and gave a chance to those who have the desire to become stronger. But there was also one who could not be saved, one whose heart was consumed by shadows. "You won't be one of them, though," he said with contempt in his voice, like a sharp blade stabbing into the twilight. The silhouette of the antagonist loomed on the horizon of the war-torn world, as the specter of betrayal. The protagonist fixed his gaze on his interlocutor, and his question cut through the silence. "How many people have you fed to that monster?" he asked. The answer was engraved in the emptiness of the antagonist's soul, in the lives ruined for an empty victory. "You fucking trash." The protagonist's condemnation was a thunderous roar, a righteous anger for every innocent dragged into the abyss. His anger was a storm, a maelstrom of justice for the blood spilled in the footsteps of an antagonist. He lunged, and his figure turned into a vengeful blur. The protagonist struck not only with the strength of his arm, but also with the full power of his spirit. It wasn't just a battle of flesh. It was a clash of ideals, a final confrontation with an enemy who had abandoned humanity for personal gain. In the silence of the impending storm, the protagonist assumed a position of unyielding strength. He summoned an ancient technique known as the dragon roar, whispered about with awe and fear in the East. It was the art of the unseen, the unspoken, reserved for those moments when only the extraordinary could break through the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of blows, a dance of destruction that blurred the line between human and divine capabilities. The very air seemed to quiver in anticipation as the hand, guided by the wisdom of forgotten masters, prepared for the final blow. The palm struck a sure blow not just to the flesh but to the very essence of the enemy. A mist of blood coughed up by the enemy met the protagonist's blow, and the world held its breath. In the same instant, drops of blood burst forth, their purple shroud torn away by the force of his will. And from the tattered remnants of the bloody mist, a bolt of lightning was born. It swept through the air, becoming a living testament to the main character's strength, a vivid display of the secret art of the Dragon King's style. With a wave of his palm, he summoned a storm of electric fury, and each bolt became a piercing spear aimed at the enemy. The antagonist's body shuddered under the blows, each thrust a symphony of pain, an elegy for the end of time. "Instant death," the hero proclaimed, and his voice sounded a quiet rumble against the fury of the storm. It must have been very painful, for there was electricity running through his entire body. As he stood over the defeated man, there was a final phrase in his tone. "It's a fitting death for a bastard like you." These words were not merely a condemnation, but a declaration that the world would no longer be bound by the tyranny of the fallen. He shifted his gaze to Shoggoth, an abomination defying the laws of nature. Physical attacks don't work on a Shoggoth, he thought, almost to himself, as if recalling a passage from an ancient tome. His eyes, blazing with the knowledge of past battles, recognized the need for the fury of the elements and holy might to purge the land of this evil. The protagonist, relying on the power of the elements as his ally, realized that the creature was vulnerable. His time was at an end. "It's smaller," he remarked with cold precision, "so if I attack it again, it will be destroyed." In a realm where arcana were as real as the wind, a lone figure stood amidst a storm of dark energy, and the ground beneath her was scorched by the force of the power contained within. Eldritch whispers hovered around him, but he held back, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "But there's no reason for me to waste my magic power," he muttered, making the decision not out of fear but out of strategy. A man in a cloak fluttering like the edge of a shadow brought an ocarina to his lips. This instrument was an anomaly amidst the chaos, a simple thing that held secrets that even ancient stones could not whisper. He played a melody that seemed to permeate the very fabric of reality, each note a thread pulling at the seams of the world. The tune was known as Shoggoth's breakdown chord, a sonic key capable of unraveling the bonds of magic itself. As the last note echoed out, a voice carried by the wind expressed surprise. "You know how to play this song, I'm surprised." There was genuine surprise in his voice, for the song was a secret that was jealously guarded by the demon god cult. It was a melody that was not to be known to anyone outside of their secret circles, a melody with the power to destroy the indestructible. In the secret chambers of the cult, the whispers turned to screams. "This song is the secret of our demon god cult." Temple intelligence couldn't get their hands on her. The words hung with a heavy cloud of suspicion that perhaps there was a traitor in their midst, a whisper in the shadows that would betray their most sacred trust. And then, as if summoned by the notes of a forbidden melody, another figure emerged from the swirling mist. His hair was styled in an autumnal cascade, and his eyes glowed with secrets and untold stories. "You know a lot, Ned," someone acknowledged, respect and wariness in his voice. Ned's reputation went before him, a connoisseur of the unseen, a keeper of forbidden knowledge. In a realm where the line between shadow and light was as thin as a whisper, a warrior stood on the threshold of destiny. His hand, with fingers curled around the graceful curves of an ancient amulet, was unwavering despite the storm of battle raging around him. This was no ordinary skirmish. It was a dance of fate and will, where every movement was a word in the language of power. Ned, an enigmatic figure as mysterious as twilight, was the key to the warrior's cunning ruse. The warrior knew that in order to infiltrate the squad, he had to earn Ned's elusive trust. He planned to weave a web of deception, and so convincing that Ned would hand over the letter of recommendation, without a shadow of a doubt. As the moment to act approached, the warrior's thoughts thickened like storm clouds. "The time has finally come," he whispered to himself, and his voice became a murmur lost in the cacophony of the world's heartbeat. He had to pass Ned's test, to prove that he was a dedicated acolyte of the demon god worshippers. To him, this charade was not just a ruse, but a crucial step on a path that promised to change the course of the future. The echoes of his past life haunted him without ceasing, like the chorus of what-ifs and the echoes of unpaid debts. There, in a clearing shrouded by the ghosts of ancient trees, he faced a cloaked opponent, a ghost from a past life. The warrior's body, exposed muscles and sinews in the cold air, was a map of battles fought and scars received, each one a story engraved on his skin. In the final act of this silent opera, the warrior's fists clenched tightly, but not from anger, but from a determination as unyielding as the earth itself. "I want it to end differently this time," he decided, and his resolve became a blade honed on the stone of his convictions. Under the merciless sun, the warrior's cloak fluttered like a flag of defiance. His mind was a fortress, his resolve an indestructible wall, behind which stood one goal: to deceive Ned, to weave such a web of illusion that it would draw him into the depths of trust. For that, I need a chance to get close to Ned by tricking him. No matter what, he vowed, and the weight of necessity weighed heavily on his shoulders. He hadn't realized he was being watched by eyes as perceptive as a hawk's, tracking his every move, picking up intentions hidden behind the stone facade. "I've been watching you until now." Ned's voice was calm, but there wasn't a shred of insight in it. He discerned the masquerade, and his conclusions were as sharp as the blade he wielded. The statement hung in the air. The verdict was delivered with the finality of the grave. "You are a target for destruction," Ned said, his figure blazing with righteous anger against the fire and shadow. The dance of battle had begun, a deadly ballet choreographed by fate and honed on the stone of survival. They collided in the dust, in a symphony of steel and swiftness. The warrior's defenses were a spectacle, skillful dodges from which Ned's blows cleaved only air. It was a performance worthy of the gods, every movement a testament to his skill. Ned, masterful and relentless, found his skill challenged by this riddle. Ned furrowed his eyebrows in what was a rare display of his composure. "The feeling in my hand. All my attacks missed?" The question echoed, a whisper of doubt in the temple of his confidence. Admiration flashed in Ned's eyes, usually as inscrutable as a quiet pond. "Impressive," he agreed, and the word cut through the heavy air like a blade. His opponent, a warrior shrouded in shadow and mystery, danced through the storm of attack with a grace that made it hard to believe he was ordinary. "Just to think you could slip through all that, and even counterattack," Ned pondered aloud, and the thought left a rare trace of warmth in his voice. The cloaked warrior met Ned's gaze, his facial features like the mask of a calm provocateur. "Hey," he called out, his voice as calm as a storm. "You fight an unarmed man with a sword?" Those words hung between them like a challenge, a taunt, a statement of the clear imbalance between them. But beneath the surface of that calmness lurked the trump card that helped the warrior remain unharmed. He summoned the secret art of the Dragon King style, and his body became a conduit for a storm of electric fury. A technique replicating the principles of the Thunder Palm enveloped him in a cloak of lightning, a sight that transformed him into a figure of immense, untouchable power. Ned, however, was not one to be easily outdone. His knowledge of technology spoke of his pedigree, of a shared heritage with the one who stood before him. He knew the meters, the subtle interplay of forces that could unravel an electrical shroud. But those who belong to the same clan know how to parry this welcome, he pondered, tacitly acknowledging the bond that joined their fates. The protagonist stood, his hands crackling with the polar energies of yin and yang electricity, the secret arts of the Dragon King's style flowing over him like a second skin. "Streaming cloud," he whispered, naming the technique that turned the tide, leveled the playing field between sword and flesh. Electricity crackled in the air. Tension could be felt as the two fighters collided, their auras lighting up in a dance of yin and yang. The warrior stood in the midst of the storm. His presence was the eye of an electric maelstrom. Deftly controlling the yang electricity, he reflected Ned's relentless stream of blows, and each blow was reflected off an invisible shield of power. Ned, a master of his craft, could not help but express his undisguised respect. The principle was simple. The same type of electricity repels, but the execution was not. How could you slip through all that and even counterattack? He pondered, his voice sounding like a low rumble against the hum of charged particles in the air. The warrior's stance was unwavering, his concentration absolute. He was protecting vital points with yang electricity, allowing vicious blows to be harmlessly deflected. The art of electric combat was a ballet performed at the speed of light, and he was its principal dancer. Ned narrowed his eyes and realized that it took very little time to adjust to such an attack. "It can be done, but only in this instant," he admitted, nodding at the warrior's split-second accuracy. It dawned on him. This was not cheap mimicry, not a copy of a skill that could simply be replicated. It was skill, pure and hard-earned. The explanation was simple and clear, like a lesson for the ages. The balance of electricity was key. Too little, and the attack will hit the target. Too much, and it will be deflected. Time, place of attack, amount of electricity. All these factors required perfect harmony. Warrior technique was a secret art, requiring a level of mastery that spoke of years, if not decades, of hard training. The Dragon King's style was not just a set of moves to be learned, but a path to be traveled, and he traveled it with diligence and honor. And as the dust settled and the sparks faded, there was a new recognition in Ned's gaze. Real, he declared, and the truth was undeniable. The warrior before him was not a pretender to the throne of the electric martial arts. He was their master, a master of the Dragon King style. His power resonating with the ancient rhythm of battle, a symphony of lightning and heritage. Confusion furrowed Ned's brow, a line drawn deep under the weight of his thoughts. "But it's even more confusing," he muttered, and the revelation discouraged him. The sacred art of the Dragon King style was a closely guarded secret. Its knowledge passed down to only two, himself and his older brother. The warrior standing before him, wielding the same art, was a mystery, an impossibility that shouldn't be. "Who the hell are you?" The question escaped Ned's lips, the demand for truth echoing across the battlefield, eyes narrowed, trying to peer into the veil of mystery that shrouded his opponent. The air seemed to freeze as a new presence appeared in the narrative. The figure of Jin Ryang, the lone dragon, materialized out of the mists of legend. His title of demon god worshipper and rank in the cult allowed him to be in the highest echelons of power. His journey from the Far East through the treacherous desert of Saraha earned him the title of Master of both Terrain and Arcana. Unfolding legends told of Jin Ryang's ascension to the leadership position of the demon god sect, his martial prowess imprinted in the Dragon King style, a technique mysterious and profound. Of the many students who sought to learn the secrets of his art, only two became the true heirs to his legacy. They were the vessels into which all the depth of the Dragon King's style was poured. One of them, his biological son, carried the power of the bloodline in his veins. The other, Ned, was a man shaped by the hand of a master, plucked from the continent of Aslan and transformed into a formidable warrior. They were the two pillars of the Jin Ryang martial dynasty, each carrying the burden and honor of the future Dragon King style. High atop the jagged cliffs where the pines whispered their secrets to the wind, Ned's world tilted on its axis. There was an understatement in the air, an unsolved mystery of the warrior standing before him. It takes two successors to achieve a deep understanding in sparring. The truth echoed in his mind, a Dragon King-style mantra that had been hammered into him since his initiation. The realization that these teachings were only for a select few gnawed at him, deepening the mystery. Ned's eyes, sharp as the blade he wielded, narrowed. "I've never seen your face amongst the regular students before," he accused, and his voice sounded like a low growl against the wilderness. The discovery that this stranger had mastered their sacred art without his knowledge was a thorn in his side, a mystery that could never be solved. The accusation flew from his lips like an arrow, true and deadly. "You destroyed the cult's prized possession, Shoggoth." The word Shoggoth felt the weight of sacrifice, of lives given for a singular purpose. His suspicion was as palpable as the wall between them. "I don't even know if you worship the demon god," he admitted, and the foundation of his beliefs shook. The warrior stood unwavering, like an immovable force before Ned's flood of doubts. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" demanded Ned, crying out for clarity amidst the chaos. And then, in a moment as fleeting as the morning mist, a simple gesture cut through the complexity. A hand with 2 fingers raised, a silent but powerful clue. "It's very simple if you think about it a little," the gesture seemed to say. "There are only 2 successors who will learn the secret art." The word "but" hung in the air, laden with implication, with the promise of an answer over the horizon. Ned's heart raced as all the pieces began to fall into place and the puzzle succumbed to the inexorable pressure of his logic. The warrior's stance, the electrified air, the unspoken words, all pointed to a truth that was as profound as it was disturbing. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, the mystery that had hidden the warrior began to unravel, thread by thread, bringing Ned to the brink of a revelation that would change everything. Twilight whispered secrets as Ned and the mysterious warrior stood opposite each other, the weight of legacy lying between them. What happens if one of them dies? The question hovered in the air, haunting the hallowed ground on which they stood with a ghostly presence. Ned, with the gravity of his own kind sealed into his features, voiced the dire consequences of such a loss. "If one dies and the other is left alone, there will be no one to train with," he said, and the truth lay heavy on his tongue. The style of the Dragon King required an analog, a mirror that reflected the depths of ancient art. Without it, the art will languish, and the race will fade away. He furrowed his brow, and the realization struck Ned with the force of a physical blow. "This can't be happening," he exclaimed, and the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, forming a picture he had never expected to see. The warrior stood before him, no longer puzzled, and his silence was broken by a statement that broke through the shadows. "I am a shadow apprentice," he said in an even voice, "trained in case one of you dies." The words hung between them, indicative of a plan long in the making. The revelation unfolded like a scroll of ancient lore, explaining the existence of shadow disciples. In the tradition of the Eastern Masters, these secret warriors were the silent guardians of their arts, unseen and unknown even to the inner world, ready to step forward at the fall of a successor. Ned's eyes, always so confident, always so piercing, now looked at the warrior with a new understanding. The warrior in front of him was a backup, a hidden defense against the unthinkable. He was a shadow forged in silence, carrying the weight of the future of their art with quiet strength. In that moment, Ned realized that their tradition, the very essence of the Dragon King's style, was far more enduring and expansive than he had ever imagined. In the hidden corners of the sect, there was a tradition as harsh as it was secretive, the tradition of the shadow disciple. It was a card played in the shadows, an invisible guarantee of the sect's unquenchable flame, even amidst the harshest winds of extraordinary circumstances. The path of the shadow apprentice was paved with oaths spoken in whispers and silent sacrifices. They were the invisible doppelgangers of the successor, just as skillful, just as formidable. But unlike their counterpart, their fate was sealed in darkness. If the official successor flourished and acquired the mantle of master, the shadow was extinguished, the life was extinguished to prevent the erosion of power, to prevent the threat of internal strife. The protagonist, cloaked in the anonymity of his role, confirmed the harsh truth of his existence. "Yes, it's not something I just made up," he murmured, his voice a steely thread whispering through the still air. His personality was real, as tangible as the blades he wielded, as defined as the tradition he came from. And yet he was bound by a single caveat, a rule shackling him to the shadows. He could not ascend the sacred halls of the temple, could not stand in the ranks of the raid. He had lived a life on the periphery, close enough to touch the fabric of the sect's destiny, but never wearing it. Altair, a regal figure, now appeared in chains, shackled not only by steel, by expectations, by comrades, by unyielding duty. And it was in those chains that the shadow saw an opening, a slit of opportunity in the austere framework that restrained Altair. The protagonist's lips curled into a smirk, the corners of his mouth lifting with the weight of knowledge and the lightness of strategy. "You're probably doing things unworthy of a princess right now," he scoffed, acting the part of an observer, one who watches and waits. As the last words flew from his lips, "I will take advantage of the situation." It became clear that the shadow had stepped into the light not as a successor, but as a strategist, as a player in a game whose rules were as fluid as the shadows he had once called home. The dim corridors of the ancient temple, a tense conversation unfolded between two mysterious figures. The first of them, the possessor of a piercing gaze and stern character, disputed the presence of his interlocutor with a suspicion as sharp as a sword in its scabbard. "If you are telling the truth," he said, and the light cast deep shadows on his face, "then your existence must be a most intimate secret. So, why did Master send you here?" He listened carefully to the answer, keeping his eyes on the figure in front of him. But the answer did not satisfy him. Later, alone with his thoughts, he mulled over this conversation. "I had already contacted Master to check with him," he recalled. "But he said he never sent a student like you here." The cold wind whispered through the open windows, bringing with it the smell of approaching rain. In the silence of his den, he circled the room like a caged animal, and the truth gnawed at him. "It's a lie," he concluded, and with each step his conviction grew stronger. If the stranger was an impostor, the deception would be exposed, and he would come up with some pathetic excuse to hide the truth. He paused, pondering the teachings of the temple that honored the demon god. It was a sanctuary where communication with the outside world was a thin and fragile thread. "It is difficult for the worshippers of the demon god in the temple to contact the outside world," he admitted to himself, and those words felt like a betrayal of his own sanctuary. "It's normal. A person should make his own decisions based on the situation," he reasoned, trying to find solace in the doctrine he had always been guided by. The decision was weighing heavily on him, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with determination. "I will destroy him if he suspects me even a little," he swore, and there was a firm resolve in his inner voice. The storm raging inside was equal to the one raging outside, and he knew that a storm was coming, both within the temple walls and within his soul. In the hidden chambers of the temple, shrouded in shadow and mystery, stood a mysterious figure clad in a dark fabric of intrigue. His voice was steady and spoke of a mission shrouded in mystery. "The orders I have received," he began with a note of disdain in his voice, "are to conceal my identity from the other worshippers of the demon god." The mission was solitary and required stealth and considerable personal power. "And participate in the raid with your own forces," they continued, keeping their eyes on the interrogator. They were a backup plan, an invisible trump card for unforeseen circumstances. "I must take over your mission if anything happens to you," they said with a confidence that rumbled through the stone walls. Tension hung in the air of the room, the inquirer's skepticism coloring his facial features with doubt. "Do you know what my mission is?" he asked, and there was a challenge in his voice that reverberated off the ancient stones. The confident figure did not waver. The answer cut through the air with unwavering certainty. What else could it be? They answered, a smirk playing on their lips, as if they had the upper hand in a game only they could understand. "You're going to escape with the Dragonheart." A pause followed, weighed down by the gravity of the revelation as Dragonheart's words hung in the balance. The dragon's heart, a mythical artifact of immense power, was the central theme of their dialogue. A magical stone formed in the heart of a dragon and promising power beyond mortal comprehension. The last fragment of the narrative fell into place, explaining that the escape was so swift that it bordered on the supernatural. The figure stood, ready to use the electric acceleration of the Dragon King style, a technique that promised freedom and power. "Once you get your hands on the dragon heart," they declared, and the energy around them crackled as if to confirm their confidence. "No one will be able to stop you from escaping." As the two figures stood in the dimly lit room, an air of defiance emanated from the skeptic. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, expressed a silent defiance. "But whatever you can do, I can do," he said, the confidence of a seasoned warrior in his voice. It was a claim to equality, a refusal to be considered lesser in the face of mystery and doubt. They were having fun while laughing and chatting about various topics. The guy in the foreground raised his glass with a heady drink. The figure in the shadows, contrasting with the other's spunky figure, spoke calmly, with a hint of manipulation. "The teacher wanted only you on this assignment," he said, choosing his words carefully to make his interlocutor uneasy, to suggest that he was incompetent or inadequate. Lifting the veil on his cunning, the cloaked figure admitted to the bold maneuver. He broke orders by luring his interlocutor with something bright to avoid the difficult conditions of the raid. "I don't want to take the hard way when the easy way lies before me." He shrugged nonchalantly, relaxed yet calculating. It was an admission of opportunism, a preference for cunning over brute force. The room seemed to shrink as he leaned forward, mystery dancing in his eyes. "To tell you the truth, I personally have something to say to you," he murmured, lowering his voice to an almost confessional tone. It hinted at a revelation beyond orders and missions, a personal agenda hidden under the cloak of duty. The expression on the skeptic's face grew rigid, his posture tensi in anticipation. "Is there something you want to tell me?" he repeated, intrigue and suspicion audible in his tone. He stood on the threshold of discovery, ready to peel away all the layers of deception, to reveal the truth hidden beneath. Under the cover of night, the revelation sounded like a whisper, but it spread through the hall with the force of a shout. "It's about blood tears," the white-haired man said, and his proximity shortened the distance between conspiracy and trust. His words, full of meaning, hung in the air between them like a mystery, revealing its crimson petals in the dark. The skeptic's eyes widened, a flicker of shock breaking his calm demeanor. Thoughts raced through his mind, sharp as a blade. How did he know about this? Blood tears, the name evoking memories of flames and loss, was his family's stolen treasure, a legacy shrouded in betrayal and a thirst for retribution. It was a secret shrouded in shadows that he could only share with the master he had sworn to follow, an oath intertwined with a promise of vengeance against the very temple where their confrontation now took place. The air grew heavy as he rose to his feet, and his voice became a blade forged in the fire of his anger. "Tell me what you know about blood tears." The demand sounded like clanking steel, like a challenge seeking to break through the veil of deception. The answer was measured, calm as the eye of the storm. "I'll tell you when I decide you're trustworthy," the white-haired man replied, not a hint of secrecy in his voice as he blurted out at arm's length. He was playing a deeper game, bartering and sharing. "First of all, why don't you make it easy for me? You can add me to the raid, right?" It was an offer that carried the weight of negotiation, a sign of trust that had to be exchanged for entry into a circle of complicity. Resentment lodged in the depths of his being like a persistent chill. "I'm sick of the stinking dwellings reserved for the lower ranks of the hunting party," he muttered, contempt in every word. His words painted a vivid picture of a reality in which the musty air of desolation clung to him as tenaciously as the shadows clung to the corners of his quarters. It was not only the stench that offended him, but the dishonor, the disgrace of his rank, the humiliation of his position. A reluctant truth began to loom in the back of his thoughts, a reluctant surrender to what he was resisting. "There's no way I wouldn't believe him," he admitted to himself, waging and losing an internal struggle. The walls he had built brick by brick of skepticism and doubt, began to crumble under the weight of necessity. Piling the full weight of the revelation upon him, he beckoned the white-haired enigma with an order that tolerated no objection. "Follow me. You have to come with me to a place," he demanded. The sense of importance in his voice cut through the air, a clear sign that there was a turning point in their game. The path led them to an abandoned building, shrouded in the gloom and whispers of the past. The building stood not far from the temple, its silhouette in stark contrast to the night sky, like an abandoned sentinel guarding forgotten secrets. The climax of their journey unfolded in the darkness of an abandoned room. Standing before the flock, shrouded in expectation, he solemnly announced, "My brethren, I have brought the last one." The words echoed, filling the space with their significance. It was a moment of revelation, the last piece placed on the chessboard in a game that crossed the chasm between revenge and union. In the cold twilight of the evening's events, the skeptical character now known as the successor to the Master of the East took a new look at the white-haired figure beside him. "His name is Jafir," he announced, and his voice sounded commanding. "He was sent by the Master to help me in my mission." With that simple statement, he dispelled the shadows of doubt that had crept into Jafir's soul, confirming his purpose and place in their ranks. Confirming his identity wasn't a mere formality. It was the key that gave Jafir entry into the circle of trust. Jafir himself, still a silent observer, finally spoke, and there was a note of respect and perhaps curiosity in his voice. "I found you very attractive," he said, recognizing the seriousness and importance of the successor's role in their mysterious brotherhood. The air stirred as a new figure emerged from the depths of the room. Matthias Grimmer, whose name signified authority in the demon-worshipping hierarchy, gave Jafir an honorable recognition. "Be honored that you are helping the successor of the Master of the East, young brother," he said, reverence and anticipation in his deep voice. The successor then revealed the scale of the action to come. "The slave candidates for the members of the raid team," he began, raising his hand in a command gesture, "who will follow the heresy investigators and the hunting team, have decided to become 40 of us worshippers of the demon god," he said. It was a statement that spoke of scale, of an elaborate plan involving many, each a cog in a vast machine of vengeance and dark faith. Matthias Grimmer, realizing the significance of the moment, decided to reinforce his goal with clarity and conviction. "Since there's a newcomer here," he said, giving Jafir a piercing glance, "I'll explain the raid strategy again. You have to memorize it. There shouldn't be any errors." His words, like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, cemented the last link in the chain of their unity. It was a decree that left no room for error, for in the complex dance of shadows and deception they were about to undertake, even the slightest misstep could lead to death. In the shadowy enclave where whispers of devotion stirred the air, a voice rang out, clear and resolute, proclaiming allegiance to the glory of the demon god cult. It was an oath uttered in all seriousness, a testament to the fervor that fueled the hearts of those who stood in the sanctuary of shadows. Jafir, enigmatic among them, his silver hair flashing pale in the dim light, looked skeptically at those gathered. The thought that all 40 souls gathered among them were true worshippers of the demon god seemed ridiculous to him. It was too strange a thought to accept, a twist in their dark picture bordering on comical. As he stood still, his mind traced the lines of their history, drawing a contrast with Sahaki, who had once sought power through the crutches of artifacts and beasts, and his own past, driven by raw ambition, untamed and unrefined. But this gathering was different. They were not bound by the same chains of dependency or simple dreams of greatness. They evolved, became something more. They were an elite force, each one a honed blade sharpened for the sole purpose of this mission. Their combined might was a formidable arsenal aimed at executing a plan that had been set in motion by unseen forces, and their resolve was unwavering. And yet Jafir, standing amidst the murmurings of his brothers, wondered at the gnawing question. If such power flows in their veins, if each of them is in itself a bastion of might, what does their worship serve? Then why do you follow the demon god? he pondered, and the question hung in the air like a ghost, challenging the very foundation of their gathering. Distrust and exposure hovered in the air as the skeptic, cloaked under the weight of his role, faced the disturbing truth. Jafir's disclosure was an unspoken message from their master, a whisper of doubt that echoed loudly in his mind. The fact that he revealed himself means that Master does not fully trust me. It wasn't an easy pill to swallow. The bitter taste of betrayal was palpable in his thoughts. The shadow of blood tears loomed over him, a secret that should have been kept in the innermost sanctum of their pact. But Jafir knew it, knew of the holy vengeance pulsing in his veins. How close are they to sharing such sensitive information? He wondered, and his suspicion gnawed at the beast in his chest. The realization that the Master's confidential information might extend beyond him, perhaps to Jafir's benefit, was a silent blow to his loyalty. But as he stood still, his resolve hardened like steel in the forge of his will. He didn't let his convictions waver. The Master had promised him retribution, which became the somber refrain of his life. No, I mustn't flinch. Master promised me. He whispered to the shadows like a mantra to calm his swirling thoughts. A figure emerged from the gloom of potential allies, its presence as commanding as their shared history. If you become important to me, I will fulfill your revenge. Her words were a lifeline, tentative yet powerful, a pact of blood for blood, honor for honor. It was the assurance that his revenge would not be a lonely trek into the darkness. He clenched his fists at his sides, making a silent oath to himself and the silent gods they served. I need the Master for my revenge, he confirmed, a determined growl in his voice. He will take possession of the dragon heart, not as a shadow hiding behind the light of others, but as himself, a rightful avenger whose wrath belongs to him, not the shadow me, he declared, and his eyes lit up with a fire of conviction, as unshakable as the stone upon which their temple was built. In a closed room where conspiracies were as common as prayers, the skeptical character had a look carved out of contemplation. He stood guard over his fate, pondering the implications of Jafir's sudden appearance. If he's the shadow apprentice they were training to replace me, he pondered, the thought coiling around him like a snake. Then he might want something to happen to me. This suspicion was the crux of his concern. The path of the successor is often paved through the fall of the incumbent. The thought that Jafir might be accepted as the official successor in the event of his downfall lay a cold shadow over his heart. It was a Game of Thrones, played stealthily and subtly, where the specter of death was a constant companion. Perhaps, he thought, bitterly uttering the quiet words, he will aim for my neck. The conspiratorial minds around him turned their attention to mission strategy, casting their lot with the fate of the division. Now that I have explained our strategy, the organizer of their dark conclave announced, I will divide you into groups. These words sounded like a call to order and purpose. With methodical precision, roles were assigned. The escort group was tasked with getting Brother Ned to safety, and the attic group was tasked with confronting the formidable Knight Captain Lucius. Each participant was a piece on the board, each group a moving part of a plan greater than themselves. The skeptic, the heavy mantle of his role resting on his shoulders, turned to Jafir, trying to tie their fates together by logic and necessity. Since we've been assigned the same mission, he suggested, isn't it natural to be in the same group? It was a question that left no room for argument, a statement that bound them together in the intricate dance of their dark ballet. In the dim light of dusk, as shadows cast long, uncertain lines across the room, Aiden stood at the window, a riot of thoughts reflected in his golden eyes. The world outside the window was unforgiving and full of those who would not hesitate to take away the accomplishments he had fought so hard for, and even life itself. As the day was winding down, Aiden contemplated his options. The threat was real, and his conclusion was obvious. It was far better to keep a potential enemy in his circle, to monitor and manipulate him, than to let him hide in obscurity. Across the room, Victor waited with a patient immobility that didn't match the tension of the moment. His snow-white hair, in stark contrast to the darkness of the room, seemed to almost glow. As Aiden turned away from the window, their gazes met and there was an unspoken agreement between them. Victor held out his hand, his voice firm. "I will be in your care." It was a declaration of trust, a surrender to Aiden's tutelage, and a partnership that could change the course of their intertwined destinies. Aiden's thoughts, constantly staring ahead, couldn't help but return to the shards of his past life, reflected like a broken mirror on the floor of his memories. He had already seen this scene, felt this trust, and was committed. It was a past filled with revenge and misguided faith that led to his demise. But history would not repeat itself this time. He was sure of it. A figure appeared in the shadows, shrouded in nameless gloom. Known for his loyalty and patience, this observer, Nolan, was a chess piece that had yet to be played. Aiden knew his worth, realizing that an ally like Nolan, while loyal, was far more valuable than an adversary. Looking down at Nolan from above, Aiden was almost contemplative. If he manages to sway this man to his side, Nolan's unwavering character will prove invaluable in the turbulent times ahead. It was all about changing the balance, taking Nolan's loyalty and turning it into a linchpin for future victories. As if echoing Aiden's thoughts, Victor's voice broke through the silence again, confirming their newfound union. "I, too, will be in your care." It was a mutual understanding, a shared commitment to move forward on a path full of unknowns but promising victory over adversity. In the pre-dawn silence, under the cover of the last of the night's shadows, Silas stood alone. He was haunted by the ghostly threads of connections he had once cherished, but now all of them were lost to the winds of fate and recklessness. There were countless of them, each one a whispered promise or a broken bond, but there was one he knew he had to bring back from the abyss, the bond that was the key to unlocking his full potential. It was a connection not with anyone, but with a formidable figure shrouded in flame, a silhouette filled with power and mystery. This was the same mentor who had once suggested Silas go through the labyrinth of higher martial arts techniques. His mentor's voice seemed to echo in the flames, a challenge that was both a suggestion and a plea. Would Silas help them escape their shared purgatory? And then, in the crucible of decision, Silas's face hardened, his eyes flashing with the fire of determination. A scathing sneer escaped his lips, a challenge thrown at the feet of his erstwhile mentor. Will he choose death, or, hardened and transformed, will he become the epitome of survival? As tough and resilient as Jerky? The narrative then reveals the truth, a memory sealed into the core of Silas's soul. His teacher Ned, who taught him the Dragon King style, was the eccentric connection that turned Silas into the strongest of men. Ned's lessons were not only lessons in combat, but also lessons in life and resilience. When dawn came and the world awoke, the sky itself seemed to hold its breath, a canvas of the world painted in blue and white strokes. It was a new day, heralding change and speaking of battles to come. A proclamation sounded in the heart of the city. Piercing through the usual noise of life, it announced the names of those who had been chosen for the unusual trek. The raid team was to venture into the depths of the tomb of the abominable princess dungeon, a task as dangerous as it was prestigious. Those who were drafted were listed, their fate sealed by the call of heroes, and their new lives as warriors in training began at 6 o'clock in the morning. In the halls of the secret assembly, a group of cloaked men bent over tattered maps and ancient texts. Their faces were shrouded in mystery, their identities guarded as closely as the mission they were to accomplish. In front of them lay a parchment with a decree of silence. Mouths were to be sealed, conversations limited to the circle of trust. The weight of impending mystery hung in the air, and every participant knew the price of indiscretion. An alabaster-haired figure stood among them, her gaze penetrating the shroud of shadows. It was Kylam, the architect of their grand scheme, whose mind was a fortress of strategies and plots. In his eyes he could faintly see the satisfaction of having succeeded in realizing what he had planned. He whispered under his breath, It's time to settle things. A mantra for carefully orchestrating the chaos to come. The scene changed and the story plunged into an abyss of danger. The Black Steel Spider dungeon has appeared, a place where nightmares become reality, and its arachnid guardian a portent of the trials to come. Nearby, the cockatoo's nest raged, a cacophony of screams and anger that promised a battle where only the fierce or foolish would dare to tread. And yet in the midst of this picture of danger, a clever ruse was revealed. A village in a canyon, covered up by a lair of goblins using forged documents. This was Calem's work, a masterful move to fulfill a promise made to a mysterious benefactor, known only as Goethe. The dungeons had been cleared, and the loot was ready. In the silence that came after the tumultuous preparations, gratitude poured freely from the lips of the comrades. The two team members bowed deeply to their mentor, reverence in their voices. "Thank you, Jafir. Big brother, thank you for everything so far." They said goodbye with the bittersweet relish of departure. "Please take care," they added, and their words became a talisman to ward off trouble from the uncertain path that lay before them. In the silence of the gloomy, sunlit room, a group of serious figures gathered, tensely watching every word of their alabaster-haired leader. "Now you all have accomplishments," he said in a firm but devoid of triumph voice, "and many vacancies because 40 slaves have been sent on a special assignment they call a raid." He paused, glancing around them. "Very soon you will be promoted." There was a whiff of anticipation in the air, but one of them, a young man with the fire of youth still burning in his eyes, realized the seriousness hidden beneath the promise of rank. "The road will be even harder after the promotion, so hang in there," he began. But the weight of unspoken thoughts pressed down on him. Big brother," he mumbled, wanting to express his deep desire to follow him, to learn more, to be more. But the words stuck in my throat, a plea. "Please let me follow you. I want to learn more from you." Remained trapped in his mind. He didn't want to burden his mentor with his insecurities. "That's okay," he muttered, vowing to himself to carry his insecurities alone. Later, the white-haired leader stood at the edge of the cliff, his silhouette looming lonely against the vast sky. His thoughts were an unspoken paean to the journey ahead, an acknowledgement of the brevity of their companionship. "Though our time together was short, I understand," he reflected, his heart realizing the enormity of his goal. "This man has a purpose," he pondered. "And that purpose is far greater than we ordinary people can imagine." The young man watched from the sidelines, and in his eyes respect and realization crystallized into painful clarity. "We weaklings have no right to follow him," he admitted to himself, bitterly aware of his place in the shadow of a man who was destined to walk a path littered with difficulties beyond his comprehension. In the dim light of the training hall, the white-haired leader, commanding attention by his mere presence, gave an order that bore the seriousness of an ancient prophecy. "If you train yourself to death," he proclaimed, and there was a cascade of determination in his voice, "the day will come when you can walk beside me." The young man, who had been tormented by doubts before, and now that the glove was thrown at his feet, could only look at it questioningly, and his heart raced with anticipation of such an honor. "Then follow me." The leader waved his hand, turning on his heels and throwing on a cloak that whispered stories of 1,000 battles. The hall, filled with tension and ambition, watched him look over his shoulder. "I will expect great things from you," he said, and the young man and his companions bowed deeply, words of gratitude and reverence in their voices. The leader looked into the faces of the young warriors, their eyes burning with the fire of newfound purpose and determination. "Two people who should have been dead by now are alive," he said with a smile on the corner of his lips. Their survival was a testament to his judgment, and in their glowing gaze he saw a reflection of his own indomitable spirit. But as the day faded and shadows stretched across the walls of the hall, the leader's thoughts grew as dark as the coming night. "Those guys are already dead, though," he pondered, and a chill of foreboding crept up his spine. 3 years later, a cataclysmic event was coming. A summoning of the demon gods that threatened to consume them all. His thoughts raced like a ticking clock. A lot of people, including these guys, will lose their lives, he admitted, feeling the weight of future loss weighing on his soul. There was one hope left, one chance to cut the thread of this grim fate. The dragon heart. It was the key, the pulse beat of a decision shrouded in mystery and danger. In the hallowed hall, where the light danced on the ancient stone, stood a man of imposing stature, his white hair in stark contrast to the shadowy background. Beside him stood a woman in sacred garb, with a symbol of faith on her head, and listened attentively to his speech. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked, and his voice echoed lightly off the cold walls, seeking her advice. Her eyes, reflecting a wisdom beyond her years, turned to the gear displayed before them. Gleaming armor stood guard next to battle weapons, each piece meticulously crafted and bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the tall windows. "This is the equipment I acquired," he said with a touch of pride, crossing his arms over his chest and presenting the arsenal to his companion. While she was looking at the kit, he turned to her and a small, knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. "They are good," he affirmed, approving not only of the craftsmanship, but also of the latent power each item possessed. The weapon, unassuming in its blunt form, was a mana conductor, chosen for its ability to channel arcane energies that flowed through the realm like invisible rivers. She nodded, lingering her gaze on the weapon, realizing the meaning behind his choice. Indeed, they were blunt instruments, but in the hands of those who knew how to harness the etheric forces, they had great potential. "Just as I ordered," he added, confirming that the choice was not random, but the result of careful planning and knowledge. The narrative shifted, moving away from the quiet reverence of the armory to a vision of the danger that awaited them. The tomb of the abominable princess was not just a resting place for the dead. It was an abyss of evil, teeming with the reanimated bones of the fallen, a place where death itself was only the beginning of a much darker existence. In the dim light of the armory, the scent of oiled steel and ancient leather in the air, a warrior with a noble figure turned to his companion, a woman marked with divine cloth. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked, and his voice echoed in the hallowed space, weighed down by the weight of impending war. She stood silent, sentinel, eyeing the weapons he had gathered. They glittered with deadly promise, each object reflecting not only the flickering light of the torch but the necessity of its purpose. "This is the gear I acquired," he announced, his posture as firm as the armor he presented. A smile of quiet confidence touched his lips as he assessed the hiding place. "They're good," he confirmed with obvious satisfaction. Each weapon, each shield, each armor was chosen not for its ability to maim or bleed, but for a far more important trait, its ability to channel the etheric force of mana. Among this multitude was a weapon, unremarkable to the untrained eye, but to those versed in harness, it was priceless. Dumb, yes, but built to harness magical energies, it was perfect for the task at hand. "Just as I ordered," he murmured, more to himself than to his interlocutor, pleased with the workmanship. The tomb of the abominable princess was where they were headed, a furnace of reanimated bones and evil spirit. Living skeletons, if such a term can be applied to the dead, roamed its cursed halls, mocking the natural order of things by their very existence. That's what he was preparing for. To defeat a skeleton, you have to break it with a blunt weapon, he explained. And this statement was not only a lesson in tactics, but a rule of engagement. Blades that cut through flesh and squeezed out blood were of little use against these hideous creatures. Only the crushing power of blunt weapons was sufficient. When the man promised to purchase the entire arsenal, the woman looked at him, disbelief evident in her question. "Really?" she asked, but he was already reaching out for the weapon that had caught his eye, a sword that glowed with an inner light, its points singing of past battles and coming victories. "I especially like this one," he said, raising the twilight sword, an artifact of ancient power shrouded in mystery and legend. It wasn't just a weapon, it was the key to victory, a beacon of hope against the darkness they were about to face. In the muffled silence of the temple's armory, the faithful woman tilted her head, frowning her eyebrows in thought. "I bought it at the request of an esteemed customer," she murmured with a note of skepticism in her voice. "But against skeletons, the long sword isn't very effective." She met the warrior's gaze, searching for an answer, pondering his logic. The warrior, a man whose experience was imprinted in his facial features and calm demeanor, didn't hesitate. His inner monologue revealed a broader perspective. "It's not just skeletons that should bother me in this dungeon." His fears lay deeper, woven into the story that the skeletons were merely a facade for the greater threats lurking within the ancient walls. As if summoned by his thoughts, the narrative unfolded, presenting a being of light, a figure enveloped in the grandeur of the Temple of Light. The creature was woven into their destiny, seeking to complete a chapter that had lasted 10 long years, a crusade to purge the dungeon of darkness. The tale took an increasingly darker turn. There were whispers of worshippers of demonic gods, fanatics willing to plunge into the abyss for the survival of their creed. Their presence hinted at unspoken rituals, sacrificial altars hidden in the heart of the dungeon where blood and shadow mingled. Amidst these revelations, the warrior stood as a lone figure against the raging storm, his silhouette crackling with the energy of determination. "The entire party are my enemies," he proclaimed, resolutely declaring his willingness to confront the legion of cultists. His journey took place against the backdrop of arcane warfare, where every spell cast and blade swung could tip the scales between light and darkness. Under the cover of dusk, a lone knight stood resolutely within the crumbling walls of the ancient castle. His task was clear: get through the dangerous labyrinth and get the elusive dragon heart. It was an object of immense power. Legend has it that it would grant its possessor untold power, a prize worthy of facing the legion of shadows that stood in its way. The knight known as Ned bore the brunt of this campaign with stoic determination, though doubts hovered around him like the fog that enveloped the castle. Trust was a scarce currency, and its path lay not only through enemy territory, but also through the treacherous terrain of split alliances. In the silence of the castle, the name, Ned, rang out, the one who held the knight's trust, the one whose loyalty was as mysterious as the secret prophecies carved into the stones of the castle itself. Ned's face was a mask of thoughtfulness that gave away no secrets and held a story yet to be revealed. As he pondered the journey ahead, the knight realized that he had more than just the task of convincing Ned of the truth, a truth so deep and frightening that it could shatter the very fabric of their reality. It would take more than words to win the heart and mind of a man like Ned. It would take evidence woven with sincerity and the unyielding power of persuasion. However, if words failed and steel spoke instead, the knight realized the grim reality looming over him in this confrontation. It will not be a skirmish that may end in retreat or truce. It will be a battle to the victorious end, a duel where the only outcome will be the death of one soul or the other. In the midst of these troubling thoughts, a woman dressed as an enchanter suddenly appeared, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ancients. Her appearance, albeit belated, was a reminder that the threads of this campaign are intertwined with many, and each player has their own map to reveal. "I'm sorry I'm really late, right?" she murmured, and her voice echoed through the stone halls with a timbre that spoke of knowledge of arcana and hidden intentions. She introduced herself as a sorceress from the Research Institute, Angela, and her name was another piece in the tangled puzzle the knight was slowly piecing together. Who is she? An ally sent by Anna, or another challenge he must face in his quest for the dragon heart? Only time will tell, and in quests like this, time is as much an enemy as any flesh and blood opponent. In the hallowed halls of the ancient temple, a sacred ritual was unfolding, the air crackling with arcane energy. A lone sword lay on the altar, bathed in a celestial glow, and above it hovered hands shrouded in the glow, weaving a tapestry of divine power into the very essence of the metal. It was the art of enchantment, a delicate craft where the power of the magic invested testified to the skill of the enchanter. Deep in thought, A figure stood off to the side with a dance of light reflected in its eyes. "If I remember correctly, Angelia is one of the greatest sorceresses in the temple," he murmured, reverence and respect in his voice. His words hung in the air like an acknowledgement of extraordinary skill. The scene changed, and the seriousness of sorcery gave way to levity. Having accomplished his task, the warlock turned to another, instructing him to continue his sacred duty. Then I entrust it to you," came the soft order, shrouded in confidence. The response was light-hearted and teasing. "Ho ho ho, you sure can, handsome Appa." Their companionship echoed in the stone corridors, reminding them that even in this place, imbued with ancient power, there was still human warmth. In another room stood a figure clothed in the robes of the temple, a vision of devotion. Angelia, wrapping her hands around the rosary beads, begged in a melodious whisper, "Our Blessed Mother, grant us your light." Her plea was a silken thread reaching to the heavens in search of divine blessing. As the spell reached its zenith, the vault of the temple resounded with a symphony of released power. Before the warlock lay objects of great power, now glowing with sacred light. The blessed dusk sword, the griffin feather robes, the sturdy leather boots, the mace of trials. Each of them was a masterpiece of magical skill. The enchantment was complete. The items were ready to aid those who would choose them in the coming trials. The temple is once again a crucible for miracles, and at its heart is Angelia's unrivaled skill at channeling the light of the gods into the mortal world. Amidst the luminescent glow of the charms, the warrior stood resolutely, his figure shrouded in the glow of the newly forged magical artifacts. Every item, from the blessed mace of adversity to the black steel spider hook, testified to his unyielding determination. "Although I need to prepare for the battle with my party members, I can't put off preparing for the dungeon," he pondered with a steely note in his voice. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him, the coming battle and the treacherous depths of the dungeon. "At this point," he whispered, and there was a quiet storm brewing in his hard gaze. "The basic preparations are complete." A surge of power swept through his veins, a silent promise of battles to come. He was ready, armed not only with enchanted steel but with the fortitude of a seasoned warrior. The scene devolved into a mundane exchange of gold for services rendered. 5 items totaling 3,000 gold. A voice rang out, breaking the solemnity of the moment. "How will you pay?" Wasting no time, the warrior held out a weighty pouch of coins. "It's all here, Ani," he said, and the clinking of gold spoke eloquently of the cost of the journey. However, as he contemplated the deal, distrust built up in him. Only 3,000 gold for a spell made by Angelia, that's very cheap. There was a sense of unease, a realization that such deals have not only a financial, but perhaps a hidden cost. The White Rose must have pulled some strings, he concluded, and the name brought to mind a whole host of alliances and favors in the shadowy backroom of the temple. Finally, amidst the cold stone and the resounding echo of the halls, a conversation about logistics ensued. "Now let's calculate our expenses, shall we?" suggested one of the figures for whom the practical side of adventure often takes a back seat to the glory of combat. "Are you sure about that?" A questioning answer sounded, a note of uncertainty in the air. The warrior stood before the nun, his face reflecting relief and solemnity. "Aren't you the reason I pay almost no commission?" he acknowledged, and there was a gratitude in his voice that spoke of battles not only physical, but strategic and economic. The nun, in immaculate attire and with a naively stern expression on her face, accepted the confession. "There's more than just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment here," she reminded him. With a slight chuckle, she added, "I prepared for some losses to score points." Her words, casual yet calculated, hinted at a game of give and take, a sacrifice not only of gold but of favors and alliances. "Come on, we're not strangers to each other," she joked, and her eyes sparkled with the lights of camaraderie and a shared history going back centuries beyond the walls of this temple. The warrior's gaze softened, a rare vulnerability flickering in his eyes. "You probably didn't have much time either." "Thank you." His words were a bow, an expression of respect for the nuns' battles in the silence between prayers and the quiet rustling of sacred texts. When she took a step back, her face expressed humble triumph. Well, now that you know. But the warrior was already deep in thought, and the gears in his head were turning, pondering his next move. But what to do? He pondered aloud, and the rhetorical question echoed off the stone into the void. Then, with a heaviness that seemed to draw all the light out of the room, he confessed, "I have no more money." The words fell like a hammer blow, and the finality of his statement contrasted sharply with the glowing enchantment and promise of glory that lay beyond the horizon. The silence was broken by a sigh. "What? Dear customer, what did you say?" The merchant's face reflected shock, his features contorted in bewilderment. The warrior's trouble spread across the world, touching people's lives in the web of commerce and survival that bound them all together. In the dim light of a room, immersed in semi-darkness, an unusually serious exchange of views was unfolding between two different figures. The former, clad in the humility of apology, stood with shoulders weighed down by the weight of failure. There was disappointment in this character's words. The expected treasures from Canyon Village, once thought to be quite valuable, had turned out to be worthless. And the village itself was not the dungeon of riches they had hoped for. The second figure, shrouded in a halo of expectation, listened with a growing anxiety that was almost palpable in the tense silence that followed the confession. Then, as if grasping at straws, the former offered an alternative, a couple of vials of ominously glistening liquids, the labels of which said deadly poisons. It was a risky gamble to present these sinister lineups as a reward. At this revelation, the air seemed to thicken and time itself stopped, while the second character contemplated the seriousness of the proposal. The initial shock, deeply imprinted on their faces, was replaced by a realization of the true value of poisons. The conversation, which had started with a note of despair, quickly turned to another direction. The second figure's shock was replaced by unbridled eagerness, a fervor emanating from himself. With an enthusiasm bordering on awe, they declared that they were more than satisfied with the deadly vials, and there was a hunger in their voices that betrayed their keen desire to possess such a rare artifact. Finally, the narrative reached a climax when the waiting figures, unable to contain their anticipation any longer, demanded the poisons with insistence. The desperation that had previously belonged to the first character was now reflected in the impatient gestures of the second, the outstretched hand, the eyes burning with the excitement of the impending transaction. It was a moment that reflected the peculiarity of their world, where poisons can be treasures and the value of objects is as unpredictable as the fates themselves. The air of the room was still filled with the tension of a done deal. The character who had just handed over the vials of poison turned and with a solemn look gave a final recommendation to the other. He told him to be careful when selling them, and the name Mole fell from his lips like a stone into the maelstrom of his interlocutor's mind, warning him of the dangers of that contact. The recipient of the ampoules confirmed this with an indifferent nod. The weight of the words was understood, but the gravity did not seem to be felt. As the first character began to move away down the dim corridor, a familiar, warm voice was heard behind him. The girl immediately yelled for their customer to come back to them. There was more than a salesman's concern for the customer in that voice. There was a sense of genuine affection in it, a promise to wait for their return. Jeffir said he'd give the payoff after the raid. Those words hovered in the air, filled with hope for future encounters, like an anchor of normalcy amidst their turbulent everyday life. The scene changed, and the narrative was in the background of some gathering. Two figures stood conversing amidst the shadows of 100 other people. One of them asked how many people were around them, if one still had to count the nights, and the question hung between them like a heavy cloak. Jafir replied that there were about 100 people, in what felt like a premonition of something grand. One of the characters stood apart from the others, immersed in thoughts that seemed to transcend the present moment, going into the past. He recounted his memories, grimly counting the number of those who had survived a similar gathering in a past life. But they were disastrously few. There was a fatalistic determination in their voices. They were resigned to the fact that history might repeat itself. There was a collective pause at the last image, as if everyone gathered was holding their breath. One of the characters looked around at the gathered crowd and remarked. Jafir pronounced that it looked like everyone was in a fight. It was a confession that set everything in motion, a silent bell that heralded the beginning of an event that had been awaited and feared. A call to arms sounded under the high vaults of the hallowed halls, and the raiding party began to assemble. Lucius stood in the front rows, his golden armor gleaming in the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. His gaze was stern, and his resolve unwavering. He was the chosen leader of the squad, the captain of the Temple Knights, who had been entrusted with a daunting task. The composition of the party testified to the seriousness of their task. The Order of the Knights Templar, led by its official priest, had fielded the strongest, 18 battle-hardened knights and 10 healers ready to give their lives for a just cause. They were a bulwark against darkness, a shield for their people. But this was no ordinary raid. Out of the shadows came the hunting team, 20 slave souls, each a silent predator in the complex hierarchy of the Order of the Knights of the Temple. Their presence spoke to the intricacies of the task, the need for stealth and cunning amidst the clang of steel. There were those who walked in the light but were close to darkness. The Inquisitors of Heresy, 12 combat inquisitors and 6 healers, carried the cross of salvation as well as judgment. Their purpose was twofold, to heal and to judge, to defend the sanctity of their order with fire and faith. Completing the mosaic were the Agents Inquisitors of Heresy, another 20 men of slave rank, shrouded in mystery as much as cloaks. It was a silent oath, a promise to act in the shadow of the grand scheme, to be that invisible hand that would guide the outcome of the coming confrontation. As dawn broke over the sacred grounds, the formation of the detachment was consecrated. 86 souls, sealed with a solemn oath, were divided into 2 groups, determined by martial prowess and magical ability. A vanguard unit, representing might and strength, stood at the ready with sword and shield. Their duty was clear: engage in close combat, guard the paths, scout the unknown, keeping their fellow vanguards safe. The last group, made up of mages and healers, were the lifeblood of the party. They held staffs that conveyed the very essence of support and restoration from a distance beyond the reach of the sword. The command of these divided forces was entrusted to 4 distinguished individuals. Captain Healer Arno, with a gaze as calm as the still waters of a sacred pool, was a beacon of hope and recovery. Captain Leona's escort captain stood beside him, her presence as calm as it was formidable, and a testament to the power contained in protection and support. Towering over everyone gathered was Party Captain Lucius. His command was not only a strategy, but a blessing. His raised hand not only directed the course of battle, but bestowed a silent blessing on his charges. His authority was absolute, not only by virtue of his rank, but also by virtue of the divine favor he bore. The concept of stigmata, a divine gift marking those loved by the gods, was revered. These holy bearers, called saints or holy girls, were living conduits of the heavenly will, their hands glowing with the light of the patron deities. And Lucius, the saint of light Pagus, was a revered figure, marked from chilled hood with the luminous seal of a deity who promised him, after his earthly demise, to ascend to the heavenly halls. The raid participants stood on the threshold of their holy work, their roles predetermined both by their skills and by the divine hierarchy that blessed their mission. They were not just warriors, they were the chosen instruments of a higher will. Each step forward was a step in a grand cosmic gambit, each breath a whispered prayer for victory and survival. In the silence that precedes the storm of an arduous trek, the raiders gathered, their spirits buoyed by the presence of those they considered almost otherworldly. Among them, saints and holy sisters were revered. Their aura was equated with that of angels, and their very presence was an honor that many carried with them as a sacred memory. One of those gathered, A humble warrior with faith shining in his eyes was amazed at the blessing of seeing the saints in the flesh. He clasped his hands together in silent prayer, his heart full of gratitude, epitomizing the awe felt by all present. But amidst the whispered prayers and reverent murmurings, there was one who bore the weight of their veneration with quiet solemnity. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, betrayed the gravity of his role. For the others, his revelation was a rare gift, a moment of sharing grace with the higher echelons of their holy order. It was a time of prophetic declarations, when an authoritative figure, clad in the regal trappings of his position, spoke with a voice that resonated with the power of foresight. Lucius uttered that he had prophesied one thing, and the words hung in the air, seeming to have an echo of divine power in them. The proclamation was bold, its implications as vast as the sky above them. With this raid, they will conclude a saga that has lasted 10 grueling years. The tomb of the abominable princess, a name whispered across the land, would cease to be a mystery haunting their world. It was an oath that bore the weight of many a fate, a challenge to an enigma that defied the bravest of hearts. On the threshold of the risky enterprise, the assembled warriors listened to their fates being inscribed in the annals of the Holy Church. Lucius pronounced that the names of every person that took part in the raid would be recorded, imbued with the weight of history. That voice promised not just fame, but immortality of memory and spirit. There was a revelation in the ranks of the participants that caused a profound change. The slaves, shackled by chains invisible but felt in their every step, were to be freed from their fetters. Lucius indicated that all slaves would become free men, echoing off the stone in the hearts of those who had known nothing but slavery. It was the promise of a new dawn, a future where the shackles of the past would be broken and forgotten. Party Captain Lucius, the Saint of Light, whose very presence was inspiring, urged his comrades to be ready for the coming trials. Lucius urged the people to endure the rigors of the training that would begin today, and there was a call to arms and hope in his voice. And together with him, they will walk the path of glory. His call to arms was an oath, a shared vow to strive for greatness beyond himself. The voices of the raid participants rose to the heavens in unison, a chorus of faith and fervent joy. All the people immediately began praying to the Almighty Arya to grant salvation to the people through her eternal light, and their words became a tapestry of devotion, permeating the air and weaving themselves into the very fabric of the divine. The path to salvation lay atop Screaming Peak, a monolith created by nature's design that became a crucible to temper their will and skill. A special training ground, as formidable as it was majestic, was waiting to test their mettle, to break them and turn them into warriors of legend. Amidst the stark landscape of Peak Creek, where the winds whispered of forgotten valor, a lone figure was rising. His hands were calloused, his breathing intermittent, but most of all his thoughts were weighing him down. Jafir only smiled as he contemplated the glory, his voice a mere thread against the howling wind. Jafir immediately asked himself who this glory was for. He knew the stories, the songs sung by the bards and the toasts made in the mead halls, stories of the honors that followed the valiant upon their return from the depths of the treacherous dungeons. And yet, pressed against the unshakable rock, he realized that beneath the shiny surface of these stories lurked the pure truth. The raids, for all their declared nobility, were transactions whose currency was blood and steel, and whose profit was cold, hard gold. In the humming halls of power where the game was being played, a piece of stone from the very dungeon they sought to conquer was flaunting like a talisman. Mathis pronounced that the knights should become accustomed to the dark power that emanated from the crystal, reminding them that the darkness they would face was not just a physical opponent, but a ghostly one, an evil that clung to the soul. The realities of their activities were exposed not in the clash of battle, but in the clinking of coins. They would engage not only in battle with monsters, but also in a political dance to defend the right to win in these sacred dungeons. Assembling a raiding party, securing investments, supplying gear and potions, each was a carefully calibrated piece of the complex puzzle that was their trek. The narrative of heroism unraveled thread by thread, revealing a complex and pragmatic tapestry. For the raiders, the ascent was not just a physical climb. It was an existential realization of the nature of their path, a realization that in the pursuit of glory, they were also pawns in a greater scheme, pieces moving across a board where the hands of unseen players guided them not to the light of legend, but to the glow of gold. The long years of preparation had paid off. The labyrinths of the dungeon had fallen silent, defeated by the age of struggle. The raiders, with armor crumpled and faces etched with fatigue and triumph, stepped out into the light of a world awaiting transformation. As the shadows of the dungeon receded, the once forgotten lands came to life. The land freed from the shackles of darkness became the basis for new roads and cities. What was once a realm of whispers and fears was now echoing with the sounds of construction and the laughter of those who dared to reclaim it. The winners watched investors' gold-filled coffers swell and land values rise like the sun on a new day. They fought not only for glory and honor, but for the promise of prosperity that beckoned the ambitious and the bold. It was an enterprise of grand proportions, in which the threads of valor and commerce were woven into a single victorious tapestry. However, under the cloak of acquired prosperity lurked the truth of their conquest. It turned out that the great Temple of Light, a beacon for the pious and hopeful, was merely a strategic outpost of the revered St. Lucius. It was from here that plans were made to clear the tomb of the abominable princess. And it was here that the raiders were turned into instruments of victory. Temple's training grounds became a crucible for practicing the raiders' skills. The instructor uttered for all the people around to consider these lights as magical attacks by the opponents, as balls of light danced around the students, mimicking the arcane volleys of an unseen enemy. They ducked and dodged, their bodies reacting with a grace born of tireless training. One raider grumbled to the other about how difficult it was, his voice hoarse from exertion. Jafir wondered what, if anything, this was even remotely like a real fight. The mock battle was only a shadow of the war they had fought in the depths of the dungeon, but it was a necessary rehearsal before the trials to come. In silence, the two seasoned warriors exchanged words of strategy and restraint. Ned immediately told Jafir that they were not allowed to use the Dragon King's techniques in such a place. His words held the wisdom and scars of past battles. They were a different breed of warriors, their skills honed not only in the clash of swords, but also in the shadow dance and the fine art of survival. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, casting long shadows on the training ground, where the clanging of weapons had finally fallen silent. The coach immediately shouted that the task of defeating 5,000 golems had been accomplished, giving the tired warriors a brief respite. They lowered their arms, breathing heavily, and the golden light of twilight enveloped them like a well-deserved cloak. A seasoned veteran with eyes widened with admiration watched from above. The man immediately pronounced that the knights had done even better than he could have imagined, lingering his gaze on the fallen Nida and Jafira, who dotted the battlefield like straying fruits after a storm. It was a testament to the growing skill of the raiders, especially noticeable in those who had previously known nothing but chains. The priest immediately said that it was Ned and Jafir who did the best job, nodding toward the pair whose interaction on the battlefield was as fluid as a choreographed dance, and whose movements were a language of silent coordination and mutual trust. When the dust settled, an unspoken but palpable question hung in the air. He wondered if they might actually succeed in clearing the dungeon this time. It was a whisper of hope, a flicker of faith that perhaps, after years of toil and loss, things might change in their favor. The healers moved among the ranks, their hands glowing with the soft light of recovery. One of the healers announced that she had completely cured the wounds and fatigue. Members of the vanguard. Her voice was both a balm and a call to unite. Her presence promised not only recovery, but also accelerated learning. 2 weeks under her care would bring progress equal to a month. As the break ended, the coach's voice cut through the chatter. The coach immediately pronounced that it was now time for them to start practicing from the beginning. It was a call to return to work, to the relentless pursuit of excellence that tolerates no weakness or hesitation. As the raiders regrouped, the true nature of their scheme became clear. It was a battle not only against the physical difficulties of the dungeon, but also against the limitations of their own bodies and minds. The healer's magic was an integral part of their training, each spell woven into the overall tapestry of their endeavors. The day was winding down, and with it the end of an era of relentless preparation. The announcement came from on high. The coach yelled that that was the end of practice. The sense of accomplishment was palpable. There was a tangible electricity in the air as the warriors were praised for their perseverance. Not a single soul was lost due to the grueling regimen. The coach immediately pronounced that they were all in for one hell of a dungeon march starting tomorrow. The real test was yet to come. Warriors were called to the simple pleasures of life: eating, drinking, sleeping. Tomorrow will demand everything from them, and they deserve this brief respite. As night hid the sky, the stars testified to their determination, the calm before the storm of their greatest challenge. However, not all hearts were won over by the promise of rest and fun. In the dim light, two figures stood in the distance, their voices murmuring softly against the evening chill. Jafir asked Ned if he hadn't eaten his portion today either, and a concerned furrow ran across his forehead. The other, silhouetted against the fading light, replied with a calmness that did not match the seriousness of the challenge ahead. Ned pronounced that he had eaten as much as was necessary. The reason was as practical as it was surprising. Ned pronounced that he had to maintain his weight to get stronger. It was a strategy, a calculated choice in favor of agility over strength, in favor of quickness over endurance. It was the discipline of a warrior who knew his body as well as his blade, who understood that every ounce could tip the scales between victory and defeat. The first warrior, moved by the logic and sacrifice of his comrade, pushed the plate away, and in that simple action an unspoken pact was born. Jafir immediately set his portion aside and declared that he wouldn't eat then either. After all, their mission was the same. If one fails, the other will take the brunt of their shared fate. In the dimly lit room, you could almost feel the tension that hung heavy like dense drapes enveloping the stone walls. Ned, with eyes narrowed in a piercing stare, broke the silence with a teasing drawl of voice in which a challenge could be heard. Ned wondered if Jafir was really still trying to outdo him, his smirk almost as sharp as the sword he probably wielded. Opposite him stood another figure whose expression was carved from stone, unyielding and stern. Jafir replied coldly, not to let Ned make that face, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward in a ghostly semblance of a smile. He held out his hand and revealed a small vial filled with a mysterious liquid that glistened, even in the semi-darkness of the room. Jafir assured what he had brought Ned something good. Mischief and solemnity mingled in his tone. Holding out the bottle, he declared with a confidence that belied the simplicity of his gesture. Jafir pronounced that this drink would warm Ned faster and allow him to move faster. It was an offering, a gesture speaking the unpronounceable language of battle comrades. The liquid in the vial glowed, promising unknown advantages in agility or perhaps strength. The scene has changed, and now, against the backdrop of the fading day, the long-haired hero pensively examines the vial he holds in his hands. The sunset colored him in golden and purple tones, which contrasted sharply with the cold brooding in his eyes. Ned asked Jafir how much information he knew about him in a barely audible whisper, as if afraid to break the sacred silence that accompanied the setting sun. At last, at the top of the rampart, where the horizon stretched before him, a revelation came upon him that softened the stern features of his face. Ned said that at first he thought Jafir wanted to eliminate him, and then take the guy's place, and those words carried the weight of his initial distrust. But as the bird soared from the towers, there was a lightness in his voice, a release. Ned realized, however, that Jafir had no desire to harm him during this training. It was an admission that there had been a shift in his soul, from suspicion to puny threads of trust, from rivalry to the verge of unexpected camaraderie. Under the cover of night, the two silhouettes merged into one, and secrets whispered between them. Jafir uttered that it was about blood tears, shrouded in shadow, which spoke of a treasure stolen from his family, a treasure imbued with his family's heritage and sorrow. In the privacy of their clandestine meeting, the man revealed the depth of his quest, revenge against the temple, the shrine-turned adversary. His voice, though quiet, conveyed the gravity of his determination. Ned uttered that he was following the master to return and take revenge on the temple, and his revelation came in a low-key whisper meant for only one soul. In response, the man curved his lips tentatively and smiled before reaching his eyes. Jafir said he would answer Ned when he deserved his trust. His tone was light, but an unspoken challenge could be heard in it. It was a dance of words in which every step was measured, every turn fraught with subtext. The narrative stretched towards the sky, where the twilight indicated the inner turmoil tormenting the blood tears seeker. He understood all too well how precarious the power of knowledge was, realized that secrets were currency in their game that he wasn't ready to spend just yet. The final scene unfolded in the bright light of dawn, and the two figures were separated by more than just the space between them. Ned said that Jafir had told him he would tell him about them when he was trustworthy, but his words sounded incredulous, his doubt a palpable force that filled the space between them. This statement echoed the truth of their situation. Trust was not a commodity to be easily exchanged, and words were only a veil over intentions that had yet to be revealed. In the thickening twilight, the questions hung in the air like the last rays of the sun, fading but persistent. Ned immediately asked what Jafir was hiding, and what he wanted in return for this information the long-haired figure demanded, trying to untangle the tangle of unspoken words and hidden desirs. His eyes sharp and searching, searched for truth in the seamy darkness. The other, staring deep into himself, spoke with a measured pause in which the weight of new understanding was felt. Jafir immediately thought of Ned being different in this world, and that simple admission bore the mark of transformation. It was a recognition that something fundamental had changed in who they were talking about, a shift from what was to what could be. Memories flashed like the tip of a blade, revealing a time when violence was the only language they used to communicate. Jafir remembered that Ned had tried to kill him first, and his voice had sounded steady, like a symphony of steel and shadow in their deadly dance. The revelation came in a low whisper, like an admission that time had woven magic between the two warriors. I guess the fact that they'd been together for 2 weeks had had its effect. It was an admission that their bond had been altered by shared moments and tacit understanding, by days that had turned enemies into unwanted allies. A correction cut through the conversation, sharp and clear. Jafir pronounced that Ned was asking the completely wrong question, redirecting the flow of their dialogue. His words were the turning point that directed them to the heart of the problem. Standing with his back to his interlocutor, he asked the question that lay at the heart of their search. Jafir said that Ned should have inquired about where he should look for the bloody tear. Now it wasn't just a question of motives, but the whereabouts and keeper of the elusive blood tear. On the verge of revelation, he looked toward the horizon where the last rays of day were casting long shadows. Jafir began, saying what he would tell the lad and speaking of his sword, but his voice was cut short as he stood on the verge of revealing a long-hidden truth. The last image captures the moment of disclosure. One eye is wide open with shock, and the questioning word echoes resoundingly in the ensuing silence. It was a cliffhanger, leaving the audience in anticipation of an unforeseen twist, a mystery that could unravel their intertwined fates. In this tale of veiled truths and shifting alliances, every word, every look, every memory has the power to change the course of their journey. As night fell, the story of blood tears remained as elusive as the fading light, a puzzle made up of whispered confessions and unguarded moments. And in the past, the father told his son that the relic of their family of barons is the Styler demonic sword Bloody Tears, and their ancestor received it as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. And the ancestor dedicated this ball to God, who in turn granted their family the status of barons, and he ordered them to take care of the bloody tears from generation to generation. And soon he will accept from him the status of baron, and at the same time inherit such an honorable mission. And he must become an outstanding knight in order to be suitable for bloody tears. And as soon as the father finished speaking, he asked his son if he understood, to which the still young Ned replied that he understood. Give him something else as an inheritance. This time there should be a good return on investment, and a little later one clear. During the day, Ned shouted for his sword to be returned to him. After all, he put the bale only in that place, and the baron's status and bloody tears did not go there, and they must return the sword now. But the Alden priest began to answer that how could he cause such a commotion on the territory of the temple, and that he was generally mistaken. After all, the bloody tears belong neither to him and the family, but to Snyder's defense, and instead of debts having put his own status on the line, he now has no rights. And as soon as the young master heard this, his anger overwhelmed him, and he began to take out his sword, and shouting at the priest who took his sword that he was a fool. But as soon as he ran up to him, other knights began to attack him and ultimately killed him. And all this was observed by his little son, who could not believe that his father had just been killed. And finally the priest began to say that he should be glad that his sword did not touch him. After all, if only such a commoner as he was in the Temple of Light crippled his aristocrat and the son of a bishop, then they would have to execute his son too. And a similar picture was part of the phenomenon 12 years ago, and speculation with dungeons that had been heating up for years was common investment and powers of storming the dungeon. And the raid group and the prices of items skyrocketed like crazy, and financial goods associated with the dungeons. And at one time, investors were able to earn a huge amount of money with the help of this. Continued to fail in order to pull off an investment scam. A fake guild of vagabonds was created, and many unfavorable incidents broke out. Factors in enveloping the dungeon, the bubble burst, and thus an economic crisis occurred, and they began to call it the rupture of the dungeon bubble. And the Temple of Light, which started working, made a fortune by selling deformed financial goods in the dungeons, even before the Lupacia of the economic bubble deceived. Countless investors said that the situation was safe, and he was selling goods no different from the shred paper. And this was done in order to reduce their losses due to gain. And as a result, investors who bought investment products receive a chrome loan like his father went bankrupt and ended up on the street and on the other. The high-ranking defenders of the bubble burst in the dungeons. The priests, despite the largest-scale economic fraud in history, did not pay for their crimes. And all this time he survived to destroy the temple and take revenge on the priests, especially the priest of Olga, who, under the pretext of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. And he is talking about wool in the whole world. You need to find a symbol of them in the family. Bloody tears from whom not a single rumor was heard, and Ned didn't know why the teacher had tears of blood. After all, the teacher recently revealed to him the true faces of both the head of the Devil sect and the leadership of the 12 apostles. And the head of the sect and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. But as soon as Ned heard, he could not believe these words that Adam told him. And Adam was sure that they told him that if he becomes an important person for him and carries out his retribution, then this is bullshit. And the teacher turns out to be a scoundrel and plans to give the dragon heart they brought to the head of the Devil sect. If this happens, they probably won't be able to touch even the hairs of their henchmen in sex, and it's too late to take revenge. The red-haired guy understood that he was being deceived, and the teacher whom he considered his own family had betrayed him, and he could not believe it. However, if this is not true, how does he know the words that the teacher told him? And the guy couldn't understand what he should do now. And a little later they began to approach the entrance to the dungeon. And looking at it, the red-haired guy realized that this was the grave. Vile princess. And the level of this dungeon cannot be compared with all the places they have been to before. After all, From here, there is a view of an ominous energy that tears him to the core, but other hunters decided that it was interesting and worth a try. And as soon as the door began to open, they did not understand that this was one of the great dilemmas of this world. And at that moment, the other soldiers and hunters began to sense something. But the leader of the healers began to say that, as was said earlier, this is the dungeon that Storm has been attacking for 10 years, and they will now find out that there are cleansing objects everywhere. And this means that the floor has been cleared, and at the moment cleaning is being carried out here. And this dungeon consists of 9 floors, and last time they were able to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor, and they were also able to destroy the guards of the 8th floor, but due to the sinister energy that was charged from the lower floors. Terrifying monsters keep appearing here, and with just one glance they can look straight into the depths of your heart. And at that same moment the guys began to prepare for battle, and the detachment had to get into formation number 3. After all, they will now start their party and fight to the death. But at the same time in the Temple of Light, the head of the 3rd ward of the Temple of Light began to tell the other that he was grateful that they had come here, and they were so worried, because in connection with the raid, their soldiers left the temple, and he cannot believe that they came here to lend them a defensive army, and he does not even know how to thank them. But the other bishop began to answer, that now, in times like these, they should help each other. And after the event, people in the dungeon in the main temple of the 3rd entrance from the central entrance arrived the knights of the temple. And the man that Cardinal Rasker arrived here answered the head of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light, so that they could use it for their health. But at the same time there was a battle in which a lot of people and hunters fought against evil creatures, and the battle was so large-scale that the entire fortress seemed to be afraid from the swings of swords on each side. Some hunters understood that these monsters were endless, and did not understand why there were so many skeleton monsters. But another hunter began to say that he couldn't do it with these skeletons. But suddenly a hunter, with his head and hands bandaged, he began to say that he had heard that the local mistress was the princess of horror-in-law she once was, in a great swoop, and appears once every 1,000 years, and most likely she bewitched her subjects and locked them alive in this tomb. And who can, in 1,000 years, several hundred or even thousands of thieves probably came here. So there are plenty of human bones here. But at one moment a bright light appeared from the end of the tunnel, and all the hunters began to pay their attention to it. And suddenly, bone golems appeared. It was a horror collected from several hundred human remains. And as soon as one of the golems swung and hit the ground, a huge explosion scattered many knights who were near it. And after this, a huge shockwave began to blow away everyone in its path. But at the same moment, the girl nun began to use her magic, a chain of light that was supposed to bind her enemy. And a huge chain that glowed with a bright yellow light began to hinder the movement of the huge golem. And the rest of the soldiers began to attack him, while he was chained in order to break him, and not let go of the skeleton warriors. But at that moment the golem began to glow bright green, and thus became much stronger than a few minutes ago. And as soon as everyone realized that he was seriously angry, he began to break the huge chain that was hindering his movement. And at the same moment, the main one among all the armies that had gathered here began to raise his sword, and saying that the goddess would guide him, and in the darkness give him better light. And in an instant he was able to cut the big one in half. The force was hundreds of times greater than the tight monster, and the knights who watched could not believe their eyes. But at that very moment, they did not expect anything else from their master. But Mr. Matthias began to tell them in a rude tone, so that they should not dare to relax. After all, since there are these piles of bones, it means that somewhere nearby there is someone who controls them, and so it was, because in the farthest room there was a skeleton of a mid-level mach and monsters, possessed some spells of a lower level. And the guys began to understand that if they didn't deal with the magician, he would continue to call on Golema. He needed to be destroyed quickly, but Mr. Matthias began to say that he himself was in the know, and there was no need to rush him. After all, be that as it may, under the cover of a defensive detachment, they must get closer to the magician, and they need to go deeper and destroy all the Halims on the way. And at the same moment, Mr. Matthias began to turn his head and consider, Where is the one who should finish this fight? And turning his head, he still found his subordinate who was standing behind him. And the guy with a huge weapon began to say that everyone should move out of his way, because now he will use the most powerful weapon that is available at this stage of the battle. And not even a moment had passed before he launched a terrifying attack, and the entire tunnel began to burn, with a bright yellow color that was heading straight towards the skeleton of Magu, who stood at the very end. And at the same moment, the skeleton magician was defeated. And after this, an ancient tombstone that tried with energy. The magician's skeleton was also destroyed. And that guy started saying that if you don't break it into the coffin with your spell, although if you destroy them at the same time, it won't matter. And once they figured it out, with the magician and his golems, the rest of the knights and hunters began to deal with the rest of the undead. And the nun who was watching all this began to think that in the last raid it took them half an hour to destroy the tombstone. But now, the copy of light has incredible power. And the red-haired guy realized that this is the Son of God. And Adam, who was standing nearby, understood that here is equipment worth 2 million gold coins. And now this guy is incredibly strong with this weapon. And if you try to kill him, it will be very difficult. And soon the 8th floor was captured by hunters and knights, because they didn't understand that the skeletons were no longer rising, and they began to deal with the wounded and decided that today they would set up their camp here. If they don't want to tie up horses in a dream, then they should now place a cleaning facility around the perimeter. And at that moment, Adam began to go around the corner and look for the very place that he knew about in a past life, because he understood that it had to be here somewhere. And as soon as he touched one of the bricks in the wall, he realized that he had finally found it. And in the temporary military construction, the guys began to carefully discuss the map of the 9th floor. And according to intelligence, it took them about 6 days to get to the room of the main villain. And now, they will carry out an offensive, simultaneously destroying all the tombstones that they come across. But the nun did not understand. Do they really have to destroy everything because there were 1,000 of them there, and it will take them 2 days to destroy the slabs that are on the way? But Lucius began to answer the nun. What a year ago, they certainly went well by choosing the short route, but in the end they failed miserably. And last year they also reached the tomb of the vile queen, but leaving from the attacks of the guards protecting the passage, they retreated back and fell into the ring of a whole legion of dead monsters walking from every crevice. And that day, they lost too many fighters. And now they will not step on the same rake, and even if they need more time, they need to destroy these slabs. And even if they fall into a trap before the main tomb, they will lose many good warriors. And the fewer there are, the higher the risk of failure in the decisive battle. And one of the most important tasks this time is to preserve the energy of Commander Lucius and bring him as fresh as possible to the main monster. After all, with him as their current commander, this is possible, and he will be able to defeat the monster. After all, a year ago, everyone didn't look and were horrified by what they saw. And looking at each other, they saw a terrifying monster who was so strong that he inspired fear with just his gaze. And that one is the guardian of the care of the tomb of the vile queen, who under his gaze broke their entire fighting spirit. Well, at the same moment a loud scream was heard in the camp, and the squad leader began to come in, not understanding what had happened. But suddenly he saw something that he didn't even imagine he could see. 8th floor. It was the monster Shogot who ate knights and hunters, and all they could do was scream for help. And the commander of the detachment could not believe it, even though they had prepared 5 Shogots for their strategy. But now was not the time. Yes, and they shouldn't have used them now, and he didn't understand. What idiot did it? And at the same moment, the leaders simultaneously looked in the same direction. And it was a premonition, or rather an instinct, the feeling of hidden danger all over your skin. And as soon as they looked at Adam, who was standing not far from them, he began to answer them what they were staring at. And as soon as he pulled the handle that came out of the wall, something strange began to happen under the feet of the leaders and all the other guys. And they all couldn't understand why this was happening, how this was even possible, because last time this didn't happen. And they did not understand how the dungeon could move at all, and who was in control of all this. The day before the list of raid participants was announced, at a meeting of the devil's followers. It was said that the passage to the main evil spirits had been cleared with a powerful magical barrier, and therefore the door would not open until the guards arrived. But after everyone enters the main hall, the passage will close again, and it will remain so until the vile queen is killed. This was discovered by the reconnaissance group, and deciphered the magical runes with which the entire passage was covered. But another man began to ask whether it was possible to simply break the wall. But he was told that if it were possible, then does he think that the raid was delayed for 10 years, and the lower he goes, the stronger the protective magic, and it can be considered that it cannot be destroyed at all. But they knew that their commander Lucius was not so simple, and so he took some measures. And he borrowed from the Holy Pope an item of legendary quality of faith. It was an indestructible sacred relic which was leased from Lucius for 10,000 gold coins per year. And he thinks of jamming the door with a stake, preventing it from slamming shut. If these weldings were made by the great creator, then it will not be possible to break the sacred object. And the strike force responsible for Commander Lucius will divert attention to himself, and the rest will bring him as far as possible from the entrance. After Brother Ned steals the dragon heart and escapes through the designated passage, they must awaken the Shoggoth, and Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and becomes stronger from their mana, and the person who touches it plunges into madness. And people like Lucius and the rest of the commanders have strong protective magic, so their minds will not become clouded. However, ordinary priests will not be able to resist 5 Shoggoths. And seeing the priests falling into madness and killing their allies, the commander will lose concentration. And in order to eliminate the distraught team members, yes, provided that the Shoggoths are interfering nearby, it will take at least 3 minutes. And thus the monsters will have enough time to calmly deal with Lucius and not get out of the ground with serious losses, and report to the temple about another failure of the raid. And that special elixir received from the leadership, if you drink it, then the effect of the slave's seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests will not act on them, and as soon as they drink them before entering the tomb. In order to get out, they will need the outskirts. Hypnosis, and they should not whistle at them thoughtlessly, especially before the start of an attack. After all, this musical instrument with which you can control this monster, when used, the user is not affected by the powers of the second monster. And holding this tool in my hands, I realized that the devil's minions were well prepared. And Adam, standing nearby, understood that most of the guys would die before activating the device. He decided that since there was a large group of medics here, there wouldn't be any serious problems. And as soon as Adam started, the rest of the hunters heard this music that they had heard before, and understood that this music did not lead to anything good. And immediately after that, terrifying monsters began to emerge from some of the guys, and other knights, as well as healers and hunters, saw that this was Shoggoth's terrifying creature. And Adam, who was standing around the corner, began to shout to the doctor that they should gather in one place and form a group so that it would be easier for the doctor to carry out the cleansing. And as soon as those guys heard that they had to gather ranks, Adam realized that this was a great chance, and now he could take advantage of this opportunity. And running up to the wall where he knew in advance, he began to look for the nearest ledge to press on it. But at that same moment, he realized that someone was looking at him, and he began to turn his head towards those guys. And as soon as he turned his head completely, he saw that the leaders of the squad with whom he came here were looking at him. And the main leader began to remember the words that Ned said to him, that Adam was sent by his teacher to help him complete the mission. And then it dawned on him that this was the brother whom Ned brought him, and he did not understand what he was doing there. And as soon as Adam pressed the secret button, some kind of wheel came out near him, and he began to tell the leader of the squads why they were staring at him. And as soon as Adam turned his wheel, which had just opened, he began to operate the mechanism. After all, this device should have been discovered only 3 years after the end of the raid, and by that time, this dungeon had been converted into a shelter from the onslaught of demons. I was a security mechanism that changed the position of the walls by rearranging the piles and supporting structures of the tombs. And Adam happened to be here once with his comrades, so he knows the layout of the dungeon like the back of his hand. And all this was observed by Lucius, who remembered that one slave had cleared a nest of angry basilisks, and he was trying very hard to show himself when there were a little more than 20 days left, and maybe it was worth checking whether he was a follower of the devil or not. Lucius began to remember this silver hair and tall stature, and this is the same weak-willed one that Matthias told him about, and maybe he really was a follower of the devil. But Lucius decided that it didn't matter, and he had the seal of a slave, and he would not be able to resist orders, and at that very moment he began to shout to Adam to stop. At that moment something strange began to happen, and the person noticed that Adam began to run further, and couldn't understand why he didn't stop because this couldn't happen. But all due to the fact that it was a special elixir received from the leadership, and if you drink it, the effect of the slave's seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests will not work on them either. And the main thing is that the commander realized that this was the effect of the elixir. And at that very moment Matthias began to get angry and shout at Adam's back that he was the son of a dog. And just as he was ready to strike straight at the Adam who was running away from them, he suddenly appeared. Ned inflicted heavy damage on Matthias, with the help of which he began to hinder his movement. With the help of yours. The eastern weapon of an elastic sword was flexible enough to be hidden in a belt, and this terrible blade that encircles the skin like a whip and tears it to shreds. Matthias couldn't understand why his friend was doing this, but Ned immediately after this attack began to run straight after Adam, who had already run far enough. But Ned, running away, began to think that even though he had blocked Matthias's attack, there was still one left. It was Lucius with his huge spear, which he had already begun to use, and a huge attack began to fly towards Adam, and just a few meters away, Adam would have been torn into small pieces. After all, the attack was very strong. Come on. At the same moment, something happened with that attack, and she stopped right in front of Adam. And Lucius, who was looking at it, couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't understand why the attack didn't work. And the running Adam began to say that let him forgive, but now, no attacks will affect him. After all, he is endowed with divine luck, and at the time of endowment with incredible luck, the number of uses was 3, and at the moment it was used only for the first time. It was the blessing of the goddess Fortune, divine luck. And at the very beginning of his adventure, she told him what the gods had provided for him. Some gifts as support so that on his return he will have an advantage and can check his privileges. After looking at the notification window and the day when he went back in time, at the moment when he saw the list of benefits, this strategy struck his head like lightning, and the security device moves all the structures of the tomb and forms new dungeon structures, and that means for a long time. Time. In the place where there was no path, firewood appears and the checkpoint becomes useless. If he is lucky, he will be able to get to the room with the monster. And now luck is on Adam's side, and he continued to run away as fast as he could in order to quickly get closer to the vile queen, who was waiting for him, and, together with his partner, to fight her. And at the same moment Adam noticed that his comrade had finally caught up with him, and his comrade and at the same time mentor began to say what Adam can do, so can he. And after these words Adam smiled because he didn't understand what kind of determination he had. And a little earlier when he told him to come the plans of the devil's followers after everyone goes to the tomb, he will steal the dragon's heart and be able to escape with it. Ask him what he thinks about it now, and Adam decided that he would tell him how everything would be. If he would do this, he would frankly be screwed, and they would have to take down the main evil spirits together. But as soon as Ned heard these words, he could not understand what he was saying, and jumping up from his seat, he screamed that she was tired of listening to Adam, because he was offering them to kill that creature, and that's all these brains could come up with. But Adam answered him in a confident tone to sit back down, and he would tell him one interesting thought. And as soon as Adam finished, he asked his partner if he had any questions because he had already told him this whole plan. To which Ned replied that this was a good strategy, and all this could be accomplished. But there was only one problem. It was trust, because Adam said, that he was finished if he ran away with his heart, and that's what he meant. For his own information, he can also show the speed of the flow of the royal dash. If he starts to run, then no one will catch him, and what else will happen if he becomes the owner of the dragon heart? But that Adam began to answer him, raised his hand and showed 2 fingers that there are 2 things. Firstly, you can take possession of the power of the heart only in one special way. Otherwise, it is simple. And he personally cannot do this, but he knows who can help them with this issue. And the second is the person who arrived as a carrier at the main temple. The third parish is Cardinal Alden, and if he does not appear at the meeting place, his knights will begin pursuit in doubles. The knights are real professionals on their continent. People with such training can be counted on one hand. It's not over yet when the news about him spreads throughout the area. The entire cult of the devil opens a hunt for him. And speaking about the entire cult, he also means their teacher, the master of the flow of the royal tiara. Poisonously, he finally asked Ned if he was sure that he could get them all through without his help. And now Adam and his partner continued on their way to the tomb of the vile queen. I did not push as hard as I could, and Ned on the way began to think about what his old comrade told him, that he really wanted to betray the dragon's heart to the head of the cult personally. Why is this all of a sudden? After all, they will already send him to the dungeon, and as a responsible person, he cannot take actions deviating from the established plan. But as he thought about it, he couldn't understand whether he really thought that they would arouse suspicion from Chrome of Light, because the carrier was conspicuous, and it seems that he only heard from the teacher that Cardinal Alden will be the carrier, and he is not aware of how the transportation will be carried out, and they have prepared such a safe way. What is better cannot be imagined, so he just has to do his job. And by the way, that man from the east told him a lot of things. The structure of their organization is kept a close secret, and therefore the faces of the other brothers, and in particular the leadership, are known to few people. And later the teacher trusts him greatly, and Ned began to understand that all Adam's words turned out to be true. Her sworn enemy, Cardinal Alden, was one of the leading figures of the devilish cult, and he is in such close relations with the teacher that he was recommended for such an important mission. And one of them ruined the life of a person close to him with fraud, and the second had been fooling him since childhood. And approaching the gate with Adam, Ned saw a monster that was climbing out from around the corner and standing in their way. And angry, he hit him with all his might, saying that he would not forgive anyone for the betrayal that he was now experiencing. And he will destroy all the followers of the devil in the Temple of Light, every single one. But Adam, who was running ahead of him, began to notice that his partner began to do stupid things and began to tell him to run as fast as he could, because if they slowed down even for a second, then they would end. But Ned was so angry that he now found out that he could not contain his anger, and Adam, who was closest in front, even though he understood what he was feeling. However, now there was no time for mental delirium. After all, there were only 15 seconds left before the end of Divine Luck, and they had to quickly approach the last gate. And now they were already approaching the main gate, but in front of them stood a terrifying monster who, only with his presence, could inspire great fear in everyone who arrived here. And seeing this monster began to turn towards Adam and his partner, which with all its speed moved straight towards him. At that terrible knight began to take out his huge sword and point it towards our hero. And as soon as he started swinging, his aura began to rise and this whole room began to plunge into darkness. But Adam started shouting to his partner to jump quickly, and as soon as that dark knight swung, dark energy began to fly towards Adam and his partner, and they no longer knew where to go. But he jumped higher, and then noticed that there was a place nearby through which they could get inside. And Ned, immediately after these words, also noticed this gap through which they could get into the last room. And Adam and his comrade jumped off the wall and began to run at full speed through the huge knight, who was guarding the main gate. And as soon as the system showed Adam that there was 1 second left for his divine luck, they were still able to get inside this room and fell to the ground. Or on the ground they began to catch their breath. After all, they ran away for how long, and will finally be able to stop at least a little. And at the same moment, Ned doesn't know what's more surprise or laughter in him. But now he can't believe that they were able to get into the main monster's room in this way. But looking around, Ned couldn't understand why there was no one here, and where was the creature they came for. But suddenly they heard a strange voice that asked them who they were. And she still feels the energy of the night outside the door, but how were they able to get inside and escape him? And at the same moment a vile princess appeared, who began to tell Adam and her comrades that they had disturbed her sleep. The dream of a representative of the royal family, and they must answer that they are like that. And at this time, in another place, the guys began to say that the walls were no longer moving, and they had caught all the Shoggoths. And after these words, the nun began to tell them to gather everyone and check if there were survivors. And immediately after that, the other guys began to approach Lucius and ask their commander what their next action was. But Lucius only thought that the release had no effect, because the mark of a slave was a tattoo that the priests of light put on slaves. And with the help of a brand they can subjugate them to themselves raid for you. I didn't understand why. Adam did not stop when he ordered him because he is the Son of God, and can give orders at a distance of almost 1 kilometer. And did he really not have an Arabic terminal on him? Or did he have something that could remove the effect of the tattoo? After all, immediately after the appearance of the Shoggoths, this guy launched some strange mechanism, and the dungeon began to move, and all this indicated that among them, although there were no followers of the devil, their team was infiltrated. And he gathered a group of people who could be trusted the most and slaves who were directly subordinate to them. I started asking Arno what the names of those two subordinates who escaped were, and Arno began to answer that the gray-haired one was called Hell, and the one in the red robe was Ned, and Adam joined them on Ned's recommendation, and Ned served under the leadership of Mr. Matthias Lucius, who heard this and could not believe his ears. After all, he looked straight at the back of Mr. Matthias, who was standing not far from him, and could not understand why he did it. But at the same moment, Matthias was only thinking about how those fools wore out their pants and ran away, creating such a mess. I had a chance to gain recognition from the devilish cult and achieve success in the temple. And now, because of those two, his ideal plan is falling apart at the seams. And he began to tell his brothers to stop the operation and everyone should get ready. The real one behind him, one of the hunters, could not understand why, and Matthias turned his head with an embittered look and answered him to kill or be killed. After all, right behind him stood the guys who were very serious, and Lucius began to ask Matthias if he didn't want to tell him anything. To which Matthias, with a smile on her face, replied that she didn't even know, and that they really needed to find out something. At this time, something strange was happening inside the tomb of the vile princess, and Adam and his comrade looked at her, and could not understand whether she was that monster or not. But Ned, looking at her, began to understand that this was the owner of the tomb, Princess Juridica, and he could not believe that the princess, 1,000 years ago, had organized that cruel bloodshed. She turned out to be such a nice and sweet girl, and now it was obvious that that chronicle had lied to them, and a person with such a bright face simply could not do something so terrible, and it seemed that they had, in vain, dug up the tombs of the deceased in search of a dragon's heart, which may not even be here. After all, she had a very sad look, and Ned began to feel that right now he was ready to do anything, just to calm her sadness and make her start to feel happy. But the same moment, as soon as he stepped, the Adam who was standing next to him began to take him by his clothes, and thereby keep him on his feet, because he was simply falling into the trap he had prepared. And after that, Adam began to tell his friend that he was stupid, and how could he fall for such a cheap trick, and it seems that he was changed a little due to the betrayal of the teacher. But Ned immediately saw that there was a magic circle under his feet, and it was a trap, and if they had stepped on, they would have simply died. And immediately after that, the atmosphere inside this room changed, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from the vile princess, and she began to say that it was such a pity, and this was a great opportunity to catch them. The real Adam opposite her began to understand that now she would try to attack them, and at the same moment there, a cute little girl began to turn into a huge monster that was several meters in height. And immediately after that, she began shouting to our hero and his comrade to quickly say goodbye to their lives. After all, the aura emanating from her seemed to have enveloped the entire room, and now there was nowhere to go, and all that remained was to fight with it. And as soon as Ned came to his senses, Adam began to tell the grief-stricken romantic to look because she was his sweetheart. But his comrade replied that the illusion had already disappeared and that he should shut his mouth. And immediately after this, the princess began to attack them, because of which Adam and his comrade began to jump in different directions. And the red hand stole the physical resources of the body, and the blue magical energy and jurisprudence can create several hundred such hands at a time. And according to the report about this raid, which he managed to leaf through in a past life, many team members were unable to cope with its ability, and became something like flammable vessels for legal matters, and in the end, Lucius was barely alive, but still retained victory over the princess, endlessly regaining her strength at the expense of other fighters. And Adam also felt this gaze, a look colder than a frozen river, a look that wants him dead, and the iron wall skill that he received from the god of debt, and the fatigue and damage received during the use of the skill, accumulates in the form of debt, and at the moment when the user's magical energy level is completely depleted, the full amount is returned to the user. And at the same time, in another place, there were two teams, as they say, good and evil. And Lucius began to ask Matthias why he was trying to disrupt their operations, and when he had already managed to unite with the other side. Real Matthias began to understand that the face is not a fool, and first those monsters, then a slave who is not affected by the mark, and with such clues he could not help but understand that he just wants to interrogate him to make sure of his guesses. And Matthias began to understand that he would not be able to escape even with the help of slaves, and he did not know how the structure of the dungeon had changed. And even if he managed to escape, he had failed such an important mission and returned empty-handed. The leadership of the devilish cult would finish him off. And conclusion, all that remains is to finish them off. In order to survive, he must kill Lucius right here and now. And Matthias began to answer Lucius about what he asked when. And is this really what worries him so much? After all, his fate is crap. And the Son of God, armed with items of the legendary level, the head of the healers, and another group of combat priests, and he needs to finish off everyone without the Shogots and the princess. Although there was still a way out because they only take Matthias as enemies. But on their side, the brothers remained unnoticed, and Matthias understood that if they hit the gaps in their defenses, there would be a chance. And at the same moment, Matthias began to show with his hand the other slaves that were standing behind him, that by Order 3 they must all drink elixirs, and it was a medicinal tincture, a special elixir provided by the leadership of the followers of the devilish cult, and it helps to temporarily remove the effect of the Arab stigma. And Marios began to say that they would arrange a duel according to the laws of honor, and if he wins, he will tell everything he wants to know. But however, if he wins, then Lucius will no longer know anything, and will have to accept his defeat with pride and die. And as soon as Matthias began to show his last finger to the slaves who stood behind him, Lucius began to tell the whole squad to get ready. And they attacked Matthias, and at the same moment the mark of a slave, which was a tattoo that was filled by the priests of light. On the body of the slaves, with the help of a brand, the priests forcibly obey and carry out their orders from the bearers of the tattoo. Matthias at that moment realized that he was late, and immediately behind his back, a bottle of elixir began to fall to the ground, and the slaves who obeyed Matthias began to take out their weapons and say that they could not control it, and the fact that they do it not of their own free will. But Matthias, who turned his head, began to understand that they were the same worthless scum, and the people standing began to say that the order of the Son of God is on the same level with his testimony from the Pope. While his order is in effect, the slaves do not obey other priests. If they are not killed, they will continue to attack. And lowering his head, Lucius began to tell Matthias that he was very sorry, and even though they have been friends since childhood, and fortunately since they entered the academy. Now they are 32 years old, and they went through many difficulties together, and they were so close that they could understand each other without words, and Lucius can't believe that he stuck a knife in his back. And first he will destroy all the traps he has set here, and literally a few minutes later, many slaves who drew their swords against Matthias lay killed on the earth. And at that moment an insect began to crawl out of their mouth. It was a stigma insect that parasitizes in the stomachs of the devil. The worshippers and followers of the devil are so strongly flogged due to the physical strengthening effect of this insect. Not on the human body, but on the shell of a beetle, and the followers of the devil receive the abilities of both minions and priests, and this despite this, to the rule that slaves and priests can only possess a divine mark. And Lucius, who was standing next to him, began to tell his old friend Matthias that he had fallen, although he believed him and entrusted the selection of slaves. And who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be daring followers? And watching this whole situation, one of the captains began to think that at least, sir, Matthias is strong without a doubt. It won't take him even half a minute to deal with 36 slaves. However, their commander Lucius is even stronger, and Matthias, who was lying tied up with a huge chain, began to think about the fact that he suspected that it would not be easy, but did not understand that it would be so difficult. And Matthias never managed to hit Lucius with his blade, and he could not understand whether there was really such a huge difference between them, as if the difference between a son and God's fallen one. And the links of this destiny were forged by the Heavenly Father himself. But at that moment something strange began to happen to Matthias, and he began to lower his head. And at the same moment he took something strange out of his mouth, some strange ampule with a symbol of a devilish cult. But Lucius began to ask him because he wanted to hear the reason for his betrayal. But Matthias began to raise his head and say that Lucius still didn't understand. And since he was so interested, then he must put his goddess next to him and demand answers from her. And at the same moment he began to bite into the ampule that was in his mouth. And at the same moment, Matthias was able to free himself from the shackles that were holding him back, and he began to scream at the top of his voice, "I am the secret weapon of the devil's followers which I gave to him by his mentor." He combines the stone of revelation with the mark of an insect, turning a person into a demon. And the mentor told him to use it only at the very last moment, and after he uses the stone, it will no longer be possible to become human again. And Matthias began to tell Lucius that everything that belonged to him should have been his from the very beginning. And if a person is destined to be under the power of God, he cannot resist this, and he has nothing to make him grab hold of human life. But Lucius, seeing that Matthias was able to transform into a demonic form, began to shout to his comrades to attack him, because after the transformation, the power is not controlled, and at the same moment, other priests began to use it. The goddess so that she would shed light on her sons, and the skill that they activated was the light of war, which significantly increased the ability of the allies and increased physical strength and endurance, magical energy, defensive healing skills, and light effect by 120%, and huge rays of light immediately began to fly, attacking Matthias. But he put out his huge paw and began to say that it was useless. After all, with the help of the incredible power that he possessed, he was able to stop the enemy's attack. But suddenly he saw that Lucius immediately after that attack began to run straight towards him, and at the same moment there was a huge explosion. And the rest of the soldiers who stood behind began to be surprised at such enormous strength, and the fact that their commander began to fight with all his might. At the same moment they were surprised by what they saw. Even though Matthias was able to stop Lucius's attack by simply raising his hand, he blocked his attack, and the rest of the soldiers began to understand that the commander's attack had no effect, and they should help him, but they didn't understand how. After all, if an item of legendary quality did not pass against the enemy, then what kind of test from items of lower quality? But suddenly the nun began to understand that there was definitely a way out, because there was another legendary item of faith, and she began to remember the words of Lucius when he told her that he trusted her with this, and she should use him for more than just a wedge of the doors of the monster's room.
but also in other unforeseen circumstances, and the stake of faith is in the subspace storage.
And then she realized that if she used this weapon together with the commander's attack, their chances of victory would increase. But as soon as she wanted to take it from the spatial case, she realized that the stake of faith had disappeared, and a little earlier it was stolen by Ned. And at that time, when Adam was fighting against the wicked princess, Ned was holding this case in his hands. He couldn't believe that Adam thought of using this thing, and it sounds. It's certainly not gentlemanly, but the plan was cool. But continuing to fight against this huge monster, Adam and his partner began to avoid her attack. After all, Ned began to remember Adam's words, that when they jump aside, then everything is as Adam said. This ability disappears if you avoid for 15 seconds, and using Shirokov's flank attacks all the time will not work. And due to the fact that magical skills use all the capabilities of the brain, using powerful spells several times in a row can simply melt the head, and serious witchcraft should be diluted with simple magic in order to unload the body. But even with sharpened equipment, you can quickly reach the lethal limit. Therefore, it is better not to forget about this rule. And they began to understand that they needed to attack it right now. And jumping in different directions, they began to execute the plan into actions. 1 step back and 3 forward. And after that, they should jump up. And at the same time, using their incredible strength, they began to flank the terrible monster. And even knowing the future, he still remains unable to predict absolutely all of the enemy's moves. And use the Sword of Sunsets. This is a demonic sword with a powerful aura, the power of darkness and light, depending on the magic of the owner, the best weapon that a person who is not a priest can use. Adam began to punch and cut that monster with all his might. And in this matter, what is important is what you packed, and whether there are enough items, and whether you have found comrades you can trust, and whether he has the strength and spirit of endurance not to hesitate, and whether he will be able to get out of even the worst situation. Whether he did everything depends on him, and was hit with all his might by hell, and began to use the light sword technique in the royal shooting range of the dragon ascending to heaven. And in an instant he was able to cut off the head of that huge creature. But suddenly something strange began to happen. Something else began to appear from that cut-off place. And Adam and his partner realized that this was not the end. And then something the creature transforms. But the one standing in hell understood that this was exactly what he expected from her. In watching how that huge creature began to gather enormous power around itself, began to tell his partner that he had been waiting for this moment. His friend Ned told him that he knew what to do next. And jumping up, he began to fly straight towards the terrifying creature that stood in front of him. And he began to remember the words of Adam, who told him earlier that it's clear that even if he defeats that monster with everything they have, it's beyond their capabilities to neutralize it completely. If you destroy the bridge, its head will take on a second form, and after that it will only become stronger. However, there is one moment during the video change process when the monster cannot use skills and move, and they will wait for this exact moment. And at the same moment, Ned began to reach under the spatial case in which there was a legendary weapon, and having taken it out completely, he began to attack with it and shot straight at that huge creature. It was a legendary level item of faith level that reacted to the energy of an unholy creature, and independently released powerful sacred power. And at the same moment, this huge creature began to experience enormous pain. And as soon as the outcome of the battle was clear, Adam began to fly up to that creature and attack it with his blade. After all, most of the damage was caused by the stake of faith, and at this time they are required to help with balls so that this creature does not pull the stake out of itself. And even though the stake of faith has a legendary level, the sacred power in which it possesses has its limit. Having exhausted the sacred power, the stake will become nothing more than a heavy piece of iron, and hell thinks that Lucius, who lent this thing to the Pope for a decent amount of money, was not going to use it for an attack. However, the smiling Adam understood that this was not his money, so he didn't care, and soon the coal of faith stopped working, and this meant that the weapon detected and neutralized the enemy. And throwing away his sword, Adam realized that because of this stubborn creature, they couldn't even take a break, and the prepared weapon had already lost all the effect of sacred magic. But although if you remember who their opponent is, he didn't spend that much. In drinking the magical elixir that restored the lost Manu, Adam thought about how Lucius was doing. If Matthias had already turned into a demon, then it would not be easy for them. But he understood that with the strong support of the goddess of light, this time he would not just die. However, even if so, it would still be the same. And at that moment, Adam's partner began to look at the monster he had not just defeated. And noticing this, Adam began to tell Ned that it was not necessary, and this creature would not be able to be reborn in this state. And if you finish him off completely, the door will open, and the guard will lead you here. And first they must quickly find the dragon's heart. And throwing a healing potion to his partner, Adam began to tell him to take it just in case. After all, you never know what kind of garbage will happen during the search. And turning around, Adam began to leave. But Ned, standing in the same place, began to think that the Lord of the Land, which is called one of the great dilemmas of the world, was defeated by just 2 people. And this is simply nonsense. And of course, he's not a weakling either. But he can't do this. And this is all purely thanks to the efforts and strategy of Adam. And this goes beyond the boundaries of surprise and suspicion, and the feeling that he simply foresaw all this. But at the same moment, Adam and his partner heard a huge sound. They began to turn their heads towards the huge door that was behind them, and as soon as they turned around, they saw that someone was knocking on the huge door. It was the knight who guarded the entrance, and he began to push the door with all his strength and made very loud and terrifying sounds. And at the same moment, dark energy began to pass through the crack of the door, which rushed straight towards the vile queen, who was seriously wounded and lying on the ground. And as soon as she felt this Manu, she began to speak. Georges, her knight, once again helped her, and at the same moment she was shrouded in a very terrifying and dark energy and began to be reborn. And Adam and his comrade standing next to her could not understand what was happening here. And Adam began to remember that this was not in Lucius's report on storming the dungeon from a past life. And it turns out that because they entered here without killing the guardian, unlike Lucius, the future changed. And at the same moment, the third phase of that monster began to appear. And as soon as she was completely revived, she turned her head towards the divine weapon that finished her off last time. And raising her hand, she began to use magic to put that sword away. And at the same moment, some space appeared under this ball, and it began to sink deep down. And immediately after that, she began to turn her gaze towards Adam and his comrade, who were standing near the main door. But before she had time to turn her head, Adam and his comrade were already near her, and began to swing their arms to destroy her new form. But when they swung, they didn't realize that something didn't go according to plan. As if they had not been hit, they passed her by. And the fact that Adam did not feel the cross-section of the sword, and realized that this was the same ability, ancient magic of space curvature, and immediately after this attack, Ned began to notice that a strange pentagram had appeared under his feet. I jumped to the side, and huge roots with large thorns immediately began to fly out of it. And as soon as Ned raised his head, he saw that thing rushing towards him. After all, she was very fast, even faster than last time. But Adam, who stood behind her, did not want to just let her go, and raising his hand, he began to grab her with his web. It was the queen's spider web, and with this skill he was able to grab it, and began to pull it back away from his comrade. And Adam began to pull her with all his strength, so that she switched to him because now she had to come up with something new to overcome her. And at the same moment, Adam began to use his basic method of controlling the amplification energy, and threw that monster aside with all his strength. He began to prepare to fight her with all his might. After all, as a way of protecting the curvature of space, it has proven itself to be excellent. But due to the fact that everything around is distorted, the attacks of the caster himself also cannot pass through. This means that at the moment when the judiciary is about to attack, they will have a chance to strike back at it, and at the same moment while the princess was preparing to attack them. With one of her gases, she saw that Ned was flying straight towards her, and as soon as he swung, he was able to deliver a good attack. And as soon as he began to understand that his attack worked, suddenly something happened that he couldn't even imagine, and lowered his gaze. He saw that he had been wounded by a very strong attack, due to which he began to bleed. and the one that was able to injure Ned was called Black Mirror. This is ancient magic that reflects the damage received. Depending on the ability of the caster, the reflected damage can increase up to 3 times. Waved her hand, she began to use another of her dark techniques, Dark Hand, and Ned at the same moment began to experience terrible pain throughout his entire body. But at the same time, our hero's fist appeared, approaching with great speed and with all its strength straight towards the princess. And after that there was a loud blow, or rather several blows, and Adam continued to beat the vile princess from all sides. But he realized that this was not enough, and began to use his thunder skill, and hitting the vile princess with all his might, she began to fly away to the side, and immediately after that, she let herself down and began to attack back. But Adam, with the help of his skills, began to aim straight at her hand, and thereby blocked the energy pathways that made their way to her fingertips. And with the help of his Eastern technique, by blocking the veins through which mana flows, he weakened the enemy, and with the help of it, it is impossible to inflict damage equal to a melee blow or a blow with a sword. But with the help of precise movements, one can interfere with opponents. And after numerous blows, Adam began to understand that the power of her magical flow was incredible, and nothing else was expected from a great magician. And if he did not have the knowledge of using this technique, he would not have had a chance to block her magical veins. And he did not expect that daily battles with Altair would benefit him. And at the same moment, the vile princess began to retreat back. But Adam, with the help of his web skill, was able to catch her. And as soon as he saw that the web was well attached to her body, he began to pull her back with all speed. And as soon as she flew up to him, he hit her in the chest with all his might, which made her start screaming at the top of her voice throughout the room. But that was not the end. Adam began to use the item that was purchased from White Roses. Enchanted rosaries are ancient rosary beads that contain something for each bead. The Chromium of Light spell can be used by anyone, but a second use of the same spell was impossible. And as soon as the rosary was in his hand, he began to shoot them straight at the vile princess who stood opposite him, and also fired them at his comrade who was lying nearby. And he was glad that because of this he would definitely not die. But suddenly there was a loud blow, and Adam began to feel incredible pain in his body. You will appreciate his blow. Adam began to fly into the nearest walls, and as soon as he flew towards her, crashing, he remained in the hole that he himself had made. And as soon as Adam hit the wall, he began to understand that the princess was very offended, and in just a second freed herself from the magic block. And immediately after this, Adam's hands and his entire body began to be tied by thorny vines, and Adam lost his sight, and saw that the princess who was standing under him began to summon huge fireballs with the help of her magic. And then he realized that he had again gotten himself into something terrible, and not even a moment had passed before the vile princess began to use her skill and attack Adam, and there was a loud explosion from her magic. But at the same time, the sound of a day being broken was heard in the temple, and the White Rose missed the teacup, which broke under her feet, and another nun at that time entered the room and began asking her if she was okay, to which the White Rose replied that everything was fine. She just thought a little for a second, but starting to pick up the fragments of the broken cup, White Rose began to feel something. After all, she didn't understand what it could be, and began to think about her client and whether everything was okay with him, and whether he was using the items she gave him. But for some reason she was uneasy. She began to think that maybe the rosary that she gave him might be worth charging them with greater healing power. But the streams that she gave him were destroyed, and his bloody hand lay on the ground. And little by little Adam began to come to his senses after the terrifying attack carried out by the vile princess. But seeing his partner who was lying unconscious, Adam realized that this was a very bad scenario, because the moment was lost, and this only played into the hands of that monster. And it was funny that one of the 8 great insolubles and before rebirth, he could finish off this creature, because for him it was like 2 fingers. But now he feels his helplessness to the core, and he spent all the items. His weapon was no longer suitable for the battle, and he began to think what else he had left. Were they brought from the gods that look like candy? In fact, it's all bullshit. And that bastard definitely decided to ruin everything for him, and a good half of the known sacred animals of man, so he looks like his own grave if he suddenly opens it incorrectly. Curtain. And although he was lucky not to have any penalty damage, he had already decided what he wanted to spend the remaining 2 charges on, using them and defeating them elsewhere. Regret and despair will be predetermined after an incredible decision. The best snack for the gods. And the fact that the gods gave him this was not at all good nature, and not a gift. It was just for the sake of God's teeth. But so that they would look at this spectacle and smile up there, and those chains that they hung around his neck amuse them. They like the way he wriggles in search of at least some grain of hope. If Adam has to die here, then all his deeds will be tobacco, and he will throw out the ending that was not expected, which no one will definitely like. And as soon as he drew that sign with his blood, a bright light appeared that illuminated this entire dark room, and the goddess of light, who stood up in front of the bloody Adam, began to ask him how to understand this, and he must explain how a person knows this blasphemous sign, to which Adam smiled because he understood that a large fish had caught his bait, proof of the shameful loss of the gods in the past, and that's all he knew about this symbol. The gods never imposed a ban on him, so he will inevitably receive punishment for depicting this sign. The heavenly card is instant death, because whoever violates the divine prohibition is one of the vile rules. As soon as he finishes drawing, he will be a corpse, and the angel who descended from heaven stood in front of the seriously wounded Adam and looked at him with misunderstanding. But Adam, raising his head, began to realize that he did not feel the magical traces of jurisprudence, and I realized that the angel had put up a barrier, and it was good because during this time he would regain his strength. And at the same moment the angel began to say that she demanded an explanation of how he knew this blasphemous sign. But Adam began to answer that it was somehow strange that a higher creature with a high spiritual rank could not penetrate the world of lower beings. These are vile rules for her information. And how did she get here? But the angel began to answer. Did Adam really forget that it was she who sent him to the past? An angel who has a connection with a lower being receives the right to visit the lower world, and she allowed him to break the order of answers, but there would be no second time, and asked again how he knew this offensive sign. But Adam answered with just one word, which is why the angel who stood in front of him could not understand what he was saying. But Adam continued and said that if she was so interested, she would be kind enough to first transfer the coin to his cash register. But the angel was perplexed. She began to ask Adam, "Is he crazy?" And at that same moment she became incredibly angry, and a huge ray of light began to manifest its power, enveloping her body, and a huge wind rose in this room. But Adam suddenly began to realize that he could not move his fingertips. And was this really an angelic ability? To which he began to respond so that he should not flatter himself. And even though he attracted the interest of the gods, he is still not a saint and certainly not an angel. And for the fact that he drew this symbol, many gods were angry, and every now and then they are discussing a way to kill him. And he is the ignorance that overstepped morality, and immediately after that Adam told her to kill him. But the angel couldn't understand what he was talking about, and Adam continued to say that if she is confident that she will deal with the problems that will begin immediately after this, then of course, if she has the right to do so. After all, if you carefully understand the reverse side of the leads that the gods gave him, then it becomes clear that each of them wants something. Maybe some gods said that it gives him a double sword, and he fights cheerfully and dies, and the fact that they don't need a suicide, and the fact that they will give him great power, he will become theirs. A slave, and those who want to see him in the ranks of their legion simply will not let his soul go to the god of death, and such a conflict is not beneficial for two persons. And that is why they urgently sent an angel here without allowing him to finish drawing this sign. An angel. I started asking what the hell he needed, and he began to tell her to give him more after all on their privileges. He won't last any longer, and it will be more fun if he dies now. And get to his feet, Adam began to shout, "What if the gods hear? If he dies, they will get nothing. And what will be fun? Will they watch and enjoy, and no such luck? If they let him die now, then no one else will distinguish them the way he does. So they must place bets now, and he is giving them this opportunity now. And at the same moment of the battle, they began to decide the fate of Adam. And all of them who were looking down on him began to make their decisions. And the last thing I watched, the goddess of light began to think about how interesting it was. And at the same moment, a bright light began to shine throughout the entire room, directing its radiance straight at Adam. And as soon as Adam raised his head, he realized that this was what he wanted. And the angel who stood next to him began to ask the wretches why this was their will. And immediately after this bright light, something changed in this room, and no one could say what exactly for sure. But now it will definitely become clear. And the vile princess, watching the bright light, did not understand where it came from and what was going on here, because she only destroyed everyone in this room. But what is happening now? And looking closely into the bright light that was shining straight into her eyes, she began to see the forces that were coming out from the distance. And as soon as the dust settled, the silhouette of a man was visible, who began to come out straight to her with words, and told her that she really had to wait, friend, because now the real battle will begin. And at the same moment, the vile queen began to smile horribly, because she liked this outcome that she would still fight. And as soon as she used her huge magic, and large magical hands began to fly towards Adam, who stood in the same place, and see how a huge force is approaching him, and if he were an ordinary person, he would simply die with one blow. Moreover, that silhouette that could be seen from afar was of terrifying power, and he saw her swinging her arms to attack. But with a quick movement of his hand, he waved his hell and was able to destroy half of her body. And after this, hell began to cut all her huge puzzles that were rushing towards him. But raising his hand, Adam began to use a huge sword of light. It was a sacred object. Those who do not have the right to use this ball burn when they lift it. And now the restriction has been lifted under special conditions. And the goddess Arya, one of the 3 highest deities, watched Adam and began to laugh very loudly and say that he was a happy, funny little man, and she did not know what he was really worth. I am that sword. Now he and she will present him with the best artifacts from her treasury. And the other god began to shout at the goddess of light what she was doing, and how she could allow some person to use a sacred artifact. But the goddess of light replied that it really doesn't matter to him, because it's not from his collection. And the god of heaven, one of the 3 highest deities, also intervened in the conversation and began to say that he, as one of the 3, also believed that Adam should live. For this reason, he's wary that the god of death, who has never interfered in the human world, has suddenly shown interest in this man, and until he finds out what he is up to, he will not give him this guy. And at the same moment, Adam began to attack the vile princess with his divine sword. But noticing this, she began to bend space, thereby wanting to avoid a fatal blow in her direction. And although she thought that she could escape, Adam thought otherwise and swung his huge sword. He cut her large head into several pieces. And finally Adam decided to tell her that let her plant be great. Mao, she will not be able to protect herself from the sacred object with the help of human magic. And activating his sword, Adam began to summon a huge bright light that hit the forecast princess with all his might. And immediately after that, the dark energy that enveloped the vile princess began to disappear, and the natural appearance that was originally in this princess began to appear, and she was completely white. Although her eyes glowed red, she began to look at Adam, who came up to her and began to hold her on his lap and ask if she had woken up or not. And at the same time, he thought about Jericho, a spell that, together with a powerful holy attack, has the effect of cleansing from a high-level curse, and he did not expect that he could use it. But thanks to this, he managed to completely dispel the curse of jurisprudence. And looking at her, Adam ultimately realized that this was her real appearance. But suddenly the lawyer began to answer that she thought she was dreaming of a nightmare, and such a long and terrible one. And having come to her senses, she began to ask Adam who he was, and how he could save her from suffering. To which our hero replied that his name is Adam, and he is her follower, one of the 12 heroes, Princess of Law. And at that same moment she began to remember her past. and how one of the knights brought her the heart of the black dragon Kaiserus, and he began to ask her to accept it as a gift, to which she replied that titanic work had been done. Knight Yorkias ain't, and that's what else. He can address her simply by her name, and began to ask him if he wanted to tell her something after the victory over Kaisaras. And the knight took off his helmet and began to kiss the young princess, and at that moment, they believed that everything will be fine, but how stupid it was. And on the top floor of this bedroom there is a certain magic circle containing a real treasure, the elven tree of life. I needed the crumbs here to lift the curse that was never placed on the heart of the dragon, and took it thanks to the ancient power. She maintained her life for a whole millennium using elven magic, and she managed to cleanse the dragon's heart. But in return, she lost her human appearance. And finally, she began to tell Adam that he was his comrade who helped her find her way back, and she doesn't even know how to thank them. After all, the end of her briefly extended life was already close, and her body shone beyond all conceivable limits, and there was almost no time left. But suddenly she decided to ask Adam why they needed a dragon heart, to which, with a tired look lowering his head, he began to say that this was too long a story, and they now needed to speed up, to which she touched her hand to his palm and began to say that he was just joking with her memory. And at the same moment the skill contract occurred. The exceptional ability of jurisprudence allows you to read the feeling and memory of the one to whom it touches, and she began to see those huge creatures that descended to earth and began to destroy all living things, and how Adam fought the god of monsters and was ultimately defeated, and how he found himself in a strange place where an angel approached him and extended her hand, and thereby allowed him to be reborn back. She saw everything and everyone and different portals and everything else. Adam's entire life flashed before her eyes in a matter of seconds. And at that moment, while she was watching all this past, Lucius's battle against his old comrade was taking place in the same temple, and Matthias began to say to Lucius that with his face it was so much fun for him to fight with him. And the pilots, taking all the blows, began to understand that even with the help of Arno, such an opponent was too tough for him. I didn't yet understand that this was such an anomaly, that with each contact the enhancing spell subsided. But Matthias was very pleased that he had acquired such indescribable power, and he had such a feeling of power. All the holders, and he alone enjoys all this. But Lucius, who stood opposite him, did not want to listen to this nonsense, and began to attack him with the help of his world fire skill, which enveloped him completely, and it would seem that Matthias should have burned alive. After all, huge tongues of flame began to burn everything within its radius, and some soldiers even came under attack. But they managed to escape only after suffering a little, and the healer and the nun, who were watching this battle, began to think that they were completely stuck with this eater of blind attacks, and there was no way they could engage in battle. And the priest standing behind them thought that this was very wonderful, because those who watched this whole battle understood that this was the power that the followers of the devil were looking for. And smiling ominously, he realized that he had to guess the moment when the priests would relax their vigilance. I won't be able to kill several souls, and if they manage to get close to the main healer or commander of the vanguard, then perhaps he, like Matthias, will be able to get the stone of revelation. Taking out his blade, that ominous priest began to whisper under his breath that they would die. In the name of their religion, there is nothing personal here. But as soon as he began to approach them, a strange aura began to surround him near his body, and he could not understand what was happening to him, because just now everything was normal. And at the same moment, huge creatures began to crawl out from the priest standing behind. And as soon as the main healer turned his head to see what kind of Greeks were there, he realized that among the priests, there were so many followers of the devil. But still they died due to the fact that Matthias began to use his exceptional demon skill, I call Creature of Collection, and he was able to take the energy of insects from the followers of the devil located nearby, and began to tell them that his brothers, he was grateful to them for giving him their powers, and he uses their meaningless lives in the name of a great purpose. And as soon as Lucius saw this, he began to realize that this was a very dangerous spell, and began to shout to his comrades so that they all use any available defensive abilities. And after a few seconds, A huge bright red fire began to appear from all sides, and most of the priests said goodbye to their lives. But Lucius, who covered himself and the rest of the guys with a shield, were still able to defend themselves from such a terrifying attack. But still there were a lot of such victims, and all of them began to be burned in a fraction of an instant. Lucius Aons, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes that such a huge power existed, and began to shout to Matthias to stop these evil deeds and calm down, because now they will all die together. Well, these words angered Matthias even more, and he began to repeat word after word about the atrocities and answering Lucius so that he would not even dare to tell him about the atrocities, and remembering the past about what they said what would happen. It can't be that Lucius received stigmata, and besides, he never laid claim to the sand of God's son and teenagers. They train until they are 15 years old, and then compete for the right to the stigmata. And this is the oldest tradition. No matter how it is, he already has a stigmata. Matthias thought about what would happen to him then, because from the very beginning, he claimed the right to be called Son of God, and some people thought that Matthias would become the Son of God because some people invested a lot of money in his family, and now this is a scam. And has the goddess really fooled everyone around her finger? And, be that as it may, they need to quickly return all the money invested in the makeup family. You agree with the old manuscripts if the person was not on the list of candidates for becoming. The strong of God receives stigmata. The era of disasters and destruction begins, which means that the temple of light returns to hot days. And what did his father do after that? How he was chosen as the Son of God, he deceived his people. Carrying out said that they could survive the apocalypse by receiving his useless blessing, and traded in these blessings, helping funds from believers and successfully settling their position, and continues to shout at Lucius that he at least knows how many people have lost everything because of him, how many have settled their lives. His family is swindlers, and no, they are worse and not murderers. If this is not a crime, then what is it? The Temple of Light at first only turned a blind eye to their machinations, but soon they completely united with his family and committed so many terrible things he did not take any responsibility. And the Temple of Light. This is the real evil that needs to be eradicated from this wicked land. And at the same time, the young princess took her hand away from Adam's. And suddenly she realized that such a future could await them in the future. And she decided to ask Adam, why did he live like that? Because it's very sad. But Adam, emptying his head, began to think about how he should respond to such words and soon realized what he needed to say. And he began to explain that the invasion of demons that she was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. But this time he wants to win, and he does not want to suffer another defeat. Therefore, he has a request to her. I remember the words that he told his partner that the power of the dragon heart can only be captured with the help of a special ritual if you do not follow everyone. His heart would simply kill the owner, and he himself is not capable of such a thing. But he knows a person who can help with this. I desperately thought about doing it all differently, but since there are legal circumstances nearby, she is changing, she has experience, she will do a much better job, and she is a great magician of law. Once I already mated a dragon heart with Georgius the first dragon slayer, and he began to ask her to do this for him now. But the lawyer sighed heavily and began to say that she was sorry, because she would not be able to fulfill his request. And horror appeared on Adam's face because he didn't understand what she just said. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the verge of complete destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, the Kaisaros, set most of the world on fire, and the Koisaras was never one of the 12 heroes who fought against the demons, but the insidious curse deprived him of his mind, drowning the main character in his own madness. And death began to choke the earth on both sides of those worthy of Basil Caesaris who remained. Princess Juridica and Knight Yorguis and the Golden Dragon, who took the side of the people in 11, the heroes had to enter into a fierce battle with their old comrade in order to protect and preserve peace. And after a long confrontation between the heroes and the Black Dragon, the knight swung at the Black Dragon and asked him for forgiveness for what he was doing now. And at one moment Georgius's blow closed Koisarasu's eyes forever. And Adam began to tell the princess that the events that were happening in her era unfolded only through the fault of the demons who called the devil on their world, and about the inviolable rule that the gods cannot descend to the earth of worlds except for those that belong to them. But one of the gods violated this rule, and this was the devil Tartaros. His ability to summon demons of all stripes allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. And those devilish fans who helped Tartaros in this founded the cult of the devil, and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the devil from the underworld, and their goal was the same as his now. After all, Adam knows that she understood seeing his memories and aristocrats and priests to so many. Influential people did not care about their world. They only cared about the jingling of coins in their wallets and pockets, and greed pushed them into collusion with the followers of the cult and their purchased indifference resistance. The only warrior who stood against the tyranny of Tartarus were his comrades, and he returned to the past not for the sake of a good life, but only to fight again and retain victory. And Princess Eurydica, the strongest magician in the history of mankind, who led a detachment of 12 heroes and convinced them to fight side by side with a common enemy, Adam began to ask her, so that she would give him the strength to protect their home. But Princess Law looked straight into Adam's eyes and began to understand that they were so different. But why were they so similar? And remembering the past and that conversation with her knight, who told her that in just a few years, she and the golden dragon lifted the curse from the dragon's heart and performed the fusion ritual many times, and he is fine, and on the contrary feels confident in himself, and the remnants of the army of demons who fled to the desert. The red dragon, foaming at the mouth, greedily looks at the land of people, and they have the power to protect the light. But the princess did not fully understand what he meant, to which Georgius told her that he only wanted, give their daughter a world without war, and she must believe in him because he is ready to connect with the heart. And a little time later, something strange began to happen to Georgius. Terrifying energy began to emerge from him, and the princess, looking at all this, could not understand what was happening. And the maid told her to be careful because it was very dangerous. And eventually, Georgius, maddened by such terrible power, began to lose his mind and turn into a monster. And the princess, watching this, understood that this was the Tagenaria that Caesarus had when he lost his mind. This was a demonic curse. And at the same moment, the golden dragon began to appear when the princess said that she had cleansed her heart of filth. But why is this happening? And the golden dragon cast a little magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spells. And he had fun pretending to be his comrades, but he was entrusted with an important mission. And waving his hand near the princess, strong magic began to appear that hindered her movement. And the golden dragon began to fulfill his mission imposed on him and use his skill of dragon language. This exceptional dragon skill imposes silence. And he began to say that the princess will forever close her mouth, and that secret that she learned never again and no one can hear. And as soon as I regained my strength, the golden dragon began to say that it was such a pity, and if she had not hunted for the dragon's heart, you and your daughter would have been able to happily spend the years of life allotted to them. And her skill is impressive, and she flawlessly performed the ritual over Georgius and the cursed heart, and she will now watch how her husband, with the help of limitless power, destroys all living things, because now he has become such a terrible monster that everyone who looks at him will immediately experience all his horror and cruelty. And taking his sword out of the ground, he began to show his incredible power, and the princess standing next to her could not say a word, due to the fact that the effect of silence was imposed on her. But in her eyes, one could see that deep down in her soul she was screaming very loudly with anger and hatred for the golden dragon. And now the princess continued to explain to Adam that with her own hands she tore the dragon's heart out of George's chest. And since then, a whole millennium has passed along with the cleansing of the curse. She has been waiting for a hero to whom she can transfer the dragon heart, and she knew that Adam had earned the right to this, but his case was not ready for the ritual. He would be torn to pieces or paralyzed forever. There is no way for him to strengthen himself with the help of potent poisons. If he does not take a pause of several months, his energy points will become confused, and the 7 poisons Jagan and Belial can only be used with a low level of training, and it can be said that he used all the methods of rapid growth. However, there is still a chance of success. To which the princess replied that it looks like he is thinking of taking advantage of divine luck. If there is at least one chance for a better outcome, then with the help of luck, it can absolutely be done. However, he miscalculated, and divine luck will be needed more than once. But Adam could not understand what she meant, and at that very moment he was surprised at what he saw. As a lawyer, wanted to tell him something important, but at that same moment a spell appeared on her neck that prevented her from saying a word. And noticing this, Adam began asking the lawyer if everything was okay with her. But she only remembered that despite 1,000 years having passed, the dragon's tongue still holds her. But she will not endure this time. And even if the spell does not allow her to talk about it, it can still convey knowledge. And approaching Adam, she began to say that at that moment, he will have to choose between the person he loves most and someone else. And he must take all his artifacts and become stronger. And only after that, she and the tomb can leave and escape the conflict. But if he needs a dragon heart in his chest right now, then he must take into account all the dangers. After all, the red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, green dragon, he will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year, and only a year more time is not given, and asked Adam for the last time if he could do it. But Adam, in the same turn, continued to listen to her, but suddenly he answered, "Is it possible that according to her he is a weakling? After all, 1 year is more than enough to finish off 4 dragons." And holding out his hand, he said that he promised, and would show her the world in which she and George wanted to raise their daughter. And 6 months will be enough for him, and she can entrust this mission to him and watch him on the other side of the mortal abyss. And at the same moment the lawyer thought, she understood. After all, for her it was an unbearable burden, and now she began to feel a strong, pacifying calm. But she was so sorry for the fact that she was entrusting a mission that she could not complete then. And at the same moment the castle began to collapse towards me, and the heart of the dragon appeared from a huge one, and the huge binding shackles began to carry that heart straight to the hands of the judiciary. And suddenly Adam, seeing this, realized that this was the very heart of the Kaisaris dragon. And the princess of law, who held him in her hands, told Adam that this is the determination that is worthy of a hero. And raising his heir, the lawyer said that now she will begin preparations, and the hell lying nearby was ready to accept this powerful heart, and with its help, he could destroy all his enemies. But the dragon heart lying in the princess's hands and Adam's determination deserves respect to become a new hero, and the princess of law decided that it was time to start. And at the same moment, Adam activated his divine luck skill, and for a while it endowed him with incredible luck. And lying on the ground, he saw a bright light in front of him, and the princess, who was holding the dragon heart above his head. But suddenly Adam found himself in some strange place, and he didn't understand what it was, because there was nothing visible there, just darkness. But he soon realized that he was inside his consciousness because he had felt a similar feeling before. And not only is he here, there is something else. And as soon as Adam turned around to see what was standing behind him, a huge dragon's paw grabbed him and squeezed with all his might. And that dragon began to scream and call Adam names that he was a bastard, and how he even dared to take possession of his power. But Adam, in turn, began to understand that this was the mind of the dragon Kaisaros remaining in the dragon's heart. And now he began to feel its powerful presence, and so powerful that it was squeezing out his soul. And he could not believe that these were the thoughts of a dragon who died 1,000 years ago. But the dragon began to tell him that he smells like the gods, and for him this is a disgusting sensation. And he will not transfer his incredible power to someone like him. At the same time, Lucius continued to fight her opponent. Amathias destroyed all his minions who stood nearby, and taking the last 2 doctors and the nun by the head, he began to squeeze them with all his might. And as soon as he finished with them, he began to scream throughout the room, spewing out a terrifying flame that only he was left. But Lucius defended himself from its flames, and understood that the same attacks would not do anything to him. And with a retaliatory blow, he began to bring down his even hotter flame, straight on Matthias. But the demon Matthias was very fast and in an instant was able to move behind Lucius, who could not suspect that he would appear there, and hitting Lucius with all his strength, with a huge red stream of energy. Lucius began to scream in pain because he could not expect that he could receive such a quick blow to the back. Matthias behind him began to understand that similar Lucius was exhausted, and his speed was constrained, and his reaction was dulled. Well, Lucius, who was lying nearby, understood that he was a bastard, and he was increasingly using demonic power and his ability to regenerate. They both received blows, but only he felt their consequences. But at the same moment, Matthias began to continue beating Lucius. But it didn't take him long to force himself to answer, and Lucius began to beat Matthias in response. But as soon as Lucius wanted to hit Matthias with his huge weapon, he was able to catch him and press him to his body. Thus he began to lift Lucius into the air, and extending his other free hand and activating his Hellfire skill, he began to attack him. And at the same moment, a bright fire appeared that began to incinerate Lucius, who was in the air and could not do anything because his opponent was holding him back by capturing his weapon. And immediately after that, Matthias hit Lucius with all his might, who began to fly into the nearest wall. And having crashed into her, Lucius began to understand that there were no more of his comrades who would help him. And it turns out that there were no ways out, and all that was left was to use his last trump card. However, in this case he would expose himself to mortal danger. But Matthias, who was standing in front of him, began to raise his hand, and in it he began to concentrate a huge stream of mana, which began to turn into a huge fireball. And he already wanted to end everything here. And as soon as Matthias swung, he already wanted to say goodbye to Tears, because now he will see the last final attack. But suddenly he noticed that his fire sphere had disappeared, and something came through the fire and destroyed it. It was a magic feather that suddenly appeared. Lucius began to get to his feet because behind him stood a powerful being, an angel who came from heaven. Lucius's passed, and he began to ask how much he was willing to sacrifice this time. To which Lucius replied that 1 month, but the angel didn't like it, and he raised his hand and said that 1 month. In order to defeat him, this is not enough, and it will take 6 months. And immediately after that, a bright light appeared that moved into Lucius, and he was filled with enormous power, and so incredible that everyone who looked at him immediately realized that he was fighting with an ordinary person and with an angel. Well, when Matthias saw this, he couldn't believe what was happening and why he just got scared. And looking closer, he couldn't believe it because he couldn't know that such a thing could exist at all, and it was completely impossible. After all, now Lucius had become his equal, and at that very moment he attacked him with his bright light which pierced Matthias's chest. And after that, he began to attack them even harder, and many bright streams that came out of Lucius's hand began to pierce the entire body of his opponent. And Matthias, who fell to the ground, began to tell Lucius that he was a bastard, and knew how to keep the family closed, and he could not believe that he had been hiding this ability for decades. But Lucius answered him that this is a glimpse of honor, a skill that only the Son of God can use, and he acquires the power of an angel, which he will become in the future. But in return, he gives up part of his life, and this is the secret of the temple, which is known only to the Pope and the Cardinal. And for this reason, the average life expectancy of the sons of God is no more than 30 years. And he tries not to use this ability by dreaming about the duty of a full life, and sooner or later still meets an enemy who will force him to take advantage of this. By skill in the temple, doing what it does, sends the sons of God to mortally dangerous places. They have their own reason for doing so. And the Son of God's son is cruel. He is just a jester, a dancing temple. And finally, Lucius decided to ask about his old friend, that he really wanted this power so much that he was ready to betray his friend for it and give up everything. Lying on the ground and seriously wounded, Matthias began to answer him that he was saying this only because he had been chosen as God's son, and he thought that he was the only one who could make puns here. The only difference is that the goddess recognized his life, but he did not. And how was he different from Lucius? He was a gifted child on whom hopes were placed, but he did not understand why everything turned out this way. And the goddess who gives no answers is endlessly ruthless. And at the same time, Adam's partner began to come to his senses and he could not understand what had happened, that it had become so quiet, and what was happening with the main monster. But looking closely, he saw in front of him something that he did not expect to see right at that very second. He saw that the lawyer was sitting next to Adam, and was doing something, and he could not understand what it was. At the same time, Lucius began to use his healing magic to heal his comrades, and after a moment he was still able to help them, and they began to come to their senses. But Lucius was the only one who survived, and with this their raid was over, and they decided that they needed to go back. And at this time Adam continued to be in the terrible maw of the huge dragon, which with all its strength and power began to growl at him. But at the same moment the dragon began to feel a strange energy, which came from Adam, which was in his huge paws. Poison in turn also noticed this light himself, and this was due to his divine luck. It was as if she was trying to protect him. He only had to relax for 5 seconds, but she still does it in her own way. The Kaisaros' mind will immediately bite them. And even if the ritual itself goes perfectly, and he begins to remember who he was before, and opening his arms he was able to unclench the huge paw that was holding him back. And on Adam at the same moment his armor from his past life began to appear, and he himself became much more serious and self-confident. And immediately after that, he began to fly at full speed towards the huge face of the dragon. And while in the air he clenched his fist, which contained strong energy. He was able to hit the terrible face, and earlier in it he began to jump back and look at how the mighty dragon began. And taking out his sword from under the space, he began to say that if the dragon thinks that he has never played these mental games with other dragons, then if he remembers correctly, and he remembers correctly, and now he will be the 5th one he will crush. And slowly approaching him, Adam began to say that dragons are all making life difficult for themselves and others, and he died. So he should let him finish the human ritual. But no, he decided to get him, and started talking about worthy and unworthy. And now he will blow his jaw off, and then they will engage in his education, and it's time to teach him a lesson. But the dragon began to answer at home that he had a sharp tongue, and now let him try to attack him. And having gathered all his strength into his sword, Adam began to attack the huge dragon that stood in front of him, in all its horror. But at this time, Adam's comrade Ned began to come to his senses and saw Princess Juridica in front of him. He couldn't understand what was going on right now, and Adam seems to be unconscious, and was he really overpowered? And in this turn the Princess of Law does something to him, and she doesn't pay attention to him at all. And getting to his feet, Ned began to realize that now was a good chance to attack. But suddenly, something strange began to happen to his body, and looking at his hand, he realized that at one time something was blocking his Manu. And at some point he realized that before he turned off all his energy, well, even though it was so, he still understood that he should not miss such an opportunity. But at the same moment, the Princess of Law began to tell Ned that he couldn't get up now and needed rest. And turning around, she began to raise her hand, thereby directing her energy towards Ned. As soon as that energy approached Ned, he began to experience something strange in himself. And suddenly he realized that he was incredibly sick. He began to bring his hand to his face. And at the same moment he spat out the insect that was in his mouth. And he realized that this was the same insect that the devil cult had given him, and which he soon swallowed. And the princess began to tell him that she got out of him this lump of evil and judging. Because the insect is in a larval state, he did not use its power at all, and that means he demonstrated exclusively his own abilities. And this is amazing. This is just a larva, but his body and internal organs managed to receive minor damage, and he should rest a little. She will share magical powers with him, and therefore after a good sleep everything will be fine. And at the same time, on one of the floors, Lucius began to tell the remaining guys to look at that place and that thing for purification. It was from the 5th floor. It was moved all the way here. They didn't decide that they would have to look for a way out again, because the plan had completely changed and 2 days had passed of the last battle. They were wondering if they would be able to get out of here before the provisions ran out. And the chief physician began to ask his commander what further orders, but after thinking for a moment, Lucius answered him that first they would find a stake of faith, but the doctor and the nun were surprised by this answer, because there were too few of them, and it was very dangerous, and maybe they'd better look for a way out of here. But Lucius replied that no, on the contrary, they only had a chance to get out on time, and they began to run in the direction where Adam ran. Because I didn't understand that those slaves who stole the call of faith behaved strangely, and they were like devil worshippers, and these slaves did not engage in battle with Matthias. But still they attacked him. I wondered why. What if he does not belong to different divisions of the cult that are hostile to each other? And in this case, the Son of God and the internal political enemy Matthias should have destroyed each other. And this sounds logical and explains their actions. If Lucius dies, then all the money invested here will go down the drain, and the temple will have to put the dungeon up for auction. In order to somehow put things in order, and since a whole decade of preparations and raids have failed, then there will be no use left from it. They will definitely not even sell 2 slaves. No, one faction of the devilish cult operates on a much larger scale, and they were interested in this place from the very beginning. They need the tomb itself, in the depths of which the dragon's heart lurks. And after the cult buys the rights to own these ruins, those 2 will enter a new reorganized raid and return to these corridors with a stake of faith. If they really have such a task, then the cult should have provided an escape plan, or they have something that will help them find the way home. And they have to find them and figure out how to get out of here before they leave the tomb. It was Lucius's plan, but as soon as they approached the main tomb of the princess, a huge knight met them right at the entrance and began to attack them instantly, and the guys couldn't believe it because the stake of faith was inside the last room. But the guardian remained alive. And how is it possible? And the door to the last room opens only after killing the guard. But the terrifying knight began to scream with all his might, continuing to attack Lucius with his attacks, because of which the shield that Lucius was holding began to fly out of his hands. And the nun, together with the main healers, began to fly away from the terrifying wave that was moving straight towards them. And after a huge blow, Lucius found himself under the onslaught of a knight's sword who attacked him with all his might. And Lucius realized that he could not use a glimpse of honor, and more than once a week he had to use it in a battle with Matthias 3 days ago, and he still needed to wait 4, and in despair, Lucius began to realize that the end had come for him, and he will no longer be able to see his wife and little child. But at the same moment the gates of the main tomb began to open, from which Adam began to emerge, and Lucius, who looked at it, could not understand what it was, but suddenly, looking closer, he realized that it was that slave. But he did not understand why he was leaving the last room. And as soon as Adam opened the door, he began to say that minute by minute he was able to climb up here. He was asked, so he will help him as a son of God. And at that moment he began to turn to the huge knight who attacked Lucius, so that he exposes his head, and with the help of his dragon tongue skill, which is an exclusively dragon skill, silence and limited use are imposed due to the dragon heart. And immediately after that, the huge knight was pressed to the earth by the magic of Adam, and Lucius, who watched this, could not believe his eyes, not understanding what had happened. And what confused him more was that the monster began to obey the slave. But Adam continued to watch as the monster tried to free himself from him. And as soon as 8 seconds passed, and at the 9th second the huge knight was still able to break the magical paths, and having completely torn them apart at the 10th second, he began to scream at the top of his voice. But Adam understood that the duration of the dragon's tongue was 10 seconds, and it was not surprising that immediately after completing the ritual, it would not be possible to use the dragon's power to the fullest. And that's not all. To protect himself from a heart that could kill him because of the difference between their magical powers, he will only use 1/100th of its power, and even if it was limited, Adam was glad of such dragon power. And after this, Adam began to observe that that knight began to raise his huge weapon. She grabbed her sword, which was called Gram. This sword is especially strong in battle against fire-breathing asps, and a sword created to kill the strongest of them. And now you can't imagine a worse alliance. and the knight swung and began to immediately attack Adam, who stood in front of him. But immediately after this attack, a bright yellow explosion occurred, and many yellow lightning bolts began to fly away, which was in the hands of the knight. And Adam, with the help of his sword of light, realized that instead of dragon power he would have to use this holy weapon, not remembering the words of the goddess that the first task from her was to save her son, and he accepted it. And at the same moment Adam, with all the power of the amazing weapon that he received from the goddess, began to attack the knight, with the words that he can now go and kill dragons, and let there be light, Adam said. And at that very moment a bright stream of light and amazing power overtook the knight, and Lucius, who watched this, could not believe his eyes because there was no doubt. He saw a legendary weapon, and this weapon that can only be raised by the chosen priest is the Sword of Light. And he couldn't believe how to understand that that slave was not a supporter of the cult. And even if he is a priest, he can still use all his powers in the ranks of the devilish cult. However, why does he feel the energy of the goddess of light in him? And got angry and began to understand how he felt. Not only that, and it seems like he experienced the feeling as a child when he first met the golden dragon in the royal palace. And then there was unbearable pressure, just like now. And at the same moment Adam heard a loud sound behind him. And turning around, he saw something that he did not expect to see before. Lucius and his team began to kneel and greet my lord. And a little earlier, the battle with Kaiseris inside his mind lasted 3 days. And in the end, the seriously wounded dragon recognized the strength of Adam, although this did not mean that he would obey him, and he will continue to watch him. And as soon as Hell began to open his eyes, he saw something strange. The fact that his comrade lay unconscious and did not get up from his place and was crumbling into ashes. And thanking her, he clenched his fist and said that she would not regret her choice. And among the remains of the princess he found 2 things: magic crystals, a grimoire created by crystallizing the main currents of magic, which allows you to master skills through meditation, and it contains the ancient magical power of the kingdom of the bear, which was owned by the judiciary and the master key of the judiciary, the key that allows you to use all the functions of the tomb. Adam began to remember the words of the Juridica, that the power of the dragon heart is equal to only 1/100th, but when it evenly fills his body and increases the safe threshold for its use. And this is the message that the Juridica left him in the crystal. However, if the power in the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/4 or 1/3 of its maximum, physical reconstruction of the body will be required, and therefore he must find someone who could master the necessary knowledge and replace her and give him the magic crystal, and this child can help. And Adam realized that this is Altair, and the gods know Adam's past life, and only a few of them were favorable to him, but he still cannot trust them. And if the gods start acting and pull some trick on Altair, then he wants to find her right now. But there are still unfinished business, and after some thought, Lucius began to tell Adam and his comrade to show their shoulders. And as soon as he approached them and raised his hand, he began to remove the seal. And once the slave seal was broken, Adam and Ned were free. And immediately after that, Adam asked Lucius if he could sort out his debts, to which Lucius replied that of course he saved his life, and now he is in debt to him, and is afraid that he will not be able to pay it in full, and he cannot believe that for several years he secretly stayed in the rear of the cult to destroy their plans. And Lucius was delighted. He is a little ashamed to admit this, but in the Temple of Light, it is not possible to find such violent opponents of heresy as they are, and said more to Adam and his comrade about that for the Son of God, the elimination of the enemies of the goddess, namely the followers of the cult of the devil, is one of the first priority tasks, and therefore he is ready to provide them with any help. But Ned, standing nearby, didn't even know if he was trying to join forces with the owner of the Dragon Heart, so that he would not be displaced by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. After all, Saint Lucius is a tool created by the Temple, at the expense of people like him, and he is the one for whom one can only feel disgust. But nevertheless, feelings are feelings. But you had to use what you have in strength. The status of a genius and the connections of God's Son are priceless. And the followers of the devil crawled around the temple, reaching right up to the leadership itself, and it would be better if you maintain good relations with him. And exactly the same is from Adam. Lucius began to tell the guys that it was uncomfortable to have a conversation in such an environment, and they could already return to the temple. The real healer next to him knew that the commander just wanted to see his wife as soon as possible, but Adam stopped them and said that they were speaking frankly. Nothing is over yet, and the real massacre is still waiting for them. And by this time, the temple had probably already become overcrowded with a nest of cult followers. And this is about the battle groups that Cardinal Alden brought, and the paired knights included in the 10 strongest people of the continent. And as soon as Lucius heard it, he couldn't believe his ears because it was unbearable to even imagine. But Adam continued to say that even though he had acquired the power of the dragon, there are serious limitations in its use, and he needs thorough preparation and knowing Alden. You won't get away with just a battle. And since such a thing, Adam opened his hand in which the crystal was, and at that very moment the temple in which they were located began to change. And a secret room opened. The Treasury Princess of Law Poisons said that it was time to collect some really cool artifacts. And as soon as they began to approach the huge golden door, no one had penetrated this treasury of jurisprudence for a millennium. And I opened this huge door. He was wondering what was stored inside. And as soon as the door opened, Adam, Lucius, and Ned were surprised at what they saw there. And many crystals that stored various kinds of artifacts floated in the air and shone with bright colors. And some of them were surprised that the objects were inside the crystals. And Lucius realized that at first glance it was clear that there were dozens of serious artifacts. And all this was a legal treasure. And Adam began to take out the crystal with which they entered here, as soon as he lifted it up the mountain. Then the energy that came out of him began to attract artifacts straight into Adam's hands, and he realized that it was possible to go only this way. He had to get it. But Lucius, who was standing behind, began to think that they did not know a way to destroy the crystals and did nothing to defeat the main monster and the owner of these trophies, Adam. And he thought about who is helping whom here and how arrogant he was. At the next stage, Adam started asking the guys if anyone had an assessment, and the nun and the doctor also started answering what they had. And with the help of an assessment that recognizes the characteristics of the subject. The higher the mastery in a given skill, the more information can be gotten. As soon as they began to examine, they realized that this ancient state of Medea had serious knowledge of magic, and the quality of their magical items was superior to the current one. And of course it was possible to set a price for such an artifact, but due to the fact that no one sells them, money does not matter, and media relics were priceless. But suddenly Adam began to turn around and saw something amazing. And looking at the magic vial, he couldn't believe his eyes that she was here. And because of this, he was glad that he saw it, or rather found it. And at that very moment his mood began to rise. And the rest of the guys began to take for themselves the artifacts that were in this tomb. It was a precious soul, a tin shield, the ability of a stone, an obsidian bracelet from mirror chainmail, and Ned took the raven mantle of the twilight tunic, as well as the bracelet of fog and Mirage's sword. And Adam also took himself a huge sword that had previously belonged to the knight who guarded the Temple of Jurisprudence, and also a plastic coat and plastic boots of the Dragon Slayer, and a set of gloves. And as soon as they collected artifacts for themselves, Lucius began to say, "What about the recent conversation?" And that he was talking about the fact that he would have to fight against Alden, and Lucius would not say that he doubted. It's just that in their temple there are no ways to recognize the followers of the devil. They are detected only by the use of the cult's abilities and interrogation. But if the suspect denies any affiliation with the devil's worshippers, then nothing will come of it. But Ned, who was sitting next to him, began to say that there was something else. If you kill the followers and make the body an insect crawls out. And Lucius realized that no matter what method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's kinship and his position. The Alden family, they are also Rackers, have serious influence, and after his father, he headed the 4th parish. And now, when he was appointed cardinal, he took on the responsibility of the central parish. And moreover, his family has a good relationship with him, and because he maintains neutrality between the factions of the temple, he has no enemies. It is impossible to arrest or kill such a person without any evidence. Ned began to suggest what can be done about the material snails after the massacre of him. And although he said something different, he still doesn't believe them because he asks for evidence. And finally, Adam joined the conversation and started talking about the evidence. Of course, there is it. And picking up the artifact that Adam saw earlier, began to tell them what they think about it. And at this time, Cardinal Alden began to tell Bishop Alphonse to look to the right, and then look to the left, and then began to look forward. And as soon as he finished, Cardinal Alden began to ask how he was feeling, to which Bishop Alphonse replied that he feels great. And Cardinal Aldine began to say that it would be much better if he listened to him right away. And the wife of Bishop Alphonse, who was sitting behind him, could not understand why Cardinal Alden was doing this. But suddenly Cardinal Aldine turned his head and began to ask Claudia what she would say, because he said that he had prepared something interesting. And he talks about insects' climate, which is in the stomachs of the followers of the devil, and they allow the use of demonic power. And the more he uses it, the faster the insect grows. And when growth stops completely, an unusual ability appears. And the special ability of the insect inside it is the beetle hive up to the queen, and now gives birth, and eaten by insects from such a hatch allows a person to be under control. And this is now happening to Bishop Alphonse. And bowed his head. He began to tell Claudia what she now understands. Why is he saying all this? And she must convince her husband Lucius. But Claudia didn't understand what she had to convince her husband Lucius of. And at that very moment, the child who was in her arms began to sob loudly, and Cardinal Aldine began to approach her and say that it seemed like the baby was scared. And now everything is fine. And he began to ask Claudia what her name was, to which she replied that Marius, and smiling terribly, Cardinal Aldine began to say that this is a wonderful Marius, and does he like bugs? And at that very second, he began to bring his beetle straight to him, and tell the little boy that this would be his little friend. And as soon as that beetle touched the boy's face, he began to sob even more. Aldin took his hand and thereby threw his hand to the side. But suddenly she saw that his whole hand consisted of those beetles, and horror appeared on her face from what she saw, because she could not even imagine this. But Cardinal Aldine began to get angry, because she touched him, and was able to see his terrifying hand. But at the same moment a guard burst into them and began to tell Mr. Alden that they were in trouble, and the fact that Lucius is outside now. And at the same moment Cardinal Alden began to look out with the thoughts that this couldn't happen so quickly. And now the rage should have been in full swing, and he didn't understand what Lucius was doing here. Well, as soon as he looked lower, he saw how Lucius fought against everyone who stood in his way, and Lucius, who saw Cardinal Aldine in the window, began to answer him that he had not seen him for a long time. But Cardinal Alden began to shout to his face that he was out of his mind, and why was he attacking the priests of his own parish? And why did he leave the raid? But Lucius remembered Adam's words when he said that this thing is called the Eye of Truth, and one drop of the liquid is enough. And then, you will be able to see insects inside the devil's followers. And smiling, Lucius realized that he seemed not so perceptive. And he started shouting to Cardinal Aldine that he was Lucius Gernetti, arrests him on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs, and deceiving the Temple of Light is a hard nut to crack, and he will have to atone for it. But the enraged Cardinal Alden looked straight at Lucius with a fierce gaze, and realized what an arrogant guy he was, and he began to remember that the leader predicted that Lucius would return alive. However, this happened too quickly, and people with the rest of the group would not have been able to clear the tomb. So soon it turns out that Matthias was defeated, and it seems that he was discovered even before the final battle, but he couldn't believe that Matthias gave him away. That worthless trash. But now nothing can be done, and besides, it doesn't matter. After all, he was trapped, and as soon as he crossed the threshold of the temple, and suddenly the bishops Alfonso began to come out and ask Ulios what kind of trick this was, and accuse the cardinals of diabolical heresy. How dare he accuse him of such a thing? But looking at him and his uncle, Lucius began to understand Alden's ability that Adam told him about an uncle is now under control. But his uncle continued to say that even though he and God are dangerous, there is something that can be accepted, and there is something that cannot be accepted, especially what he is doing now. Lucius came up to him through letters and said that this is proof, because of which Cardinal Olden began to get even angrier. After all, he saw the very letters that he had seen long before the present time. Legal labyrinth that they will keep the truth secret for now, and the eye, if people find out about the existence of this thing, they will soon finish him off. And they will now get other but no less high proof. After all, the Tomb of Jurisprudence is a large labyrinth covering a huge underground territory, and in truth, the labyrinths are laid to the very bottom of the main temple of the third parish. And therefore, if you find the exact place and then buy a loophole and climb out, Matthias used and the followers of the devil gathered here, and physical evidence found in an abandoned building. And this is the letter that he exchanged with Matthias. And here is written the plan for stealing the dragon's heart and laudatory speeches to the devil. Everything is here. But Cardinal Olden could not understand where he got these letters from because it was ordered to burn the letter after reading it. But for some reason, Matthias decided to keep them in case he handed it over. And now you can immediately see how much he trusted him. And at the same moment, Cardinal Olden began to laugh loudly and say it and what he was up to. But did Matthias really feel indebted to him and tell him everything? And they were right in thinking he was one of the leadership of the Cardinal Olden cult, Arasker 11th place, in the hierarchy of followers of the devil. And he began to ask Lucius what this gives him because he won't do anything anyway. And he won't be able to lay a finger on him because he took his wife hostage. And as soon as Lucius saw his beloved Claudia, he began to get nervous and angry at the same time. But Claudia, facing the threat of murder, could not hold back the tears on her face. And at the same moment, Cardinal Olden began to say that he would calmly pierce her even before his eyes burst. And he has a very interesting insect, and the one who eats his offspring becomes his faithful servant. And he prepared especially for him an insect princess that is very brainwashing. And he must choose who he can feed it to his lover or child, or he will eat this insect himself. All that remains is to choose Lucius and finish everything. And he needs to choose and decide about 3 who will do it. And at the same moment, Lucius began to shout that he was himself and that he should not touch his wife and son. But after the terrifying smile on the face of Cardinal Olden, he began to put the insect into the mouth of Lucius's beloved. Not to talk about the fact that he would feed the bug to his beloved. But at the same moment, Ned appeared and, with the help of his new blade, pierced the chest of Cardinal Olden. And he, in turn, could not understand what had happened. And the Cardinal's guards could not understand when this entire floor was checked using detection magic, and he did not feel anything. But with the help of my bracelets which possessed my secrecy, and the offering of a couple, only the corresponding legendary level enchantments can be detected. Ned was able to sneak in unnoticed, and immediately after he pierced him, he yanked his blade and cut the Cardinal in half. And Ned, who grabbed Claudia, began to tell her to hold on tight. And immediately after this, one of Cardinal Alden's guards began shouting and calling Ned names. And after loud words, he began to attack him, and a huge wave appeared inside the room. Ned saw that the eldest of the twins was an Iron Knight, and for the first time he fell under his blow, and realized that he was quite powerful. After all, this is one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. But at the same moment, Lucius, who was on the street, began to attack Cardinal Olden, who was standing at the window with the help of his weapon. But the elder twin noticed this attack and began to shout to his master to go to a safe place. But immediately after this, there was a huge explosion from Lucius's attack, and the floor of the wall began to crumble in different directions. But the elder brother Gemini still managed to protect his master and took upon himself the entire attack. But at the same moment, another knight approached Ned and Claudia. But Ned, hitting him in the face with all his fist, began to say that he didn't have time for him either. And that guy began to fly away from the powerful blow, not understanding how he managed to react so quickly. and as soon as he ran away, he began to jump into a huge destroyed wall, thereby escaping from his pursuers. And Cardinal Alden, who watched all this, could not understand how this happened. After all, he thought that the disciple of the man from the east either died at the hands of Lucius or escaped. If people turned against their cult even before he left for the main monster's room, then this is obvious. However, why is he appearing now? And really, the man from the east manhandled him, and he wanted to corner him. He does what he helps himself. Alden understands that he has lost hostages, and it will become dangerous if the Holy Son decides to use glimpses of honor. Then the right decision is to avoid it, and he began to tell his guard, the eldest son, that he relies on him. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he could entrust this matter to him, and he would quickly handle it. And while the younger son was taking Alden to a safe place, the elder son, smiling, began to walk to the side to fight him. And at the same time, Lucius C., who was standing outside, began to see that his eldest son was approaching him. And as soon as the eldest son came down, he began to take out his huge sword to deal with Lucius. But Lucius, standing in front of him, began to ask if he had come alone and why not together. After all, he had heard that the two of them were like a couple in love. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he alone would be enough, and he is the 20th in the hierarchy of the followers of the devil. The eldest son of the county will now teach Lucius a lesson. But Lucius began to answer him that he was the first son of light, representing the third parish of the Temple of Light, accepts his challenge, and he can attack. And outside this estate, the guards who guarded the entrance began to speak to ordinary residents, that the knights are currently undergoing training for safety reasons. Believers will be prohibited from moving, but believers, they couldn't understand because they came from afar to increase the disease, and now they are simply not allowed inside. And the miners who were not far from the castle saw that there were some explosions inside, and they could not understand what happened there, because everything was in the temple, and there was smoke. The group of miners were simply shocked when they looked at the temple and did not understand what was happening there. And the White Rose also raised her gaze upward and began to understand that this could not simply be training. And she began to remember what she said to Adam, so that he would stop by after the raid, and she would give him change, and he should definitely come to her. And she had a bad premonition, and tried to stay in the slave zone, and it seems she realized that her client Adam was right, and knew that this could happen. And so he told her to stay away from the castle. Having looked at everyone, she still couldn't understand what was happening there. And inside the castle, the enraged priests began to go crazy, because there were insects inside them that took control of their consciousness, and they all began to attack the doctor and the monarchy, which successfully defended itself against them. After all, they had good equipment that they found in the last raid, in the chambers of Juridica, which cast a curse of petrification on the enemy, and also the slowdown and skill of the Stone Soul, which slowed down the target and dispelled it. Enchant the Stone Soul skill to remove all abilities from the target, and also in Sedan A bracelet that increased the cooldown time of the ability by 50%. The doctor began to think about the fact that the enemies who were brainwashed by the larvae are their priests. If it turns out that the commander killed them, then the opposing temple faction will tear him to pieces, and it was necessary not to kill the priests, but only to neutralize them, and with the help of the fainting skill, this was the skill that activated the hit that hindered their movement. The nun who stood near her comrade could not understand how he threw these bombs so accurately, to which he replied that he was a handball player while studying at the academy. It was a sports team game in which players tried to throw the ball into the opponent's goal with their hands. But at the same moment, the commander noticed something strange was now behind him, and turning around they saw a huge piece of the castle that fell near them. But they didn't understand what it was, because a protection spell had been cast on the temple's castle, and as soon as the commander looked up from where this huge fragment fell, he noticed two forces who were fighting on the roof. It was Lucius who fought against his older brother, and the elder brother was a little wounded, but still he was burning with anger from the fact that Lucius inflicted many heavy temples on him, and all due to the fact that if a sword collides with a spear in battle, then basically, the second has an advantage, and because the radius of the spear allows you to strike before it approaches the enemy. And the elder brother understood that he, as a master, could calmly release the energy of the ball over long distances, or simply dodge the spear to close the distance and strike. Therefore, everything that came out was a surprise to him, but as soon as the elder brother was able to approach Lucius and attack him, a huge wave suddenly began to throw him back, and all due to the fact that Lucius had a mirror ring, and it activated the ancient spell Black Mirror. When hit, it reflected 50% of the damage received, and the older brother realized that he had lured him, pretended that he had opened up, and he almost managed to deceive him, and he was very skillful at playing the weakling. On his face he realized that his enemy had guessed, and about asking what is the reason why their names are on the list of the 10 strongest continents. And Lucius moved from his place and began to run straight towards his older brother, saying that they simply did not fight with the strongest, and with all the strength of his spear, began to attack his elder brother. But suddenly the elder brother was still able to block one of the blows of a huge spear, and as soon as he realized this, he began to move to the side there in order to quickly get closer to his opponent, and approaching Lucius, he began to swing his huge sword at his face and managed to dodge it, swung his one hand, which was free, and hit the enemy with enormous force in his ribs. And as soon as the older brother began to fly away from the huge blow that Lucius made, and while in the air, the elder brother noticed that immediately after this blow, Lucius approached him at full speed, and tell him that the Holy Sun as a sacred being cannot be on the list of people. If not for this circumstance, they would never have appeared in the top 10. His older brother with great force, which is why he began to fall down like a bright flame of fire, and falling to the ground he hit with all his strength, and early, which Lucius inflicted on him, was in his left side. And at the same time, Lucius began to descend to the ground, and her comrades who stood behind him began to see their commander appear. Zero Lucius, breathing heavily, began to tell them not to come near, and it turns out that in his left side, there was the same deep wound as in his older brother. And Lucius began to guess that he was counterattacked at the moment when he used the skill court, and head limbs torso only 5. And although there were no 7, he thought, and the older brother, who was lying on the ground, began to understand that it seemed that the reflection of the damage was on the torso. Then it turns out that this effect was not from me. Object and the percentage of reflection is not 100%, but rather around 50%, and he planned to detain him until Mr. Olden disappeared, but now he changed his mind. And at night, angry, the elder brother began to shout towards Lucius that he himself started it. And with great speed he moved towards Lucius to attack him, and in just a few seconds, he was already behind him, and was ready to deliver the decisive blow right now. And as soon as he swung his huge sword, he screamed to send Lucius to the goddess. But at the same moment, the elder brother Castor began to hear the voice of his master, who shouted to him where he was, and he should quickly run to him. This was the transmission of the words the queen and the owner of the royal larva can transmit to the owner of the princess larva in his voice or his location. And the elder brother Castor began to ask where he is now, but at the same moment, Lucius stood next to him for a reason, and began to use his skill prison of chains and paralysis. And from this at the older brother with all his might. There was a loud explosion in the place where the older brother stood, and after a loud explosion, the elder brother still survived and still heard orders from his master about his location and that he should quickly run to him. And at this time Adam still caught Cardinal Alden, and as soon as he approached him he began to speak. So that he gets up because it's time to get punched in the face. And while they were fighting with his older brother, he began to approach him, and ask what it was, and did it really seem to him that something had happened to his master. Petya, no, they came here specifically to tie him up hand and foot, and from the very beginning, they were going to separate the 3 of them and finish them off, one by one, and he found himself right in their trap. When the older brother raised his head, he began to get terribly angry, and looked to the side and tell him that they were simply scum. But much earlier, Cardinal Alden was at the chambers of his head, who told him that he knows that his ability is consciousness control, and he can quickly take possession of the 3rd parish and subjugate even the Holy Sun. And Aldine answered him that the safest way for Terra transportation is the absence of one, and he will keep the dragon heart in the temple, and they will only need to come there to transplant it. To which the head of the cult agreed and told him to do so. But now running away with his youngest son, he could not understand why everything turned out this way. After all, he developed a plan that included all possible events and the chance of failure of the raid, and the likelihood that the disciple of the man from the east, the son of Leonardo, would find out that he would be destroyed. And he set traps taking all this into account, and they could not take action so quickly. But still, there could be something that he did not foresee. The betrayal of the man from the east, and Slava that he plans to get rid of his student, because he became useless turned out to be a lie, and he wanted to confuse and kill by deception, and in this case everything comes together, and he can't believe that this vile little man did this, and as soon as they ran to the carriage, one of his subordinates began to tell him to quickly get into the carriage, but Alden continued to think that even though Lucius found out who he is, in fact there are no problems now, and the cardinals of the temple, the world who are counting on his vote in the election of the next pope, will defend him even if he is the very head of the devilish cult. But he was more worried about the enemy's forces. If the man from the east betrayed him, then he doesn't know how many more students he has. And if the man from the east himself or his son Chingan is involved, then first he will lie to the bottom and he needs to gather more fighting forces. But suddenly, while entering the carriage, he touched a strange substance with his hand, and at that same moment he began to look at his hand, not understanding what it was. And looking closer, he began to feel something, as if something was pinching him at the tips of his fingers, and immediately after this he began to feel a terrible pain throughout his whole body. And having fallen to the ground, he began to scream in terrible pain, and his protector, the youngest son, began to run up to him, asking what had happened, that it was poison and it hurt a lot, and it was the 68th and poison from the king's collection of deadly poisons fade, and the peculiarity of this poison was acute pain. And taking off the hood, he showed himself to Adam, and began asking Alden who he had just called names. And as soon as he completely took off his cape and stood up in front of Aldine, he began to approach him closer and closer. And Cardinal Alden began to say that he was not his subordinate and who he was. But immediately after his words, Adam kicked him in the face with his foot. But continuing to knock him down, Adam told him to shut his mouth. And at the same moment, the youngest son began to shout to Adam that he was not afraid of the Silver Knight, one of the 10 strongest on the continent. If he surrendered right now, he would be pardoned. But at the same moment, one single needle flew towards this knight, made him fall to the ground, and Adam began to say that he was a weak mistake, and should have taken the real one, instead of this dying fake. But the cardinal of the order, in torment from terrible pain, began to order his to come to him. And after that he began to tell Adam that let them talk and what he wants, and who sent him here. If the reason is money, then he will give him 2, or 3 times more than promised, and he will pretend that he did not find it. And he also could not believe that with his exceptional one, he still cannot regenerate without poison. He can think carefully after all. It will be more profitable for Adam to unite with him, and no matter what he wants, he will listen to everything, but not easily. So Cardinal Alden told him this. He was simply stalling for time until his eldest son came, or until he could remove at least a little of the poison. But the one standing in front of him heard everything and heard that he was offered to work for him, and he would pay him much more. And immediately, with an irritated face, Adam began to ask Aldine whether he was really waiting for someone, and raising his hand, he showed the helmet, which was covered in blood, and then asked if he was really waiting for this garbage. Well, as soon as Cardinal Alden saw this, he couldn't understand that this was really the body of a real Pollux. But 12 hours earlier in the morning, Lucius, along with Adam and everyone else, looked at this guy who was lying near the tree. And Lucius began to think that the eyes of truth, and he did not believe in it. But as it turned out, he really could distinguish between the followers of the cult, and it was sad. Even the defenders of Cardinal Alden turned out to be minions of the devil. And Ned, who stood, Behind me, I remembered the words of my mentor about what he should convey. Dragonheart to the brothers waiting at the gathering point, and among them there will be a priest of the temple. So he should immediately hide and free himself from the mark of a slave. And he realized that he had pretended that they had a heart. They were going to subjugate him with the help of an Arab mark and kill him. And the disguised Silver Knight absolutely guaranteed the success of this plan. And he believed that these goats would help him take revenge. But in a past life, he miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight, and after long wanderings with the dragon, a heart that he could not absorb. Martial arts brother stole his heart and threw him completely exhausted into one of the caves. And Lucius, taken under control by the larva, was simply a walking horror. And all these memories that Adam recalled about those countless atrocities of Aldine forced him to kill him right now. And at that moment, as soon as Adam swung and struck him, loud lightning appeared in the same place. And after a loud explosion, Adam noticed a strange liquid that was near his impact. And upon closer inspection, he realized that the volume was very small. And even if it burned from lightning, the volume could not be so small. And at that same second, some strange discharge or blow flew towards Adobe. Non successfully defended himself with his huge sword. And after that, he began to hear the terrifying laughter that stood in front of him. And Alden began to say, grinning, that he had not taken this form for a long time, and he always trusted the battle to the twin knights. Not because he is weak, in truth, he is much stronger than them, but the reason he did not fight was because that he did not want to show this appearance in which he is in a state of demonization, and Adam, looking at this, began to understand that after the lightning strike, part of his body was torn off, and he turned into his true image. And in this state, he most likely had already neutralized the poison. And 5 years have passed since he used the Revelation Stone, and became a demonic creature. And during this time, he acquired the skill of disguise, allowing him to transform into a human as well as stable demonic power. And from those who saw him in this form, no one remained alive. And he is surprised that he managed to force him to use metamorphosis. And Cardinal Alden continued to tell Adam that he had made a grave mistake. And immediately after that, there was a huge explosion. And from this, the explosion was so huge that a huge part of the forest turned into ruins. And Ned at that time, being nearby with Lucius's wife and his child, began to understand what had already begun. And he began to tell her to hide in this cave and not come out until he lets her know. Secrecy spell was cast on them, but she didn't understand why he was giving them to her, because what would happen to him? But he turned around and started telling her that he didn't need them. And at the same moment he began to run away somewhere, and running through the forest, he thought about the fact that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time, the day when he can take revenge on those who killed his father and stole the family heirloom. And one has already died and 2 remain. And he will send them straight to hell. And at this time the elder brother fought against Lucius, inflicting the strongest attack on him. But Lucius, with the help of his blessed shield, repelled everything that approached him. And he understood that the elder brother was obviously using the power of the insect, and his attacking abilities had increased significantly. However, the effectiveness of and so decreased, and the serious blows he dealt to him were fewer and fewer. And apparently he got nervous seeing how they were defending themselves so much. And at the same moment Lucius began to call his comrade Arn, who immediately understood what he should do. And with the help of his skill of the goddess Arya, he began to use his best skills to increase the strength of Lucius. Olya's light in battle significantly increased the skills of allies. Moreover, the attacking forces of defensive abilities and healing were increased by 120%. Lucius realized that right now he needed to act, and some monks stood near him, and began to notice that this enhancement even affected the spirit of the effect obtained. And at the same moment the huge star began to become even more and more huge. And a huge star, just like the enhanced light church, began to approach the elder brother. But the elder brother tried with all his might to repel the attacks that were flying at him, and continue to fend off countless attacks from opponents. The elder brother began to suspect something, that now everything is happening differently, even though he fought off these slow attacks. But still he realized that now he felt somehow strange, and he has the feeling that the world has begun to move a little faster. But as soon as he saw Lucius, who ran up to him very quickly, he realized that it was he who began to move more slowly. Moreover, a shooting star was flying towards him, which was strengthened by the stone spirit and countless. Attacked the enemy several times. After all, when the enemy approaches the spirit, he receives the negative effect of slowing down and reducing characteristics. And with all his might, Lucius attacked his opponent, and was able to inflict very heavy damage on him with his huge spear. And immediately after Lucius's attack, a huge explosion appeared in the castle. And as soon as his enemy was defeated, pieces of the wish were scattered throughout the territory. Lucius, who stood there exhausted, finally realized that they had managed to defeat him. But suddenly everyone began to notice that a huge lightning had appeared, and behind Lucius something strange began to happen. Whether a piece of a huge castle began to fly away to the side, and Lucius, who turned his head, could not understand what was happening there. But he saw how the nun who stood behind him and covered him all the time began to jump to the side due to the fact that an explosion occurred under her feet. And then they realized that this was due to the fact that the energy of the sword dealt a direct blow to the temple. Although even this was not the case, because of the battle between the Golden Knight and the attack commander, cracks continued to grow in the building. And finally it dawned on them that the goal of the Golden Knight was not the commander's head, but the resolution of the castle. After all, after numerous attacks, the castle still could not stand it, and began to disintegrate. And the priests who were under the temple began to see that huge fragments of the castle were flying at them. And immediately Lucius ran to see what happened there. Well, put it in your head. He saw that the priests who were brainwashed under the temple were now in danger, and also his uncle, who was sitting next to them, was tied with a golden chain and could not go anywhere. And the Golden Knight, who saw that he could take the chance and escape, began to run towards the forest. A few minutes later, the older brother, who was running through the forest, began to realize that the third larvae had burned out, and he attached his body back. But because of the lost larvae, his combat power fell, and he realized that he needed to quickly ask the master, Alden, to restore his insects, and he couldn't believe that Lucius managed to drive him into a corner. But he still did a good job. After all, they intended to hold him back, and for the healers and that armor that reflected damage, it would take him a lot of time to get them. Finish off, and for him now the best option is safety, because he remembered these words that Alden told them, that their elder sister arrogated to herself the right to inherit the Arab title, and the fact that because of this they had to serve him as a priest is not their omission. This is not happening because they have anything something is missing, but because this world is wrong, and together they will change this, so that the world in which the false god deviates belongs to the one and only true God, and they will become truly righteous people of the new world. And I continue to run away through the long forest. He came at full speed to quickly reach his master. Or Mr. Alden gave you a new meaning to their lives, and he will never allow you to touch this person. And now his master must wait for him. After all, he will instantly rush to his aid. But not having had time to run for a long time, the eldest son noticed something strange in front of his eyes. And at the same moment, he was struck by an unexpected attack from Ned. With the help of his mirage sword, he secretly attacked his older brother, and as soon as the attack was carried out perfectly, Ned stopped and waved his blade, because now he and his together should have triumphed. And the eldest son, who was lying on the ground, realized that this was a student of a man from the East, and he began to ask him why he always interferes in their affairs, to which Ned answered him that after 12 years have passed since their last meeting, he still recognizes his faces. And Ned, angry, began to ask his eldest son in a serious tone, have they forgotten that they killed his father, Leonard Strayer? And then the eldest son realized that this was bloody revenge, but he answered Ned that he did not know such a thing, because he had killed several hundred people, and it was impossible for him to remember all of them by name. And having thrown off his armor, the elder brother began to say, what will he say now that may not please him, because now he is too lazy to fight. So if he gets out of here right now, he'll pretend he didn't see him, and give him a chance to go home with his limbs intact. And the elder brother began to understand that this sudden attack was very powerful, and his stealth skill allowed him to accurately determine his location and deceive his ability to recognize mana flows. And although he understood that he should not underestimate this guy, however, since he did not decide to separate them and attack on the sly, it means he is confident that he can win in an open fight. And the older brother began to say no need, that he was giving him 10 seconds to get out of here. But Ned, who was standing opposite him, began to answer him that it seemed that he had not aroused his interest. Then what would he say about what he would now show him? And as soon as Ned threw off the robe that covered the sword, the elder brother was surprised at what he saw. It wasn't even that he was surprised, he was in shock, because he didn't understand where he got this sword from. And picking up this sword, Ned was ready to fight to the death. After all, the symbols of the Gemini Knights received from Aldine are the components of the Sunball sail of the Golden Knight and the favorite weapon of the Silver Knight, the Moon Sword. And Ned's older brother said that if he defeated him, he would tell him what his younger brother's last words were. Because of which the older brother got even angrier and began shouting to his opponent to attack, because he would finish him off now. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, there was another battle between Adam and Alden. And Mr. Alden told Adam that it looked good, because the Knights of the Temple would have already fallen from such attacks, and he can't believe that he can move so fast. But suddenly Alden began to use his skill of mimicry, which allowed him to change the shape of his body with the help of larvae located inside the body. And throwing out many attacks, he wanted to defeat Adam, who stood in front of him. But Adam successfully blocked all his attacks. Not that he blocked and could even respond to attacks with attacks. And as soon as Adam saw his chance, he swung his huge sword and began to hit Mr. Aldine directly on the head with it. But during the battle, Mr. Alden continued to say that if he concentrates mana, then you can not only change the image, but also create it using a point of metal and the hard armor of a monster. And turning around, he began to attack Adam with all his strength, with his digestive juice of the larvae. But our hero was not an ordinary guy, and he was able to dodge and thereby swing his blade, and thereby cut off one of the huge paws of the transformed Aldine. And following this, with the help of his Royal Tiara flow sword technique, Adam cut it into several hundred pieces. But it seems that it was not long after Adam's back that a strong substance of Mr. Alden formed, with the help of which he began to spew out his skill of mist from gastric juice and attack Adam with it. And immediately after that, he began to make a huge weapon from particles of his body that flew at our hero from all sides. Well, of course, Adam tried to repel all his attacks, and after that Mr. Alden began to laugh loudly and tell Adam that he was called the Immortal Sir Alden. And no matter how much the little people try to destroy him, he is reborn again. And the Adam of an ordinary person has limits of stamina and mana, and the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. And grabbing Adam by his armor, Mr. Alden began to lift him into the air and tell Adam that he won his respect, and he appreciated his strength and fighting skills, because he is a worthy warrior, and after he deals with him, he will feed him the larva and make him his slave. And immediately after these words, Alden hit Adam with all his strength, causing Adam to fly into the nearest rock. And after that, Alden jumped into the air, and gathering mana in his huge paws, he began to continue attacking Adam. And upon landing, there will be a huge explosion, because of which, in the place where it was, the earth began to burst at the seams. And Alden raised his huge hand, in which a huge blade formed. And swinging, he struck several more times at the place where hell was located. And after the strongest attacks, he began to laugh very loudly, and remember the words of his mentor about the fact that wealth and glory are an unshakable status. Everything that a priest from a family of marquises can enjoy, if he swallows the insects of the mark as his father did, then all this will become his. There is no insect that would give him unlimited power. It all depends on how he will use it, and he must try to grow a larva. And from the first day he took the power of an insect, so that it could grow. And with the help of this power he killed people again and again. And when the growth of the beetle was completed, he became a demonic creature with the help of the Stone of Revelation. Well, that's how it was, Mr. Alden thought. After all, Immediately after his words, Adam stood up and began to ask that this is 1% of strength and that's not bad, but he definitely doesn't give in to it now. So Mr. Alden was surprised that this guy remained intact after such attacks and did not understand how this was possible. But Adam began to answer him that he and the twin knights, if he wanted to finish them all off at once, and perhaps he would ask why they separated them in the first place. He needed to reward Ned. His revenge would have lost all meaning if he had dealt with them single-handedly. And secondly, now demonic creatures are a rarity, and by raising their hand, hell began. Cause a bright light that illuminated half of the forest, and after the bright light, Adam began to tell Alden that he had just received the power of the dragon heart. But there was nowhere else to try it, except here, because once a day he can increase the power of the dragon heart, and the duration is 1 minute, and the increase in power occurs by 9%. And for him the experience gained in battle with demons is especially important, and the fact that he is immortal comes in handy. But when he saw this, Alden was very surprised that he was using a dragon heart, because even though he had previously understood that it could not be, because he is not a holy son or a disciple of a man from the East, he is an ordinary rogue and this is impossible. But experiencing enormous pressure on himself, Alden began to hear what Adam told him to try to resist, because he was trying several techniques on him. But at the same moment, Adam began to see how his opponent began to run away with all his might. After all, Alden didn't just want to die here, and he can't end up like this. But at that same moment he felt that someone was chasing him, and at that same moment he saw a huge hand in front of him that cut him into several pieces, and having fallen to the ground, he began to move with difficulty. But Adam, who was standing next to him, began to tell him to get up. After all, he still has a lot of things in his arsenal, and he cannot just die here. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, Ned fought against the Golden Knight, and after a long battle his sword jumped to the side, and the Golden Knight began to tell him that he made him sweat, but that's all, now he will die. And pressing Ned with all his might, the Golden Knight already wanted to finish him off, but Ned began to remember the words that Adam said about how this is how to deal with the twin knights. And this strategy will not be simple, of course, but success depends on what damage the three of them can inflict on the Golden Knight. And Ned's role is no less important. 25 years ago, the owner of the Magic Tower told the father of the twins, Count Hugo, that his children have an unusual body structure, and thanks to which their energy resonates with each other, and if one of them uses magic, then the energy of the second will receive stimulation, and does not exist on its own, away from each other. But if the boys are together, their movements are synchronized that even their faces take on. The same expression, and this phenomenon is extremely rare, and due to the fact that their innate reserve of mana is large and both have a good sense of magic with official training, they can become powerful warriors that complement each other. And the father of the twins understood that if they were left, they would live in their own world, and he would have to try. And soon, thanks to the efforts of the father of the twins, Counts Hugo Castor and Pollux were able to become knights with promising talents. And Alden, having considered this in them, secretly invaded the legacy of the count title of the Hugo family and made the twins his subordinates. And after that, he gave them the swords of the sun and moon resonating with each other in order to maximize their innate abilities, and the disreputable technique complemented by sun and moon balls, that after an opponent's attack, while he is changing his stance, a flaw will definitely be revealed in the fighter's movements, and this is a weakness that everyone has. However, the Silver Knight's strike seemed to cover the Golden Knight's vulnerability. Eclipse Storm of Blades flawlessly deals with enemies, exceeding the boundaries of speed and accuracy that can only be imagined in freely ignoring blades in a duel due to the connection in the blows with the balls that they inflict together. There are no mistakes, and when Adam told everything, his comrade Ned replied that he understood everything, and Adam continued to say that it is similar to the flowing cloud flow technique of the Royal Tiara, and the secret technique of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery, flowing clouds, a defensive technique that, in a battle between students of the same mentor, balances the Yan electric field that reflects the enemy's attack. And there is a difference in the sources of the lightning power, or the magic of the twin knights themselves. However, it is quite similar to a practical technique in the sense that it quickly reverses the attractive and repulsive forces in places, thereby successfully completing an attack or defense. And Ned, having mastered the technique of rushing clouds with the help of the Sword of the Moon, can reproduce the eclipse, summarizing with the Golden Knight. And after that, he calculated the enemy attacks, getting closer and closer, and then was able to cut him. And noticing this, the Golden Knight began to call his opponent names because he thought that this could not happen. And with a sharp movement, the Golden Knight jumped back away from his opponent. And as soon as he stopped, he began to think that only Mr. Olding was initiated into the secret of the eclipse. And he did not understand how this guy knew about it. And getting really angry, the Golden Knight began to wonder what famous people his brother had encountered, and whether he had really told them the secret of the technique. And at the same moment, the voice of his master resounded in the Golden Knight's head again, telling him to come running and help him. But the Golden Knight no longer listened to his braids and decided that he would deal with his enemy in 1 minute. And I began to swing my sword. He sent many of his attacks at his opponent, but Ned understood what I expected if I showed him the sword and the technique. The Silver Knight, no matter how the Golden Knight worries about his master, he will not be able to ignore him if he sends him to Alden. Then he will make any sacrifice to help him escape, and lost the Silver Knight. One is definitely on his guard. After all, no one knows who the Olding will bring after the soldiers or his teacher. If not now, then never again. And realizing this, Ned knew that he had to catch him. And continuing to fight, the Golden Knight was able to wound his opponent, and Ned himself kept it the same way. And swinging his huge Sword of the Sun, the Golden Knight already thought that he could defeat his opponent by cutting him in half. But that was not the case. Literally a second later, I saw that it was simply a shell behind which that guy was hiding. After all, Ned, with the help of his Raven Mantle, which teleports the user a short distance leaving clone in his place, was able to dodge the attacks of the Golden Knight and end up behind him. And with his incredible Thunder Palm skill, he dealt critical damage to his opponent. And I understand that he stopped his movement in the same way. This was his chance to finish off the Golden Knight. But as soon as Ned swung, and thought that he had already destroyed his spirit, he saw that the Golden Knight was still able to block his attack. But Ned, not understanding what happened, because he thought that his blow worked, but the sword connected with another sword and stopped moving. And at the same moment, the Golden Knight began to turn his head, telling his opponent that he had finally been caught, and the fact that the Sword of the Sun and the Sword of the Moon attract each other. And after that, the Golden Knight turned around and hit Ned in the stomach with all his might, thereby making him fall into a huge hole, because of which Ned realized that he had received critical damage and began to spit blood. And as soon as his sword fell and stuck in the ground, the Golden Knight began to tell his opponent that he made him sweat and now it's all over. And the Golden Knight who had pressed his opponent had almost dealt with him. But Ned simply didn't want it to end like that, and began to push his huge sword away with all his strength, even though his hand was cutting himself at the time. And he began to remember how his father told him that the time would come, and he would continue his work by becoming Baron Strayer, and the time would come, and he would accept the mission of storing bloody tears, and he must become the greatest knight worthy of this sword. And then the still young son of his father remembered these words and promised him that he would not give up. And now he didn't want to let himself be killed right here. And raising his hand, he began to accumulate energy in it, and with all his power, he was able to throw the sword to the side, which flew away and thereby cut off his opponent's hand. And immediately after that, Ned began to place his electric hand directly on his face, and immediately activated his ability. He began to generate a huge electric discharge from his fingertips, and thereby incinerating his eyes, because of which he could not. Now you can see nothing. And what was worst of all was that due to the super-fast attack, he could not recover, and began shouting to his opponent that he was a fool and that he would finish him off. And he began to look for his opponent according to his energy traces. Ned used his Raven Mantle, which teleported him and made clones, and was able to confuse his enemy. And the Golden Knight realized that now there were too many of his opponents. And as soon as the Golden Knight swung to finish off his enemy, who was in different directions. At the same moment, his opponent Ned was already behind him and again inflicted critical damage on him, which is why the Golden Knight could not stand still, for Ned was very good with his blade, and now he decided that this was the end for him, and everything would be over with the Golden Knight. And with the help of his strongest technique, a lightning discharge, he attacked the Golden Knight, and immediately after that a huge wave went out and began to destroy everything that was in the place where it hit. And all that was left of the Golden Knight was his blade, which lay near Ned's feet. And now the names of the brothers who were in the top 10 strongest continents at that moment were crossed out from the list. And at this time, all the guys who were in the castle began to help the others get out from under the rubble. And although they didn't understand that, thanks to the fact that they destroyed the falling building and used defensive magic, the damage turned out to be minor. And it's good that Alden freed the building from people. And the main healer of this castle approached different knights to help them with healing, although they did not understand what they were doing here. And even though Lucius was watching all this, he understood that these larvae died, so people woke up from hypnosis, which means that Alden is either dead or neutralized. And at the same moment, Lucius began to turn around, and as soon as he saw his beloved with the child, he thanked the goddess Arya for helping them. And the seriously wounded Ned walked with Adam and his wife, Lucius. They upset Alden's plans and restored the third parish of the main temple. Within a few days, everyone forgot about rest. After all, they all began to heal the wounded. And soon they arrested the followers of the devil from the central parish and did a lot of other things. But first of all, of course, the support of the allies was ensured, whose forces were practically gone. And when they were all gathered, Lucius raised his glass, and those who drank from it began to feel acute pain in their bodies. And at the same moment, a cleansing was carried out of the cult followers who had been wandering among the temple employees for years. Alden's ability was terrifying, but they couldn't believe that a priest like him completely lost control of his mind, and due to internal wounds inflicted by the larva, they could not get out of bed for several days. But soon Lucius asked his uncle if he was feeling better, to which he replied that everything was fine. Began to thank Adam and his comrade, and he didn't even know how to thank them. After all, they provided an invaluable service. But smiling Adam answered him that they did everything they had to do. And Adam raised his hand and told him to accept a small gift from them if he recovered. And the bird cage of the memers appeared. And this is one of the favorite things of the law. The prisoners inside this cage cannot use magic and are preserved in the state in which he was imprisoned, and Alden's head was in this cage, to which Lucius's uncle stood up and began to say that it was dangerous, he needed to be burned, to which Adam replied that they killed the royal larva, and the ability disappeared, so everything was safe, and now he had become obedient. They taught him a good lesson. After all, he goes to the leadership of the devilish cult and may be able to get a lot of useful information from him. And yet, after that, Lucius's uncle accepted the gift from Adam, although he asked Ned whether it was worth giving it to him, to which he replied that it didn't matter because they already knew everything they needed, and they caused enough pain. And Ned was very pleased, but more importantly, this is because he knows that he cannot keep this matter in his hands. And at that same moment, Adam decided to give Lucius's uncle a magazine and say that they had extracted all the information, and it indicated their cult composition and other shelters, and a plan known to Alden. And Uncle Lucius opened the magazine and began to look at what was interesting inside. But after reading a few pages, he realized that it was true. And the devil's travel plan of destruction of the world and its reconstruction, and the people who promoted this Eastern Alliance, and in the kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two forces, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Initially, the two factions were equal. But after the Queen and the Holy Son appeared in the Duchy of Jornetti and the Western Union, this balance was disrupted. Due to some negative factors, the terrible alliance continues to be in a state of decline, and some of their territories were sold to the West. And at this point, the difference in power has become too great. Therefore, for several years now, among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, there have been admirers of the cult of the devil, and as a result of this, two great intractables of mankind, the blue dragon Artalis and the ice dragon Mirinia, began to destroy the western territories. It was for this reason that they were in such a hurry with the raid. The West did not have time left. The deep dragon's nest is located in the largest grain region of the continent, and the ice dragon occupied the central port of the West. And if nothing is done with the dragons, then soon there will be no time in the South. And in the West, because of the current situation, people who lost their homes and united aristocrats joined a devilish sect. They didn't even believe that all this was planned by a cult. And as Alden said, the followers of the devil only pushed the world to the abyss, and the dragons do not help the devil's fans, which means everything will end after the destruction of the deep ice dragon. And after this long conversation, Adam said that he and Ned would deal with the dragons. But Lucius's uncle thought otherwise and began to shout at them. Are they in their right mind? To kill dragons in itself sounds crazy, so they also decided to figure it out together. But Lucius, sitting next to him, began to say that they didn't need him, to which Adam replied that he must protect the third parish, and cannot allow the temple to be captured, and the attack has not yet ended, and the Son of God, he is afraid to imagine what will happen if something happens to him or his family. And the person agreed with these words. It was impossible to come up with anything better. And suddenly he stood up and began to say that on behalf of Lucius Gernetti, he appoints Adam and Ned the Elder as holy knights. And he also expresses gratitude to them for their help in defending the parish. They will be given precious gold and magic stones. And the senior sacred knights can visit any place under the control of the temple, and he will issue a certificate stating that they are authorized to gather people and lead them. And they will also give them half of the contributions paid to the temple. But suddenly Adam began to say that the status can be obtained documented, but due to some circumstances they cannot receive the mark of a priest. But Lucius was surprised why they could not use the abilities of light. Well, Adam replied that it makes no difference, they do not want to go under the control of the goddess. And shaking hands, Lucius said that he understood. If suddenly their decision changes, they should say so, and they will try to help with preparations for the upcoming hunt. And although Lucius's uncle didn't understand about this raid on the dragons, he was worried about them, but since people put their name on the line, he can't say anything against the Holy Son. To begin with, I decided to observe, and at the same moment Lucius asked Adam when they planned to leave because they needed to hold a reception before leaving. Well, Adam replied that you shouldn't do this. And at the same moment something strange began to happen in the same room, and they all began to turn their heads towards the cage in which Aldine's head was imprisoned. And she began to shine very brightly, which is why all the rooms began to be illuminated with bright lights. And inside this cell was Alden's head, and dark energy came out of it. And at the same moment the head, which was imprisoned in a cage, began to say that he tried to make a connection. I felt Alden's life force drying up, and began to say that they were the very heroes who caught Alden. But Lucius cried out who he was, and immediately after these words a bright light appeared in the room, shining even brighter than before. And the cage that held back Alden's power began to break, and the flying head began to respond so that they bowed their heads until he bit. After all, he is the head of a devilish cult, and everyone in this room could not believe their ears, or the reviews could not understand how he found out that Alden had failed and decided to do everything himself. But the head of the devilish cult began to look intently at Adam and say that enormous energy emanated from him, and it turns out that he is the owner of the Dragon Heart. But Adam didn't understand why this creature had already appeared, because he knows that now. For the chapter there is no difference whether Dragonheart is simplified or not, and everything that happened was part of a big plan, and he continued to enjoy his double life, and they calmly dealt with Alden and his twins only because they were allowed to do so. And the head of the cult was supposed to remain inactive for several more years, and during this time, Adam was going to eliminate the leadership of the cult, order Lucius to start a war between the temple factions, and then tear off the main head of his head. But suddenly Adam wondered if there was some kind of special relationship between the head and Alden. But then he would not stand and watch Aldine being tortured. And is this usually inconstancy? Or is it really the hands of the devil? And most likely it was he who set everything up, so that this situation could now arise. And at that very moment, Ned began to tell Adam to run and hide. They would buy him some time for now. After all, he easily destroyed the birdcage, the effect of the ban on the use of skills, which means that the head of the cult is at least an archmachus, and it would not be easy. But Lucius understood that he had Taz up his sleeve and the technique of glimpses of honor, and now he could not be allowed to take the dragon's heart. But Ned, standing next to him, began to make fun of his face and ask him whether he really knows how to use a sword. But what did the face of you answer so that he would not lag behind him? Lucius, although he understood that if the connecting spell subsided, if the connection intermediary was destroyed, they would simply need to crumble Alden's head. And deciding to finish all this very quickly and not from both sides, they attacked the head of the cult. But as soon as they approached with their blades, a barrier formed near the head that did not allow them to cause damage. And immediately after that, dark energy began to bind Ned. I didn't understand that he used the mantle in irony without giving them the opportunity to dodge, and the speed of activation was simply terrifying, and that the magic was dissipated, and Lucius could not do anything. And at the same moment, the head of the devilish cult began to tell them to retreat, because they could not cope with this. And his skill is the shadow of an ancient dragon, and the characteristics captured by this skill of the target are greatly reduced, and the use of magic is completely blocked. And the head of the devilish cult continued to say that he could not sense traces of this woman, and he would like to know if his intervention changed the situation. But apparently he wasted his time. He has nothing more to do here, and at that moment he began to activate his skills' link curses, Curse of Disease and Curse of Pain, and Curse of Decay. And Ned and Lucius began to experience terrible pain all over their bodies, and Lucius's uncle, who stood nearby, also experienced great fear and pain, and began to pray for the goddess Arya to help them. But suddenly Adam, who stood and watched all this, decided to intervene, and with the help of his weapon he was able to free his comrades. And the head of the devilish cult who watched this attack could not believe his eyes. The fact that Adam used the Sword of Light, because using the Sword of Light requires colossal preparation and serious characteristics, but with the help of permission or the command of drilling, you can easily use the truth. Besides that, he has nothing else. And to destroy the link of the curse, one Sword of Light will not be enough, and in this case all that remains is to increase his characteristics several times, and using Adam's dragonization skills and the secret medicine of Meteor's tears. And with the help of such a set, he was able to use the Sword of Light for about 10 seconds without the help of the goddess. Poison began to understand that the worst scenario could only be that he came here on the orders of the devil himself to buy them, and now he has no chance against the head of the devilish cult. He can, of course, be destroyed by dealing with his head and sending the cool fool to hell, but the damage will not be commensurate, and he needs to avoid a direct confrontation. And now he realized that he needed to pull himself together and use a safe fight. After all, if he wanted to maintain victory without losing anything, then in this situation, he would have to be taken away from here. And remember the words that I told him, the king of demons, that he was the first person who was able to resist him simply by his amazing tenacity. And they say that the one who enters a battle without a chance of victory is stupid, and those who flee from one type of enemy or surrender are not wise to me. They are ordinary weaklings. And the devil who conquered 10 worlds was punched by some little man, and this cannot happen. And when the goddess of light told him that he wanted to fight again with victory, Adam understood that Tartarus wants pure victory, and wants to defeat the completed version of the hero, and therefore killing him now is contrary to his plan. And the fact that the head of the cult appeared here of his own free will, and he thought that he came here in vain. But he began to say that there was such an interesting shot here, and he began to ask Adam who he was and why the goddess of light chose him. Well, Adam became interested and decided that since the head of the cult himself was asking him, he could not help but answer. However, it is not interesting to talk for free, and he began to suggest to him that the couple would ask each other a question, and if Adam wins, he will reveal his true face to his comrade, and he will be able to do the same. But the head of the cult was surprised when he heard these words. Just like Lucius, who definitely heard about the true face of the head of the cult. And Ned thought about it, because even Olya didn't know this. He wondered how Adam knew this. And the head of the cult began to say that his magical search skill allows him to detect lies. And now this guy really knows his true face. But Adam continued to say that they will now act without nonsense. If he throws a bloody party here, of course his comrades will feel bad. But he can avoid it. And he has plenty of time, and the head of the cult must believe that he will ruin his life. Other things being equal, he has no need to reveal the secrets of even a precious existence. To which the cult leader agreed, and immediately after that, Adam tossed a coin and began to say that he would have said so right away. Because of the flying coin, everyone began to follow with their eyes, and as soon as the coin fell back into one's hand, he covered it with his other hand. And the head of the cult began to say that he chooses tails, and Adam could only then take the eagle for himself. And at that very second he began to raise his hand, and everyone was wondering who would win. A little earlier there was a coin in the palm of my hand, and Adam asked Ned how he could guess 10 times in a row, to which he replied that he could guess 100 times, because in the eyes of a trained person a falling coin is extremely slow. And on that day, besides Bishop Alphonse, there was not a single person who did not see this. And which side did the coin fall before Adam covered it with his hand? Lucius and Ned, who were watching this, said it was heads. And Ned, looking at Adam, did not understand why he blindly trusts fate, or is this another trick? If not, why not? He chose a game in which the one who speaks first will win, said second that he chooses tails, and later. They were able to find out the reason for this choice. But at that moment when Adam covered the coin with his hand, a bright light appeared, which began to illuminate the entire room in red and white. And this light was the energy of Adam and the head of the cult who collided with each other. And victory or defeat is counted only after the hand covering the coin is completely open. And the one who flips the coin while breaking through the enemy's defense wins. And faced with this force, Hell began to resist the enormous power of the head of the cult, and at that moment, the hand began to secure its position before the other part of the coin was revealed. It was an ordinary confrontation of forces, and many believed that this was the essence of the game, and if you compete without certain conditions of victory or defeat, it will be difficult to retreat. So Adam made the rules. There, finally, everything was decided because Adam threw out the coin as fast as he could, which began to fly, and Adam, together with the head of the devilish cult, began to watch her. And while the coin was flying, Adam was able to move and activate his skill. And it is clear that the head of the devilish cult noticed that he was using the acceleration electricity of a man from the east, and literally a few seconds later, maybe even less than Hell, hit him with all his might, and he thereby began to break through the ground that was under him and fall to the floors below. And as soon as Adam dealt the final blow, he realized that it was time for his dragonization and glass. But Adam was sorry that this happened, that there was a draw. Only the building collapsed, and Adam managed to drive away the head of the cult without serious damage to their side. And the fact that Adam saw right through him and he found out how to deal with him and forced him to leave. And the girl sitting opposite Ned began to ask what kind of bet this was, because the winner had to ask a question and reveal the true face of the opponent, and since it turned out to be a draw, Adam, who came inside, said that they did not postpone it, and decided to fight another time. Because at that moment Adam, together with Mr. Lucius, went inside the room where this conversation was taking place, and as soon as they sat down, Ned began to ask Adam if he had found out how to remove that spell, to which he replied that he had not, and it seemed that the temple also had no ideas. This spell announced that this was a ring of promise and evidence of the promise of the prisoner. Between two people, if one of the participants violates this agreement, then the time comes for him to be punished. In this case, the ring of the second participant is destroyed, and during the punishment one of the 5 senses disappears for a month and, in short, until the start of the second battle, and there he cannot reveal to them the true face of the head of the devilish cult. And Lucius understood that nothing could be done about this situation. If you act according to Adam's instructions, Nothing much could be changed. But suddenly Adam said that he wanted to do everything directly. Although Lucius didn't understand what he meant, Ned replied that he knew so. And Adam began to explain that he could give a riddle so that they could think for themselves, or the clue would only be an indirect mention. But this story is more dangerous than the Eastern Alliance, and he can only tell it to someone he completely trusts. And as soon as he started talking about the head of the devil cult, at this time, the head of the cult himself was walking with a bouquet through the huge castle, and suddenly he began to be surprised when he looked at the hand because he thought that it would immediately give away his identity, and the promise ring did not disappear. And when he proposed to compete thus, he thought that he was a complete crazy. But maybe it was a bluff, or his dastardly motives are all too obvious. In any case, the head of the cult was looking forward to the exodus, so long as it did not disappoint him. And coming closer and closer to the lonely girl who stood opposite him, she began to turn around. And at the same moment, he congratulated the girl on her 12th birthday, whose name was Altair, to which she answered him that he could not be recognized without chrome robes, and thanked him for coming. This was the first princess of the kingdom of Cain, Altair Justina Cain, and the one who approached her was the first principal of the kingdom, Cain, the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light. And that same evening Lucius and his wife went to rest, did not leave, and the thought about the head of the cult, if you serve everything that Adam said, he is practically invulnerable. However, his family cannot avoid the upcoming wallpaper, and so Lucius decided that no matter how hard they turn, they will enter the fight and win, and the revenge is not yet over. The teacher, the senior student, and the other assistants that Aldine mentioned, and they will not be established until they kill them all. And even without Adam, Ned would have been lost and regretted his stupidity after betraying the cult, and the fact that he undoubtedly owes him his life, and he vowed to himself to repay the debt, even if he had to fight the devil himself. And Adam, sitting in his room, was meditating but suddenly thought that there was not one. And he just can't understand why the head of the cult appeared. After all, no one changes so easily. Neither man nor demon is not God, and every effect is preceded by a reason if other actions are performed. And this means that the one who knows the future changed history. But the head of the cult remained in the shadows after the transfer of the plan of the apocalypse to the 12 apostles. So his historical role remained the same, and when he attacked Ned Lucius, he did not feel serious threats. And the head seemed to drive away flies from itself, but no more. And maybe he was just wondering who took the dragon's heart, or there is something he doesn't know about, and has he really forgotten something? And at the same moment, looking at his hand, which began to emit a bright light, he realized that everything would fall into place when he began to act, and there was something left to deal with before leaving. But I continued to look at my hand. He saw his improved silver key, and began to remember those words of the goddess that she said that she would expand his abilities in relation to the key, and she needed to give him something, and he should look to her how to free himself and what the angel said. So before disappearing in the legal room when he threatened the gods. And now she's simply rushing him, but he decided to listen to what she has to say. But first he needs to get dressed. And at the same moment he began to move to another room. In an instant he found himself in another room, which had just been shining with bright colors. And in hell I realized that this place was connected with the silver key, to which the angel who appeared out of nowhere replied that everything was correct. Her key was connected to the guest room of her fork, and greeted Adam. She told him to make himself at home. But Adam didn't understand what kind of one-room villa this was, and he still couldn't understand who gave him the silver key, and that means it was her. Angels can also provide special skills, and she began to answer him that after all, she is responsible for him because she has special powers, and besides, the fight craves spectacles. And if he meets a boring end, her reputation will suffer greatly. And Adam understood this and began to say that he was so grateful that he was ready to cry. But still, it was just a joke, and he began to tell them to get down to business, and what kind of conversation awaits him. To which the angel asked Adam to move them more comfortably, and with the help of teleportation, they found themselves on comfortable sofas. and the angel began to get straight to the point that the conversation would be about additional rewards and rules, and it was certainly interesting, but they would no longer lose rudeness and similar threats. Therefore, with the next such joke, the ability and skills available to him will be taken away, and since he is now prey, and all his skills will be transferred to the one who is hunting him. And at that same moment, Adam realized that such gods had directed their brains and were saying that if he did not want to give all his goods to the enemy, then he should play by the rules and not resist. And in fact, he knew that such a trick would only work once. If you fool them in the same way twice, can you even consider them gods? And suddenly he decided to ask the angel what about the reward, because he definitely heard that the goddess of light would give him cool things, and she should not pull the cat by the balls and lay it out. To which the angel replied that he had already received something, and a relaxation of the requirements for using the ball of light. This privilege had never been granted to a person who was not a priest. And as for the conditions for completely removing restrictions, he either needs to obtain the permission of the goddess of light or receive an order from her. I have another new rule. He must carry out the instructions of the gods, and special skills prepared not only by the goddess, but also by other gods will be presented to him as a reward for completing the mission. And of course, they only prepared for him the best, selecting privileges based on the strictest criteria. And as she already said, there is nothing for free in the world. And he must serve the gods and carry out their tasks without any hesitation, and prove that he is worthy to own everything. And although I am now warm, it is very inconvenient for them to send heroes through the tasks of the gates of mystery, and they will receive them with all honors. After returning, so were you, the words of the bishop. And sitting on my horse, I'll give it to him. I realize that now, when the end of the raid is approaching, human spies are watching the temple with the help of their fog bracelet, which grants the ability of the unknown. Thanks to this trinket, there is no longer a need to move around at night, but it's better not to go out through the main gate. Lucius's wife approached Ned and began to tell him to take what she was giving him, because she had collected it, and seeing this basket of Claudia's food, which, after consumption, restores stamina. And Manu, he began to remember that when the golden knight pierced his stomach, she treated him with this, and he began to thank Claudia for such help. And finally, Adam turned to the side and said that he relied on him, to which Lucius wished them good luck in battle. And as soon as they set out on the road, Lucius understood that there is not only a cult of the devil, aristocrats, moneybags, travelers, those who go after the heart of the dragon, countless numbers. His role is that he must pretend to be the owner of this artifact, diverting attention to himself, and buying Adam time and space for maneuver. And after they galloped away, the gate closed and didn't let anyone else out. And from that moment on, the third parish was closed to everyone. And at this time, the lawyer who was walking around her estate felt that Adam's traces were moving away. And she realized that it looked like he was leaving this place. And at that moment, her betrothed came up to the lawyer and said something, yes, they too will go where they need to go. And agreeing, she shed a tear because she understood that this was where her role ended, along with her 1,000-year loneliness. She too can retire and not think about anything else. After all, she now passes on their mission to the follower, and the descendant who will go with him. And the girl who came to the window met her dove, who brought her a letter. Opening it, she read the beginning and realized that it was from Lucius, in which it was written that he congratulated her on her birthday and asked her an apology due to the fact that he will not be able to attend the reception because they will not be able to see each other for some time. As an apology, he sends her a small gift, and he is sure that she will like it. Well, at least the princess understood that he constantly said that, and sent something wonderful, but suddenly the princess heard that there was some noise going on the street. And as soon as she looked out the window, she heard that there was a fight near her window. And looking closer, she saw a man who had beaten most of the guards who were below. And then she realized that Lucius's gift was this man, and the letter said that he could help her. Lindell Castle was Altair's territory, and she received it along with the title of Duchess when she was only 16 years old. And when Adam and his comrade approached the main gate of the castle, they were met by guards. But Adam took out the letter and began to tell them that this letter was from the holy son of Lucius Jonat. And the old man who approached them said that he would accompany them too. And Ned remembered the words of Lucius, who said that the letter had his seal on it, and they should hand it over to Her Majesty, and he was sure that the princess would help them. But he didn't understand, even though her face thought so. But could she help in hunting dragons? After all, if you think about it, he's one of the aristocrats. And he began to ask his friend if he knew the princess, to which he replied that he saw her once in childhood at a reception in the royal castle. And they say she is burying her talent, and he doubts that she will somehow be able to help them. But at the same moment, some strange warrior in armor flew straight to his feet, and Ned didn't understand what had just happened. But the old man who accompanied them began to say that they were probably scared. But the thing was that the princess's favorites are now standing in front of them, and at the same moment, surprise appeared on the face of Adam, his comrade. After all, they did not think that these were minions, they thought that these were simple robbers. But Princess Altair is beautifully noble and talented, and from birth she has everything that a sparkling star needs. Aslan and even luck was on her side, and when her first son was sick, the king said that the right to the throne would pass to her and her husband, and the crown was given without a fight. And the rest of the fools dreamed that if they married the princess, then he would be her son, and they would be kings. But the princess said that before discussing her marriage, she would say something to them all, and she will not exchange a word with anyone who does not prove her strength and honor. And countless noble men, winning the favor of the princess, was challenging, and were defeated and returned back, and so on in a circle, and all of them were checked by the first knight defender Altair Ophelia armed. And watching all this chaos, Ned did not understand what was going on here, although he must admit he was somewhat surprised. I thought these people were not capable, but they had a pretty good level of training, to which the old man answered him that he was right, and many were hired to represent the interests of the Britons in the arena. If the aristocrats hit Lady Ophelia in a coordinated manner, then there may be a chance that the princess will recognize their strength, and then even the priests. The real Adam next to him understood that they weren't even a match for him, but he shouldn't despise them for that. And that's the real problem. That the opponent is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. And looking at her, Adam realized that he had not seen Ophelia for a long time, and she looked younger. Apparently, they met earlier than last time, but suddenly some fool approached one and began to ask who they were. And with an angry look, he began to say that the end of the line is in the other direction, and they have been stuck here for 3 days and are not disturbing the order. And looking at his yellow bird on the blue fabrics, Adam realized that this was a priest from the Temple of Heaven, a representative of another religion competing with the Temple of Light. Looks like he came here instead of the aristocrat, and began to answer him with venom that they were not participating in the competition, and he should not pay attention to them, and it would be better for him to go and mind his own business. But for some reason, these words angered that guy. I continued to say there that they came to deliver a letter from God's son Lucius to the princess, and he needs to be removed for his health. And he said that it was urgent. And is he really ready to take responsibility for late delivery? And suddenly that guy's face changed, and he began to say that he didn't need it. And of course they could move on. But before Adam had time to leave them, they began to discuss Lucius about the fact that he wasn't storming the dungeon now, and somehow they came running here suspiciously quickly. Did the princess really help organize the raid? And the fact that Adam knows nothing. After all, after completing campaigns, people send letters and send them in a special order, and first to friends after the temple. And in conclusion to the beloved, as soon as Adam heard these words, he began to turn towards that big man with an angry look, who continued to say that all the residents of the capital know that there is a vicious relationship between Lucius and his cousin, and they say they had a child, and they are secretly raising him in the temple. And as soon as that big guy continued to say something with all his might, Adam punched him right in the face, and he began to fly several tens of meters to the side, because there is a tense relationship between the temples of a light and sky, and that's why these guys are so infuriated that people are higher than them in status. But Adam didn't understand what Altair had to do with it, and what he had just said about the girl who loved only him until her death, and the connection with her second cousin. Hadn't they hit his face with their hand for a long time? Adam began to say that those who were standing next to him should also come here. After all, they are freaks who have been standing here for 3 days already to get hit in the head, and it looks like no one is talking to them. So they are bored. And you don't have to stand in line, he'll get everyone in at once. And a little later, the old man who accompanied Adam began to laugh loudly and say that for several months there had been no fights in the queue. But Adam asked for forgiveness and said that they had insulted one respected person and he could not stay away. But the old man began to say that it was his fault, because as a butler he should avoid conflicts. But the old man began to think that usually if a fight starts, the mistress appears, Ophelia. But this man figured it out very quickly, and their clothes do not look like temple or knightly clothes, and perhaps these people are not just messengers. But suddenly the princess appeared and began to say whether they liked the greenhouse. And as soon as Adam turned his head, he began to understand that in a past life, he would not have known Altair for several more years. And his real mission would begin only after training with Ned. He can't believe that this moment has already arrived, and he has begun to greet Her Highness. But the princess noticed that this guy seemed familiar to her, and she began to talk about how she had read Lucius's letter, and the temple knights Adam and Ned. He recommended them, and he said that they would tell about all the details personally. But now they must answer what they can do for her. And standing behind Ned, who was watching Adam and the princess, something strange seemed to him. Why did Ophelia, who protects the princess, glare at him with such a disapproving look? Because that noise was made by Adam. He or they had already met somewhere before, and the princess began to ask Adam what he could do for her. And after these words, Adam thought about it, that Altair's contact has not yet been fully developed, and the princess cannot view other people's memories as a lawyer. But since this talent is innate to her, she is able to recognize people thanks to her special perception. And Altair, retaining the gift, assembled a team and entered into a fight with the followers of the cult, and the princess was his comrade in arms, and who was the first to resist. And for him, overwhelmed by the thirst for battle and a sense of revenge, she was a girl who showed the right path and a big dream, and the absurd search for the groom was needed only to find the best warriors. The cult sent, and gradually took over the kingdom, and Altair's ability to inherit from her throne could not guarantee victory. She needs a strong ally, and at that moment Adam asked for forgiveness from Her Highness, and activated his power. He said that he could become one, and thought it would be the fastest way to show him. And suddenly the princess, along with her guards, saw that this was the power of a dragon, and Adam had a dragon's heart. And at the same moment the princess began to ask whether Ophelia was competing, or whether she was with Adam. Well, she answered that no. The new series began to immediately take out her blade, and say that she would try to inflict 3 blows at home, and standing one opposite the other, they did not begin to emit enormous power. But suddenly Ophelia noticed that Adam was just standing there, but there were no visible weak points in his stance, and if she mindlessly rushed to attack, she could run into trouble. And she realized that she needed to act as carefully as possible, and as soon as she moved, she realized that Adam, at the very first collision, began to reflect the blade of the sword with the help of his hand, and during the second collision, all her blows did not leave a scratch on him, and at the third collision, the weapon flew out of her hands and was followed by a heavy blow with her palm, because of which she began to fly to the side. But immediately after that, Adam's hand was behind her back, and as soon as Ophelia came to her senses, she realized that she had lost, because Adam, who was standing behind her, asked her if she wanted to continue, but she did not understand when he managed to get behind her, and suddenly she said that no. The lieutenant had seen enough, and this manner of movement and protection, everything was perfect, but she still didn't understand where he came from. And after a short battle, the princess began to speak because she heard that the blue dragon destroyed the food areas, and they are looking for a solution to this problem. And creating new plowing is pointless. The followers of the devil are multiplying like cockroaches, and these lands will be devastated once again. But however, due to the new threat, they will have to cultivate the areas of the tournament ridge. And Adam immediately responded to her words that then it would be possible to divert the attention of the cult during the ride. If they do everything quickly, then in a month he will bring her the head of a blue dragon. But the princess liked this plan, but she asked what he wanted. To which he replied that they could determine the reward themselves, and more importantly, during the cleanup of the tomb, legal problems have arisen, and now there are not enough people in the third parish, and therefore they are left without healers, and they need healing power. And that princess realized that it seems he is looking not only for money and fame, and began to ask what are the chances against the blue dragon. But Adam leaned towards the princess and said that everything depended on her highness. Of Medea, which she studied, remained in it, and the fact that Medea's magic no longer exists and Alter was able to master it thanks to one person. And she said that the training had reached a dead end around this time, and telling the princess that her ancestor entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And Alter will gain enormous power if he uses the artifact right now, and she can control the dragon heart in his chest. But soon Adam said that they would go, and if she needed them, she could send Gons for them. And this first meeting was glorious. Not at all like what happened in a past life, Adam thought, and it was not bad. And the fact that he missed her. But now they have met thanks to Lucius, and he will be able to show Altair what it is worth, and she will pay attention to him. And the fact that she herself will find him and he will wait. She, the sitting princess, understood that now she had come across such an interesting man. But at this time, the princess began to ask Ophelia what she thought about this, to which she replied that the guy was impressive, but she was really worried that Sir Lucius recommended him because he didn't understand people well. But nevertheless, Adam has the skills that the princess is looking for. But still, she thinks that he is not too weak for the one who carries the dragon's heart. But the princess replied that it seemed to her that he did not completely control him, and that soon he would definitely become stronger. Remembering Adam's words that he said that her ancestor entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And the fact that Adam spoke as if he had personally met Mrs. Juridica, and Juridica was an archmachus, so it was not surprising to learn that she was wandering around the tomb. And if Adam's words are true, then the ritual was performed on him and his heart by the judiciary itself, and that Adam has great chances for an unknown character, and maybe he will help in implementing her plan. But there was something else that worried the princess. This is what she always felt, either warmth or disgust from the touch of another person, but what she felt with Adam. She saw something strange that she had not seen before, and she was wondering what it was. But at the same time, in another place, the head of the devilish cult summoned his subordinate to him, who as soon as he arrived began to ask what the orders would be. This was the deputy head of the second in the hierarchy of followers of the cult. And the head of the cult began to say that there was a free place among the 12 apostles. But Alfred did not understand whether there was a vacant place among the leaders of the cult, and that is, one failed. But suddenly the head of the devilish cult asked Alfred, is he really trying to make sure of this through him? And he had to reconnoiter the situation and propose the next commander. But he himself does not understand anything, and he is free to dispose of all the remaining apostles. But the plan of the apocalypse must be carried out, and Aldine's failure should not create problems in his work. And at the same moment, the illusion that was created by the head of the devilish cult dissipated, and Alfred, who was standing, realized that he had disappointed the leader. And at the same moment, Alfred began to call his subordinate who was around the corner, and tell him to immediately prepare the phantom horse for him, and he will go to the third parish. The next day the princess approached the huge altar, and for her it was touching because the decoding of ancient texts in the dungeons and the raid on the tomb of jurisprudence ended, and this thing fell into her hands, the same grimoire, and it will be able to increase her magical energy. After all, this is a top-class makeup artist created using the crystallization of magical powers that allow you to master the skill through meditation. And she began to remember the words that told her that the time allotted to her would soon end, and Altair, her student, should forgive her for not being able to teach her more than she needed. but she was sure that she would be able to find a way to improve her abilities and ultimately defeat the head of the devilish cult. And at that moment, a bright light appeared in the same cave, and suddenly she began to see different things that surrounded her. And suddenly she began to think that this was really subspace, or that the crystal was connected to her mind, and magical knowledge seemed to appear near her. A voice also appeared that asked her that it was really beautiful, and that this was the magic of Medea that they comprehended. And the legal experts who appeared began to say that she was just a spiritual body remaining in a magic crystal, but she would still like to meet the princess with her heir. But at this time, Adam and his partner were playing rock, paper, scissors, and as soon as their game ended, Adam began to say that he had won and was going on a party, and Ned would go and find the followers of the devil in the castle. And Ned thought that this was even for the better, because he still doesn't like noisy events. So Adam can go quietly and have fun. And Ned, who picked up the bracelet, asked Adam if he really wouldn't need it, because he himself said that if you don't show your face, it will be easier to act. But Adam replied that in this mansion there is one of the 10 strongest fighters, so he will need both bracelets, otherwise he will be quickly grabbed. And by the way, that girl somehow looked at him disapprovingly. And after thinking, Ned replied that it was true and he didn't understand why. After all, it was their first time meeting, and it's rare to meet such a southerner, and even with magical skills, and he wouldn't have forgotten their meeting. And does she really know him since the time of the cult? Or maybe she is more dangerous than him. But Adam replied that it didn't seem to him that she was one of the devil's fans. But still, he had to be on the alert, and he was sure that Ned would do a great job. And stirring the strange substance, Adam realized that now he also needed to get ready. And as soon as he did his hair and styled his beautiful voice, then with the help of the face-changing technique, and this is his sewer technique that allows you to change the appearance, a special technique of a shadow student who in the future will become one of the 12 apostles of the cult. And the facial expression of the posture, all this greatly impresses those around him. An expert in such a technique can easily deceive a person and immediately disappear into the crowd. His skill is not only good, but if they are at a reception where new faces loom every day, and everyone drinks themselves into unconsciousness, then everything can work. And the people who challenge the princess are warriors and aristocrats from all over the kingdom. They are honored guests, so you can't talk to them without due consideration. And thus a separate wing of the castle became both the noisiest front door, and at the same time, an overnight stay. And where every night he organizes meetings to look at the favorites, and their fighters fighting for the heart of Altair. But the work at home now is to collect information and search for fighters, and someone who was known to the personality in his past life may be useful, and need to find the warriors who died while he was training in the cave. A little time later, Adam began to hear conversations of different people who were talking about the fact that they were knights, and they said that there had been no news from the third parish for several days, and his sister's husband went there as a guest, and he was ordered to inspect the surroundings until the raid was over, but they never missed inside. And other people talked about the fact that there were rumors that a few days ago, there was smoke rising from the third entrance hall. They were wondering if Cardinal Alden had not occupied it, and Adam, who was standing next to him, understood that he knew that everyone was showing great interest in Lucius and the progress of the raid, and at which pillar he did not sit down. Everywhere the same conversations. And the fact that no one knows how the campaign will end and what happened to Alden, because information is deliberately not disseminated. But suddenly, while Adam was drinking a drink, a guy sitting next to him began to look at him strangely. And at one moment he began to tell Adam that they were sitting at the table with him a couple of minutes ago. And it was surprising that everyone who was here knew the Baron. But as soon as he sat down at this table, they began to mistake him for him, although the Baron himself had long since left to dance. And the fact that Adam has a good skill, if he is not mistaken, then it was he who brought heaven down to the earth of the priests. And at the same moment, Adam turned his head and realized that this man did not look skillful, but he was able to recognize the technique of changing his face, and Adam became interested in who he was. A guy who was a servant in this castle walked several floors below. And at the same moment, someone dragged that guy by his clothes into another room. And as soon as Ned finished him off, an insect began to crawl out of that guy. And thus Ned began to eliminate all the minions of the devilish cult, and then as soon as he finished the eastern wing, he decided to move on. And jumping from one building to another, Ned looked at the huge castle and was surprised that it belonged to only one man. And he began to think that he would not be able to get used to it, because Lucius's house in the temple was the size, and was similar to their old house, so he felt comfortable. It was not only spacious, but warm and cozy, and then it was the same with them. And then he saw his sister and mother for the last time. If she had been alive, she would have become a wife and mother. But the whole catastrophe changed everything. But suddenly Ned heard a voice asking him what he was doing here. After all, the guests were having fun in full swing, and he chose a rather unusual place for a night walk. But he did not understand when he did not feel her approach, and this is his greatest mistake. And thanks to the effect of the 2 bracelets, it can hardly be detected, and most importantly, the protector of the princess. She is one of the 10 strongest, and it is not for her beautiful eyes that she gets such a place. And suddenly she began to tell him not to worry, because she felt a strange energy here. However, she has something to do with him, and can he devote some time to her? But Ned began to tell her that they should be honest with each other, and how long she had been following him, to which she replied that you couldn't trick him from the 2nd floor of the East building. And Ned began to tell her that he killed the followers of the devil and she can check for herself. Next to the corpses there are larvae. And he apologizes for wandering around the castle, but his leader decided that a quick cleanup is much better than explanations, because every second counts. To which she told him that this is amazing, and this is a reasonable decision. However, he is somewhat mistaken, and she talks about the purpose for which she came to him. And at the same moment she swung and began to attack Ned. And the raid on the dragon is the princess's desire. She makes every effort to gather the best warriors and lead them to victory, and his comrade Adam has already proven his worth. But now she needs to test him, and he must show what he is capable of. But Ned didn't understand why such platitudes, but still they answered that if she wants to get punished, then he will agree and fight with her. At the same time, not far from the 3rd entrance hall, the phantom hounds were looking for traces. These were traces of the demonization of Alden and lightning discharges, and the guy was sure that they belonged to the warrior of the royal tiara flow, and it was obvious that there was a disciple of a man from the east. And where the traces of the Silver Knight remained, and the traces of several more people were visible, and an attack using holy power was used. But what was more interesting, inside the carriage the guy saw some strange substance on the door. And having tried it, he realized that it was me, Persephone, who could not possibly be here. And the man from the east, Holy Sun, who joined the tarantula cult 3 years ago, they united and they planned to get rid of Alden, and he could not believe that he could be so crazy about a task on the success of which the future of the cult depends. After all, the entrance and exit to the 3rd entrance hall was closed due to a curtain spell preventing magical analysis. Nothing inside was visible, and the carrier pigeons sent by informants gathered in one place, as if they did not know where to fly. And the impression was created that something very valuable was hidden in the temple, and one of them is probably the head of the cult. But what if the team of the Holy Sun was able to get the other master, and now they are stalling for time to complete the ritual and stabilize the dragon's power? And now everything was coming together. If someone has such power, then the indignation of the visiting patrons about the closed gates becomes an empty phrase. And if the information goes outside the temple, problems may arise, and they foresaw everything. And the question is, who owns the dragon's heart, the man from the east or the Holy Sun? If the first, then we can assume that he was mad and used light dew. And if the second, there is a possibility that the man from the east betrayed the cult, and it was necessary to act even after the battle with Alden. Several days have already passed, and he must find direct evidence before the dragon heart transplant is completely completed. But suddenly the guy who was looking for traces saw a mysterious man standing not far from him in the forest. Some unknown man stood in a black robe and looked straight into his eyes. From the Rainbow Man saw that it was a mask on the face of this guy with a bird's beak, and he was definitely the deputy head of the cult. Not at the same moment he began to run away from him. But the deputy understood that this was just a feeling that that person was definitely connected with what had happened and could not be missed. And at that very moment he began to order his ghostly dogs to chase him and catch him, and continue the chase. The phantom wolves almost caught up with the mysterious man, and clutching his shoulder with his fierce teeth, the man began to feel pain in his body, and the deputy who was watching this began to see that he still managed to catch up with him. But suddenly Mysterious Guy started using his thunder palm and destroyed the ghost dogs, and the deputy suddenly saw that it was a stream of royal shooting gallery. He was pleased by the fact that they met. After all, he has business with them. If he cooperates well, then he may not kill him. But the man from the east realized that this guy was a complete pain, and he simply would not back down. And at this time, on another continent, sounds of battle were heard on a huge castle. And the girl, with all her strength and such Ned, did not give him even a moment of peace. And Ned began to tell Ophelia what it seemed to him, or whether there really were notes of bias in her words. After all, they had already made 3 strikes a long time ago. And she began to answer that the problem was that those who are inferior to him in strength cannot take part in the dragon hunt, and continuing to fight with all their might, they began to attack each other even harder and faster. And suddenly Ophelia decided to attack him with a direct blow. And as soon as their blades met, Ned's blade began to glow brightly, and suddenly it began to envelop Ophelia's blade. And with the help of his magical sword Mirage, the length and shape of the blade changed depending on the user's skills. Ned began to get closer and closer to her, and at that same moment he was able to drink her own weapon from her hands, which began to fly off in the other direction. But suddenly Ophelia was not at a loss and began to take a fighting stance, and fight against her opponent hand to hand, and raising her leg she swung, which flew straight near Ned's face. And immediately after this another attack flew and hit the target. And at that same second there was a huge explosion from Ophelia's attack. And standing in that place, she began to understand that now it was all over, and she was able to defeat her opponent. But that was all there was to it. And once Ned was behind her, she began to tell her that she had excellent technique, that if she had hit his body not through the illusion, it would have been painful. And with the help of his raven mantle, Ned was able, after creating a copy, to instantly move a short distance directly behind her back. And he continued to say that anyone would hear rumors about such a famous person like her, even if she sits within 4 walls and she hasn't shown all her tricks. But he also has an ace up his sleeve. If both begin to play seriously, then this matter will not end well, and they may simply stop. And suddenly she replied that the ace is a royal dash technique, because of which Ned could not understand how she knew about his technique. And Ophelia began to talk further about the fact that the most valuable part of her body is her eyes. The spell of the unknown or the curtain is not a hindrance to her, and that's why she was tasked with keeping an eye on him. And at that time, the guy who was running away from the deputy head of the devil began to approach the nearby lake to quench his thirst, and realizing that he could barely tear himself away from that guy and the deputy head of the cult, the teacher was always afraid of her, and she was a difficult opponent. And the situation turned out beautifully. The raid ended immediately as soon as they got rid of the princess's rumors, and because of the complete betrayal of the other students participating in the operation. The deputy head of the control panel is now wandering around the area and sniffing out something. And the disciple of the man from the east, one of the 12 apostles, is known as the Smiling Girl, and she tried to stop her from stealing the dragon's heart. And his movements, looks, breathing, the smallest details were similar, as if they were trained in the same place. And after the battle, she became even more convinced of this. And Adam is also similar in some ways, but he has already proven that he is not dangerous for the princesses. Well, the most important thing was that no one knows what to expect from a Smiling Girl, who was sitting near the lake and began to think about how and where she should restore order first. After all, the Smiling Girl is very similar to him, and they are like brother and sister. And Ophelia finally asked Ned if he was really their ally and what it all meant. No, this Ned, after leaving the third parish, told Alden that now he would never be cured. To which Alden began to ask Ned for forgiveness, and the fact that he was an ordinary priest and did what he was ordered, and he was not going to hurt him and his family, and he shouldn't do that to him. He should, on the contrary, thank him. After all, it was he who sent a man from the east to him, and he also gave him money for training. And now he has become strong, and where would he have been when the streets of their cities were filled with terror, and it would have been right in the depths of the cave? And the children died of hunger, were sold into slavery, all were given up by maddened cannibals. It was he who created the Ned who exists now, and now he must listen to what he tells him, and he should not trust Adam because he is deceiving him. And Alden's words were the ravings of a madman, so he ignored everything he said then. However, No didn't understand how this could even happen. After all, Adam said that the shadow disciple who was raised to replace him was him. But Ophelia's words contradicted Adam's words, because she said that the man from the east would marry one of the 12 apostles known as the Smiling Girl. She tried to stop her from stealing the dragon's heart. And the shadow student is very similar to him, and they are like brother and sister. And she met her in person, and she has the same hair and the same eyes as him, and was the right age. But Ned thought his sister was dead, but she didn't just survive, and became a shadow student of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery. But still he did not understand which of them was lying, and whether he was making a mistake again. And Ned looking at Adam, who was in the castle and was visible through the window. He wanted to know the truth. And inside the castle, beautiful music was playing, performed by a girl on the violin. And Adam, sitting next to the mysterious man, listened to his story about his work, and the girl who sat opposite them heard the night sonata, and understood that the reception was coming to an end. And as soon as everyone began to gather, the mysterious man shook hands and said that time flies very quickly now, and they can have a drink tomorrow and sit somewhere. But when he left, Adam didn't understand where they knew him. The real man with glasses behind began to understand that Adam is an interesting person, and as a merchant, he has seen all sorts of things. But he has not met such an amazing interlocutor for a long time. And he is not only strong, but also damn talented, and he took the lead on himself but succumbed to his influence, and unknowingly gave away state secrets, and he is 20 years old. But it feels like he lived all 40. And how did people manage to find such a person? This man asked the question. More precisely, not to find, but to choose. And maybe soon they will exchange roles of master and subordinate. The real son, near his father, began to ask that everything was so serious, to which his father replied so that he would remember that if he comes across such a person, and he shakes everything out of him to the last coin, then merchants, unlike aristocrats, have nothing to rely on if they run out of money. Therefore it is necessary exercise caution. And without thinking twice, the merchant's son answered his father that regarding the surveillance of the entrusted princess, he should report to Her Highness that he was not suitable. This was the heir to the trading company Pilgrim Edward, an accomplice of Altair. But the head of the trading company Pilgrim and his father replied that it was not worth it to waste such a talent, and it was necessary to bribe him before others did it. And standing next to them, the girl in the second parish of the Temple of Light, the head of the healers in the detachment, said that she also believes that since they are entrusted with selecting candidates, then they either take him or get rid of him. But those who entered his room, Adam understood that he knew or that he had heard and seen, including in a past life, and naturally, he has no idea about those who died before he began his journey. Philip Filigrim is the head of one of the 3 large trading companies of the continent, and in the past, he made a huge fortune by selling spices to the east, is known as an investor in altar princess debauchery. And in fact, he was the one who made Altair a key figure in the fate of humanity. And the fact that he told Altair that he was even a member of the royal family, and she would not be able to do anything without proper support, and while the head of the cult was alive, it would be difficult for her to act, and she must pretend that she was leading a purely secular lifestyle, while simultaneously building up her military forces, and he would help with this to her. That is why Philip Pilgrim is the main target of the cult as far as he knows, While Ned was putting on a performance with the escape, a shadow student killed an old patron of the arts. His son Edwin also served Altair, but he was unable to reduce the number of victims during the capture in the desert. At this point, the headache increased, and the first was to prevent the death of Philip the Pilgrim, and the second to deal with the shadow student. And of course it will be very hard for him, and the smiling girl can take the form of a man, a woman, or an old man, and even he doesn't know her true face, and no one knows what this girl looks like. And entering the room, Adam realized that his comrade should have already returned. Looking around the corner, Adam saw his comrade sitting on a chair with his blade in his hands. And as soon as Ned saw Adam, he told him, "Finally, you have come." And at the same moment, Adam quickly jumped back. But he couldn't even understand why he jumped away. Is it because he shit his pants? But he's stronger than Ned, and why did this happen then? But suddenly it dawned on him that when they were having fun in the cave, he beat him hard, if he was in a bad mood. And now those reflexes appeared, even though he tried to look natural. And Adam began to ask his friend what happened, to which Ned replied that he was looking around the mansion and came across Ophelia, and she said that she saw a girl who looked like his sister. But Adam immediately replied that he really had a sister because this is the first time he's heard about this. But if you remember, Ned said that members of his family died when he was a child, and Ned continued to say that he could believe it, that the older sister whom he thought had drowned was alive, and as it turned out she was. A shadow student of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery, which Ophelia tried to lower. And as soon as Adam heard these words, he was very surprised, and it turns out that the shadow student is a sister. Ned and he definitely wasn't mistaken because he definitely remembers that the smiling girl's name is different. And really, Ned is now testing him, or is it Altair's trick? But most likely this is unlikely because he knew that, no, he could hide the truth forever. But the shadow student turned out to be Ned's older sister. And Adam began to remember that meeting with her when she asked him who taught him this technique. And the fact that she doesn't remember her past is because of one incident, and the current carried her ashore, and she ended up in a foster family and she had martial arts abilities, so the teacher paid attention to her. And if the younger brother is like her, then he has a similar talent, and maybe she will meet her someday. But she would like to get her memories and her family back. And holding his face, he couldn't believe that this could even happen, and why he hadn't thought about it before. And the fact that he himself personally heard from a man from the East that she has a rare gift for martial arts. And there is a high probability that her younger brother has the same. And in this case, the man from the East teamed up with Alden and dealt with Ned's family in order to get capable students. But it was still interesting when he didn't need Ned anymore. He just threw him out, and what a freak he is. But at the same moment, Ned continued to say that he didn't understand. After all, Ophelia has no reason to deceive him, but if everything he said is a lie, then it also turns out to be some kind of nonsense. That, after all, his father trusted Aldine and he trusted the teacher, and they both trusted the wrong people, and his father's life turned into hell. Therefore, he is afraid to trust people. But they, together with Adam, went through a lot of things and visited different places, looking for a little bit to not say goodbye to their lives. And the fact that we overcame a lot of things and looked into the eyes of death together. And Adam is now his comrade in arms. And Ned began to tell Adam that he wanted to believe him, and threw away his blade. He wanted to believe that their friendship was real. But one word is enough for Adam, and even if it's insignificant, he must prove that he can trust him. And without thinking, Adam began to speak. The fact that initially they were supposed to meet only 3 months later, and having stolen the dragon's heart, he met. The Silver Knight found out the truth and fled and hid from the devil fans, hiding from the whole world in the Gorge of Oblivion, one of the 8 insoluble problems of humanity. And the son of a man from the East. His student severely wounded him and took the dragon's heart, and he was a slave of the temple who pursued him in his search. He fell off a cliff and rolled into a cave. There he found him and learned the technique of the flow of the royal dash. Due to the wounds he received, he could not get out of the gorge. But after hearing all this, Ned could not believe his ears. Well, Adam continued to say that using the knowledge he had gained, he climbed to the very top. but he was unable to prevent the coming of the devil from saving people. If he asks who Adam is, then he is the last of men, the hero. The loser is the one who returned to the past, and his only student. And in the past, Ned had to make a plan of action taking into account how much strength he would need to get out of the gorge and his state of health. And his duration of training is a word to deal with their survival. And he resolutely wanted to take revenge on his teacher, and this desire was supported by the fading life in him. However, they had to leave the cave earlier than expected, because the owner of the cave, the huge monster Ondur, attacked them, and Adam could not get rid of regrets if he had gained his powers and gained knowledge a little earlier. Then everything would have been different. But at that moment his teacher Ned, taking Adam by the leg, threw him away from the cave. Flying away, Adam understood that Ned could survive. He would not have to refuse retribution and sacrifice himself for it. And finally, turning around, Ned said to Adam, so that he looks carefully at the weapon, which he was never able to convey to him. And that very day after the bright flash, what he saw remained forever in his memory. And telling his story until the morning, Adam finally ended the conversation. And holding his head, Ned began to speak, that he doesn't know what to answer because it's hard to believe, but his words don't look like lies. And the fact that Adam uses sacred weapons, although he is not a priest and knows too many hidden secrets, if Adam is in the mercy of the gods and really returned to the past. But without having time to think, Adam continued to speak, and thereby interrupted his comrade and began to tell that he understands that it is difficult for him to believe. But it is true. But at least Adam kept silent about something, for example, about his relationship with a smiling girl. Began to apologize to his friend, because I tricked my way into the door, and he was not sure that he could accept the truth, and it was better to make him suspect a cult. And now Adam needs to fight the devil again, and also that he wants Ned to live on. But while sitting, Ned began to understand that he was always driven not only by revenge. He had to live in the name of his family, and even if his status was taken away from him, his duty to protect Bloody Tears and family is all he has left. And the fact that the teacher gave him a new name and gave him a new goal. And by teaching martial arts, he wanted to pay him with devotion. And the fact that he unquestioningly carried out all orders, he believed that justice was reflected in his every word. And the fact that they were not related by blood, but he considered him a member of the family, and helping relatives is a definite matter. You are such a thought of a chess knight who does not know his field. And Ned blamed himself for living the time allotted to him so shamelessly. But life still had meaning, and once he left behind at least something, then starting to get up, Ned thanked Adam for avenging him in his past life and helping him in this one. And the hero returned to save the world. And what a simpleton he took as his student. But since he chose him, he had to be about this level. And leaving the room, Ned finally told Adam not to blame everything on himself. And now they will act together. And as soon as everything was resolved successfully with Ned, he promised to keep the secret, because the fewer people know, the better. If the events of the future become known to everyone, panic is inevitable, and besides, such information is their advantage. And that day they went to meet Philip, and, as soon as they met, Philip began to imagine that they were the confidants of Her Highness Altair, and the matter moved quickly. This was not what was expected from the princess's allies, and Philip began to say that the princess was showing great interest in them, but at the moment she was absent. But Hel understood that since Altair was not there, she most likely fell asleep because of the grimoire, and the crystal makeup artist delivers information directly to the brain. But there is a drawback. While magical knowledge fills a person's head, he is forced to sleep. And the higher the level of the grimoire, the longer the sleep, the body temperature can also rise. And the healer is probably taking care of her. But since it is not a mental spirit, there will be little help from them. And it all depends on how quickly Altair subjugates his magic. And the fact that now she must try her best, because they had a hard time with law, so now is the time to relax. The next few days flew by very quickly, and you had to prepare for the dragon hunt, and learn new fighting styles and try out weapons. The main healer told Adam to come to her, and as soon as he approached, she hugged him, and began to tell him to trust her. It was the hug of an angel, a skill that allows you to find out the state of health and physical abilities of a person, and a common skill among healers. The one on whom it is used causes the feeling of 1,000 slugs crawling across the body. And suffering from pain, Adam began to scream for her to hurry up, but the healer replied that he should be patient for a while. If he continues to move, then he will have to start over. But Ned, who was watching this, began to say that he had something to do here and would most likely go. But Philip stopped him and said that the check health is required to join the squad. And as soon as all the rituals were completed, Ned, who was lying powerless on the earth, began to feel that someone was approaching him, and raising his head, he saw Ophelia, who began to tell him that he looked very pitiful, and that the princess wants to see them now, and they must follow her. Well, I didn't understand why Altair woke up right now. And walking through the central hall, Adam thought about the fact that if he thought about it, the thoughts of the lawyer should have remained in the magic crystal, and she told him a lot and they were even able to talk a little. And as soon as Ophelia opened the main doors that led to Altair's room, she, sitting on the bed, began to tell them to come into the room. But Adam, standing right in front of her, could not understand whether she had learned something about him. And when the 3 stars stood in one row, the judiciary congratulated Altair. Now her knowledge of Medea has reached the 3rd level, and the basis of the ancient magical art is already inside her. And now only training will help increase her strength, and at each next level, a new star will appear. And she is sure that one day she will learn the last 8th step, which she or no one else could achieve. And then the path to the throne will open. And finally, the lawyer said that unfortunately, she spent a lot of energy, so she will have to go into sleep before moving to the next level. She will not remember her words, and now they are collected in a magic cup. And she must remember one thing, Adam. He is like in a past life for her sake. But at the same moment, Altair began to wake up, and Ophelia and the healer ran up to her and began to say that she had finally woken up. But the terrifying headache did not leave Altair, and the healer began to tell her not to make sudden movements because she had slept for a whole week. But Altair began to think only that it seemed she had learned something important, but could not remember. And inside her head there were only some words about Adam that he, like in his previous life, did something for her sake. And at that very moment she began to say that they should go after Adam now. And entering the room they greeted the princess and she told them to come in quickly. And the fact that she wanted to see them earlier, but did not say hello to her. And now she apologizes for meeting them in this form. But Adam, looking at her, thought about how much Altair had learned from legal thoughts. This could affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle with the Blue Dragon. After all, if Altair found out everything or gained the opportunity to read memories as a lawyer, then he can postpone his feelings. The important thing is that he will not have to convince Altair of the importance of tactics, which will save them from unnecessary headaches, and how things really turned out now. But Altair, who raised her head, realized that Adam was asking her if she had received the contact. After all, when they gave the magic crystal, she thought that he just wanted to join her, but it turned out that his task was to make her stronger for his own interests. But suddenly Altair said that unfortunately she cannot use it, a high-level contact skill, and she is only subject to the spells of the 3rd, and she cannot read other people's souls as her ancestor who reached the 7th stage did. And at the same moment they returned to the previous conversation, that in order for it to begin to operate within a month, even within 3 weeks, a plan had to be prepared to destroy the Blue Dragon. And Adam must remember that he must be convincing. But Adam began to raise his hand, which was sealed by the effect of space, and said that they would discuss this over lunch. After all, his story is too long to listen to on an empty stomach, and a few days later ended with the preparation. They went into battle with the Blue Dragon, along with the Knights of Lindale and his healers. And in addition to the silver shoulder, he took a few more items with him. Altair officially went on a trip dressed as a princess. The maid went on a luxurious carriage to see the sights. So she will provide Her Highness with cover. The cult's supporters are most likely busy suspecting everyone in their ranks, because Adam specifically replaced the traces of the dragon's heart in the third hallway, and their attention is probably focused on Lucius's seclusion. And this will last a month, maybe 2, but no more. During this time, they should quietly, without outside help, get a lot of useful things. And the first step is to hunt the blue dragon and meet them. And he still has one more concern. He decided not to say Altair about her return to the past because she has not yet mastered contact. But the conversation with the law has been forgotten for now, and Ned was right when he said that a man with whom she had just met was coming up and talking. In short, she was his girlfriend in the past, and it will be interesting who she will take him for. Then 2 options are either a fool or a pervert, and he doesn't know why, but the princess trusts him. So they must act carefully. But Adam understood that he had to embellish it a little, but he did not understand why Altair trusted him, because Lucius's recommendation probably had such an effect. Or maybe the fact is that in her past life, Altair lost several people important to her, which is why she was hidden and distrustful. And at the same moment they arrived at the place, and the man in the carriage began to say that beyond the pass lies the plain, the largest grain region of the continent. This is his home, and it turns out that they come from here. And thinking about this, Ned began to remember that he had been here as a child during a family trip, and the fields of wheat that never ended were more impressive than ever. And in any house of the Danakil, hospitality is always considered obligatory politeness for the traveler. But this was the case in the past, and now they all need to take a look at what is happening at the moment. And as soon as they looked out the carriage window, they saw a huge wasteland and destroyed houses that stood alone throughout the area, and a lot of dried bodies that were lying near the houses. And it was terrible. It started 3 years ago when the blue dragon arrived, and as soon as they got out of the carriage, Altair began to talk about how he settled near the reservoir and began to poison the water with his poison, and the healers failed to cleanse the land. And in 3 years, 80% of Pashin disappeared, and soon the remaining 20% will disappear. Then the earth will become forever, and it's a miracle that it still produces crops, and it's all about the river water. And now is the golden time. If they miss this moment, they will lose not only the fields for sowing, and as soon as they began to approach the settlement, the knight who met them began to tell him to make them feel at home. And inside the settlement, Altair continued to tell Adam that this aid station here also provides shelter to everyone who has lost their home. And they teamed up with the soldiers sent by the owner of the lands, Danakil, and there were still not enough goods. They had to wait and collect what they needed and move on. But suddenly Adam heard some loud coughing in the neighboring house, and the one who came inside began to ask the doctor who this man was. And the healer replied that this was the Grimes Knight, and he arrived from the fortress, and during reconnaissance he was attacked, and he destroyed the monster but was wounded. And Adam, looking at all this, realized that the purple skin was the poison of the dragon that had struck his body. Either he fell out of poisoned water, or he was attacked by a monster from the nest. And what's worse is that the healers will not be able to help, and he can only wait for death, while comedians try to alleviate the suffering. But suddenly Altair approached Adam and began to whisper in his ear that she was the king's mountains, and he was an honest man. He could be trusted, and she thought he was sent by the owner of Danakil, and they were still going to unite with them, and Hel began to ask the princess how safe this point is, and she replied that she could make it as safe as possible. And immediately after these words, Adam began to use his subspace, and realizing that if this poison is so deadly that no one can cope with it, then he will find a way to neutralize its effect. Each poison has its own antidote, and now this station is a military base of the first level of secrecy, and with the help of their potent poison, Adam decided to cure that guy. Fade will not soon finish his poisons, and the fact is that the key ingredients are very rare, and some of them can only be obtained from the body of Adam, a strong poison based on the blood of a human dragon, and it destroys all connective tissue. However, if its concentration is determined and the condition is controlled with the help of a healer, then the body can be completely restored after neutralizing the poison. And at that moment, Adam told the healer to heal this man every 3 seconds after the injection. Poison in medicines and medicines. It all depends on the craftsman and his method that he uses, and the princess did not know whether Adam's needles would work against the blue dragon's poison. Altair's mana detector beeped that someone is approaching them, and at the same time, on the street, the commander of the nightly detachment greeted the head of the trading company and began to talk about how they had not seen each other for a long time and began to ask how they were doing here. And as soon as he was the head of their trading company and said that he was glad to see them. But the commander of the nightly detachment is about the contents of the letters that they sent to his father. And that is, the owner Donatel. And they are collecting a raid on the Blue Dragon. And they have been helping each other for a long time. And one might say, they have become, in a sense, family. And therefore, as the eldest son of the owner of Daniken, he simply cannot help but wonder who is behind them. But the head of the trading company could not understand what he meant, because the hunt for the Blue Dragon should begin only in a year, and on the condition that the Holy Sun finds the dragon's heart. And so they sent their man to the third parish, who periodically informed him. But now the temple is closed. Lucius canceled all meetings and locked himself in his office. And as they understand the situation for hunting, to put it mildly, the situation for hunting, to put it mildly, is unfavorable. And it would also be right to first come to the castle and meet with the owner of these lands. However, the fact that they are so successfully preparing for the raid and asking for military assistance leads him to believe that someone is playing a game for them and that they are dishonest. And as soon as the head of the trading company heard this, he began to answer him that there was nothing wrong with the warning. And he received an answer from the owner that he began to ask the commander of the nightly detachment whether it was he who ordered to check it or they themselves made the decision. But the commander, waving his hand, began to say that it was useless to gain time for himself with such jokes, and now first, you need to unhook the rescue point. But suddenly they heard a loud scream sound from a nearby house, and going inside, the commander immediately began shouting at the entrance to the house what was the matter. At the same moment, he saw a man who was lying on the table and began to scream terribly in pain. And he realized that it was Sir Grimes. The commander didn't understand what they were getting under his skin. And is it really me who is blowing this needle that guy is holding in his hands? And at that very moment, he began to take out his sword and shout at Adam so that he would immediately move away from Sir Grimes. But before he had time to take one step, a woman's heel hit him straight on his helmet. And Ophelia, standing behind, began to ask why the hell did he take out his sword. But as soon as the commander turned her beaten head, he saw Ophelia, the night protector of princesses, and began to ask what she forgot here and why she interfered with him. But suddenly the princess began to say that with the help, she overheard their conversations with the head of the trading company, and his suspicions are natural. But nevertheless, they cannot interfere with the upcoming hunt and harm their comrades. And the letter that his father received was not a request for help, about an order given to her personally by the princess of the kingdom of Altair, Justine Kane. And after the princess's words were spoken, the commander's eyes widened, and he began to kneel and ask the princess's forgiveness. A little time later, the knight who was writhing in pain began to tell one that he didn't even know how to thank him. And the commander began to ask for forgiveness from Adam, and he couldn't believe that he would be able to save the elite knight of their squad, and he didn't know it. And so he was rude to him, but Adam told him to raise his stupid head, and actually think that he was really capable of an apology. Apparently, all is not lost. And at the same moment, the princess approached him, and began to ask if he remembered the times he studied at the academy, when they were given collective tasks, and the guys from his teams because of his harsh character. But they speak frankly. They always paid more attention to details than anyone else. Therefore, there were no disagreements or contradictions in the group, and he was unattainable. And now, as always, he wanted to find out about everything personally, and the loopiness in his character inclines trust. And the conversation went further to the fact that she began to tell the commander that, as the Duchess of Rhindell, she would like to declare that Adam was sent by the goddess Arya to save the Holy Sun and the whole world from destruction. And as soon as the commander heard the department again, his eyes widened, and greed clouded them at once, and they could not recognize the followers of the cult of the devil among them. But Mr. Adam, the blessed Leek himself, appeared as their savior, and according to the command of the goddess, the dragon's heart was transferred to him, and his will is the will of Araya, and they must fulfill it without question, and wrote this letter Lucius himself. And the commanders immediately began to sob with happiness from the fact that the saint and the sun and the goddess Arya were for him. It was incredible coming from the prophet to share this part with him, and he immediately began to say that he was receiving goddesses. But Adam, who was watching all this, realized that now you can open an office called Professionally Deceiving for Money. I also have a letter. It's just a princess's invention. And leaving Adam out of old habit, began to stroke the princesses' heads, and the girl watching all this could not understand what he was doing. And so the rest of the group members, without any doubts, accepted him as commander-in-chief. And in connection with this, he had several responsibilities. He applied them to other patients, but they could not be completely cured, and in a few days, it would begin to spread throughout the body again. Therefore, it was necessary to create an antidote as soon as possible. And the ingredients for it can only be found in the great forest located on the western part of the Aslan continent. But being in the forest, Ned said, because he thought that this forest would die out like the Christian towers. And he couldn't believe that such a place still remained because the forest was of fantastic size. And the feeling here was different. This is due to the high concentration of energy. And after the village it will not be possible to ride a horse, as the horses are afraid of the strong mana. But the head of the food company could not understand that they had to go into the depths of the forest because it was scary there. But Adam replied that it was safer here because there was a smiling girl walking around outside and he couldn't leave him here. And it would be convenient to use subspace because he once asked the angel whether it was possible to place a person in space, to which she said that it was possible, and she had no objections. And, by the way, the angel continued to say that the previous owner of the Silver Shoulder, and who complained that his comrade. After returning from under the space, my head moved for days. I was a beast and I wondered what happened. And suddenly Adam realized that he should protect his friends by keeping them under his wing. And what kind of silver key was he talking about now? But a little later, the princess began to say that that village on the outskirts used to be the land of Danakil. And now there is an outpost there, and the team members who arrived earlier are already waiting for them, and they need to get to the outpost as soon as possible. And starting to move, Adam rode near the princesses. But suddenly something strange happened and Adam realized it, and he couldn't understand what it was because for a moment, he felt someone's gaze on him. And the princess asked him what happened, but Adam, thoughtful, told the princess that he would like to check something. And the last message from the village 2 days ago, a carrier pigeon arrived from them. And that's it, and Maya from the magic tower installed a device that will release red smoke if there are problems in the village, but this is their first trip there, so they told her, and she personally scanned the surrounding area. With her own eyes, they discovered neither ambush nor camouflage skills, and they think that everything will be fine. After all, they have such talents in their arsenal. But what only one knows about the forest or Elfin? And he began to remember the past about how he was told that his native land. And he is not sure that this story will be interesting to anyone if he wants to listen to this simply meaningless story of the past. On this I answered him in the sense of a story that he mutters even in his sleep. And he told him about this place. Every time danger appeared, he lit a fire as if trying to drive away the darkness. Thanks to this, he found out enough about this place, and although it was a beautiful place, behind its beauty lies something that can irrevocably absorb a person. And at the same moment, Adam began to tell Ned to protect the head of the trading company. After all, an attack can happen at any moment. And making their way through the forest, the princess suddenly noticed something strange, something standing in front of them, as if all the tree branches were connected in one place. And as they got closer, they saw that it was a forest door, and it was blocking the path for uninvited guests. And previously, she was in another part of the forest somewhere outside the village, but they had not reached her yet, and she did not understand why this door appeared here. and suddenly a loud sound sounded inside the trees to people. They left here because this is not their land. At the same moment, Adam began to say that the last news from the village was 2 years ago, and calling his huge sword from beneath the space. He realized that this was enough time to capture her, and suddenly Adam began to ask that creature what they did with the settlers. But suddenly, getting off her horse, the princess began to tell everyone to stop, and as soon as she came closer to that creature, she began to tell the inhabitants of the forest that she was Princess Altair, and they came to talk. But the huge creature began to shout at her that they had taken an army with them, and that then now, there was no sense of humor in their jokes, and Princess, didn't they convey their demands by carrier pigeons? And because of her brother, they have nothing to talk about anymore. And what he said was showing with his finger on the map that this is the water separating them from the inhabitants of the forest. And let each side build outposts with enclosing trees on their side of the river, and they should not dare to cross this border. No more battles from now on. The age of silence begins the end of bloodshed. And they declare a temporary truce, and since they back up their words with such a valuable gift, they agree. They can be glad that this is the respite they need, and may peace be with the noble elves at their home. And at the same moment the earth began to disappear from under the soldiers, and most began to fall to the ground, and the horses scattered in different directions. But Adam understood that elves have long ears, live several times longer than people, and have a high disposition towards Mary, and their family has long formed its own kingdom. And over the course of 2,000 years, using the vital energy of the forest and developing magic with alchemy, the elves built an impregnable fortress. The knights began to shout that there was nothing to complain about. If they act as in training, then everything will work out. But suddenly the horse began to step on some strange substance, and at the same moment a huge explosion thundered. And the standing princess understood what their answer was, and she was very sorry. And immediately in front of her, a huge creature began to open its huge mouth and spew out a bright light towards the princess. And a huge bright light began to brighten the entire forest. And at the same moment, from the inside of the watchtower, the place where the elves were watching the forest and magical plants, they thought that they had destroyed their opponents, and began to rejoice that that worthless princess and those who entered their land died in an instant. But there was nothing to rejoice at, because after the bright flash, the silhouette of people began to appear. Adam and the princess, and he, with the help of his dragon slayer mantle, which reduced any magical damage, was able to repel the attack. And with the help of the holy barrier, which established the enemy attack with holy power, and the range of application could increase depending on the skill of the user, the healer commander was able to completely repel the attack. And as soon as Adam asked the princess if she took it, she replied that thanks to him, all the elves protecting the forest door are just a soldier, and whatever their structure, it will not stop Adam. And with the help of the language of dragons, Adam said that the gates would open because his words contained power. The huge gates that stood in front of them began to open and diverge in different directions. Looking at this, Adam realized that the salt that he felt on himself came from there for the sake of the door opening. After all, the center of the tree is the watchtower, and the elves who were inside saw that the forest door had opened, and they could not believe how this was possible. And at the same moment, 2 elves began to guess to the side, and the little elf was a girl standing in the same place. I saw Adam approaching her and saying that she looked like a small fry, but she was definitely over 100 years old, and first she would hit someone else in the face once. And then they would already arrange negotiations. But suddenly there the little elf began to shout to Adam, so that he would quickly let her go to the ground. And looking closer, he realized that she was a little different from the elf, especially her eyes, which were different colors. And at that very moment, a huge arrow flew straight to the place where Adam stood. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Adam was thrown aside. And the falling little elf began to scream that he was an idiot, and decided to send her to the other world. And it was difficult for her to control the power, and they should try not to get hit. And she will give him vodka again, and he must finish him off. The real nearby Adam understood that he remembered this skill and this power, and this is one of the 10 strongest, an unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with people against demonic creatures Daniel and he stood and realized that the distance to the target was 1 kilometer, and wanted to kill Adam with 1 arrow. He is one of the 10 strongest unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with people against the demonic creatures of divine Daniel. And Daniel understood that the distance to the king was 1 kilometer, and he decided to lay down A's house with 1 arrow. Using his head, he shot straight to the place where Adam was, and the other foals noticed that the enemy was attacking, but they didn't understand where that arrow came from, because the forest was very dense and they couldn't figure it out. But the girls decided to find out using their eye skills. Gry, she was able to transmit image and voice information between the remote control golems, and the first went to the commander-in-chief Adam, and the second determined the direction of the attack. And the fact that the trees were too tall, and the maximum radius of movement of the golems was 200 meter, and at that very moment she still saw the enemy like that, but did not have time to see how the arrow was already flying towards her golems. And at the same moment the arrow hit the target, and that girl realized that this was just a monstrous distance, and the arrow was flying 1 kilometer away. And the other arrow flew straight at Adam, who stood and was ready for this attack, and swinging, Adam struck with all his might with his huge sword, and was able to deflect an arrow that flew straight at him, and the little elf girl and princess watching this were surprised at what they saw. And Arthur, standing in the same place, noticed that it was a good attack. And the elf could not believe her eyes that he deflected the arrow, because this simply cannot be, and most likely it was an accident. And although even this did not matter because Adam's hand was severely wounded, and he wouldn't last long, and she immediately started screaming at Daniel to use something more serious. And she would back him up, and as soon as he heard these words, he began to listen to her and shoot 3 arrows, which turned out to be 3 red comets. And at that very second they began to fly straight towards Adam, who was standing deep in the forest. And as soon as he stood up and turned his head, he saw that these 3 arrows were crushing and faster than usual. They were a red comet, and because of the speed, it will be difficult to reflect the arrows even with the help of a dragon's tongue. And if you dodge, he will be covered with a shockwave. And getting serious, Adam decided that then he will also show some tricks, and swinging his sword several times. And Ned saw that Adam's body was slow, as was the swing of the sword. But in fact, not even a second passed, and the next moment his movement turned into a dragon. And at the same moment a loud explosion was heard in the forest. And in the east, one of the significant last words in the technique of the flow of the royal theory is the dragon. However, everything depends on the current mana and strength. And as far as he knew, the technique is in no way connected with a real dragon. But it turns out that it has such a level. And as soon as Adam's huge attack occurred, he remained in the same place where he stood, and began to look at the place where his dragon attack flew. And the elf watching this could not believe whether he was really a man or some kind of beast in human form. And how could one even fight such a creature? And the fact that they have already lost many brothers because of the deep dragon, and if this goes on, then she will not be able to keep her promise to her mother. And the elf began to tell Adam that they had lost and would no longer attack, and started asking Adam if he was a man or a dragon, because she didn't know who he was. If he needed something, she would do anything, but in return he will only ask him to help them. And then the princess began to come out with all the other guys, and approach Adam, who was standing deep in the forest near the little elf. A few hours later they reached the main house of the elves, and in one of the houses the elf began to say that the knight Grimes was indeed recovering from poisoning, and part of the poison was still in the body. But this was the first time he had encountered a substance with such a powerful deterrent effect. And although Sir Grimes is still not healthy, frequent movements only disperse the poison throughout the body, and Sir Grimes deliberately followed the group to show by example the reality of the antidote. And after everything he had heard, the man began to imagine that his name was Heron, and he was the elder of the ancient elves, and said that Daniel was standing next to him, and he was a valiant warrior and protector of the Kiara forest. And high elves have considerable strength. Their unusual pupil shows the presence of a special innate skill. And even though Adam understood that this, of course, was all as he said, but the little girl Kiara was unrecognizable, and in the past she was slightly older, And the long-eared ones have a period of some kind of rapid growth, and no one knows how old they are. But suddenly the elder began to say that this also concerns the tree of life, and I can't believe that another one of the people capable of this appeared. But Adam did not understand what he meant, and he continued to say that he was not the first person he had not met in their forest after the truce with Prince Polaris, and here was a man who saved them from infection. And he, just like they, used poison with needles, and his name was Freud, but everyone called him Snake. And as soon as Adam heard this name, he was immediately surprised. And the elder will continue to say that he was looking for his comrades and friends. Their friends are their friends, and he thinks that they can come to an agreement, and it is the lake of life that feeds the forest, spilling its streams throughout its entire territory, and the healing powers of the lake were the reliable foundation of the kingdom of the elves. And when one of the life-giving rivers broke through to the Danakel plain, the lands washed by it became a fruitful place for everyone in the world. And the tree that tried to become the tree of life with lake water has the energy that the inhabitants of the forest draw from, and thanks to this, the elven kingdom has existed for more than 2,000 years. But the blue dragon nested in the lake of life, and the poisonous moisture poisoned everything around. And a few days earlier in Lindal Castle, there was a conversation about how Adam's strategy for hunting the blue dragon, in addition to their powers, was necessary with hers and the elves. But they didn't know if they could come to an agreement. And suddenly the princess asked Edwin if he didn't trust her abilities, but he replied that this was not so. And at that time, her son, sitting next to his queen, asked what they should do. After all, he understands that Alpha, with their situation, there is no other way out. But the problem was the Danakin people, and that warning about elves is not only for those who live away from them, because the ministry is seriously lighting up the image for new ones. And those who live near the forest treat them more like pests and compare them with wild boars, wolves, bears, and maybe even worse. But now for people with equals, elves are the real enemies. And 4 years ago, before the announcement of the Blue Dragon, the High Elves Red Moon and Black Moon attacked the kingdom of Danakin and the lands where the waters of the Great Lake flow, which means this field too. And they almost managed to capture part of their lands, but the Polaris Principal, the commander of a detachment of knights, came to the rescue. And when the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves completely retreated. Returning to the depths of the forest, that war stopped, and victory was for the people. But a year later, the land of Donatil was struck by a poisonous evil. The Lord and his son Regulus believe that to solve the problem, the help of the elves is necessary. So they try to suppress various rumors about them, but the people are stupid and believe that it was the elves who poisoned the field. And strategically it will be difficult for them to think about the fact that someone from the Union might betray them, and whether it's too early to start. But the princess answered the guy that he didn't understand. After all this is only for the better, although he did not understand what she meant. And the princess continued to say that they say that any trouble is luck in disguise, and now the state of affairs is bad. But it's worth looking at it from a different angle, and their goal will be achievable. And at this time, Adam once helped Fade's guild comrade in the consequences of allowing him to become his student. This is the fairy tale he came up with, and Elder Heron Kiara and Dariel began to be friendly towards him, but only partially, and inserted his needles into the poisoned body. The elf was surprised that for her it was better than Mr. Feed's, because it had a very quick effect, to which Adam replied that his poison would be more serious. After all, he does not have a recipe, and he is the first to create it. And no one could find the right ingredients, and frankly, Freud will come up with it only after a few years. And by the way, Kiara spoke quite warmly about Fade, and Adam couldn't understand if she was really with him. And a little later the conversation turned to the fact that they were sure that Fade would want to meet with him, and they began to ask what he said that he couldn't answer that. After all, in Freud's mercenary guild there was a traitor who destroyed it from the inside, and until he is sure that fight does not pose a threat in the truth, he will not say. But suddenly Adam asked the elf where Fade is now, but she replied that she didn't even know, and couldn't answer. But Daniel, who was standing next to her, replied that he had left the forest and it was a year ago. and the gentleman learned about the poisoning of the lands and was wondering if his old Gilgian comrade had come to help. But the little elf couldn't understand why he was getting into the conversation, to which Daniel answered her that someone had recently begged for help and she should stop turning up her nose and need to behave more decently. But at the same moment the head appeared and began to ask what kind of disorder they were here. Well, he looked at what was in the area. He realized that Alpha, poisoned by the blue dragon, held on for a long time, taking the poison left by the Fade. However, it is almost over, and they had to decide who needed me more. In other words, who should die first. But thank God Adam appeared, otherwise their kingdom would have drowned in an internecine war. I am this guy who is able to neutralize the blue dragon, and his strength is comparable to Daniel's arrows, and perhaps he will be even stronger, and by winning him over to their side, they will be able to find the last chest of the queen hidden in the infected zone. And 3 years ago, the hand that raised the penultimate chest began to say that the sealed chests are in the 12 towers, and with their help you can create a new kingdom. And the strongest elves, they live, and they will leave these lands and create new homes for the brothers. But the head could not understand what they were planning, and do they really want to abandon the queen? After all, they live only because she was able to stop the blue dragon. But the elf who answered him with an evil look told him to look at the forest and how his tongue turns. He says this, "After all, the queen could not fulfill her duty, and even before she was struck down by the poison, she was just a weak cripple bedridden. She did not stop the black and red moon when they took her army, and she allowed him to leave. And the queen turned out to be useless, and now the time has come for a new state. And the black and red moon showed them all something interesting, and after knowing they destroyed the tower and took the chest, and how recently they were prominent, and starting to say to the head that he is happy to stay, but he must know that he has no future. If he changes his mind, then there will always be a place for him." And then the head did not leave the kingdom to the queen. He could not take the chest. It was inaccessible to him. And then they see Daniel's talent. He decided to steal him and win him over to his side. And he became strong, not only in body, but also in spirit. And therefore Daniel will not leave the queen and his mother here. And of course, if they find out that he wants to get the chest and leave this place, the same one will throw him in prison. It was not clear that it was necessary to get rid of the dragon for the sake of elves and people. And they are all right when they say the problems of their kingdom are solved only with the death of the blue dragon. And he knew that most of the elves had left, and those who were able to fight were not many left. But I understood the complexity of the situation. He gave the soldiers the order to cross the river to search for a new earth. And that village in the Ukraine forest, they liberated its inhabitants and swears that they were treated like crazy. And thinking about it, the head realized that first he needed to conclude a union, and the place where the tower is located is heavily contaminated with poison. Therefore, it is impossible to get there. However, Hell can deal with this problem, and he must get a sealed chest for him. And as soon as this happens, he will become king. And the elder made it clear that he agreed to the alliance, and the rest of the elves thanked them for saving their families. And what about the Danakelevites? Then the goddess sent a nobleman who will show the way, and they must believe and find salvation. But the president of the trading company did not understand why people love the goddess of light so much. But his son replied that for a long time, people were protected by the drilling of light, but he did not understand what he meant by protecting and how the temple sucked how much money out of them. And he didn't think that everything would turn out so successfully, and he worried in vain. After all, the difficulties are just beginning. They need to continue to observe. But Melia Mage of the Magic Tower, it was infuriating. After all, not only are they sticking out in some wilderness, so they were also taken prisoner, and at the moment it was not even possible to wash themselves. Moreover, if she goes outside, she will immediately see the snout of that vile princess girl. And she started thinking about maybe killing her, and started asking her partner that she had been with her all the time and didn't she really have any weak points. And at this time in southern Metropolis, a group of people gathered in one place. And as soon as the seal was placed on the parchment, the man began to say that the project for cultivating the Princess Altair mountain range will also be carried out with the help of the Southern Construction Company. And for them, this is a big part. And Altair's maid, Katie, who reincarnated as Altair, began to tell her dear friends that they are having a hard time because of the crop failure. If they move the mountain, then they can sow new towers, and for all questions of buying and selling land, they should contact her assistant. If that's all, then she can already go. And while some were concluded with the elves, the subordinate altars were in a hurry to continue the project of cultivating the ridge. The real girl not far away near the wall was thinking about the fact that the brainless princess would continue to make the fields and their cult followers would poison them again. This was a diversionary maneuver that was supposed to hide their main goal. And of course, if you dig around, you can find out that Altair in the south is the real princess. But after the death of Alden, a free place appeared in the list of the 12 apostles, and the man from the east aroused suspicion in the cult. So there are now many other concerns about the followers of the devil, and meanwhile Hell with his friends looked at one place where the little elf pointed and told them that if they see these things, magical plants that create food and materials produce different things depending on the entered code, and the alphas created them for a comfortable life. And this magical plant, Manna Flower, took root towards the riverbank and was able to store and filter the water of life, spreading manna through the air. But now they were poisoned. That's why they emit poisonous fumes, and captivity has become a real lair for the monster. And as soon as one of the huge monsters began to emit a huge scream, the elf archers began to draw their Loki and prepare for the attack, and their first and most important condition was to protect the village from attack by monsters. Because of the poison, they continued to move away from the center and ended up in their original area of residence. And if they move even further, they will not find places that can feed so many mouths. And moreover, even though the mother is much better from Adam's games, she is still poisoned, and this is already the 3rd year, and she does not have enough strength to withstand the road, and they must stay. But this was understandable, Adam thought, but continued to talk about what if they destroy this flora and fauna and at the same time collect magic stones with materials for production. And soon the battle continued, and many magicians and alphas began to attack the huge, ferocious monsters. And as soon as Ophelia, with all her might, cut through the roots of the trees, and after her Ned struck with his magical power, they were able to destroy the nest of huge creatures that settled there, and a little later at the beginning, thank Adam for helping to protect their village, and curing not only the queen but also other elves. And the fact that they were abandoned even by their brothers, and he did not think that people would come to their aid, and began to ask Adam how he could thank them. And even though they are a little uncomfortable talking about it, but the young branches of the tree of life are filled with manna. The branches and water of life that nourish the tree are the things that they ask to protect their village from infection, and they cannot give them away. But Adam, holding his head, began to say that he had a small request for him. And before you talk nonsense like sorry, understand, he just has to say what he wants. But that alpha did not fully understand what Adam meant. And Adam noticed this and began to say that, since he doesn't understand, then he will help. And the first is to create a medicine for the queen of the elves. And the second is to restore the tree of life with the lake. And the third is to kill the blue dragon. And the main component for the success of the first option is the sap of the tree. And as for the second, everything will be restored by itself thanks to the power of the lake, not only if the blue dragon dies. And there remains only the third option. And after showing this elf her middle finger, Adam continued to talk about that if they said that they would kill, it means he would kill, and that they also need to find him a girlfriend. And does he really want Adam to find him a girlfriend? Our queen's son started asking Adam. He's absolutely 100% sure. Without these two ingredients, the village would be covered by a poisonous cloud, and they could give them everything. But not this, and if he was not confident in his victory over the blue dragon. And the middle four above the elves who remained in the village, only he alone can fight. His duty is to protect his brothers. But Adam answered him without any hesitation that he could go to hell with his responsibilities. But now, he has no choice. If not now, then when his people are ready, and if he thinks that someone, the blue dragon will be waiting for him. the Queen's disease, people who are just waiting for them all to die, and every day he creates an antidote. And how long will this continue? And he is not some kind of blood donor for them, and now Daniel must wake up. After all, they are obliged to solve the problem right now, or otherwise it will all come to an end. But suddenly Daniel began to tell Adam that he would come out. The dialogue was not building between them, and if this was the case, then they would talk by force. And at the same moment, a bright yellow-green flash appeared in the same place where they stood. Her huge magical aura began to come out, and the princess standing next to her eyes could not believe that he used a spell right here. But suddenly she could not understand what had happened to them. But as soon as the dust settled, she saw Daniel jump to the side and begin to take out his bow, saying that now everything is clear to him. And the fact that they said that you go out to the dragon, Daniel will be one of the main assistants on his arrows, cannot pierce the scales of the dragon, and the same as Adam. And here are his abilities, and he himself wants to kill the blue dragon right now. But the reality is not the same. No matter how much he wants and no matter how obliged it is, it's impossible. And what the hell are they offering him? But Adam began to tell Daniel to get up early, and he would tell him now why he was so weak. His equipment is bullshit. And immediately after these words, Adam broke his magic bow, and continued to say that he just had the necessary materials so they would do something for him. And he should now save his tears, and he would cry when he finished. A little later, the little elf, holding a broken bow in her hands, could not understand how it could be broken, and she is grateful to him for making a new bow for Daniel. But this could have been given to someone else, and valuable vegetables should not be thrown away. And the fact that this bow is, by their standards, heroic class, and as soon as Elizabeth looked, she saw that it was sickeningly heroic class. And on the distribution table, the class system for items is broken down. The union of both the people of the travelers of the Temple of Light and the Temple of Heaven. And this bow was divided into 5 types of side-high, heroic, and legendary. And Elizabeth really saw that it was heroic, and because, no, the owner was a famous guy, and this bow could have been sold for 50,000 at auction. What if Daniel started saying that Sir Jaffer didn't break his bow? But his greed and 50,000, he doesn't know how much more money it is. But the old weapon, BC, an item that restores the charging of the tree, is no longer what he relied on, and there is nothing left to do but move on. And now he is torn by curiosity about what kind of bow Adam will make for him. But remembering the words that I agreed that he just has the necessary materials, so they will do something for him. And the best thing that can be found now is a young branch of the tree of life, overflowing with manna, a branch cut from the tree of life, and he got it for the sake of blacksmith experiments. But Daniel could not understand that the branch was too small to make anything out of it, and pouring the water of life into a glass, they began their preparation. And immediately after that, they began to give it to Adam. And Daniel began to say that he should take branches of the tree of life and the water of life. Adam thought that after he saw the end of the world, his feelings were dulled, and therefore he did not experience the same delight in certain things. But not in this case, and now he looked at it, and for him the water looked very beautiful, and Daniel continued to say that this glass contains the last sip of life-giving moisture. And it's true that if the hunt is successful and the lake is restored, there will be much more glasses, and raising his glass that he will try. And as soon as he drank the water of life, a bright light illuminated the entire room and his body, and he immediately began to feel enormous energy inside him, because, before his life, he contained colossal magic. Moreover, the effect of the secret of Hermes was added to the water, and he did not think that it would turn out so strong. And at that very moment, Adam decided that it was time to use draconization and the small heavenly. The circle is one of the Eastern methods of articular points of the upper body, and the circulation of magical power occurs, and with the help of draconization, the power is increased once a day. Dragon Heart, which allows you to get dragon abilities and a similar appearance, and every time the power of the Dragon Heart increases by 1%, the duration of the action increases. For 1 minute, and at the moment, Adam could use 3 minutes, his power increased by 9%. When the conditions for hunting the blue dragon will be so difficult that a raid on the tombs of the judiciary will seem easy and a walk, and the poisoned territory where it will be impossible to recover. Serious horror will already begin 10 kilometers before the lake, and most importantly, in the center they will be met by a huge, evil, and extremely ugly dragon, and the human body cannot withstand this, and he must prepare and increase the time of dragonization, and what will help him in this will be the release of the power of the dragon's heart with the help of the water of life. And besides, the damage that the owner of the heart receives, the power needs to be increased gradually. The time for hunting was not enough, and at the same moment the princess approached Adam and began to use Moira, and with the help of this skill the ancient spell of Medea, or regulates the magic of another person. Unfortunately now, all the trump cards were in hand. The magic of the elven forest, the life energy of water and lakes, and dragon power improved with the help of dragonization, and then he will complete this whole thing with the skill of Moira. I hoped with poison that I still wouldn't be able to die, and at the same moment Adam's body began to feel enormous pain, and the healer noticed that everything regarding regeneration would be on her. And with the help of the goddess Arya, she began to heal Adam. And at the same moment, the total power of the dragon heart was 5%, and increased to 5.2, 5 to 8, and to 6. But the princess noticed that there was too much resistance and everything began to waver. And the power of the dragon heart began to jump up and down, then 5%, then 4.7, then 6, and as soon as they noticed that the power began to decrease again, Ned approached Adam, and putting his hand to it, he began to say that his breathing was out of breath. A master of the royal tiara flow technique can only be helped with the circulation of energy by another master of the royal tiara flow technique. And he will guide Adam, and he must try to curb the raging fury. And as soon as they were all able to direct their power straight into Adam's body, he opened his eyes and felt all this power that was circulating in his dragon heart. And at the same moment a bright flash appeared in the same room, and Daniel, looking through the bright light, began to see some kind of force sitting in front of him. And suddenly he realized that this appearance and Adam had changed. Now Adam sat in full dragon man form, and all the other guys fell to the ground and began to catch their breath. After all, they succeeded, just as the princess herself could not stand on her own 2 feet, and began to sigh heavily. And as soon as she raised her gaze, she saw Adam sitting in front of her, in his increasingly terrifying and incredible appearance. And for her, it was amazing because the total power of the dragon's heart at the moment added up to 10%. The duration in which Adam could fight in this guise was 10 minutes, and I understand that Adam still has not regained his form from his past life, but now he feels as if he came out of water, and how unusually infuriating he was with the strength that he had before. But although it wasn't worth pulling the cat for this very thing, everyone did a great job, and at the same moment Adam asked Daniel to bring him a towel, and as soon as he brought it, he said that he would wipe off his sweat. Well, Adam replied that he was a fool and this was not for that because he wanted to get material for weapons. Having squeezed the towel very tightly with his teeth, he began to scratch himself with his powerful claws, even though he was in great pain. And Daniel, who was watching this, could not understand what he was doing. Dragon scales from himself, which could not be pierced by ordinary iron, and now it could be used as a weapon, and now he feels good, and this is 20% of the maximum. But these are the scales of the Kaiseress, the strongest of the dragons, and if you make a bow and arrows out of it, then they will be able to bleed the blue dragon, and he will tear out all his first dragon weapons, not for the first time in his life. A little later, the master who boiled dragon scales in magic fragments began to say that he had never used dragon weapons, but in order to make an item of such quality, you need to masterfully understand the materials. Otherwise, you can ruin everything. This is the best elven mana alloy known as pure gold, and it will be able to take the power of the black dragon, and with the help of black gold and the scales of Adam, and the bloody rubies of the juridics, and the wood of the moon tree. Everything was collected, and then the princess began to use the mana circle. It was the ancient magic of Medea, and a force field was formed around the user, and inside it the power and duration of all spells increases by 100%. And with the help of Adam's dragonization, Vaughn touched the melted dragon scales and began to use the dragon tongue skill. And once all the materials are combined, they began to be reborn inside the magic circle. And Daniel couldn't believe it all because he saw it all. After all, the black dragon's dragon bow and the black dragon's arrows appeared. A little later, there were still 2 weeks before the raid, and people and elves began to actively prepare when they were divided into 2 groups and listened carefully. After all, they had 1 day of training and the other day of rest. Instructor Temple Night. Ned began to tell everyone that they would plow like mules, but he didn't understand why this was so familiar to him because he felt the coming 2 weeks would last forever. A team of hunters began to destroy the plant with monsters and move forward, and their goal is to go 1.5 kilometer deep into the eastern part of the Lake of Life, and we have 10 days to do everything about everything. And the hunt was carried out every day, so piles of magic stones from the monsters accumulated. True, they did not linger. And at one point, the magician girl began to tell the commander-in-chief that they would not be able to meet the quota for the production of golems. And the fact was that the stones were used for different needs, and the golem core's construction and strengthening positions, installation of magic circles, and magic circle of defensive trap. Magic circle is also necessary to protect and heal comrades, and most importantly, they form safe zones. And if you use the branches of the Tree of Life as a core, the poisonous fog will not penetrate inside the circle. And when they install them on the path that the hunters cleared, she asked the mages to help her, but the magicians who looked at these instructions realized that it was too difficult for them because they had never seen anything like this. Magic stones were also used in the forge to create equipment, and the chief blacksmith, seeing the blanks, could not understand why they needed so much. Even though he has a lot of sports enthusiasm, he is the best of the Kuznetsov to do everything at the highest level. As for Adam, he trained at the top of the tower, and maybe Dragonheart was currently 10.5%, and he achieved the second form of draconization, but 10 minutes will fly by very quickly. And in the subway in that view, the power of the Dragonheart simply spread throughout the body, and the more often he uses it, the faster it spread and the more power it became, and he must increase it as much as possible before the start of the raid. And the best option is to accelerate to 19%, well, at least to 17. If it works out, then there are still such chances to defeat the Blue Dragon. And in any other scenario, he should not count on victory. And he will use this power again and again until he can surpass himself, and until it reaches the limit, and will be able to cross the line and eventually kill that Blue Dragon. The night before the raid, the construction and inspection of the camp near the lake was completed, and everyone who worked until the end had to have a good rest until tomorrow. After all, for them these 2 weeks were simply unbearable. And Adam, sitting inside the tent, along with his friend Ned, who began to tell him that this time they would have to move quickly, but Adam was so hungry that he ate his steak in a split second, and Ned could not understand where his food had gone. And after a good meal, Adam stood up from his chair and began to say that he finally wanted to get a good night's sleep. As soon as he began to leave the tent, the princess came to her senses, and began to tell the others that she would also go to bed, and the elderly good night, everyone. She began to go out after Adam. But suddenly Ophelia, who was sitting next to her, began to follow her. But Ned stopped her and began to ask if she was not going to fight with him. He really wants to test the techniques before going out to Ophelia. Started screaming for him to get away from her, but Ned did it on purpose and wished his student Adam good luck. And the princess standing on the street began to think about what they would tell her about this. Before, she would not have believed it. And after all the preparations, they would finally enter into battle with the Blue Dragon. And even though they tried to dissuade her before that somehow, or where they wouldn't take on such a thing, and she had to leave, and even though they were very sorry their estate had already sent a lot of forces to the Eastern Front, so there weren't enough soldiers, and they were hoping for their understanding, and the princess was out of her mind. After all, they cannot go to the battle with the dragon, and no one helped her. Not aristocrats or small families, and she could only rely on her people. However, everything began to improve when she met Adam. and maybe luck or maybe fate, and someone will say exactly that as soon as the princess began to go inside the tent. Where Adam was, she believed in her luck, and she ran up to him and began to hug him and kiss. But Adam did not expect such a turn of events. And at that same moment he began to experience something strange in his body, and suddenly he realized that this was Medea's kiss, ancient magic, and the one whom the user kissed falls into mental submission, and magic forces the target to speak only the truth. But Adam began to ask the princess what she was doing, to which she replied that he would be silent, because now he is not asking questions. And she continued to say that it is not surprising that the sick woman recovered, and they united with the Fs, and the raid on the Blue Dragon, which turned out to be impossible, will begin tomorrow, and all thanks to him in less than a month. And she had suspicions, so she continued to watch. And seeing someone transform into a human dragon, the princess asked Adam to answer honestly what his real goal was, and he would not sacrifice strength and tear out the scales alive. After all, in their world, you have to pay for everything. If he hides something or fulfills someone's evil will, then no one can stop him. And hello, that's the end of everyone, so she wants to understand his plan. And he must say honestly who is behind him. And once again, using his ancient magic of the one who kissed, the user falls into mental submission, and the magic forces him to speak only the truth, and the princess asked who sent him. Well, Adam replied that he was here of his own free will, and he's only here because of her, because of the princess. But the princess didn't understand. Is he really not lying because magic definitely works? And she began to ask in what sense he is here because of her. But looking at her, Adam began to say that she once gave her life for him and he returned to the past to fix it. And at that very moment the princess could not believe it because she heard it. And with the help of her strongest magic, she began to take her neck with her magical hand. And as soon as her capture reached its goal, she started telling Adam to stop messing with her. But Adam continued to say that her voice was like a leaf in the wind, and apparently she was a little surprised. But she knows that he cannot lie while the kiss is in effect. Medea's magic is considered a fraud due to the fact that simultaneously with the use of the spell, a complete analysis is also carried out, and the spellcasters are able to see everything works, and there are no errors, and the altar will be able to understand who he really is, even if he uses a kiss for the first time. And grabbing her hand, Adam began to speak, so he waited for her determination. And in order to win Altar's trust, there is no other way, and she can interrogate her as much as she wants, and he will tell her everything she wants to know. And will she really not ask anything? And the kiss will not last forever. Although she can reuse it because Adam doesn't mind. And pressing her to himself, Adam kissed her again, and at the same time near a huge herd of goblins that were lying on the earth. The girl didn't understand what she was doing here because she was already tired, and the fact that the princess plays with them like harnessing horses. But her partner began to answer her that they were hired by Lord Donakil. But he just shines with his name, and the real employer is Princess Altair, and they are her subordinates, and even though her partner knew this, she was annoyed by the fact that she had to obey the arrogant princess, and that if they didn't do the job, the teacher would beat them up, and that really infuriated her. And the fact that the princess behaved like an arrogant fool while studying at the academy, and did not sleep at night. She studied everything, ran after teachers, and she constantly suffered from bullshit and solved all problems with money or connections. And the princess considers purposeful people idiots. And the fact that she never recognizes her. But my partner also began to tell Milia that the wing was scolding so loudly and convincingly, and she decided to watch the princess to see if she would ruin their entire team. But no. She coped with her duties perfectly, and she is simply jealous of her. But since they were given an order, they must calm the baby down before she does anything wrong. If she successfully completes the task, she will be recommended as a court magician for several aristocrats in the capital of the Duke of Gurnetti and the Marquis of Klein. After all, they asked to find him Omaha, although the conditions were not easy, and they looked not only at age, Daishai, but also at achievement, and there were no suitable candidates. So the aristocrats decided to take a good fighter. And most of the warriors have outside support, So she is the only one who acts here on her own. If they kill the dragon, then there will be no questions at all, and she can become a court magician in the capital. And after these words, her eyes shone with joy, and they decided to go home because the test with the golems had been completed by him. He needed to get some sleep, because tomorrow he would go on the road, and the elder of the elves watched all this. And as soon as he realized that those mages were gone, he began carving magical runes onto the golems. Not that the golem performs certain actions in accordance with the magical symbols applied to the surface of its body, if it adds several signs here. Then the golems would obey only his orders, and he already wanted the morning to come quickly. And the next day, as soon as the sounds of the drums were driven away, everyone began to go to their positions, and all the hunters and knights began to line up, and the magician standing on the ledge looked at the same place, and Ned understood that it was not necessary to say it out loud. Everyone already understood that today someone will drown in the mud, and someone will see a turning point in history. And at the same moment, the princess, together with her data, began to cast a strengthening spell on Adam. And, most importantly, the healer began to ask the goddess of light to endow Adam with Sita, and the little elf, with the help of the merciful tree of life, began to release mana towards Adam. And the last one was the princess, who endowed him most of all with her magical powers. Adam knew that he was walking along the path of blood. However, everything turned out to be much worse. And when the princess asked him why he took over the site again, her question surprised him. After all, she is moving forward. We cannot imagine the future. But Adam knows everything in advance, so he will cope much better. And in the end, he will get what he wants. And the princess, with the help of her stars, began to give Adam strength, because she knew that Adam will overcome all obstacles and crush all enemies, and help her win the throne. And when the time comes, she must make him her king. And after the brightest light that appeared near Adam, he turned into a new weapon of humanity, the dragon, man, and let the blue dragon begin to eat. The total composition of the group was 225 attackers who were responsible for long-range attacks, and assistants who were engaged in treatment and various spells and control of golems and their repair, and defenders who were engaged in positioning defense and assisting the vanguard. In the rearguard detachment there were 224 people, and in the vanguard there was only one, who was ready to defeat everyone he met on his way, and the one who stood behind him like a mountain, and believed in his strength and abilities. And when Adam took flight with the help of his wings, or in your air, he was thinking about the fact that the rear and the front are located at a great distance from each other, and are very different in structure. The idea is absurd, but this way they have a greater chance of winning. The closer the blue dragon is, the thicker the food will be in this fog, and the rest will hold out for about 5 minutes, and this is with the help of magic. And due to the high resistance to poison, only Adam can fight in the state of dragonization on the lake. And with the help of his electrical acceleration, Adam could fly at incredible speeds. And as soon as he met a flower on his way that was opening, and huge creatures began to fly out of it, Adam took out his sword, in which he wanted to deal with these creatures. And flying closer to them, he began to accumulate energy with the help of his huge hand. And at the same moment he swung his sword. And those huge creatures were cut into 2 parts, and from the enormous power, they began to fall immobilized to the ground. And he realized, like hell, that judging by the pile of huge plants, he was already at his goal, and he shouldn't waste his time on them. And at that same moment, he began to use the silver key that opened subspace, and he decided to dump all the load right here. And at the same moment, huge golems began to fly out of his hand, and land in different parts of this huge poisoned forest. And stone golems spreading magical waves within a radius of 70 meters, and if placed in one row at a distance of 100 meters from each other, then the so-called mana trail will appear, and the magic now used can be transmitted to the end of the mana trail. But the rest of the guys should take into account that due to the long distance, the power will be reduced by half, and the mana trail continues to increase, and the war golems placed in the forest are stable, and remote control is applied to the golems and is possible. And there was something else everyone needed to know. And what the princess said, in truth, she saw their dissertation Daisy, and they can do it in 2 weeks. because she will provide them with all the necessary materials. And the magic tower refused to help her because of the extremely expensive process, so her work was stuck at the design stage. And that baby will become their Golem Cyclops, who flew near Adam and functioned stably. And he, with the help of his massive weight, is capable of transmitting image and sound, sending information to the mini-golem, and can collect information within a kilometer. And at that moment, Daniel looked at how Adam was flying in the air, and now they will be able to calculate the coordinates for the attack, and the people who turn out to be not fools and have come up with a good thing, the little elven girl thought. But the princess who was watching this broadcast began to notice that in the distance the wings of a deep dragon were visible, who was lying in his poisoned swamp. And as soon as they flew a little closer, the infected lake, the tree of life, and the blue dragon were visible. And 3 years ago everything was different, and before the dragon began to growl when someone came close to it. But now, it is suspiciously quiet. Adam said earlier that the elves really didn't notice anything strange. The blue dragon senses the environment perfectly, and his hearing and vision are incredibly sharp, and their forest is like a bedroom for him on a silent night. And how come the elves are still breathing and wandering around his territory? But it never occurred to the elves that anyone would have thought that the blue dragon came to the lake because he simply wanted silence. And as soon as Adam landed on the nearest tree near the blue dragon, he began to quietly watch him from above and think that everything was as he expected to get close to him. But the dragon still didn't care, and he could move inside the poisonous fog for a maximum of 28 minutes. It took him 2 minutes to get here and arrange the golems. So there were 26 left, and Adam decided that right now it was time for him to get down to business and use the black dragon chain, which was made from Adam's scales and the masterpiece of the blacksmith Noel, and threw a chain on a tree. Adam, with all his speed, began to fly straight towards the blue dragon who was lying under the same tree. And he understood that, frankly, he was a blue dragon, and everyone forgot about what he is, because on average, simple elves live up to 300 years and above up to 500, and the blue dragon has not appeared for 600 years. The Lake of Life has such a powerful healing effect that even the prayers of all the priests on earth cannot compare with it. And from here, the reason for the sudden appearance of a blue dragon in these lands becomes obvious. And at the same moment, Adam descends from the tree or goes straight to the dragon who noticed him. And as soon as the dragon moved, he caught Adam right in the air, and the rest of the guys who were watching this began to tell each other that the dragon ate Adam. But at the same moment, they saw how Adam was able to appear straight from the huge mouth of the blue dragon, and pushing his huge teeth apart with his hands, began to use his magical dragon power to get out of there. And at that very moment, Adam realized that this dragon was poisoned with demonic poison, and he was now dying. And this creature came here to heal, and the demonic poison had not yet completely come out, and he continued to take the life force of the dragon. And that is why he chose him as his target. This is the only dragon from whom he can kill at the moment. As soon as Adam began to act, a huge amount of dragon blood poured straight from his mouth, and Adam was able to tie his jaw and put him on a hook, and go fishing in this poisoned lake. With the help of this chain, which was made from it, the dragon tongue works better than any materials. And Adam told this huge chain to twist. A huge dragon began to fly up into the air. And the blue dragon is not a poisonous creature. He sits in the lake of life to neutralize the demonic filth in his body. And therefore Adam decided that it needed to be pulled out of the water, and in this case it would begin to spread throughout the body faster and will not allow him to regenerate. But suddenly the dragon began to throw Adam away from him with all speed. But Adam still managed to catch his hand on his own scales, which were tied to the dragon. And in hell I realized that this dragon has enormous power. And despite the fact that the dragon is in a weakened state, and the power of Adam and the dragon's heart was brought to 19%, he still loses. But taking out his huge sword from under the space, so that dragon wouldn't even think that everything would be so easy. And swinging his huge sword, Adam was able to slightly wound the blue dragon. But Adam, after several attacks, realized that the mouth of this dragon is much softer than under the scales on the outside, and besides, arteries and nerve nodes pass there, and he needs to stay as close to the dragon as possible in order to inflict maximum damage. But suddenly Adam felt with his fifth instinct that something was wrong behind him, and at the same moment the dragon was able to press Adam straight to the tree. And paying attention to this, Adam began to hear strange sounds, and realized that it was dragon's breath. The elf girl who was watching this battle grabbed her head from such a terrible thing that she saw the golem on the screen, and Daniel, standing next to her, realized that this was the same blue fire that burned their forest. And all the other guys began to prepare for battle. And the princess began to tell everyone not to worry because Adam is fine. This was realized by someone else. The dragon could not keep his cool because of the pain that the poison caused, but still he felt the emptiness between his fangs. And before spewing out flames, the blue dragon felt a pricking sensation in its mouth, as it turned out that the tightly grabbed victim had disappeared, and all because Adam had the silver key, which opens the door to the Forgotten Castle, and the user can at any time and anywhere put and pull out various kinds of objects stored in the silver room, and at the moment, the key is in Adam's left hand. And when leaving the silver room, his location did not change, and he specifically activated the key after he found himself in the dragon's mouth, so that after dodging the fire, take advantage of the chance to strike. And with the help of his thunder palm, he dealt a heavy blow to the blue dragon. At the same moment, I noticed that his poisonous fire began to appear again from the dragon's paw. But due to the fact that the dragon was wounded, he hesitated a little. His food in this fire took longer than usual, and noticing this, Adam began to take a mouthful of air and began to use his dragon breath. And at the same moment, the huge dragon was attacked too much by Adam. And little by little he began to fall to the ground, and noticing this, Adam began to realize that the resting bag was torn. Even with his most powerful regeneration, he would not be able to breathe fire for 10 minutes, and immediately he began to shout to his comrades so that they began to act, and his fellow mages who were nearby began to use the spells Vine of Sin and Freezing. And a huge vine began to bind the dragon, and ice shards enveloped his body, and arrows that were saturated with powerful poison. Daniel began to draw back the string of his bow, and as soon as he relaxed his fingers, the poisonous arrow flew towards the dragon. Now Daniel can pierce the skin of a dragon with this incredible new bow, and the arrow began to fly at full speed towards the battle, where Adam was. And a moment later, the arrow flew to the place where Adam was able to tie the dragon right on the tree. And the enormous power of the arrow pierced the dragon's belly, and the guys who watched this began to rejoice that the arrow flew straight into the bull's eye, and that Mr. Daniel was incomparable. After all, the arrow pierced straight the place he was aiming for. A little earlier, Adam told Daniel that the second reason for his weakness is the lack of experience in real battles, and they still have not met the one who will awaken their true strength. And after this conversation, Daniel sat with his colleague, whom I began to say that this man is funny. And despite the fact that he is much younger than him, and is he really that experienced, and what will change after the fight with the blue dragon, and the one who will awaken the true power in them? After all, they already lost to the blue dragon 3 years ago, and what's the point of trying again? But Daniel thought that it would soon become clear what he meant, and even though he doesn't understand anything now, but he has a feeling that everything will become clear not during the raid. It is much later, and perhaps it is somehow connected with his mission. Therefore, the blue dragon will of course be a goal for them, but only one of many steps towards perfection, and he will be what needs to be overcome, and that Daniel has always been restless due to the responsibility of protecting the village. But now, he seems determined, and maybe Adam became an example for him, or he will be the strongest of their era, and will be the one who will connect with the Tree of Life, and I am a prophecy, and everything will repeat itself as then. But at this time, when the battle was in all its glory, Adam Hun, who was sitting on the dragon, understood that due to the fact that Daniel's arrows pierced the dragon's scales, he had many weak points. But still, where is his fatal zone? While it was not clear, and he decided that this would not work, he needed to try to get inside, and as soon as he wanted to get inside the dragon, some energy held back his hand, and noticing that his hand stopped moving as if something was holding it, everything happened so quickly. And at the same moment, the princess began to watch how Adam fought against the dragon. And it dawned on her that something was wrong. And immediately, she began shouting for them to stop firing, and for everyone to take up defensive positions and transform the mana path. A little earlier, before the attack on the blue dragon, Hel said that there are two solutions, and the one-time solution is to deliver a powerful blow to the dragon and make a mana path for one-way energy, or a stone golem that increased the radius of the skill through and it forms. A monotrope of magic circles engraved on the four sides of the stone. If all four sides are activated, skills will be transferred in both directions. But in this case, there is a chance of falling under an enemy attack and deactivating one of the circles. They will protect themselves from the enemy's attack, but then the power of their own skills will also decrease. And at this time, the knights began to finish preparing the energy strike. And as soon as the healer started using the light barrier, it became too dangerous. After all, the deactivation of the Western Magic Circle was in progress and no more than 5 seconds remained before the mana path changed. But at that moment there was a huge explosion, which destroyed most of the stone golems. And at that moment the water in the Lake of Life rose up, and Adam was thrown in an unknown direction, and the chain that he made to hold the dragon began to break little by little. And in the end, the dragon's magical power completely tore it apart. And this meant that the dragon used a unique dragon skill telekinesis. This ability allows him to move objects using the power of his thoughts, and the fact that the dragon has almost endless mana promises them only destruction and death cries, and the complete failure of the hunt. And Adam began to realize that there were only 20 minutes left until the end of his dragonization. A little earlier, Adam asked the question why the poison that poisons the blue dragon did not kill all the people or elves. And Daniel replied that he thinks that they are alive thanks to from the lake, and Adam answered him that he is right, because the water continues to support life in the body, but does not remove the poison from it, and therefore he does not die, although the pain makes him want to die. And the same with the blue dragon. Pain overwhelmed his mind, and therefore, with a high probability, he will not be able to immediately use his unique ability. And it was true. And after the blue dragon settled on the lake, 3 raids were already organized, and each time his attacks became more and more monotonous, and it turns out he was not worried about the threat from the elves. But this is an excellent opportunity for an attack. It's true that it won't last long. This story won't last. The dragon will sooner come to its senses than an object at all. Then the real fight will begin. And then there is a real fight against the blue dragon, who will see with one eye after so many years of keeping Adam sitting with a sword opposite him. And as soon as Adam swung his sword, the dragon realized what kind of sword it was, and he began to tell Adam that there was this silhouette of a man again. And again it was he who came to fight with him again. And despite the commotion, the rear guard promptly brought its ranks into order. And fortunately no one was seriously injured, and the change in the mana path was also successful, because with the help of the magical road, which was formed from the mana used within the monotrope, the skill was transferred to the very end, and thanks to this, Adam was able to avoid the blow. However, Adam believed that there would be nothing left of Argard if he encountered the power of the deep dragon, and the mage girl could not believe that Adam was so unsure of them. But what infuriated her most was that he was 100% right, because now their power will become even less and only Daniel can shoot. At long distances on their own, they need to get together and show everything they are capable of. But the problem was that the Scarlet Comet of his super high-speed technology would need 4 seconds to fly 1.5 kilometers and the other as much as 12, and he could hit if Hel held the dragon for 4 seconds, and the door behind which the success of the dragon hunt awaited closed. And everyone was waiting for the person, which will not allow it to close completely and irrevocably. And at that moment Adam was running away from the blue dragon's ultra-precise attacks. But suddenly he noticed that even a strong branch that could withstand the weight of the dragon turned into dust after its hits, and there is no need to experience the dragon's fury on your own skin. And poured behind a magical tree, Adam tried to hide from the huge attacks of the blue dragon, but he noticed Adam and began to direct his attacks straight to the place where Adam would fly a few seconds later. And at the same moment, the dragon, using his telepathy skill, directed one of the tree branches straight at Adam, which hit him, and he began to fly away to the side. With poison, he realized that now he needed to soften the subsequent blows. And as soon as he hit a few more trees, after this, the dragon flew in and opened its huge mouth. He began to approach closer and closer to Adam. With the help of his electrical acceleration, he began to fly to the side, and thereby fly behind the dragon's back. And in an instant, Adam's sword appeared in his hand, and using it, he deeply wounded the blue dragon. And soon after that, a huge roar was heard, due to which the water that was near the Tree of Life began to erupt in different directions. And yet the dragon was able to fall into the lake after a strong attack from Adam. And the magicians watching this realized that the blue dragon had fallen into the water, but did not understand what they should do now. Were their efforts in vain? Because of the dragon poison, he cannot recover quickly, and the lake water will cause him severe pain, and he will emerge. But now the problem is more serious. This means that the poisoned water has overflowed its banks, and plants that were used as materials are tried exclusively with Ozernia water, and the more water, the better the quality of the manufactured product. And having absorbed the poison, the plants gave birth. The strongest enemies, like locusts, were crawling throughout the forest, and the first thing he didn't meet was a huge golem standing guard over the path. These huge monsters began to attack the golems, and the guys began to change their goal. After all, they realized that they had to help the golems destroy the monsters. These monsters appeared literally everywhere. They had to be driven away closer to the lake so that they would not interfere with Adam. If they saw that someone was approaching their positions, they should immediately open fire on them. After all, golems were created by the princess of the magic tower, and Alpha are more skillful than many adventurers, and there are also priests who increase their power, and such golems are able to detect the appearance of a strong monster. Although that's not all, they fully prepared the golems for the attack. But now the unforeseen happened, and they couldn't understand what the hell was happening, and why the golems were retreating, and the remote control didn't work for them, and it was unclear where they were running. And the elder standing nearby realized that it had finally begun. But Daniel suddenly saw in which direction the golems were moving, and seeing a bright flash, Daniel got ready, and started shooting his bow and telling everyone else to duck, and shot straight at the targets that were flying towards them, and by hitting the target directly, he was able to throw off its direction, and it crashed not far from the entire squad. And then the princess realized that their location had been revealed, and they moved in the direction of the attack. If Daniel had not repelled it, they would have already been dead, and the fact that the distance between the monsters and the projectile was 700 min. They would have to strain hard. After all, the creature that fell near them is an underground boss. In the past, the raid on the blue dragon would have begun only after a year and a half. Lucius and the heart of the black dragon would not have been in the battle, but Altair, even without them, was able to assemble a fairly strong team and challenge the blue dragon. And ultimately they fought at the peak of their powers, and fought as if they had nothing left. And if they can't give it their all, then they would lose everything that was dear to them, and there was no way back. And when they dealt the final finishing blow to the blue dragon, he was defeated. But the princess made a serious mistake by not taking the dragon's heart, which significantly complicated the situation in the Danikel grain region, and she won tactically, but lost strategically with defeat. And at that time he had already left the cave and returned to the temple, starting his ascent. Alden, one of the enemies, sat his ass in the third hallway. He had to become a knight of the temple in order to get closer to him and draw blood. And it would be better for him to find some other vulnerabilities. The more information, the better. And the fact that he heard that the princess failed was good news. After all, it turned out that they sent their servants into the forest, and the man admired Mr. Alden, although he believed that, nevertheless, this was not only his merit. But Adam, who overheard the conversation, did not fully understand what they were talking about. But suddenly Alden said that the princess had lost her manpower, money, and influence, and it would be difficult for her to get the right to vote, even if she took part in Riga for the Ice Dragon who plans to organize the Union of Guilds. And the fact that the heart of the Black and Blue Dragon is already in the hands of the cult, and all they have to do is get the heart of the ice dragon, and then their desire will come true, and they will receive a worthy reward for their labors. But now, being inside the silver key in the underspace, Adam decided that this time everything is different, and he knows what trap these fools have prepared, and now they will not get anything. And as soon as he drank the healing potion, a magic potion and golden tears that prevent the destructive effect with the help of powerful energy protection and last only up to 10 minutes, Adam decided to look at the Grime mini golem. After all, these things can transmit visual information to each other, and the big golem, of course, shows others what is happening to him. But it is also advisable for him to understand what is happening in the rear. And as he thought, they cannot connect with the inside of the silver key, and the ogre most likely has already stopped, and he decided that it was time to see how the others were doing. But in the rest there was complete destruction, and the Lord of the Earth, who uprooted trees, started attacking the other guys with them. And the boss of the dungeon, who lifted many trees into the air, began to throw them towards Adam's companions. The same ones stood and decided what to do, and the elf began to ask Daniel how many arrows he had left, to which he replied that about 24, and there are very few of them at the moment, but there are still monsters besides the dragon. And these arrows with a hippogriff feather, and the stone seeds that the elf took out, and combining them together they turned out to be a huge weapon, which Daniel began to shoot towards a lot of monsters. And as soon as they flew to the place, a blue hurricane and a dance of flames turned out, and immediately all the monsters began to die from such an attack. Adam, who was watching this, understood that Daniel and Kiara had a very excellent duet, and what Adam saw was that everyone was earning their bread. But still there was a problem, that there were a lot of monsters and they all appeared from different places. But Daniel was ready for this attack. He didn't care whether there were 12 or 100 monsters. He would write a ticket to the next world for everyone. But suddenly the huge mushroom of the land began to say something in its own language, and emit a huge aura that absorbed the nearest mushrooms. And the soldiers who were watching began to feel it, that a huge pressure began to press on them, as if pressing them to the earth. And at the same moment their settlement in which they settled was destroyed with one blow. And those knights who remained alive saw that monsters burst into them, and even the boss of the dungeon who was nearby and destroyed everyone indiscriminately. But suddenly the dungeon boss noticed something strange near his leg, and lowering his huge muzzle to the ground, he saw that Ophelia was holding him back, and began to say that his skull is too high and you are a stupid beast and she needs to sit down. And at the same moment there was a huge explosion because Ophelia began to act. And while she was fighting against the underground boss, the rest of the guys began to believe in their strength and understand that in order to win, they must not lose heart. And at this time, the princess began to explain that their task was to protect this piece of the branch of the tree of life. That guy could not believe that such a tiny thing was the core of magic circles. That is, without a branch, and the fact that after 10 minutes all the protection would be removed, and the food would be covered in this fog and their camp would be covered, and he understood that this was an important task, but sitting here and listening to the screams of his knights was real torture. But still, they decided that they simply needed to hold on. And Invincible Fortress is a technique of Count Dan that creates a barrier protecting a building. And during the operation of this technique, and its users cannot leave the barrier, and this defensive skill was transferred to them. Roads generation after generation, and the narrower the barrier, the stronger it is. They will be able to defend any barn even from a blow from a weapon of the legendary class. And the main thing is that no one can go inside unless he opens the door, and he is best suited for this task. Therefore he needs to be patient until everything is over. But suddenly he began to hear that someone was calling and begging, so that he would open the doors because the girl who was outside was screaming that she was wounded, and he realized that it was the voice of the princess. But his partner, the knight, began to say that it was impossible to open it because perhaps it could be a trap. But suddenly the princess supposedly started screaming for them to quickly open the door because the monsters are approaching, and they must open the door now because this is an order, and that guy couldn't stand it, and opened the door because he understood that if he abandoned the princess, he would be executed along with the entire squad. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw the elder in front of him. who faked the princess's voice using the chameleon acorn artifact if held in his hand. He remembers the voice of the object. If put in the mouth, the user will speak in the voice of the object. And at the same moment, the elder began to use his staff and cause a bright flash. And as soon as they looked, they saw a bright light. They stopped seeing everything in the area, but the elder could blind the enemy for only 3 seconds. But this was enough for him because he used the acceleration spell on himself, and with all speed he moved towards his target, which was motionless. It was the core of the force. But suddenly Ophelia, who was fighting outside, heard a scream, and at the same moment everyone began to shout that an emergency had arisen, and the core of the magic circles had been stolen, and that the elder was running away from the camp and hoped that everything worked out for him. He began to tell the golem who were carrying him to increase their speed. After all, there were 10 minutes left before the protection was removed. And the princess began to say that very soon, real chaos would come to them, and she would restore the magic ones with the help of a spare core. Why, the sooner the dragon, the sooner everything will end. And Adam realized that Her Highness wants them to kill the creature in 10 minutes, and the task will not be easy, and at least get a reward for this. And thinking about the reward, the princess answered Adam, which is good. If he makes it on time, they will finish what they didn't have time to finish yesterday, and wished them both good luck. The princess said goodbye to Adam. But Adam stood near the lake and where a blue dragon rose behind him, and due to the fact that the dragon returned back to the lake, his breathing sac was almost restored, and if he is not touched, then very soon he will be able to fry them all with fire again. And at that very moment Adam stopped attacking and decided to talk a little. But the dragon standing behind him thought differently. And Adam decided to send him to hell and use the legendary weapon, Coal of Faith, the indestructible holy table. But earlier, Adam asked Lucius that, by the way, he can use this thing. If Lucius wants, he can pay for the delay from the deposit. Well, in the end, he still managed to persuade Lucius, and at that moment Lucius began to talk to his comrades about it. That 10 minutes is like 2 fingers on the asphalt, and if they follow his order, then we can assume that this lizard is already dead. And at this time the elder ran away on his subordinate golems, and together with their squad they began to discuss that they did not think that it would be so easy to escape, and their hearts were still pounding with fear that they could not die. But the girl sitting with the elder began to shout to the other guys to shut up, because it was hard for her to maintain the mana circle. And to activate her ability, there is one condition to observe the user of the technique from beginning to end within 2 hours. And due to the fact that she took part in the installation of camp magic circles, she was able to copy the circle of purification, although the effect of it was only 50%. But the copied technique could only be used once, and moreover, it needs the circle without stopping to feed it with its mana for it to work. So they must hurry because they only have one chance. And the last sealed chest that is in the tower, and they wanted to take possession of the tree of life that is stored there, and create a new kingdom. And the elder who was sitting on one of the golems began to thank the guys who stayed with him until the very end. But the guys replied that it couldn't be otherwise because he was their leader. His invitation was part for them. Well, at that very moment the elder began to remember that those guys were attacked by monsters immediately after the escape of the elder elves. The guys who were in the fortified area, protected by the holy power of revenge, looked at the fact that the elven wars doubted it, although this was not surprising, and the fact that the elves are not as well prepared as they are, and no one has gone hungry among them yet. And now Ophelia is one of the 10 strongest on the side of the people, and a talented group of healers who can heal a serious injury in an instant. And there is also Adam, the owner of the heart of the Black Dragon. And the last thing is Princess Altair. Their fighting spirit is strong, and the elder did not doubt such a situation. It was unclear to them. Is the elder's escape really such a big problem? Because they are now supported by Daniel, the head of the trading company, began to tell his son that it seems that he is poorly informed about the situation of the elves. And you can't argue with the fact that Daniel is incredibly strong, and he is even stronger than Ophelia. His mother is the queen, and yet it is not he who is the basis of the elven kingdom, but the elder, on whom the elves truly relied. And the fact that the elven king or queen are both priests and at the same time guardians of the tree of life. And the tree itself chooses who will rule and gives the right of inheritance only to the high elves. And with the help of the tree, the king connects with himself, all the long-eared ones living in the forest, and they take control of their mind and force to fidelity. And this is the secret of how the elven kingdom can exist again for 2,000 years. And Celestia, the current queen, is called the Fallen Moon, and at birth she could not see or walk, but she was endowed with wisdom and generosity. Her body was paralyzed after the birth of Kiara's first child, but the son of the head of the trading company did not understand how she gave birth to Daniel while bedridden, to which his father replied that there are rumors that Kiara was born. As a result of the queen's betrayal, it is for this reason that the heiress is not treated as a high elf, and Daniel is legitimate a child, and also a real talent. But he says that the queen will become the bow, and the time of the crown should lie on the shoulders of the one whom fate itself marked. And when everything was fine with you, Daniel's modesty did not create problems. But when the kingdom began to fall apart, its inhabitants needed a leader who would bring peace and tranquility. But Daniel was not one. He said that this was not his role. Therefore, after the betrayal of the high elves, the inhabitants of the kingdom placed their hopes on the elder, which at that time was rushing straight to the tower in order to revive the fallen kingdom. And the elf girl who controlled the golems, sitting next to the elder, could not understand whether they were doing the right thing and whether they should worry about the fact that they abandoned their relatives. But there was no way to defeat the dragon, and there was no point in dying, and they did everything they could, and Mr. Daniel didn't care about them. And the fact that 4 years ago the Red and Black Moon attacked human lands and started a war, and the fact that they lost as a result of which valuable items and territories were taken away from them. And 3 years ago the Blue Dragon appeared and began to send their forest. And the fact that the strongest of the high elves and holders of the title of Lun leaves these places in order to create a new kingdom. But for those who remained, they only wanted an easy death. And every day the problem of infection became faster and faster. The elves began to leave the forest, and Mr. Daniel turned a blind eye to what was happening. And therefore they have an army of people in their territories, and the alliance between them. These are just words, and they have neither the resources nor the strength to resist people, and the fact that they will defeat the dragon or not. And then the collapse of the kingdom. Mr. Daniel abandoned them, and he never understood what needed to be done, and in vain they did not believe in him. They are very sorry for His Majesty. But there is a limit to everything, and they need a new faith and a new life. And after several tens of kilometers, they finally began to approach the tower. And the elder understood that at its top there is a family tree of life, and the fact that they will find fruitful lands in the distance of this place and plant one is her hope, and the tree can only choose him. Then he will finally become king. But suddenly, one of the elves told the elder that there was someone in the distance near the tower. And looking closer, they saw some strange creature standing near the tower, with red fur and long horns. And what he scratched with his huge claws, it was necessary not to end in the same world. The monster began to exert enormous pressure on the entire territory. And at the same moment, the huge monster began to growl loudly, because of which the alphas who stood near him were scared to their fingertips. After all, they could not understand what kind of creature this was standing in front of them. And at this time, the head of the trading company was thinking about the fact that he noticed one oddity about the high elves who went for a new life with the seeds of the tree, and especially the red and black ones. If they founded a new kingdom somewhere, they would not be able to gather their detachment, and moreover, there is no news about the new elven states, and he wondered where the runaways had gone. But at this time, the elder, who was looking at the toe monster, began to tell his comrade that he would figure it out, and taking his golems out of his pocket, he threw them straight at another monster, and gave the order that one would distract the monster, and the second would take the chest. And as soon as the golems flew up to the monster, someone drew attention to one of them, and with a loud growl he began to turn his head. and run straight after him, and the strategy was standard. The monster reacted to the first golem. The remaining one abandoned the family of the explosion and removed the seal from the tower, and was able to take the chest and return to the elves. And as soon as he brought it to the elder, the family and he held it in his hands. They made a mistake for which they paid with their lives. After all, this chest that they took was something that the demon had been trying to get for several years. And as soon as the demon was able to take the long-awaited prize that he had been watching for so long, it was Red Moon Masha, the heir to the throne, who started a war with the Danakil, and she lost her mind, becoming demons. All that was left in her was a feeling of hatred for the elves, usurpation, revenge, seed, and a few more words, the meaning of which she no longer understood. And 3 years ago, in one mysterious place, the head of the devilish cult began to say that this was a great pity for him, and he can't even believe that they were once the strongest elves of the Red and Black Moon, making people tremble in fear, but now they were seriously injured. And the head of the devilish cult began to say that they knew why he sent the messenger. He sent for them, and began to stretch out his hand, in which he held 2 stones of revelation that turn a person into a demon by connecting with the insect mark. And 3 years ago, the head of the devilish cult began asking his ward if he knew about it. That the stone of revelation turns a person into a demon through the insect mark. That the stone of revelation and the insect mark, they all give the same thing. But why then does the last monetization have a different appearance and level of power for each? And why does demonization have a different percentage of success and qualities? And the answer lies in the distortion of the soul. Anger, hatred, desire. The innate threshold, the stone of revelation, embodies all this. And the darker the soul, the greater the power. The Red and Black Moons should never forget their former beauty, and those who once betrayed them with their hatred of the elves. And after a bright flash that appeared in the place where the highest moons stood, the head of the devil cult was surprised that he was impressed by the superior transformation of the elves. And the Red Moon Masha appeared, who was in a state of demonization, and the Black Moon Aramil, who was in a state of demonization, also appeared with her. But suddenly the head's advisor began to ask what plans he had for them, to which he replied that there were no plans, and his job is to stir up the swamp, and making plans is the lot of elves and everyone else. And as soon as the head of the devilish cult snapped his fingers, he began to speak, so that everyone else could see what was happening, and rejoiced at what they were about to see. At the moment, new messengers of darkness entered the earth, and all 12 apostles and the leadership of the devilish cult were watching this. And 3 months have already passed since the transformation of the Black and Red Moons, and they all killed people and monsters. But when did the elves get used to their new strength? They realized that everything seemed to be ready, and they could move on to the next stage. This is to kill the blue dragon, and he will give them soldiers to help. A little later they flew up to the mountain of Kale, which was the original home of the blue dragon Orthalis. Well, the above elves were born in the elven forest, so they knew how difficult it was to fight with the elves because of the tree of life that protected them, and this infuriates them. But Alden was right. They need the power that can send all the elves to hell. For example, the fact that the power of the dragon's heart can obey them, and as soon as they jumped off and flew straight to the blue dragon who was sleeping in his nest, and at that same moment the dragon woke up and began to tell the 2 alphas that he didn't even know what to say. After all, it had been a long time since such low-grade creatures had stood before him, and why did they decide to give up their lives when they came here? But at this time, the head of the devilish cult was sitting with Alden, whose head began to ask whether he really thinks that they have a chance of victory, to which Alden replied that he was talking about those 2 elves and that they, of course, left with help. But the head of the cult understood that the blue dragon was too tough for them, and Alden began to say that the head of the cult really wanted to fight the dragon, and he asks for forgiveness for not including him in the squad. And he is right. The Red and Black Moons are too weak for the blue dragon, and ultimately they will become his snack, and there is another reason why he entrusted them with this task. And he began to ask the head of the devilish cult if he knew that they were in the line of heirs to the elven throne, and the nickname of the strongest high elves is the Moon. It appeared due to the fact that when an elf uses a perfect technique, a bright light appears behind his back, in a shape reminiscent of the face of the moon, and they were ambitious creatures who wanted to become elven leaders. However, the queen became a blind, paralyzed girl whom none of them recognized. In the tree chose a new queen, and they all shouted with one voice, "Long live her majesty." And the leaders could not understand why they chose Sylvestia, because she maintains close relationships with the little people, and she has no idea how to rule the kingdom. The black and red moons became distraught after the unsuccessful demonization. Their pride did not allow them to accept reality, and that's why they started a war so that their abilities would be recognized by their brothers. And you can say, it's true that they lost, and for this recklessness they were known from the elven community, and did not think that they had anything more to lose and stole the families of the Tree of Life. But they were defeated by their young relatives who had not yet acquired the title of Moon, and they barely escaped death that time. And Alden began to ask the head of the devilish cult what he would do with the guy who disgraced the moon and the two traitor elves. To which he replied that he would have finished him off without a doubt. That's what Alden thought, saying that this is exactly what would happen and everyone would do it. And at that time a huge blue dragon attacked one of the higher moons, which in turn smiled at the huge, powerful dragon. And immediately after that the blue dragon swallowed him along with his stupid smile. And so the red and black moons were ready to do anything just to take revenge on the elves. And the black moon began to take effect right in the dragon patch, and he in turn began to feel enormous pain and regretted that he had swallowed the black moon. If they are destined to become dragon food and be, and after thousands of battles, the black moon has two abilities, deadly poison and petrification, and after the dragon eats the black moon, poison will begin to spread in its stomach, and this will continue until it dies. And in the end they have a battle with time, or the dragon will die from poisoning, or will die from the gastric juice of the black moon. And yet the latter's goal is achieved before the end of the battle, and the blue dragon will certainly go to that very place to be cured. Instead, possessing the most powerful regenerative power on the entire continent, Aslan is the refuge of the elves on the Lake of Life, and the blue dragon was exhausted from pain, so she didn't notice how Masha was moving behind his tail. And such an act of the girl could be regarded as an instinct since demonization turned out to have a detrimental effect on her intellect. It was impossible. It was fate. The memory fragments reacted to the energy from the tower and Masha flew towards it. But she was unable to correctly determine the point of fall and fell straight to the elves guarding this tower. And with her landing, Masha killed the guards. But due to the appearance of the dragon and the spread of corruption, no one knew about it. From that day, Masha scratched the tower with her claws. But the long-awaited feast is the flesh and blood of the elders in whom the sacred water of the lake flows. She restored the meaning of several words in Masha's destroyed consciousness, and after realization she raised her muzzle and began to look in one direction from which a huge force emanated. It was the abode of the elves, and looking closer and closer, Masha still saw it. The elf queen sleeping on her bed, and she immediately began to feel the split moon queen who was lying in the bedroom and the blood she felt, and the thirst for murder. The insect stigma gives the follower of the devil its power, and the more the latter uses it, the faster the former develops. And when the growth processes end and the larva becomes an adult, the demonized person has an unusual ability. The ability of the insect, Masha Gluttony, and it allows you to appropriate the skills of the eaten victim. And the elf elder's technique was acceleration, which the original owner attacked opponents at vulnerable points, and this helped Masha get to the place in a matter of seconds, and in an instant she found herself in a remote elf village. And with quiet, noiseless steps, Masha began to enter the royal chambers, where the same queen from the broken moon lay. And Masha had only one wish, that the queen would die quickly. And coming closer and closer to her, Masha tensed up because she wanted to quickly deal with her. And at the same moment, she jumped straight above the princess. But something went wrong and bright lights appeared before her gaze. And all because the queen was guarded by Ned, and with precise blows he struck Masha, causing her to fall to the ground, bloodied. And at the same moment, Ned began to say that he still thought why his student sent him to the very ass to watch the queen, because he did not know that a demon would appear. And having prepared for battle, Ned finally said that now she had dug her own grave by attacking the queen. And at that very second, he used his incredible lightning strike skill. But this is the time when there is poisoned water near the Tree of Life. An incredible battle takes place between the blue dragon and Adam. But Adam understood that there were 8 minutes and 12 seconds left before the purification spell was lifted, and that Altair asked to deal with the dragon in 10 minutes. But for their own safety, he must be finished off earlier, and this raid will not end with the death of the deep dragon. Because after that, because of his body, the black moon will come out. Ramel is the one who desecrated the forest, and for this reason the raid failed in the past. And until the moment Adam returned in time, the guys rejoiced over the victory of the blue dragon. And as soon as everyone thanked each other for their work, the guy began to tell the princess that since they agreed, the dragon's heart was now his, but that it replied that, of course, that was their agreement. And as soon as he approached the killed blue dragon, he decided to look at the heart. Suddenly he saw a strange energy coming straight out of the killed blue dragon, and the fact that he felt a reaction of rejection, and could not understand if this was some kind of barrier, and did not understand what was happening. After all, he had already killed the dragon, and how there was a barrier on the corpse. Then no one knew that there was a demon in the dragon's stomach, and in an instant he climbed straight out of the blue dragon's belly, with its heart in his hands. And the guy couldn't understand who he was, and why he had the dragon's heart in his hands. But Dark Moon began to laugh loudly and say thank you to the guys for finishing off the dragon, and they must look carefully at the Tree of Life because he will destroy this forest, and began to ask the dragon's heart to give him strength. And as soon as they began to run away from the epicenter of the explosion, Dark Moon began to transform into a demon dragon, and as a result of the contact of the dragon heart with Ramiel, its poison became many times stronger, and he was able to poison the entire forest with just one wave, while the princess and her comrades retreated. And the fact that the Altair team was able to avoid death. However, she failed to get the heart of the blue dragon, and the level of charge in the Elven Forest and Grain region became so high that nothing could bring these lands back to life. And at this time, Adam, fighting with the blue dragon, thought about it, that the raid failed due to lack of intelligence information. Although, of course, the plan and the people in defenses were at a high level. Yes, and in the vanguard, 2 people could fight at once. And one of them began to say that the blue dragon has weak points and cannot recover from injuries. And the main thing is to hit accurately, and then things will go well. And how he found out about this, he agreed that it was incomprehensible. But during the battle, there was a feeling that the dragon was moving a little slower than it could. In fact, it was as if he was trying to protect something, and the one sitting on him at the same time realized with hell that the guy was a fool, and said incomprehensibly that the dragon had no weak points and he moves normally. Although Adam realized that he could not do anything differently, because in a past life this raid would have begun only after a year and a half, and then the deep dragon had an old wound, not like now, and apparently he didn't kill hard enough, and taking out his poison-covered scales from under the space. This poison is one of the 72 strongest poisons I was before this king of the Fade. He began to stick the comic poison into his scales into the open wound of the blue dragon. In jumping away from him, Adam told him to explode, and with the help of this new dragon language skill, he was able to remotely control his own traps. He was able to store the blue dragon, but as soon as the dragon felt enormous pain in his body, he, like Adam, used the skill of the dragon language and ordered Adam to stop. And at that very moment, Adam froze in place and could not move, and he realized that not only he, but also the water itself that was under him also froze in place. Despite the fact that he captured the heart of the black dragon, the human power of enslavement will never compare with the dragon's, and he realized like hell that at the moment he couldn't even get inside the silver room. And with such a wide capture area, the dragon tongue skill can be used for about 7 seconds, but this is quite enough to splash fire at it. But nevertheless, in the same 7 seconds, Daniel, who stood several kilometers from his target, managed to shoot twice. His huge, fiery arrows flew straight to the target. After all, a little earlier, Daniel heard Adam's new plan so that he would shoot at his own discretion, and Adam would be in the wings. And as soon as he shot, he realized that he had succeeded. And at the same moment, many arrows began to rise into the air and fly straight into the blue dragon, and immediately, as soon as they reached the target, bright explosions began. But Daniel realized that this was not enough. He needed another shot. And as soon as he hit the last shot, Adam caught himself and jumped up and began to attack. And swinging his huge sword, he struck more and more heavy blows. And after heavy blows, Adam still achieved what he wanted. And the dragon's breathing sac was destroyed. And now Adam only has to wait for the last 17 arrows from the scales of the black dragon. And Daniel, who stood nearby and thought about what he needs for the red comets, is 3 arrows, which means there are still 5 spells in stock, also enough for 2 ordinary skills. If he wants to kill the dragon, then he needs aim at the most vulnerable places. But suddenly the blue dragon exploded again and began to attack Adam. But he, in turn, was able, with the help of his abilities, to dodge his huge blows. And in a past life, Adam fought with a blue dragon only once, and that time the dragon's heart was stolen from a devilish cult. And then the battle for controlling the body in the space of consciousness began, and it took a month to finish this battle. And during this period he adapted to the attacks of the deep dragon, and thanks to this he managed to convince him right before going crazy. Then the blue dragon fought with him at the peak of his powers, and immediately the dragon struck Adam with all his might with his paw, and immediately after that he began to finish it off with his other huge paws. Well, Adam understood that everything was fine now, and these blows were happy to be bearable, and jumped back onto the nearest tree to catch his breath. At that moment, the blue dragon began to use telekinesis and pull out those arrows that were in his body and point them straight at Adam, who stood in the same place and saw huge magic arrows flying at him. But Adam began to take out his huge chain, which he made from his own scales, and with the help of his dragon voice, he began to order her to curl up and thereby repel the attacks flying at him. But immediately after the arrows, a huge paw of a blue dragon appeared, and from this huge blow the earth and the nearest tree that were nearby shook. And the blue dragon was already fed up with the fact that Adam was always disappearing from his sight. But suddenly the dragon began to look closely at its paw, which was near the tree. And at that very moment the silver key appeared right before his eyes. But it was too late. After all, Adam was already right above him, and with the help of a magical stake, attacked the blue dragon with all his might. And after this, the hell began to swing to deliver the final blow. And hitting a huge stake with his fist, the huge blue dragon began to fly straight to the ground with a serious wound, and in the air feel enormous pain in his neck due to the fact that Adam inflicted critical damage on him. Well, as soon as the blue dragon landed wounded on the ground, fiery arrows flew at him, and Daniel realized that he had 14 arrows left from the black dragon scales, and began to fire them all straight at the blue dragon. And after numerous attacks, the severed paw began to sink into the deep lake. The seriously wounded blue dragon began to look at the danger that was approaching him, and although he had very poor eyesight, he still saw a dragon of a man who stood in front of him with his huge sword. After all, this is not the first time he has encountered this sword, and this time he remembered that he had already fought against it. And at the same moment the blue dragon began to speak to his master, Kaiserus, so that he would forgive him, because Eurydica's husband, George's favorite sword, the dragon slayer Graham, defeated him again. And 1,000 years ago, when they thanked Georgius for the release of his master, and the fact that he could not leave this place and could not free him. And Georgius told Artalis to leave. After all, as a servant of Kaiserus, he cannot forgive him for his murder, and he must now get away to hell. After all, if they meet again, he will kill him. An immobilized blue dragon was bleeding in the same place where he was attacked, and Daniel and his companion saw that he had stopped moving, and she started telling him to continue aiming and finish him off quickly. But Daniel replied that there was no need because it was dangerous, and the fact that right now the tree of life began to tremble. And at the same moment the blue dragon began to scream loudly and release the enormous power that was imprisoned in him. and tell Adam that Orgius is a dragon slayer, and didn't he know that his words were an oath? And at that very second, the blue dragon began to take out the holy stake that was right in him. And with mucus in his eyes, he said that he could not forgive him. And immediately after these words, he began to pull out his severed paw straight from the bottom of the lake, and say that his life force will become his sword, and he will avenge his master and fulfill his duty. Soon at that very second, the blue dragon was ready to fight against Adam for life and death. And standing like hell, she saw that he used the dragon's tongue to turn his life energy into strength, and that means he will soon come to an end, and it's even better that way, and let him attack. But Adam realized that he had only 12 minutes of dragonization, and 1 dragon's breath left. But now none of this matters. After all, the blue dragon who stands opposite him has a weapon of death created by the dragon's tongue, and it absorbs vitality and defense and increases the power of attack. And the fact that Adam needs the right decision and concentration to prevent this, and having gathered all his strength, Adam decided that it was time to act seriously right now. And the fact that in all other cases everything will be useless and now you only need combat power, and with the help of your skill of draconization of a ferocious dragon, which consumes a huge amount of mana to enhance the effect of draconization, and all of Adam's physical abilities increase by 200%. And the duration of draconization is reduced even after the end in draconization states, the skill temporarily enters a hibernation state, and the remaining draconization time has been forgiven from 15 to 3 minutes. And at that very second, the blue dragon began to attack Adam with his severed hand, with which he made a weapon. But the hell that stood before him was ready for such an attack, and taking the correct stance, he began to swing back, and their weapons clashed, causing enormous magical power to begin to crush everything that was near them. And continuing to attack and defend, Adam realized that now their strengths were equal. But suddenly the blue dragon, waving his weapon, sent all his magical power to the place where the tree of life stood. And it immediately split in two, and the elves who stood in the distance noticed it. But Adam began to remember the words that I told him to his teacher in a past life, that the combat technique of the flow of the royal tiara does not lie in the complexity of the movements, but in the understanding and control of the flow of energy. If he feels this flow, he can release colossal energy based on small one, and defeat a superior enemy. And as soon as the blue dragon waved his weapon, Adam, at that very second, jumped into the air and began to fly straight towards him. And being in the air, Adam realized that everything was now moving, and streams like water were flowing from one vessel to another. And if he understands the very power that flows like a great river, even the leaves of the trees will become his weapon. And after this perfect attack, even the greatest dragon himself will be defeated by him. And after his strongest attack that Adam carried out, he began to turn his head because he began to hear some strange sounds. As soon as he turned his head, he saw something bright appear on the belly of a huge dragon. But Adam couldn't remember what it was sticking out, and could it be a bone, he wondered. But no, it was some kind of strange weapon. And at that same moment he remembered the words of the guy from his past life, that this dragon is an old wound that is not healed, and this is his weak point. And at that very second Adam moved, and began to fly towards the blue dragon, which until the last tried to attack Adam. But suddenly Adam noticed that the dragon was trying to escape from him, and the fact that he was again trying to escape under the water. But Adam did not want to simply let him go, and began to bind him with his magical scales. And the tail sticking out of the water was literally wrapped in Adam's scales in a second. But Adam still didn't have time, and the dragon began to pull him under the water. But while underwater, Adam still continued to attack him. But suddenly a strange wave began to throw Adam aside, although he did not understand what had happened. And the fact that the dragon under the water began to wriggle in different directions seemed to want to confuse Adam. And what was even worse was that the dragon was able to hit Adam several times with its tail, which caused Adam to feel pain in his body. And the elf girl who was watching this suddenly jumped from her seat, saying that she could not give a tip while the dragon was in the water. But Daniel pulled the bowstring and began to ask his mother and father to help him, and directed the arrows that he had just fired so that they flew straight to the target. and the arrows fired by Daniel flew straight into the Tree of Life. And the head of the trading company who watched this attack could not understand whether the dragon had dodged, but still it dawned on him that he had hit a tree. But Danielle continued to shoot from her bow, which only had 8 arrows left. And he realized that if he could hit the Tree of Life, then it would begin to crumble and fall straight into the water. And thus huge pieces of the Tree of Life, he will be able to crush a huge blue dragon that is underwater. And in turn, Adam, who was near him, began to push away from the piece of wood that was near him, and approaching the very place that he saw outside, the weak spot of the deep dragon. And starting to swing his sword, he decided to put all his speed and strength into this blow. And as soon as he hit the target, the dragon began to experience enormous pain, and his strength began to leave his body. Thereby he began to let go of his other hand, which he had as a weapon. And then the dragon began to remember about that conversation with Yorgius, about what he was told, that as a faithful servant of Kaiserus, he could not forgive his murder, and therefore he could let Yorgius go. But if he appears again, he will kill him. And that day Yorgius lowered his head, and told the blue dragon to forgive him, and taking out his sword which was stuck in the ground, saying that he cannot simply leave, and as a knight of the Princess of Law, he is ordered to save her from unnecessary troubles. And that same battle with Yorgius was short, and the blue dragon was careless and missed the blow. To feel great pain, he realized that this man cut off his horn, and immediately after that, he stuck the finger of the White Queen into it. This stake was made from the bones of the first queen. It placed a seal on the target's powers and imposed the effect of a curse that could not be dispelled, and the duration of this curse was 10 years. And he began to talk about the fact that since he struck him with it, a seal would be placed on his strength, and he must sit in his lair until the red dragon calmed down. And if he had not stained his hands with the blood of the Kais, if he had not known to the end the secrets of this world, then they could save their friendship. He felt sorry for the fact that he could not go back to the past and change everything, and the fact that their paths will never cross again at this moment. The blue dragon, everyone remembered that it was 1,000 years ago, and the fact that the person who is attacking him now, this guy is not Yorgius, and the one who follows him or has followed him all this time. And now he sees him more clearly than ever. This is a new dragon slayer. And inside the blue dragon's stomach was the dark moon, who realized that he no longer felt the dragon's vital forces. And finally he can get out, because now he is ready to get the heart of the blue dragon. But as soon as he appeared, Adam was already nearby, and was able to pierce him with his sword. And not understanding what was happening, the dark moon began to fly away to the side. But Adam didn't want to let him get away from you and started swinging again, and deliver even stronger blows, because of which the dark moon flew at full speed, straight into the Tree of Life. And with the help of his silver key, Adam was able to move the body of the deep dragon into his subspace, and realized that now the dark moon would not be able to merge with the heart. The catastrophe that occurred in a past life was caused by a surge of energy due to the improper absorption of the dragon's heart by the black moon. And those who absorb the heart must be equal in strength to dragons, such as the same dragon, or a demon of the highest level. But Black Moon was not one of these, so he could not stand the power that fell on him, and died on the spot. And after some time, the heart of the dragon and the magic stone Ramiel ended up in the hands of the head of the devilish cult. And to put it simply, the Black Moon was simply used, and approaching him, Adam began to ask if he was happy to watch from the underworld how people died, like those who survived, losing their homes and dooming themselves to hunger and suffering. And is he happy to watch the cult that betrayed him? That cult that has taken over the world, and that, like him, will soon be crushed and thrown out. But suddenly Dark Moon began to answer that he smelled the smell of a dragon with the smell of a person. And this is interesting. And when he emerged from the belly of the dragon, he expected to meet elves rather than men. And he did not think that the dragon slayer himself would appear in front of him. Only Dark Moon wanted to say that he was glad to meet you. Adam, without thinking, began to attack him, and was able to tie him with his chain, which was made from his. And immediately after that, Adam jumped into the air and began to attack him with the help of a huge holy stake, and stick it straight into the place where Dark Moon was tied. And immediately after that, he took hold of one part of the holy stake with his huge hand. and was able to spin it several times. But at the same moment, he noticed something strange in the place where the black moon should have been. He wasn't there, and did he really dodge? I thought like hell. But suddenly the voice of the dark moon was heard on the nearest tree, and he began to tell Adam that he could really think that he had driven him into a corner, and with his actions he only showed his weakness, and the fact that it is dangerous to attack an enemy whom he sees for the first time, because he could counterattack. And the reason why he acted so quickly is that there is a time limit for the dragon's strength of 1-2 minutes maximum. The real one in front of him realized that he was damn smart, and there are still about 48 seconds of draconization left. And moreover, due to the side effects of draconization, he will fall asleep immediately after the time expires, and draconization consumes too much energy, so his body will not be able to withstand it. And now there is no time or energy, and he needs to force him to use the same thing. But suddenly the dark moon decided to make Adam an offer if he gives him the heart of the dragon. Then he will save his life. After all, he is only interested in his brothers and sisters, and he does not hate people. But Adam immediately began to use his dragon tongue and tell the dark moon to stand still, and suddenly Dark Moon realized that he had bound his movement with this spell. And the fact that his legs did not move and he could not go anywhere, and Adam, meanwhile, raised a huge stake and began to fly at him with all his power. And immediately there was a loud explosion from the power of Adam. But it turned out that not everything was so simple, and Adam realized that he needed to act differently. After all, his opponent was able to use a barrier, which is why he did not break through his defense. And the Dark Moon revealed to Adam that he had not finished speaking, and how one could interrupt the interlocutor mid-sentence and rush into the attack. But Adam did not listen to him, and began to think about the fact that he used the dragon language, and now his state is as if he will pass out, and his body is almost limp. But now just one stamina is enough to take control of it, and with the help of the Sword of Light, sacred objects take the form of the sword, and those who do not have the right to use the sword burn from touching it. But when there is permission to use from the Goddess of Light, all restrictions are removed. But suddenly Adam heard strange words that he was not allowed to, and at that moment his hand began to catch fire, and immediately after that the other hand caught fire from the fact that he was holding the Sword of Light. But Adam couldn't understand why he used it before, and whether it was magical power or physical training. Now he is in no way inferior to himself from the past, and all this is because of that remnant of magical energy. Or is there some other reason? Or the Goddess of Light betrayed his? And at that very second Adam began to fall off his feet, and the Dark Moon noticed this, and thought that this was even for the better. And as soon as he removed the barrier, he realized that now, after the petrification had been removed, his movements were constrained, and he could not fight, and all that was left was to drag out the conversation. But the fact that this guy tied his holes was his mistake. There is an attack that he can carry out without moving his deadly poison, a skill that the Black Moon used when he was a high elf, and he then understood it with the power of the demon, and elevated it to the absolute. And this is me, DVT. I bought a unique skill of the Dark Moon that condenses the surrounding user, creating a poisonous spear, and it is sharp enough to pierce the scales of a dragon. And just a second, as soon as Dark Moon threw his spear, it began to pierce Adam's body, and as soon as Adam felt all the pain, he screamed at the top of his lungs. And watching this, the Dark Moon began to laugh loudly because he heard it was a beautiful cry, and such a cool moment in surpassing him in strength and forcing him to obey the dragon. And he watched how they collapse in pain, a real spectacle, this feeling of superiority, and no wonder he turned into a demon. And he would like to stay longer and look at his artificial work, but there is so much to do, and it's time for him to finish this. And he will kill Adam, and this will be his mercy, and wishing Adam easy and the road to hell, he began to prepare for the last attack. But suddenly Dark Moon began to hear some strange sounds, and huge tree roots began to emerge from the lake, and pierce the body of the Dark Moon, which is why he began to scream at the top of his voice. But the Dark Moon did not understand what had happened, and he thought, are these the roots of a tree? But the real Adam next to him began to ask, Didn't the Dark Moon understand that this was the root of the tree of life, which he poisoned with his skill? He absorbed all the poison of this earth, and now the tree of life and the lake have been cleansed from filth, and the magic stone of the Black Moon, which the head of the cult took possession of in a past life. With the help of it, he then turned the poisonous mist into a weapon, and the original owner of the magic stone also had to have this ability. So he pushed the Black Moon to use it, and the effect of absorbing poison is the fastest way to cleanse the forest. And the lake is the only place where there is still poison, but the main thing is that its concentration is practically not noticeable, and if this happens, the forest will begin to recover. Initially, he planned to do this after finishing the battle with one blow from the Sword of Light, but he did not think that everything would go so smoothly, but thanks to the World Tree of Life. And at that moment, Dark Moon decided that he needed to quickly spread the poison, but his heart was hurt. His mana did not gather in his body, and while he sent the Trevs, it protected the elves for centuries with its roots extending throughout the forest, and while the tree protected him, he did not understand how powerful it was, and the fact that he, who did not know gratitude, was not distinguished by intelligence. Now he would find out why he lost. And at that same second, Adam waved his hand and said that finally the Dark Moon, that it was time for him to go to the grave, finished him off, and immediately Adam found Ramiel's magic stone crystal of demon power with a powerful poison, and having processed it, he will be able to use the power of Ramiel, the Black Moon, and his pipe's corpse. The demon is impregnated with deadly poison, and each part, after collection and reprocessing, can be used for various purposes. Even before Adam's message was delivered, the rearguard had already sensed it, and the fact that the Tree of Life had finally risen, and this meant that the Blue Dragon was defeated, and the magician who controlled the golems repeated that the Blue Dragon was defeated, and they had the heart of the dragon. And all that remained was to deal with the remaining monsters, and everyone unanimously exclaimed hooray for the fact that they finally managed it. And the princess standing on the battlefield finally heard that they had succeeded, and victory was theirs. And she began to say that if Adam hears, then this is the rejoicing of people. But at this time Adam fell asleep and flew straight into the lake. But reaching the lake, the roots of the trees met him, and as soon as the roots of the trees were able to catch A at home, who was unconscious, the huge and mighty tree began to thank the little dragon hunter for helping him, and now she will help Adam so that he recovers. And at the same moment a bright light appeared inside the roots of the trees, which healed themselves and Adam, and at the same time inside the abode of the wood elves. Ned saw that the roots of the Tree of Life began to be reborn. This meant that Adam had succeeded. The rosy Ned, standing near the murdered Red Moon, thought about the fact that he did not know whether he could earn his bread, and in the end he received his own martial art. And who knew that this demon has the skill of copying other people's abilities? And the fact that he lost too much blood, and he doesn't have the elixir now. And if he fails to restore his strength with the help of the flow of ki, then he will come to an end. But at that moment, he noticed something. It was the sacred vine that was slowly approaching him. And suddenly a voice was heard from the Queen's chambers, and she began to tell Ned not to be afraid, because she uses the vines as limbs. And the fact that he protected her completely helpless, she is now indebted to him. And as soon as she rose with the help of her vines, her name was Silvestri, and she was the Queen of the Elves. And the fact that she smelled blood, I realized that he needed treatment, and he can approach her and she can heal his wounds with her magic. But at this time, Adam saw his memories of what he was told, that his father is now further than the stars. But he can find what he was looking for if he goes with her. And she wants to raise him in a safe place where everything is peaceful and calm, unlike his father. And whether it was worth giving him to that person because his mother doesn't know what would be better. And she asks for forgiveness because she could not protect him. And Adam must take up the sword, and he will have to defend himself. But suddenly Adam began to come to his senses and realized that it was just a dream, and it had been so long ago. But having fully opened his eyes, he could not understand where he was and how much time had passed. But suddenly he heard a voice that 72 hours had passed in 18 minutes and 29 seconds, and he had better not move, because his body had not yet recovered, and Adam is now in the space around the bosom of its stem, and he there Yggdrasil tree of life I wanted, is an illusion created by his mind. But Adam, who looked at it, still could not believe that this really was the tree of life. After all, in the past, after an unsuccessful raid, it was not possible to save the tree of life and the elf queen, so he never met him but heard about him from Doriel. The tree of life began to say that only his wife saw him in this form. The incarnation cannot leave this body, and the children have never seen him. But suddenly Adam asked, can he really read minds? To which the tree of life replied that he only read the signals. If he is uncomfortable, he can pretend as if he doesn't know anything. But for Adam it was very strange because he is visible in front of him, dead eyes, and he cannot feel his emotions. But the tree of life replied that this alertness and anxiety is empty, and he has no intentions of harming him, only to thank him. And immediately after these words the tree of life began to give its fruit to Adam. And he had to eat the concentrated fruit from its juice, and it would help him regain his strength faster, and he had to go into sleep for a week. But thanks to the treatment, he woke up in just 72 hours. And he was bound by the dragon's tongue and poisoned so he could not move, but could watch him through the children. And he helped him and helped his children, and was able to protect his loving wife. I received a bilateral agreement, according to which both parties fulfill their obligations to the other, and this is the order, and he is the one who established this order. But eating the fruit of the tree in hell, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on, because he didn't understand anything, and was it really that he helped and he should thank him, and that Adam definitely feels hostility. And the fact that in a past life Daniel once told him that his father is a demigod, and one who is close to the Almighty but is not able to compare with him, and the fact that now everything was in a fog. But Adam could not ignore the words of this creature. If he could conclude a deal with him, of course, profitable for him, he liked the bilateral agreement, and Adam decided to ask. But did the scales even out with one treatment? The tree of life told Adam that he doesn't know yet. He not only woke him up from sleep, but also the dragon heart. And didn't the side effect disappear? And then Adam realized that the tree of life saw right through him, and the tree of life continued to say that this was another of his abilities, because Adam's body was in such a state that it was necessary to reconfigure it all the time, with an increase in power by 10%. However, maybe his heart had already increased to 23%, and after defeating the demon his body should have simply collapsed, but he restored it again and again, so that it is strong enough for another dragon heart. And now the cups are level, but they won't talk about it because he's offering a new deal for dragons. And the tree of life will connect his body with the heart of the deep dragon, and in return, he will fulfill his request. 1,990 years, 8 months and 27 days, 12 hours and 11 minutes, 49 seconds ago. On that day when his life just began, he heard someone's voice, "Get ready." And over time, he realized that the voice meant that he understood what his mission was to wait for, and the reason for his existence. And he had to change the air around and spread magic, and with his warmth he purified the water from primeval malice and hatred. His brothers had to do the same on other continents. Because of 1,000 years, this world has changed. It has become fruitful, and its lands have become mowed, and a race of people has appeared who have become his brothers and sisters. The time was warm, and his mission was supposed to be completed, and he waited. But suddenly a small and warm child appeared. It was their child, and thanks to the master, the princess was the happiest. And at that moment he swore that he would betray his mission no matter the cost. And at this time the tree of life began to tell Adam that he will connect him with the heart of a deep dragon, but he must fulfill his request. And Adam decided to ask what he wants to ask, and it must be something incredible. But everything was not so simple. And during the ritual he would be completely defenseless, and he could not trust his life to anyone, and Adam decided to find out what he was up to. And the tree of life began to ask Adam how he will die in the future. But Adam was surprised by what he just heard. After all, he watched his actions and he does everything. I will know what will happen, so he looked into it to find answers. And the first thing I suspected was a connection with that woman, but I was wrong. She is just a turned page of his story, and he thinks that he has not heard the secrets of the universe from her. Opposite the bright, accurate memories of the apocalypse and a face that he recognizes among thousands of others. And without a doubt, prophecy or prophetic dream, Adam can see the future. But Adam thought about the fact that he interprets body signals in order to read thoughts, something similar to the abilities of jurisprudence and Altair. And then there is no point in him lying and began to say that everything is true. Because his future partner destroyed the great forest, and he soon died without being able to neutralize the poison. And it's not necessary to say that he returned from the future, whether it's a time jump or prophecies. The fact that knowing the future will not change and the significance is different. If it were to find out about it, there would be no benefit. But the Tree of Life realized that it was still hiding. The most important thing in response to his wariness was not surprising, as he thought he would die before the end of the world, and such an outcome was expected. And if he saw a future in which he would live to the end, and the fact that it would not have been possible to save him anyway, and as soon as the Tree of Life raised its hand, Adam noticed a familiar seal on his hand, and it looked like a promise ring, a pentagram of spells engraved on the back of the hand to enforce a treaty. It's a certain part of the seal, and they are similar, but he would say his seal is cooler. And at that moment Adam's head began to split. But the Tree of Life told him not to look long, and now his mind can't handle it. And for all their affairs, secrecy is necessary, therefore much cannot be told. And the fact that he and the 7 dragons are creatures bound by a mission assigned by the Absolute, and while the seal is on them, they cannot get rid of their destiny. But Adama knew that it was a mission that could not be abandoned. That is why there was no choice but to kill the blue dragon. And then when the end of the world comes, the surviving dragons will lose their will and begin to destroy everything around them. And since they will become servants of the devil in this world, this is the future that he saw. And suddenly Adam began to ask the Tree of Life, does he really want to say that when the time comes, he will be against them like the dragons? But the Tree of Life never doubted his mission, and he never felt any value in this world, and just did what he had to do, but something happened. And then when the queen asked why he hesitated, because she had always been waiting for this day, and she didn't know if she gave birth to a child, how long would she remain in this world, because of her weak body and the ability to hear the voice of the soul. For her, the lonely moon memories with the Lord is a dream that they never came up with together, and she is not afraid because it has come true. And all the time she can be greedy, and with the help of the cup of conception, a special cup given to the king or queen of the elves. If you drink the juice from the cup, a new life will be conceived, and the queen asked him not to use it on her. After all, she wants a child, but not like that. And this is the fruit of the love of a man and a woman. She asked her master to teach her love, and that woman showed him the value of life and the price of love. And Adam must now understand it, because there is no other choice. And Adam began to remember moments from his past life, and he was with the princess. And the Tree of Life began to say that it would give him strength and provide him with all possible help so that he could prevent the apocalypse. But in return, when the time comes, he will kill him so that he does not harm his wife and children. And here is his real request without any ulterior motive. But soon Adam, calling him a moron, thought about the fact that he even thought of threatening him with a dragon heart or Ramiel's magic stone if they could not agree. But now he looks like a bad person. But if the tree had ulterior motives, it could have easily manipulated his body while he was unconscious. But it did not do this, and Adam realized that he could be trusted. And on his part, everything turned out well. And the Tree of Life began to say that his beloved princess was still immature, and in order to transplant the blue dragon's heart, she needed more experience. This will take a lot of time. If he carries out the ceremony, he can speed up his plan. And Adam decided that he would leave the heart transplant to the mighty tree. And soon Adam also needs to work out what the mighty Tree of Life did for him. And this is the space inside his mind if he cannot defeat the dragon's mind. Here, even if the heart transplant is successful, his body may collapse, or the dragon will take control of him. And when he fought with him in his previous life, it took 1 month, and he wondered how long it would take this time. And getting ready to fight, Adam began to hear a voice that came to him. And that voice began to ask Adam that this is his final form, and that's pretty good. But as soon as Adam saw the one who spoke to him, He was very surprised, and the girl began to ask why he was so surprised, fighting with all his might. And this is because he is not familiar with her other form. And now the Dragon Slayer can come up, and it's enough for her to be on knives in this form. Or tails. She will pour him tea. And at that same moment, Adam realized that the blue dragon was a girl. And at this time, Daniel began to tell the other guys that they don't have to worry. And now Adam is with his father. But the princess, along with the other guys, couldn't understand with which father. And is it really with the Tree of Life, and didn't the Tree of Life swallow Adam, and what was happening? But Daniel couldn't understand why they were saying such terrible things about the fact that the tree swallowed him. And Adam is probably just nursing his wounds right now. But the president of the trading company thought about whether it was possible to leave everything as it was. If Adam was captured by the tree and became its hostage, then they had another headache. But Daniel thought that another force uncontrollable by Adam was inside his father, the heart of the dragon. And then perhaps when Adam returns, then he will be a completely different person. But now Adam was telling the blue dragon that it was an honor for him. And who would have thought that the great dragon would show him his other juiciness, because in his previous life, he had not seen this. And any creature is more comfortable in its original form, and changes in appearance occur under the following circumstances: when the enemy is superior to it, and when the enemy is equal or inferior in respected strength, or when you are trying to deceive the enemy. And he doesn't think that this is the third strange thinking, but he is not one of those who would fool someone. The blue dragon began to tell Adam to take this as a tribute of respect, and although she was weakened by poison, Adam was still able to defeat her. And besides, this space is filled with the energy of Kizares, so she is quite comfortable now. And one cannot help but respect the one to whom the owner transferred his power. But at the same moment, bright sparks began to fall into this space where Adam was sitting. Black Dragon R-Tails appeared, and he began to say that he did not recognize the person. And at that very second, Adam tensed up because he didn't understand what kind of crazy fight this was. And when fighting in this space, consciousness is in the past, and he is, for some reason, became stronger, but this power was unstable. He was able to win only because the mind of the maddened dragon was unstable, and the way he remembered the past. The fight against the blue dragon, who told him that for some reason, fighting him makes him feel better, and he is amazing, and it's a shame to kill him, and he will heal him, and they will take a break, and then continue. And for endlessly repeating days, this dragon beat him half to death, treated him and sang again until he defeated him, and after awakening his fighting skills became much better, so that in a sense he can be called his teacher. Well, still, Adam could not understand why all his mentors, who constantly beat him half to death, humiliated and insulted him, were such monsters. But suddenly the blue dragon began to ask Adam why he had such a tortured face, and whether something had happened. But Adam angrily answered her why she was having so much fun. But that the blue dragon answered why it should be otherwise, because the body was freed from time, and her mission was over, and she would be next to the owner earlier than other brothers, and she could only watch his actions. And besides, their battle was worthy, and she will be able to leave with honor. But for some reason, Adam started thinking about what he had in his past life, and where it was said, what they say. Working with your hands reveals the character of the soul, whether it is the tip of an artist's brush or the fingers of a musician, and the sharp tips of their swords, training, character, time, masters from whom he studied, the life of which he sacrificed for the sake of greatness. All this is the soul, and it cannot be hidden, and cannot be hidden. And the fight between the blue dragon showed that he was worthy, and since her body would not be better to entrust her body to a worthy one. And this groom, the blue dragon, thought about the fact that in this man there was a sense of tenacity, experience, and overcoming, and she could not understand who he could have fought with before. And now she is waiting, and who knows, maybe this person will get to where they never could, and he will not need to train for this. She will be afraid along with her master, and she will transfer her power. And yet he must control her in order to use the fullness of her power. She will watch because she is very interested in his end, but he should not exchange his life for every little thing. Well, Adam would never have thought that the blue dragon would agree so easily, and he is grateful to him for saving time. After all, now he has his hands full, and he doesn't know what he saw when they crossed swords. But he roughly understood what he meant, because Adam, like the blue dragon, could not live as a weakling. And this life was over with a sword in his hands, and he would not hate himself. But turning around, Adam asked the blue dragon if she liked any food other than tea, because he would cook a little and serve it at the funeral ceremony. To the blue dragon, he replied that there was no need to ask, and he could choose to his taste. And at the same moment, a bright yellow light appeared in the tree of life and illuminated the entire surrounding area. And immediately roots appeared from the tree and continued to move further and further. And the princess, together with her companions, began to turn their heads, and they saw that someone was coming down to them. It was hell that came out of the tree with the help of its own roots, and he started asking his friends why they were all standing here. And the princess was the first to answer him that they were waiting for him. And as soon as Adam jumped from the roots of the trees, he immediately found himself in the princess's arms, and thus another part of the old god was transferred to the new owner. And the future of this world has changed even more. Not at this time in the Temple of Light in the 4th Parish, there was a conversation about why there was no news from Cardinal Alden yet. But the knight replied that he would send another person. But suddenly another knight began to run to his commander with some sheets in his hands. But as soon as she opened the sheet and read what was inside, her face immediately changed to anger, because she saw that the sheet said that her master Alden was killed. And on the same day there were rumors that some were talking about that topic. That there were rumors, and they thought it was true or not, that the knights of Alden also disappeared. But others heard that they were dead, and in the 3rd district where they were sent. And the fact that the entire 3rd district was killed by the holy son Lucius. These knights were ranked 10th among the top 10 strongest people. Because of religious issues, the saints were not among the top 10. But if the holy son defeated, their place in the top 10 would now be in the hands of another terrible person. And at this time the entire 3rd district rushed straight to the princess's castle, which was located on the top of the hill. And at the same time in the Temple of the Angel, the place of power, the place of powerlessness, the place of the holy absolute, detached from everything, while the place of the King of the universe is empty. The swords of those who thirst for him will cross, and rivers of blood will flow to the earth. And at the end of the last 1,000 years he will appear, to save them all from imminent death. And inside the princess's castle, a huge sword appeared, which was held by one of the guys, and this one was called Destroyer of Fate. And the knight who defeated his opponent began to laugh loudly, and say that it was too boring for him here, because he had already won here, and now he is worthy to meet the princess. And while Adam was inside the Tree of Life, everyone was busy. Yggdrasil, cleared of poison, sent the activation code to the beginning. Mana, and with the help of its roots, which it planted along the reservoirs, they stored and filtered the water and distributed magical energy in the air, and thus the surrounding area began to be cleansed. And the surviving people destroyed the remnants of the monsters and headed to the Tree of Life. And when the princess, along with her squad and her faithful knight Ophelia, returned, they saw something incredible. In the capital of the elven kingdom of Elpenheim, everything began to bloom, and a bright white flower appeared, and most of the elves began to sob loudly and rejoice at the same time. After all, they did not think that they would ever return to this place. Ned appeared behind them and said that it was too early for them to rejoice. And as soon as the elves turned around, with great surprise in their eyes, they saw someone they didn't think they would see at that moment. Their queen appeared before them, and they were incredibly glad that she had woken up. And Daniel and his sister could not hold back the tears in their eyes, because they finally saw their mother. And at that very moment they rushed to her to quickly hug her. And a little later, the search began for the missing stragglers during the battles and forced march, treatment of the wounded, and burial of the dead. Both garbage collection and the need for labor were great, and it was impossible to assign all the responsibilities to Yggdrasil, which was already busy clearing the lands. In addition, this busyness helped everyone overcome despondency, and their home was definitely here, and the threat of the blue dragon disappeared, and hope returned. But this respite made everyone realize the monstrous damage that was unfortunately necessary for victory. And by the time the past was abandoned, and the tragedy was realized, the raid on the Blue Dragon was officially ended by the princess and queen. And that day the queen began to thank Princess Altair, and she was immensely grateful to the lands of the Danakil of the Temple of Light, and Mr. Adam, who saved the elf people from extinction, and they will always remember this. Just from the Tree of Life, respecting the bilateral agreement, they will return to them as much as they received from them, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the great elven forest will henceforth be an ally of Princess Altair for centuries, and will sign the Pact of non-aggression. And the son of the head of the trading company realized that this was it, and he received the answer to the question that he had before preparing for the raid. After all, then he said that elves and people hate each other, and not only is it difficult to organize a paradise in such conditions, but you also have to worry about the members of the raid not tearing each other's throats out and whether it's too early to go on a joint hunt. But the princess then answered him that she thought it was even better. It's not for nothing that they say that any crisis is an opportunity, and it may seem that now the situation is not the best, but you need to look to the future, and their goal is to get the Elven Kingdom and Donatil lands. But then he didn't understand. Was the princess getting ready? But his father, the head of the trading company, replied that no. In Danakil, Polaris was treated as a hero because he expelled the Black and Red Moon during the war 4 years ago. But when the Donatil lands were poisoned by poison, Polaris did not help, said that he had no strength left, and sold all his bonds together in the Donatil. And in other words, Polaris came to the conclusion that this situation cannot be solved. Danakil was abandoned to the Alphas. It was even worse. They broke off diplomatic relations with people a long time ago. So where do they get allies to help them? And the princess said that this is their chance, and they will help them, but not as people or members of the royal family, but as Princess Altair, and they will use this chance to reduce the influence of Polaris, and for the sake of victory in the war that will begin very soon. And thus the power of the elves of abundance of food in the granaries of the Danakil, and the restorative power of the Lake of Life will be in their hands, and this is the goal of Altair. And everything went better than expected, and the Queen of the Elves initially had similar goals to them, and now that the Queen has awakened, she will control the Alphas using mind control. Those connected to the Tree of Life would never betray them again, and as soon as it was over, they all began to celebrate this victory together, and decided to drink. And when the fun was in full swing, young Noel, somehow she suddenly turned around and started to leave, and Daniel noticed this. But he could not understand why she was leaving the fun and victory day. And a little later, he saw that she was sitting on the steps near the entrance to the banquet hall, and approaching her, he decided to ask what she was doing here alone. But she, wiping her tears, asked yes, why did he come and why wasn't he having fun? To which he replied that only Crybaby had run away, an apple at her, even though she told him not to throw it for food. And immediately after that, he decided to sit down next to her and eat his apple, which he was holding in his hands. And they immediately started a conversation about how it was difficult for them to believe in all this, and that less than a month and a half had passed since Adam appeared in the great forest, and he had already killed the dragon and returned their home to them, and who would have thought that this day would come? And thank God that Mother and the Tree of Life were also healed, and now they can return to their duties as the Queen's bow. But suddenly Daniel asked his little sister what suddenly happened to her because he felt anxious, but she decided to make a face and stick out her tongue to her brother. But Daniel couldn't understand what she meant by all this. And she continued to say that if he knows, then she is going to leave the forest. And a little later, at 1 a.m, someone was sleeping and someone could not sleep because of worries. And Adam, who was passing by the alleys, was heading to one place where they were waiting for him. And approaching the princess's door, he realized that he still had important business to do. After all, behind that very door stood the princess in her nightie, and at that very second, Adam began knocking on her door, to which she, with a reddened face, began to turn her head towards the door. and previously everyone wanted to get the princess, a talented and beautiful girl of noble origin, and wherever she was always surrounded by gazes, who said that for the sake of her princess they would get the stars from the sky, and will protect her at the cost of their own lives. And although the princess understood that they spoke beautifully, all these cowards would have fled immediately if they knew what she really wanted, and from whom she would need to be protected. After all, even in childhood she realized that there would be negligibly few people ready to follow her, and the people who supported her were really good people. She had never experienced a passion for the opposite sex. And the fact that she will be lonely for the rest of her life, and she has already decided on this. She does not need a loving man, but his sharp sword. And when she was still little, and saw her brother who had killed someone and was covered in blood, and when he extended his hand to her, and began to turn into a huge demon who was chasing her, but she ran away as fast as she could. And on that day her life ended. And when you set yourself such a goal as victory over your enemies, superior to her in everything, a feeling of unaffordable luxury and love can only be a weakness. She needs to find a man who will lead her to victory. A marriage of convenience, so she thought. But one day, looking out the window, she saw that same guy, who dealt with huge ones without any effort, and she was surprised when she saw Adam, who also raised his gaze and looked into her eyes. But at that very time, the princess's companion looked into the empty barrel, and realized that it was a huge, pathetic failure that the barrel was empty. And Ned, who was sitting next to her, began to ask her because he hoped that she was not going to say something stupid now. But turned his head. Ophelia began to say that the princess had changed since Adam appeared, and of course she was not always next to the princess. But now they spend all their time together. And when she saw them, the princess always said that she needed to talk to the elders, and for now she had to monitor the situation, and all this time she could not understand what was happening to Adam's face. And in the same way, in the next days the princess said not to worry, because the tree of life protects them, so they are completely safe. And besides, now there is a feast going on and she should drink and have fun, and there is no need to accompany her. And at the same moment Ophelia began to sob loudly, because she understood that she and the princess grew up like sisters, and now she no longer needed her, and was sitting here all drunk and abandoned by everyone. But Ned, who was watching her, was thinking that she did not see what was between them. Iskra ran through, and she just doesn't like Adam. And a little later, Ned told Ophelia that he should help his student now, and she should drink first, and tomorrow she will feel better. Or now it is much more important for him how things are with Adam, because he should be completely fine. But Adam was still nervous, and as soon as he arrived in the princess's room, and standing near the door, he remembered the words of the princess who told him that if he could defeat the dragon in 10 minutes, then they would continue their conversation, and now he didn't understand whether he had time, and that then he was excited. But what would happen now was still the princess herself, and who knows what she prepared. And where they stopped yesterday and earlier, Altair used the mafia to interrogate him. So he talked about his past life, and they kissed so much that he lost count. So that same atmosphere was created between them, and when it almost turned into the same thing, they still had to stop. And Adam was sure that Altair had feelings for him. But from her point of view, a little more than a month had passed since they met, and she could not love her the same way as he did. After all, she has no memories of the past. And standing near the door, he realized that this could be considered a show of courtesy, although it was annoying, and later he would demand compensation for it. And whether it's strategic planning or examining the dragon's heart, this will be an important event, so he can calm down. But suddenly the door began to open in front of him, and what Hell saw was beyond his understanding exactly that evening. After all, he saw the door opener who was dressed in her nightie, and at that very moment she began to straighten her hair and look Adam straight in the eyes. Looking at the princess, Adam realized that after all, he could count on something. But the princess did not understand what to do. After all, she thought so much about what to say to her, but could not remember anything. But he knew that today there would be little talk, and began to approach her. and at that same moment he kissed her right near the entrance to her room. And for her, this kiss was very sweet. And when Adam already laid her on the bed, the princess thought that she would be lonely all the time until the end of her life, and love would pass her by, and she believed in it. And on the 44th day of the blockade of the 3rd district, a spreading barrier prevents anyone from entering. And suddenly the nun woke up from someone placing his huge sword near her head, and that man began to say that he came here for another matter, and she must say who gave her this poison. And the next day, Daniel, who was practicing archery, I remembered that when he was 15 years old, he was told that his mother was conscious for some time, and at that time Dariel was born, and then his mother said that his sister was born with a different fate, and she would have to leave the forest. And what his sister told him last night was that now was the time she didn't want to leave alone to follow Adam. It would be interesting if she left. Maybe she could meet Fade. Daniel realized that this was all really true. But then why was she so sad at the banquet? After all, she is still worried about the rumors. The cursed one and her eyes, these dirty hairs. And there is no doubt that this child is the fruit of the love of a man and an elf, and that is why the queen was punished, and the life force of the forest has dried up, and this child cannot stay in the forest. But not Ale, remembering all this, became very angry, and began to shoot with great speed from his bow. And as soon as he hit the target, he heard a voice behind him that it was amazing. It was his mother, the queen of the elves, and he couldn't understand why she went outside because it was cold now. And then she started asking him, so what? Did he feel her presence? And she hoped that she didn't interfere, but Daniel replied that he was just about to finish. And the queen continued to say that his father said that he trains every morning, and she wanted to listen in person. But Daniel was so pleased to be with her, and the fact that his mother woke up and his father returned several decades later in the form of an incarnation, and he is grateful to Adam for all this. But suddenly the queen asked her son if he was too nervous when he shot, and his flow of magical power seemed to get stuck somewhere here inside his stomach, and he already had enough accuracy. He should shoot a little more freely. After all, he does not fight alone and must trust his comrades. And as soon as she touched him, Danielle immediately saw when Adam fought against a huge blue dragon. And the queen continued to say that, therefore, in order to become the next moon, in addition to training, he needs to do something else, that he must leave the forest with his sister. But at this time, the head of the trading company was running along a long corridor, and as soon as he reached the princess's door, he began to say that he had an urgent message. And suddenly, the door began to open and Adam began to come out. And he asked the head of the trading company what happened and what the urgent message was. But the head of the trading company could not understand why Adam was here. But suddenly, he changed abruptly and began to say that he congratulated Adam. But now something else was important. And he must wake up the princess, otherwise she will miss the meeting. But Adam noticed this seal that was on the envelopes. And a little later they all sat down at the same table. And as soon as everyone gathered, Ophelia, holding her head, began to feel her hangover. But the princess began to apologize for the earlier meeting. And before they begin, she wants to tell them something. There is one issue that has been resolved by agreement with Queen Sylvesti. Kiara and Daniel. These two will become the new permanent members of the group and everyone should welcome them. But Daniel, along with Kiara, immediately stood up and started telling the princess to take care of them and they will study hard. But Daniel was glad that he didn't let his sister leave alone. But Kiara had no way of knowing that her mother had a similar plan in mind. And besides, when she went to see her mother this morning, she didn't understand why her mother was giving this to her. After all, it belonged to her. But she replied that Kiara should remember what she said then, and the fact that she was born with a different fate. Someday she will have to leave the forest and start a new life. And this is the last family of the Tree of Life. And she must grow it, and such instructions from the Queen of the Great Forest of Elves, the future queen of the new generation. Leaving the great forest to grow a tree and found a new kingdom is the only way through which their species will be able to survive difficult times in the future. And she is the only one who can do this. And she was born as an empty vessel, capable of containing the power of the new tree. and even though she has a weak connection with the father of her fragility, is a gift. And she is the miracle that she and her father dreamed of. And she was so happy, but at the same time scared that she would tell the truth that she didn't want to hear, that the rumors would turn out to be true. So she tried to get away from the conversation, and suddenly she realized that her mother and father, that's what they wanted, and what she was talking about worried, and now she is grateful to them, and she will not let you down, not now. And now Daniel was completely confident in what he was doing, because his goal now was to protect his sister. The princess immediately began to say that they showed themselves perfectly well against the dragon, and they are now. To see them, and it's nice to hear that another one of the 10 strongest will join them. She will treat them as full members of the group, and they will have to attend the meeting and do some responsibilities. I will not be able to request anything but only through official documents, and they will support them with information, supplies, and manpower. And now they will move on to the main issue, and the fact that now chaos has begun on both sides, and she doesn't even know. But the head of the trading company raised his hand and asked the princess so that he could explain. And first of all, this letter from the headquarters of their corps located in the 3rd district, and as everyone knows, St. Lucius, having conquered one of the 8 great intractables, the tomb of the vile princess, completely sealed the 3rd entrance to which he himself belongs. This is a smokescreen created to hide the true location of the dragon's heart. But the one sitting in hell thought about the fact that he understands that no one knows that he has returned in time. That's why everyone thinks so. And the first Lucius absorbed the dragon heart and is now stopping. And the second one, he secretly sold the dragon heart and destroyed the evidence. And the third one, he never had the dragon heart and is just trying to gain time to correct the situation. And whatever the option, investors will go crazy if the dragon's heart was sold at auction and would have set the record for the highest price ever, but most likely it was swallowed up or destroyed before the appraiser arrived, or it appeared only in literature and does not actually exist. In any case, the legal proceedings dragged on for several years, and even the Temple of Light that was used. The heart of the dragon and the bait to collect huge investments and offerings will not be able to escape responsibility. Therefore, a team was created to protect investors who are afraid of losing their profits. In the Financial Council of the Chrome Council, which wants to shift responsibility to Lucius, but is also an investor in Lucius's party. And the Western Group for the Management of Papal Relics that was sent to demand the return of the legendary item of Sir Lucius Calvera. And the Iron Maiden Gertrude, the commander of the Sanctuary of the 3rd Region, who checked Alden, but he did not get in touch. And hearing rumors that Aldine and the twin knights had died, the adventurers came to challenge Lucius to compete for the place of the 10th strongest after the twin knights. And everyone shouted for him to open the gate and give their money to the scammer, and that he should go out and fight them. But Ned thought that the combat effectiveness of the 3rd region was under threat, since many soldiers died during the raid on the tomb. And once the real siege begins, even the saint will not last long. And suddenly he asked the head of the trading company, and asked about another letter, and could there be anything more serious than the situation in the 3rd district? But he replied that the letter was from the butler of Lindell Castle, and a certain knight held a marriage duel on behalf of Ophelia, and even a winner appeared. The weapons he used are known to everyone and are closely related to them. Requiem is a legendary sword known as the weapon of swordsman John Howe, number 1/3, of the continent's strongest men. And at this moment in the castle on the Altair estate, they began to say that they were waiting for Sir Adam. And they are grateful to him for the fact that he arrived quickly, and that person is waiting for him right here. And Adam understood that the Requiem sword that he had chosen as his last weapon in a past life. But the one who has this sword is now the last student of the Urtius sword, and this guy is very strong, and when Adam came to him he asked where the princess was, and who the heck is he even bursting into this room? But Adam knew that since this guy appeared, it means he is first in line, and maybe he should kill him right now. 10 strongest on the continent, this honorary title takes its origin from one of the greatest knights. And 5 years ago in the capital Cain, Sir Lucas was congratulated on his victory, because he was able to defeat the king of mercenaries, and he not only had good command, but also an excellent one-on-one fight, and everyone asked him how it felt to be the strongest on the continent. But he began to answer everyone that he was not the strongest of the countless strong opponents he had faced so far. If we exclude the children of the holy god and the saint, as well as demons and monsters, he would still be the 6th, and add the mercenary king was the 9th. And King Leo III began to ask him who these 5 people were in front of him, and he was also interested in hearing who they were. And Lucas began to answer once His Majesty asked what the most powerful was, the Holy Sword. John Howe, 2nd Master of the Tower of Magic, Great Magician Henry III, Temple of Heaven, Night Blessing. Roland IV, you are the true flame in the desert of fear. The 5th swallowed witch of the talking forest. The 6th, he was the 7th, Daniel, the son of the forest. The 8th, Dominic Mace Vera, from the Temple of Light. The 9th, he was Ladies, the king of the mercenaries, who was called his rival. And the 10th, the twin knights of the Hyog clan, the 2 of them as one. Before Adam left for Lindell, Sarah Lucas was envied by many knights, and the list of the strongest that he announced quickly spread, and all over the world people who had died in some way began to challenge them. The momentum was gaining rapidly because there were many rivals. They became legendary, and this list became known as a ranking of the strongest continents. This is the origin of the 10. The rating has not changed for 2 years, since Ophelia defeated the Gemini Knights, and became 9th, and after the mercenary king was executed for treason. Daniel remembered that he once fought with a human knight, and during the conflict at the edge of the forest 7 years ago, he was strong, and who was very famous. But it seems he was much weaker than Adam, and the list is somehow incorrect. And Ned, no, this list was compiled for 5 years ago. At that time, Adam was just growing up, and they still control the information, and under close supervision it is much more difficult to navigate. And whatever the beginning, now in order to make a name for yourself, you need to defeat one of the 10 in public, and you need to take possession of the thing of one of the 10. So his unspoken rule, and in a past life, Adam began to remember that the chaos began after the appearance of Erdris, and after his words, the master died and handed over the sword to the vacant place in the top 10 of the strongest. All sorts of fighters came out, and around the same time Ned was officially put on the wanted list for stealing the heart of a black dragon, and he doesn't even want to remember what kind of madhouse began. Therefore, the swordmaster who claims to be the last disciple of the Sword Saint is a legendary figure that almost no one has ever seen, and most likely, he is lying, and then did something much more urgent. John Howe is the one who is most feared by the devil cult, because he is capable of destroying all their plans. Holy Sword John Howe, another name Elba Larine, the title of the distant past of the White Queen. This was the true identity of the White Dragon Mnemonic, this master who taught her the ancient magic of Medea. But the nun sitting at the table at the meeting heard about it for the first time, and she was wondering how she learned such magic, and as expected from a princess, she gathers everyone around her. But Daniel couldn't understand whether John isn't a man's name or that people have a different name. But his sister heard that people have a ball-handling skill called, and it's probably a pseudonym or a distortion of it. I'm the only thing that's hers. And the son of the head of the trading company began to say, what if this is a white dragon? And wasn't he killed by a black dragon 1,000 years ago? And so, it is written in the books. But the princess answered him that he was not dead but sealed, and every 100 years he sent an incarnation to find and educate talented people. And the problem is that the incarnation of the teacher left 6 years ago after her training ended. And he returned to his body, and then why this the man claims to have been training his sword saint for the last 6 years. And Daniel's sister understood what this was a lie. But the princess, of course, knew that this was not a lie, and a man named Erdias was actually a student of her teacher, and she learned about this from Adam. However, if she does not suspect, it will be unnatural for her character. And therefore, there are those here who know that she was a student of the dragon. The only one who knows this future is she and Adam and Sir Ned. It will not become dangerous if someone else knows about the future. Therefore, speaking as naturally as possible, We need to lead them to the correct conclusion. But the head of the trading company began to say that the problem is in the sword, and it doesn't matter if the sword is fake. But what will happen if it is a real requiem? This is a sword with special properties and no one except the teacher should have it. Like that with him? For a mating duel, there will really be a lot of eyes and rumors cannot be avoided. And what is more important is what is the likelihood that the sword is fake. And I realized with Hell that the timing was interesting. And the princess told Adam to speak. And clenched his fist, Adam said that they would think about it from the point of view of the devil's remote control, and the plan to steal the heart of the dragon was stolen, and the Gemini Knight was killed, and the chance was 1 in a million. Thias was brought into the cult, and information from the third transition came directly. And who would miss such a skillfully matched party? And while people from the devilish cult doubted each other first and foremost, the blades of doubt will be directed towards the inner part, and who will be under suspicion, and not try to find a criminal on the side to prove his innocence, and won't think that Ned went this far alone, and the number one suspect will of course be, but someone will want to check other options, and may begin to wonder if there is some other dark figure who would have influence comparable to the influence of the leaders of the demonic cult, and would be cunning enough to manipulate the Saint and Ned to successfully accomplish something like this. And at that very moment the princess said that this is exactly the case, and then she falls under suspicion. What Adam wants to say is that this sword and the student swordmaster are separate, and that they may be in a trap to lure out the princess. And this is all true because it is suspicious that he appeared at such a time, and it is now dangerous for the princess to go to the estate if a way to check the authenticity of the ball. Adam asked the princess. Well, what did she answer? What do they say? This sword reacts to the heart of the dragon. If Adam comes into conflict with him, he will immediately understand. And then the decision was made, and now Adam will go to the princess's estate. If the sword is real, he will return it, and if it is a trap for the princess, then he will take care of everything. And this is how he got to Lindale before sunset, and how he stood in front of this guy, who began to ask who he was and where the princess was now. But Adam, looking at him, understood that, in fact, rumors about this guy should have already reached the head of the cult. So there shouldn't be a problem. And it's true that the head is afraid of the holy dragon, but for some reason, and suddenly the girl who was sitting next to that guy started shouting that Erdy had won the fight. And at the same moment he began to get up from his chair and approach the Adam. And immediately they made eye contact as if they were about to start fighting. This guy immediately began to thank the teacher, because he said that here he could fight with strong opponents, and immediately upon arrival he made a big catch. But suddenly Erdy suggested changing the place. Or he can fight here, it doesn't matter to him. To which Adam replied that it was great, however. He will follow him like a dog, and with the help of his dragon tongue skill, Adam began to order that guy. And he immediately fell face down on the floor, and could not understand what had happened. Move on its own. And literally, a minute later, Adam was already walking along the corridor, and that guy was walking on all fours after him like an obedient dog. But now the girls didn't know what to do because Erdy was dragged somewhere, and an unknown spell was cast on him and they needed to help him. She saw the look of that man, and he was clearly dangerous. But the other girl replied that there was nothing like that, and Erdy would win, and they shouldn't interfere, and she should remember what happened in Risha's castle. And when she approached Erdy and said that a whole month had already passed, and that she had detained him in this castle, and he had to go to the princess, the mentor somehow wanted in the fact that he replied that everything was fine, and he would visit later because the monsters were still swarming around and how he can go, and the fact that he alone defended the richest castle from the invasion of monsters, and with all his bad character, he is still a good person. And with each new creature he fought more and more fiercely, an outcast without food and without sleep. And when the last low-grade beast was killed, he got to the boss and dealt with him, and the battle went on for a whole week. To be more precise, he was just playing with him before killing him with madness at that moment. And it's true that he's a good guy, but his insanity in battle is scary. And in the end, after destroying the monsters in 3 adjacent territories, Baron Risha thanked him for protecting their lands and is only 18 years old and already so strong, and he must marry his daughter. And he knows that his goal is Princess Alter, but he will make sure that so that he doesn't regret it. And then Erdi remembered about the princess and began to tell the Baron that he would go. But the Baron stopped him and told him to take his daughter with him. And to put it simply, Erdi is stupid and only knows how to fight 3-4-5, and in a fight he is like a mad dog. And as soon as they finished the conversation, they decided that they would sneak up and watch what was happening. And at that time, Adam drank water cooled with magical ice. But suddenly Erdi began to gain strength, and jumping up from his seat, he was still able to free himself from Adam's curse. And as soon as Adam looked, he realized that he had freed himself from a simple order in Polish followed him. And usually they say it would take 30 minutes, but he was able to do it in 12 minutes and still mediocre. And Erdi began to tell Adam that he surprised him. After all, he didn't think that he would be under the influence of a person's dragon language, and he missed these sensations. He missed his mentor, and suddenly he began to ask Adam whether he was from the dragon clan or the owner of the heart. And at the same moment Erdi began to use his skill. The cradle of the earth. This skill of a white dragon that howls the earth, and you can hide anything in the subspace of the earth. He continued to say that no matter how the answer was, he didn't care, because the teacher said not to feel sorry for such people. His name is Erdi, disciple of the sword St. John How. But Adam began to think that there were 3 reasons why Erdi was much stronger than other outstanding teachers: innate talent and good artifacts. Her mithril armor in the Silver Lion treasure, made from the bones of a white dragon, and removes the effects of cold, heat, poison, and curses. And thanks to this ability, he was able to fight dragons without a dragon heart. Adam already had the artifact, and he decided to test his skills and began to say that his sword was Requiem for reference. This one is called Gram, and this is a dragon sword made 1,000 years ago, and just recently fresh dragon blood flowed along its blade. And Erdi, seeing this, tensed up because he did not expect such a turn of events. And pointing at himself with his index finger, he said that here is the heart of the dragon, and pouring chilled water into a glass. He began to tell Erdi that if there is even 1 drop from the arrival glass, then he has won. If so, then Gram and the dragon's heart will become his. To which Erdi replied that he agreed. If he wins, he will give him his sword. But Adam said that if he wins, he will come up with a nickname for him: Pale-Faced Puppy or just Mongrel. And after he spent a full 12 minutes freeing himself from the binding charm, even a mongrel would be too respectful for him. And at the same moment of all the words, Erdi began to laugh, and immediately attacked Adam, and they clashed with their swords. Then Erdi during the fight began to say that if Adam loses, he will become his dog. And after the long attacks carried out by Erdi, he saw that Adam was defending himself with 1 hand, and it was not bad to handle a huge sword so skillfully. But Erdi decided to end this battle right now, and began to use Lion River. It was his unique skill that temporarily increased defense by enveloping the body in magical energy, and reduced all physical and magical damage from attacks by 50%. But suddenly Adam hit him with his huge sword, causing Erdi to fly to the side. In the air, he realized that he began to bleed, and with great force and speed he crashed into the nearest rock. And immediately after that there was a huge explosion, as he collided with a huge rock. And all those who watched this saw that Adam had become stronger since their last meeting. But then Erdi jumped up and began to fly in the air straight towards Adam, shouting that force is all right and he likes it. After all, this is the real battle that he expects. And as soon as he approached Adam, they again clashed their swords, and the ground from under Adam's feet began to move away from a huge explosion. But as soon as Erdi felt that he was prevailing over Adam, and that this was definitely a real battle, a hand, or rather a huge paw, appeared behind Adam. And as soon as she swung, Erdi realized that now the end would come for him. And a huge paw pressed Erdi straight to the earth. But Erdi could not understand what happened and when he managed to use such power. It was too hard for him, and he couldn't fully move and pull out his sword, as if something was pressing on his whole body. But Adam stood in the same place, and it was his skill. that dragonization materializes the real dragon form of this incarnation, inherits the power of him, the unique property of the dragon, and its size and abilities are proportional to its power, and the current manifestation percentages are now 23%. But at that same second, Adam began to use his telekinesis skill and began to lift Erdi into the air. And as soon as he raised it higher, Adam began to remember that when he met this guy in a past life, he was already number 1 in the top 10. His talent and skills make him a prime target for recruitment. So he decided to test it a little, and this is not the level that he remembers. And some event must happen later that will trigger his growth. But thank God the idiot, a child who cannot sit still for a second. If he left Lindell Castle and met her, he would not be able to control it with his power. And this time everything will be different. And the first terrible enemy since he left the teacher, and the reason to become stronger. And now Adam is the future owner of his sword. In the fact that he won right now. And who is the boss here now? The mongrel. 6 years ago, the time allotted to him was coming to an end, and the white dragon began to apologize to Altair. But he could no longer teach her, and she would have to look for answers without his help. How to improve magic and how to defeat that man. And as soon as he moved and began to fly in a different direction, 25 years have passed since the appearance of the incarnation, and this time we managed to hold out for quite a long time. The shadow of destiny was approaching, and perhaps changes were taking place in him because he made too many mistakes in teaching gifted children. But among them there were those who did not go halfway. Altair, how good it is that she found her, and for the sake of saving this world, she is ready to give her life to the last hope of the human race. That her wounds never healed, and she hoped that she would not be alone when she got to her body, someone nearby who would share her sadness. But suddenly the body of the white dragon began to be pulled to the ground, and she did not understand what was happening. And she didn't understand where she was being pulled into her soul. Is it really a trap? After all, she couldn't resist it. And at the same moment she collapsed to the ground. And soon after she lay motionless on the ground, and some boy noticed her and began to approach her in this way. The soul of the great white dragon, which tried to return to the main body after the end of the incarnation time, and was transferred to a mental state, and did not understand why she lacked air and why she was suffocating. But suddenly a little boy caught her, and began to squeeze her small body, which was in the lizard's huge hand. This boy was happy and lifted it up because he had finally found his dinner, and the fact that for some reason she moved into the body of a small lizard, and was caught by a little boy, and was almost eaten. And thanks to these events, Erdi became a student of the master, and the master taught him the art of the sword until the end of the life of her body. And 6 months later she was gone, and she left him a sword with armor and asked him to help the princess. And he is the one who takes back his words after the duel, and now Adam can order him anything, and he will definitely do it. But Adam realized that this is a pretty smart guy, and that's how it should be. And there is only one reason why Erdi is acting now: thirst for a fight. A born fighter who became a dragon's disciple can die from an ordinary brace here on Earth. And Erdi thought that he would go crazy, whether it was defeating a boss, a battle with a knight, or a simple thief. Everything became boring. And is the battle really such an ordinary thing? Wasn't it something exciting? And now that the teacher is not there, where can he feel this thrill before the battle again? That's what he thought every day. Well, he finally found the answer in the face of Adam, who was sitting in front of him. And Erdi realized that this guy was just playing with him and did not show his real skills. And he wants to know what technique he is hiding and where he got such strength from, and wants to fight him again and wants to win. And at the same moment, Erdi began to ask his mentor if he got a dog. Let it scare away thieves and guard the sheep. But Adam answered, is he really asking to play and asking for a piece of meat? To which Erdi will answer that this way he can cheer up and play his role better. And stretching out his hand like hell, told him to come closer to him. And hitting him with a slap right on the horse's head, he said, "Here's a piece of meat for you." And from such a blow, Erdi flew back again and crashed into the nearest rock. And Adam replied what a mentor he was, and let them keep their distance. And approaching him, Adam said that judging because he said the holy sword is the white dragon and can no longer send incarnations. So what he heard is the last will of the master to help the princess, and the guy carrying out the master's will so recklessly risked his life in a duel. The real man nearby was thinking that Adam himself had the heart of a dragon. And a little later, Adam began to tell Erdi that he didn't like him, but his opinion meant little, and whether to leave him here or not was not for him to decide, and he would watch him. And the last thing Adam told him while instructing his hand was that he needed a bodyguard. And 2 days later, in the Temple of Light in the 3rd District, many warriors gathered near the castle. And Ned, who was watching all this, saw an incredible sight, and everyone belonged to different organizations but still came together. You will fulfill that the eye is right of the truth, which one drop allows you to see an insect in the body of a follower of the devil. Ned saw that among them there were quite a lot of people of the cult. And Diabolical must be encouraging and devoted to the mystery, or their departments have become one big club of lovers of the devil's ass. And so that they don't think about speaking out openly, they can't now make this pronounced demonstration. The real siege will begin only after irrefutable evidence is presented. And so Adam said, and the father, stupid idiots, can't even do anything about snails. And the fake should be carried out at the right moment. It's better for them then. And these two arrived here as an advanced detachment, and the blood is to monitor the military situation and transmit information with an ally, including Lucius, and a man from tens of forces, and a speed player specializing in stealth. Theoretically, this is an ideal selection. But there was one problem. They didn't understand how long they would have to walk by the hand, and before leaving the great elven forest. Once everything was ready, the function of the bracelet was enhanced. So even if they wear them one at a time holding hands, they will experience the same effect of secrecy as if they were wearing a pair, and so said the Tree of Life. But Ned didn't understand whether it was necessary to do this, and that Ophelia asked the princess to send her alone to the advanced detachment, and that would be enough. But the princess replied that they had already discussed everything. And this is not just a war. It is necessary to prevent the infiltration of persons with exceptional abilities, such as the smiling girl. And the fact that Ophelia is the only one who can recognize the smiling girl, she is simply irreplaceable. However, as containers against the invasion of the 3rd District. Having set all sorts of traps with the help of magical objects from the tomb of Juridica, now it is almost a dungeon. Previously asked the princess who helped Lucius create this dungeon, to which Ned replied that he knew what and how it was established. And after that, the princess said that she would wait for their return, and they could go to the 3rd District. And yes, she still doesn't know what will be waiting for them there. So at least before entering the temple, they should not let go of each other's hands. And a little later in the great elven forest, the princess said that the magic tower and the inhabitants of the Danako territory are located in the great forest. And the 5th squad of healers also remains in the great forest, and helps with the restoration of the fighters. And one of the 2 magicians was shocked because she had not lost her recommendation from the capital's aristocrats, and that this was now her chance. And if they could make friends with the Elf Queen, they would earn respect not only at Danakot Academy. And the fact that the princess said that she thinks they will need magical tools for a raid on the ice dragon, and can she make them for her? To which the young magician replied that, of course she can. And the princess can look at the drawings to go for something suitable. And the queen also said that if they use their equipment, the efficiency of their production will increase. And this is a great opportunity to show off her talent to the people from the magic tower. And if she misses it, then she will no longer be called a magician, and she will be faithful to them until the death of the princess. And since the workforce is not enough, she will also have to be occupied with work. And the rest of me at that time were supposed to be heading to the 3rd District, but at that time in the Lindal Castle, Erdi cried very much because the helmet was made by a white dragon for a student. And if you cast a spell in the language of the dragon, its shape changes, and the training regime now forces you to obey the orders of the Thors who control it. And he thought that after the death of the teacher, he would no longer experience the training mode. And how the hell did Adam know the spell for switching modes, and why even cut so many onions? But Adam, standing above him, told his mongrel that the speed had slowed down and he had to do all this seriously. And with the help of a drop of lion's blood, Adam could give him orders. This is a gem built into them relay silver lion helmet, and in training mode it separates and becomes resistant to the control and punishment function of the location tracking order. And after that, I'll give it to him. He realized that now he can exhale, and while he has a drop, he can control Erdi's actions. He will not be able to act on his own. The pure fanatic of battles, such is the nature of Erdi. But that's not all. Few years will pass and this guy will demonstrate another talent. And as a result of the fact that many people relied on Erdi, but did not notice it. And when their end came, Erdi decided to take responsibility. And if he pulls such bullshit again and tries to ruin everything, then you will need to kill him before it's too late. And Adam's responsibility remembers all this down to the smallest detail. And preparing food, Adam began to understand that their detachment should have already arrived in the 3rd district, and he needed to hurry in order to finish the preparations and also meet the guests. And one question can only be resolved. Then they can go to the 3rd district, and why, during the battle with the Black Moon, he could not use the Sword of Light, and if it was because of the limit of his abilities, he should not have used the lessons when he met the cult leader, and more importantly, the voice that he will not allow. He must find out the reason, and he will not enter the temple until he finds out. And took his weapon from under the space. He began to approach Erdi. He told his mongrel whether he could handle anything other than a ball, to which he replied that, of course he could. And suddenly Erdi was on fire because he thought that Adam was going to give him one of the 2 weapons. But Adam at that very second hit him with the same weapon that he was holding in his hands. And as soon as Erdi fell to the ground after these blows, Adam realized that Young was still better, and told him to take the hammer and play with it. And as soon as they went outside, Erdi began to tell him that if he came out of a tree, he should use a hammer and cut out of it a piece that looked like a small mouse. But for Erdi, it was not clear what Adam meant and what other piece he was thinking about. But Adam continued to say that he really couldn't, and others could, and really he can't do anything without his knife, and really he can't control his powers. But Erdi began to answer that he didn't say that he couldn't and he'll do everything now. But Adam, as soon as he turned around, said that check in a few hours what kind of fake he got, and he should not even think about leaving the castle territory. And with the help of an order in chaos training mode, it is impossible to go beyond the designated zones. But Erdi could not understand how Adam knew about these tricks. But Adam, grabbing the food, began to tell himself that it was time for him too, and with the help of the silver key, he began to move to another place. But now in the Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance to the dungeon of the waterway, Ned and Ophelia walked quietly by the hand. And they noticed that the Temple of Light, the 3rd entrance, was a huge building in size. Strong walls, holy protection thanks to food reserves. This fortress could easily survive a running siege, even if the city gates were closed. This time the Devil's Cult, in particular, in order to prevent the smiling girl from entering. The passage was thoroughly sealed so that not only people, but even letters could not get inside. However, it was impossible to completely block the sewer drain, and the most suitable path for sabotage was in the sewer. And holding out his hand, Ned began to enter one magical place. The Labyrinth Creator tool expands the force field by deforming space into which no one can enter, unless they know the method, and he brought it from the Spring Legal. So mages will not have problems, and the place of this installation is also hidden. And the method of entry is the same as he said before, Ophelia. They just need to dance. But I continue to perform this stupid dance, Ophelia asked Ned, who set such a condition. To which he replied that Adam and she said that it means there is no point in killing him, and she will deal with him. At the next meeting, after this dance, the conditions were fulfilled, and they began to move on to the next condition of standing at the indicated point. And after standing for about 10 minutes, Ned told Ophelia that he would kill Adam. And as soon as they came to the entrance to the 4th pair dance, they stood in the same position for several minutes, and Ophelia began to tell her companion that she would kill him if he did this. but Ned replied that he thought so. But suddenly she stepped on his foot, and after that, a bright light appeared in the same room, and what they saw could not understand whether it was the entrance to the canal, and the fact that she stepped on his foot, and they would have to do everything again. But at that time Lucius was in his room, and someone presented a knife to his back and told him not to move. Answered for you that this was not bad, and he put a lot of effort into making the gate. But he was still able to get inside, and many tried to get inside, but he was the first to go that far. Turning his head, Lucius asked what business he had with the saint,